Shen Xing Tong and her close friend entered the opulent circle of the capital together. Awakening from their slumber, they realized they were merely the wicked female antagonists in a novel. The thought of facing a grim fate sent a shiver down their spines, and they exchanged glances. Shall we run away together? Let's flee. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Wicked Female Antagonists. Enough with the incessant noise. What are you all bickering about? You claim to be so capable. Why not give the Fu family a little baby? Instead of causing a ruckus all day, do something productive. When the old master arrives, you will all learn to behave. The sharp reprimand came from Shen Xing Tong's mother-in-law, Su Lanxin, who stood with her hands on her hips, trembling with rage as she pointed at the disarray around her. Her fierce gaze bore down on Shen Xing Tong, as if she wished to peel away her skin. The floor was littered with remnants of the quarrel between Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue. Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue were sisters-in-law, yet they had once been the best of friends, sharing everything before marrying into the Fu family. However, after their marriages, they had inexplicably turned against each other, engaging in endless arguments and conflicts. Suddenly, both women were struck by a flood of bizarre and unfamiliar plotlines. They jolted awake, realizing they were merely two wicked female antagonists in the story titled I and the Beloved of the Tycoon. To their dismay, the original narrative had depicted them as lifelong adversaries. Yet somehow, they had become close friends prior to entering the Fu family. Consequently, to avoid disrupting the plot, they had seemingly transformed into bitter rivals after their marriages, their days consumed by relentless strife. Initially, their bond had led them to marry into the Fu family together. Shen Xing Tong's union with the tycoon Fu Heng was merely a business arrangement devoid of affection. In the year they were wed, she had only seen him once in the day they registered their marriage, rendering her existence akin to that of a widow. On the other hand, Su Qingyue, the neglected daughter of the Su family, was forced into marriage with the sullen antagonist Fu Yu, who was confined to a wheelchair, in an effort to bring him good fortune. Fu Heng and Fu Yu had always been at odds, stemming from their half-brotherhood. Su Lanxin was Fu Yu's biological mother, while Fu Heng's mother had reportedly passed away when he was very young, leading his father to remarry Su Lanxin. Now, the two friends tightly grasped each other's hands, experiencing a sense of exhilaration akin to a brush with death. Ignoring the loud criticisms of their mother-in-law, they embraced one another. Shen Xing Tong trembled with excitement. How wonderful! She realized Su Qingyue had also awakened to the truth. No longer would they be the pitiful wicked antagonists. Su Lanxin, who had been scolding them, momentarily paused, bewildered by their joyful embrace. Su Lanxin. Are these two daughters-in-law unwell? Just a moment ago, they had been arguing, and now they appeared as if they had found a kindred spirit. Hey, are you even listening to me? Sorry, Mom. We realize our mistakes. Su Qingyue suddenly exclaimed, startling Su Lanxin. As Fu Yu's wife, Su Qingyue was not particularly favored by Su Lanxin, but at least out of gratitude for caring for her son, Su Lanxin softened her demeanor. I promise you, Mom, we won't quarrel anymore and will never cause trouble for the Fu family again. After saying this, Su Qingyue squeezed Shen Xing Tong's arm. Shen Xing Tong recalled how poorly Su Lanxin treated her. After all, the influential tycoon in the capital was Fu Heng, not Fu Yu, and Su Lanxin's son had long been confined to a wheelchair, unable to reap any benefits. Unable to manage Fu Heng, Su Lanxin could only direct her frustrations toward her less favored daughter-in-law. Shen Xing Tong, somewhat impatient, replied, "All right, no more arguments." The two friends echoed in unison. Good. Satisfied, Su Lanxin walked away. Shen Xing Tong excitedly grasped Su Qingyue's hand. Qingyue, do you also understand the upcoming plot? Su Qingyue nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Tong Tong. I even slapped you before. You must have been in pain. Please hit me back. She reached for Shen Xing Tong's hand, intending to return the slap. Shen Xing Tong found it amusing yet exasperating. Stop acting crazy. What are your plans moving forward? Shen Xing Tong inquired. Neither of their marriages were favorable, and they had no means of retreat. Moreover, the narrative foretold the grim fate of the two wicked female antagonists, which was dying young. Su Qingyue's situation was even more dire, as the antagonist Fu Yu had fallen for the heroine's friend, driving her to madness as she relentlessly pursued trouble with the heroine and her friend. Ultimately, she was institutionalized and administered euthanasia, a final act of mercy from Fu Yu, allowing her to die without great suffering. The thought of their impending fate sent a chill down their spines. Shall we run away? Su Qingyue suggested, biting her lip, but escaping from the capital isn't easy, and I don't have enough money. Shen Xing Tong agreed to flee but contemplated. It's still too early to run. We must first gather enough resources before making our escape. The Shen family and the Fu family had arranged this union due to significant financial troubles faced by the Shen family. Both Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue were in dire need of money. The Shen family had essentially sold her to the Fu family for $1 billion in financing. Su Qingyue nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. We must at least earn back what was invested before we leave. Let's find a city suitable for retirement, live our lives as wealthy women, and indulge in the company of charming young men. Wouldn't that be delightful? Shen Xing Tong clapped her hands in approval. For their promising future, they would strive onward. During dinner, the elderly master of the Fu family sat at the center of the table, surveying his two daughters-in-law with a furrowed brow. With only two daughters-in-law present, the absence of his grandsons was palpable. Su Lanxin, observing the old master's expression, immediately understood his thoughts and nudged Su Qingyue. Qingyue, has you gone to bed? Su Qingyue, well aware of her mother-in-law's intentions, nodded. Yes, Yu wasn't feeling well today, so he went to sleep early. Grandpa, please try this fish soup, it's particularly delicious. The old master sighed, a smile breaking through. Good, good, good. You're a good child, Qingyue. He then turned his gaze toward Shen Xing Tong, his brow furrowed deeper. Shen Xing Tong felt a surge of anxiety and could only say, Grandpa, I'm unaware of Fu Heng's whereabouts. The butler stepped out to attend to matters. The old master cleared his throat and smiled at his two daughters-in-law. You two should strive to give me great-grandchildren. Whoever conceives first will receive a reward of 1 billion as a bonus. 1 billion. The two women were left speechless. Chapter 2. 8 Treasures in One Birth? Mrs. Fu's Ambitious Goals. Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts intertwined. Su Qingyue, brimming with determination, declared to the elderly patriarch, Grandfather, you need not worry, I shall strive earnestly. Upon hearing her spirited resolve, old Master Fu's face broke into a satisfied smile, and his gaze shifted to Shen Xing Tong. Internally, Shen Xing Tong berated Su Qingyue for her lack of decorum. What was the need for such a vow? Sensing the expectation in old Master Fu's eyes, she understood that he too required her affirmation. With a reluctant resolve, she rose, feigning gentleness as she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and in a tone that feigned demureness, she proclaimed, I shall also do my utmost. I vow to ensure that Mr. Fu's first child bears 8 treasures, thereby dispelling the rumors of his family's solitary lineage. Her declaration was met with an abrupt silence at the dining table. Shen Xing Tong had been thrust into a forced marriage with the Fu family, consistently playing the role of the gentle and refined young lady, as warned by her own family against any deviation from this persona. Any misstep could result in her being cast out by the Fu family, which would spell disaster for her. Yet, during her quarrels with Su Qingyue, she had abandoned all pretense. Now that their friendship had been restored, she knew she must maintain her image of the gracious lady of high society. The Fu family was unaware of her previously tempestuous nature, the ferocity with which she could engage in combat. She had once wielded martial arts with an intensity that left opponents questioning their very existence. Eventually, the Shen family, exasperated, had sent her to the strictest aristocratic institution, where etiquette instructors were employed to regulate her behavior. To gain her freedom, she had acquiesced, dutifully adhering to the lessons, and subsequently, her family had relaxed their vigilance, believing her to be compliant. Shen Xing Tong prided herself on her ability to perform convincingly. Su Lanxin regarded Shen Xing Tong with an expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Su Qingyue stifled laughter, nearly choking in the process. After an uncomfortable silence of 10 seconds, old Master Fu chuckled with evident delight. Good, good, good. Such ambition. His deep, gravelly voice carried a hint of mockery. 8 treasures in one birth? Dispelling a 10-generation lineage? Mrs. Fu's aspirations are indeed grand. Everyone turned their attention toward the source of his voice, inadvertently catching Shen Xing Tong's earlier words, leaving her feeling mortified, her toes digging into the floor in embarrassment. Oh, dear, it was merely a casual remark. Had they never heard of jesting? He then pulled out the chair beside Shen Xing Tong and settled into it. Only when Fu Heng took his seat did she take a serious look at him. The only other time she had seen him was when they obtained their marriage certificate, a fleeting glance that had left her with the impression that he was undeniably handsome. After they had received the certificate, he had not uttered a single word to her before departing, clearly having little regard for her. After all, he was the male lead in a novel. It was a given that he would possess striking looks. By now, he had removed his suit jacket, revealing a superbly crafted black shirt beneath. He casually discarded his tie and unfastened 2 buttons on his shirt, exposing tantalizing hints of well-defined muscles. Following the line of his alluring Adam's apple, her gaze landed on his face. The man possessed elongated, icy-cold eyes, exuding an air of dominance and pressure. His high nose bridge and slightly pursed, languid lips added to his aloof demeanor. Since his arrival, the commanding presence he exuded had rendered the entire dining room breathless. However, with such a captivating visage and a figure that could incite desire, if she were to succumb, she would hardly suffer a loss, would she? Her voice was soft and melodious, as gentle as a spring breeze that caresses the soul. Yet, Su Lengxin could only roll her eyes in exasperation. She distinctly remembered that when Shen Xing Tong quarreled with Su Qingyue, there was not a trace of tenderness, let alone any semblance of the gentle and demure young lady she pretended to be. Such pretense, even an Oscar-winning actress, could not rival her skill in artifice. However, Fu Heng had never interacted with Shen Xing Tong, thus he was led to believe that she possessed such a nature. The man recalled his first encounter with Shen Xing Tong, where she sat obediently upon the waiting bench in the Civil Affairs Bureau, awaiting his arrival. Fu Heng lowered his gaze. "Grandfather, did you have a pleasant vacation at the villa?" He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. His elegantly defined fingers complemented the exquisite porcelain cup. But what drew the eye even more were the prayer beads on his wrist, which bestowed upon him an aura of asceticism that evoked an illicit desire to pull him down from his pedestal. The atmosphere, laden with tension, was akin to a battlefield. "My apologies, grandfather. The affairs of the company are overwhelming," he replied, as the elder commanded with the authority of a tyrant, exerting pressure on Fu Heng. The grip of his hand around the teacup momentarily faltered as he furrowed his brows, staring into the depths of the cup. The dynamic between the grandfather and grandson was palpably discordant, as if invisible smoke from an unseen conflict permeated the air. Just as the atmosphere reached its most strained point, a loud clatter erupted as Fu Heng set down the teacup, the sound reverberating against the table, shattering the tension. Shen Xing Tong bowed her head, diligently consuming her meal, while contemplating the old man's promise of a 100 million reward. Currently, she and Su Qingyue were in dire financial straits. Despite their roles as affluent matrons within the Fu household, their expenditures were substantial. Moreover, Su Lengxin favored Su Qingyue but harbored disdain towards her, often treating her with a frosty demeanor. Life at the Fu residence was far from easy for Shen Xing Tong. She was determined to secure that 100 million. Her mantra was, make money, relentlessly pursue wealth. Once her financial goal was met, she would divorce and flee, seizing the opportunity before the female lead made her entrance. The Fu residence comprised a cluster of villas, with the patriarch's standalone villa situated at the center, where they had just dined. Typically, Shen Xing Tong resided in the villa to the left, known as Xinghui, while Su Qingyue and her mother-in-law, along with her disabled husband, occupied the villa named Sunshine, presumably due to Fu Yu's rather dark disposition. At that moment, Fu Heng walked ahead, while Shen Xing Tong trailed leisurely behind. Her gaze cast downward as she exchanged messages with Su Qingyue. "Help me out. This quiet Buddhist from the capital is making tonight quite a challenge," she typed, her frustration palpable. "Sister, we must complete our assignment by tomorrow. Tonight, you must charm that oblivious husband of yours. 100 million awaits." Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched in silent exasperation as she failed to notice that the man ahead had unexpectedly halted and turned, resulting in her head colliding with his. Chapter 3. Widowed? How absurd. "Miss Shen, do you not watch where you are walking?" Shen Xing Tong collided with his chest, stars dancing before her eyes. She couldn't help but marvel at the impressive firmness of his abdominal and pectoral muscles, leaving her slightly dazed. The man's voice was cold and devoid of discernible emotion. Shen Xing Tong covered her head and took a step back, her long, elegant lashes gently lowering as she softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fu. I was merely informing the maid to prepare a bedroom for you." Her voice was melodious, tender and soft, reminiscent of the gentle dialect of the beautiful women from Jiangnan. With her lashes lowered, she slightly bowed her delicate face, a few strands of dark hair cascading down to brush against her cheeks, creating a striking contrast with her fair complexion. The interplay of black and white was vivid and enchanting. Fu Heng's gaze was cool and penetrating, his dark eyes resembling thick ink, obscuring the emotions within. It seemed he was attempting to see through her facade. Shen Xing Tong maintained her gentle persona, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. As she did so, her slightly exaggerated sleeves fell away, revealing her beautiful, fair arms. She recalled the subsequent plot. Due to her displeasure, she had abandoned her gentle and virtuous demeanor in front of the male lead, which only served to increase his disdain for her. Eventually, after their divorce, she transformed into a truly malevolent supporting character, further aggravating his aversion. Thus, she resolved to uphold her gentle persona until she could abscond with 100 million. At the very least, she could not afford to incite this unjustly wronged man's ire just yet. Unbeknownst to Fu Heng, this seemingly gentle woman was calculating her next move. He simply acknowledged her with a soft "If that is the case, I appreciate your efforts, Miss Shen," he said, exuding politeness yet remaining distant. Shen Xing Tong had no intention of actually having the maid arrange a bedroom. If she did, her plan for 100 million that night would surely be thwarted. Nothing in this world could pose a challenge to her, Shen Xing Tong. Hence, she quickly lowered her head and pretended to instruct the butler to grant all the servants the night off. Then, raising her head, she feigned a misty-eyed expression. Mr. Fu. It's truly unfortunate. Uncle Zhang mentioned that all the servants have the night off. What shall we do? She pinched her brow in mock concern. Fu Heng studied her intently, offering no further words, merely stating, in that case, we shall make do, for one night. How dare he suggest making do? As if she were particularly keen on his company. However, given his handsome face, impressive physique, and long legs, she resolved to endure the situation for the time being. Shen Xing Tong raised her gaze, feigning worry, but, Mr. Fu, it seems we are not very familiar with one another. Must we really make do for an entire night? Fu Heng let out a light scoff, his left hand gently rubbing the Buddhist beads on his right wrist, looking at her with a knowing gaze. Just a moment ago, when you confidently declared 8 treasures in one pregnancy, you didn't seem to mind our familiarity, he remarked, his tone laced with meaning. But in front of grandfather. You certainly want to keep him pleased, don't you? Shen Xing Tong blinked innocently, her expression one of pure naivety. Look at her. Her acting skills were impeccable. Fu Heng said nothing further, and turned to enter the master bedroom. Shen Xing Tong silently rolled her eyes. Had she foreseen the melodramatic twists her future life would take, she would have begun saving from the moment she emerged from the womb. Amassing a fortune of several billion, she could have lived a carefree existence, free from the shackles of becoming the wife of a prominent figure in the capital. Once inside the bedroom, Fu Heng retreated to the shower, while Shen Xing Tong hastily messaged Su Qingyue, "How are you?" Meanwhile, in a shadowy villa, Su Qingyue cautiously called out to the brooding antagonist, Fu Yu, who was ensconced in a dim corner of the room. The bedroom was dark and stifling, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, the man sat in a wheelchair, making it particularly difficult for her to confront the morose villain. 100 million in red envelopes seemed far beyond her reach. From the darkness came a low, hoarse voice filled with malice. "Get out." His tone was rough and bloodthirsty. Su Qingyue detected a metallic scent in the air, startling her into turning on the light. Whereupon she discovered the man was inflicting wounds upon his own legs. His skin was marred with numerous cuts, all self-inflicted since he had taken to the wheelchair. Inspired by a sudden idea, Su Qingyue stepped forward and seized Fu Yu's knife. In the past, she would have turned away in fear and anger, which would only deepen his disdain for her. Eventually, Fu Yu encountered the female protagonist's close friend, who, with her warmth, redeemed him and dispelled his darkness. She even enlisted the help of a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master to heal his legs, resulting in Fu Yu developing deep feelings for her. However, jealousy brewed within him as he perceived the closeness between the friend and the protagonist, particularly since the protagonist later became the object of Fu Heng's affections. Thus, Fu Yu became a quintessential villain, embodying the archetype of a well-structured antagonist. Su Qingyue kicked the knife out of the room. "Are you seeking death?"
Fu Yu snapped.
His crimson-tinted eyes narrowing, his pale, handsome face a portrait of malevolence. As a dark villain, he possessed an undeniable beauty, though it lacked any softness. Rather, his sickly pallor lent him an alluring fragility. At that moment, Su Qingyue felt no fear, instead placing her hands on her hips and declaring, "I'm married to you. Why should I fear death? There are countless ways to end it. Do you really need to torture yourself daily? Just jump out the window. Or perhaps one day, I could buy you some poison to ease your suffering." As Su Qingyue unleashed her tirade, Fu Yu fell silent. The pallor of his lips twitched slightly. "What, do you wish for my demise? Do you think you would be free? If I die, you would still mourn for me."
Su Qingyue steadily scoffed.
She truly wanted to adopt a quirky, sarcastic expression, for in the end, she would eventually be divorced and left to mourn, a fanciful notion indeed. "So, are you not going to take your own life?" she taunted. "Who said I was going to?" The man's irritation at her words caused him to chuckle. "Get out." Su Qingyue huffed but complied, leaving without uttering another word. Observing her silence as she departed, Fu Yu narrowed his eyes, displaying a hint of displeasure. "What are you doing?" The man's pupils constricted, and his tone was somewhat displeased. "I shall tend to your wound. Your leg is quite beautiful. A scar would be rather unsightly, wouldn't it?" Su Qingyue sighed while disinfecting his injury. She mused to herself that starting tomorrow, she would instruct the servants to thoroughly clean this room. No dangerous instruments could be left behind. Lost in her thoughts, she treated his wound as she had done in her childhood for Shen Xing Tong, gently blowing on it. Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback by her actions, but soon scoffed. "What are you blowing on? I have no sensation in my leg." Su Qingyue thought. How unnecessary of her to blow. She would take this matter to the authorities. Chapter 4. My family member is not quite adequate. Though Su Qingyue felt disdainful in her heart, she was exceptionally careful while bandaging Fuyu. After all, he was a brooding villain, best approached with caution. Just then, Su Lanxin entered with medicine. Ayu, it's time for your medication. Upon noticing her daughter-in-law half-squatting before Fuyu, tending to his wound, Su Lanxin was momentarily astonished by this unexpected scene. Upon closer inspection, she perceived a hint of tenderness and patience on Su Qingyue's face for the first time. It was known that Su Qingyue, since marrying into their family, had seemingly been attentive to Fuyu, though she often delegated care to the servants while merely observing with her hands on her hips. The notion of her crouching down to take action was entirely unprecedented. Su Lanxin recalled Su Qingyue's bold declarations made in front of the elder today and thought that perhaps the girl was not so terrible after all. Perhaps in the matter of childbirth, she might surpass Shen Xing Tong.
Mom.
Hearing the voice, Su Qingyue hastily stood up. Shall I help you with the medicine? Her initiative to offer assistance in administering the medication caused Su Lanxin's smile to broaden. The more she observed Su Qingyue, the more satisfied she became, nodding repeatedly. Very well. I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave. As she exited, Su Lanxin cast a gentle glance at Su Qingyue's flat abdomen. Su Qingyue felt the weight of that expectant gaze. Confused, she turned and handed the medicine to Fuyu. To her surprise, Fuyu swatted the bowl, causing the medicine to spill onto the floor.
Bang.
You certainly have a flair for drama, he mocked. If you're so talented, why not pursue an Oscar? Su Qingyue gazed at the shattered bowl, biting her lip in silence. Having tried Western medicine, which suggested amputation and prosthetics, she knew that his legs had no sensation, and he would not benefit from a prosthetic limb. As a result, Su Lanxin had expended a considerable fortune to engage a traditional Chinese doctor. After 6 months of treatment, there had been no improvement, and Fuyu, the darkly enigmatic figure, was undoubtedly growing impatient. Hence, he had overturned the medicine. Clean it up, I refuse to take it, he declared. Su Qingyue clenched her fists in frustration, feeling utterly powerless against him. She turned and signaled for a maid to come in and tidy up. Without uttering a word, she pushed his wheelchair next to the bed. Second young master, it's fine if you refuse to take the medicine. Let us sleep instead. As she spoke, she reached out to assist Fuyu in standing, but before her hand could touch him, he brushed it away. The malevolent aura in Fuyu's eyes was palpable. I know you're acting. There's no need for such pretense. There's no one else here. I can manage on my own. Su Qingyue felt no anger. Instead, she crossed her arms and observed him with a bemused expression. He truly was a stubborn soul. Very well, if he wished to show off, let him do so. She could hardly be bothered to engage further. With a shaky effort, Fuyu attempted to rise from his wheelchair, only to clumsily tumble to the floor. The maid, having tidied up the medicine bowl, had long since departed, leaving only Su Qingyue in the room. Just as she intended to take out her phone to vent her frustrations to her best friend, she heard the sound of Fuyu's fall. Startled, she hurried forward to assist him. Fuyu, you needn't be so prideful. We are married. Why must you insist on this? With her help, Fuyu settled onto the bed. His handsome features bore a dark expression, particularly his eyes, which seemed to scrutinize her with an intensity that felt almost tangible. You don't find me repulsive? The villain displayed an unexpected lack of confidence. Su Qingyue recalled how the heroine's best friend would tease the antagonist in the original narrative. With both hands cradling her face, her eyes sparkling, she smiled playfully. How could I ever find you repugnant? Your beauty is utterly beguiling. Remembering the heroine's friend's methods, she decided to mimic them, reasoning that once this was over, she could slip away unnoticed. Fuyu appeared momentarily taken aback, yet his expression remained stoic, as if he had learned this stubbornness from somewhere. With that remark, he lay back, pulling the blanket over himself, no longer meeting her gaze. Despite being married for quite some time, they had never shared a bed. She always slept on the sofa in the bedroom. Now, watching him occupy the soft bed while glancing down at his unresponsive legs, she let out a silent sigh. Forget about the $1 billion red envelope. That was a lost cause. She picked up her phone and noticed a message from her best friend. Happy egg yolk pie, sis. There's no other way. You must be the one to secure the $1 billion red envelope. My dear one is incapacitated, and his third leg is no better off. Finally, lying in bed, Shen Xing Tong was delighted to receive a message from her best friend. However, upon reading Su Qingyue's words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Qingyue was truly something else. Mountains of monkeys. Yeah, but my dear is a repressed monk. He lacks any inclination for romance. Tomorrow, I'll need to ask the butler to prepare another bedroom for him. We must sleep separately. Happy egg yolk pie. Please, that's simply one to do. It's $1 billion. Indeed, she too was deeply troubled. $1 billion red envelope couldn't just vanish into thin air, could it? From Su Qingyue's perspective, hope seemed to be dwindling. Yet, on her end, she needed to make an effort. It was better than resigning herself to despair. For the sake of future escape and happiness, she had to strive. Fu Heng had just finished a shower, casually wrapped in a bathrobe, towel in hand as he dried his short hair. It seemed he was yet unaware of another presence in the room, as he simply seated himself at the edge of the bed. At that moment, a soft little hand reached out, grasping his bathrobe tie and gently untying it. In the next instant, the man's large hand seized her wrist with considerable force. "Oh, Mr. Fu, you're hurting me." Fu Heng possessed a fair complexion, yet Shen Xing Tong's skin was even more porcelain-like. Thus, when the man's hand clasped her wrist, the stark contrast of colors under the light became rather suggestive. Nevertheless, the man's imposing and frigid demeanor effortlessly subdued the rising temperature in the room, rendering even the Buddhist beads on Fu Heng's wrist unusually cold. He released her hand and turned to gaze at her. "Miss Shen, you should rein in those cunning thoughts of yours. Our union is merely a business arrangement. Your family has received all that it is entitled to, and there is no need for you to demean yourself for me." Shen Xing Tong pressed her lips together, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. "So, according to Mr. Fu, I am to live as a widow?" She sighed softly, her voice laced with profound sorrow, then tilted her head to gaze skyward, lamenting the passage of time. "As my husband, Mr. Fu, you are not willing to fulfill your marital duties, are you?" Upon noticing the redness at the corners of her eyes, Fu Heng recognized her genuine distress. Yet, his dark gaze cooled as he spoke in a low voice. "I will not touch you. Do not project your thoughts onto me." In Fu Heng's eyes, the Shen family was willing to sell Shen Xing Tong to the Fu family for the sake of $1 billion in profit, suggesting that she was not the demure and refined young lady she appeared to be. Her recent behavior indicated ulterior motives. Should Shen Xing Tong wish to discern his thoughts, she was bound to stage a confrontation under the cover of night. Hearing this, she lowered her eyes, but her red lips curled into a subtle smile. "Is that so? If Mr. Fu is unwilling to perform his duties, may I then indulge in the company of several young suitors?" Fu Heng. Chapter 5. Proposing Divorce. The atmosphere surrounding Fu Heng instantly turned sharp. "Maintaining young suitors?"
he scoffed.
Shen Xing Tong blinked her luminous eyes, sparkling with mischief. She leaned in a tad closer to Fu Heng, laughing lightly. "Indeed, then we shall coexist peacefully. I will keep my young suitors, and you shall refrain from anger. If you were to take a mistress, I would never be upset." As she spoke, she embodied the role of an understanding and dutiful wife from a wealthy family. Noticing Fu Heng squinting slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through her demeanor, she responded with a charming smile. A dimple appeared on her cheek, making her seem even sweeter and more endearing. Who would suspect that behind such a sweet and gentle facade lay a fiery temper? With a cheerful exterior, she internally muttered curses. "Mr. Fu, if you have any questions regarding me, we could draft a contract." Before she could finish, he grasped her chin with his long fingers. His fingertips, still tinged with the moisture of his recent bath, felt cool against her skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. His handsome face drew closer. "Miss Shen, is this the refined and cultured young lady that the Shen family speaks of?" Shen Xing Tong feigned shyness as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Mr. Fu, it was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously?" She lowered her gaze, focusing on her fingertips, concealing the sharp glimmer in her eyes. "Having you, Mr. Fu, is sufficient. Those youthful men outside cannot compare. You are my sky, my earth, my entire world." Her previous words had been a mere test of Fu Heng's disposition. Now clarity had emerged. Although Fu Heng disdained her as a spouse in this union, he possessed a petty nature that would not allow her any liberties. Until she secured that billion, she must diligently play the role of a satisfactory partner, easing his defenses and diminishing his aversion towards her. Only then could she achieve her objective. With a gentle lift of his long finger, Fu Heng raised her chin, allowing her to gaze into his eyes. His dark orbs exuded a chilling intensity that left one breathless. "Miss Shen, we can draft an agreement. Tomorrow, I shall have my assistant prepare the contract." Shen Xing Tong smiled. "Very well. I merely require a compliant and understanding wife, not one who stirs up trouble." She nodded repeatedly, signaling her comprehension. Understood, she thought. The male protagonist had made his intentions abundantly clear, leaving her with no room for misunderstanding. Soon after, Fu Heng rose to leave. The sound of a departing car echoed from downstairs. She smacked her lips, resting her hands behind her head, and sighed softly. The following morning, Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue seemed to have coordinated their visit to accompany old Master Fu for breakfast. One played the role of the gentle, obedient granddaughter, while the other, lively and charming, elicited hearty laughter from the grandfather. In his good spirits, old Master Fu rewarded each of them with a jade bracelet. As they departed, Su Qingwei pulled Shen Xing Tong into the small garden. How did things fare on your end last night? Don't even get me started. Shen Xing Tong mimicked Fu Heng's tone from the previous evening, laced with sarcasm. That dog of a male lead said, I want a docile and understanding wife, not one who causes trouble, and then he just walked away. Su Qingwei frowned. Mine is no better. Even in a wheelchair, he remains restless. She crossed her arms, revealing a hint of annoyance. If you ask me, why not take a more aggressive approach? Force the affection and bring him down. Once we achieve our goals, we can escape. Shen Xing Tong's eyes brightened. It sounds simple when you say it, but it seems he hasn't given me an opportunity to act. Su Qingwei also grew troubled. However, Shen Xing Tong felt no such worries as she gently stroked the bracelet. This jade piece was worth a fortune. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Upon reflection, one need not solely rely on bearing a child to amass escape funds. We can explore alternative avenues. Su Qingwei raised an eyebrow. You can't possibly mean we should secretly venture into business? The Fu family is far too traditional. They would never allow the wives to pursue careers. During their marriage arrangement, old Master Fu had candidly asserted that Shen Xing Tong would not be subjected to a life of hardship, which ultimately led her to relinquish her identity as a race car driver. She may appear dignified and gentle on the surface, yet in private, she indulges in a myriad of pursuits: racing, painting, riding motorcycles, and even occasionally wandering through martial arts studios. Now, as a lady of high society, she feels stifled. Moreover, Su Qingwei has forsaken her medical career for this. Secretive, yet inconsequential. Surely the Fu family would not come to investigate us. Shen Xing Tong conceived a plan. Especially with a contract signing with Fu Heng scheduled for today, it would be an opportune moment to extract some benefits from him.
As she perused the contract,
She refrained from signing. Shen Xing observed her cautiously. Madam, do you have any questions? I have quite a few concerns. I believe this contract should stipulate a time frame. And during this period, I ought to receive some financial support, right? What do you think, Assistant Shen Xing blinked, momentarily caught in the allure of Shen Xing Tong's beautiful eyes. It was his first encounter with her, and he couldn't help but marvel at how Fu Heng could keep such a stunning woman at home without fear of her being taken away. If you have questions, perhaps you should come to the company and speak directly with Mr. Fu. Shen Xing recalled his boss's earlier instructions. If she had objections, she was to come to the company to discuss them with him. Shen Xing Tong was somewhat taken aback by the suggestion to visit the company, but raised an eyebrow in intrigue.
she nodded. All right then.
According to the narrative, this malicious ex-wife had never entered the Fu group before their divorce, but frequently caused scenes there afterwards. However, now that she had awakened, why not enjoy life with the money instead of creating disturbances? In the upper echelons of the Fu group, Fu Heng paused upon hearing the sound of high heels approaching his office, his fingers halting over the documents as he raised his gaze. As anticipated, Shen Xing Tong had come to the company. The man was not surprised. Rather, a brow arched slightly. Miss Shen, do you have any inquiries? Mr. Fu. She replied in a soft tone, I believe it would be prudent to add a time limit to the agreement. I am aware that you are not entirely satisfied with this marriage. Perhaps 1 year? Or even 6 months, after which we could part ways. What do you think? Shen Xing, standing nearby, felt his mouth twitch. This lady, appearing delicate, was surprisingly intimidating when she spoke. The very mention of divorce was indeed formidable, especially given their current arrangement. The Fu family had invested 100 million into the Shen family. Shen Xing Tong was indifferent to the implications of their union. After a year, the female lead would make her entrance, and Shen Xing Tong needed a contract for her protection. Chapter 6, 1 million a month. Is that enough? Fu Heng regarded her with a profound gaze. 1 year it is. We must not raise any suspicions with Grandpa Fu. What could one truly gain from a marriage bound by interests? Fu Heng scoffed, instructing Assistant Qian to have the contract reprinted. Yet, Shen Xing Tong halted him. Wait. During our marriage, I cannot work for the Fu family.
Who will provide for me?
Fu Heng lifted his gaze. Shen Xing Tong met his dangerously deep eyes, and an alarm rang in her mind. She nearly forgot the importance of maintaining her facade. Suddenly, she feigned fragility, collapsing onto the chair beside her, languidly settling in, perfectly embodying the persona of a delicate and gentle aristocratic wife. Mr. Fu, allow me to speak candidly. After my parents exchanged me for 100 million, they ceased to care for my well-being. She covered her face and let out a couple of soft sobs, appearing pitiful. Rest assured, once the agreement expires, I will not cling to Mr. Fu in the slightest. Consider it an act of charity, if you will. She furtively glanced at him through her fingers, as though attempting to discern his thoughts. Across from her, Fu Heng silently observed her performance. After a lengthy pause, he finally inquired, "Is 1 million a month sufficient for your allowance?" Although this sum was negligible for the affluent Fu family, it was undoubtedly a pressing necessity for Shen Xing Tong at that moment. She set her hands down, smiling with utmost grace. "Indeed, it is ample, Mr. Fu is truly kind to me. Assistant Qian, please amend the contract to include two stipulations, a monthly allowance of 1 million for Mrs. Fu, and upon the conclusion of the agreement, a consolation payment of 10 million to Miss Shen. Is Miss Shen satisfied?"
Fu Heng asked.
Shen Xing Tong beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "I am quite satisfied. I shall heed your counsel." She appeared exceptionally docile. Receiving a nod from his superior, Assistant Qian swiftly set about revising the contract. Shen Xing Tong settled back in the office, awaiting the signing of the agreement, her mind calculating the sum of 10 million plus 12 months allowance, which would afford her a measure of independence. However, once she received the substantial sum of 100 million, she and Su Qingyu would have even grander plans. She cast a sidelong glance at Fu Heng. After all, he was the male lead, undoubtedly a man of both vigor and good genes. This arrangement would not leave her at a loss. As boredom began to set in, Shen Xing Tong found herself unable to remain seated. She stood to survey the office layout, eventually wandering to the floor-to-ceiling windows to admire the view outside. As the most opulent CBD office building in all of Kyoto, the Fu Corporation's edifice towered above its counterparts, offering a panoramic vista of much of the city's landscape. Shen Xing Tong internally marveled. When she became wealthy, she would certainly secure an entire building filled with charming young men, just like this one. Turning her head, she gasped, "You may take refuge in the lounge." It seemed he found her disruptive. Although she had not uttered a word, the sound of her high heels clicking against the floor was indeed somewhat bothersome. Moreover, the narrative mentioned that the male lead suffered from irritability, particularly intolerant of noise while working, which could provoke his fury. He had consulted numerous psychological experts, yet none could alleviate his emotional turmoil. Consequently, Fu Heng had accompanied his grandfather to a temple to seek a string of prayer beads that would help him cultivate tranquility, thus earning the reputation of a stoic figure in the upper echelons of Kyoto society. Shen Xing Tong let out a soft "oh" just as Chen Xian arrived. After finalizing the contract, Shen Xing Tong joyfully took her share and exited with a spring in her step, leaving Chen Xian in a state of bewilderment.
Mr. Fu.
The character of the Mrs. is quite enigmatic. One moment she is cultured and gentle, the next she seems rather unconventional. Fu Heng lowered his gaze. "Do not concern yourself with her. What are the upcoming arrangements?" Chen Xian hurriedly remarked, "This week, you will be on a business trip to Haicheng to meet with General Xiao." He was reporting the man's itinerary. Fu Heng responded with an indifferent hum. "You may go and make the necessary preparations." As Shen Xing Tong left the company, her phone vibrated, notifying her of a 1 million deposit. A smile illuminated her face, and she promptly called Su Qingyue. "Qingyue, I must tell you, our revolution is on the brink of success." She recounted the details of the agreement to Su Qingyue. "Hey girl, how about a ride on my motorcycle tonight?" It had been ages since Shen Xing Tong had the pleasure of riding her beloved bike, and her hands itched with anticipation. In a moment of exuberance, she playfully teased Su Qingyue. "Sure. Just wait for me at our usual spot after I deal with Su Lanxin and Fuyu." That night, Su Qingyue glanced at Fuyu, who was asleep on the bed, and quietly slipped out, gently closing the door behind her. Once Su Qingyue had departed, the man on the bed, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. With effort, he propped himself up, retrieved his phone, and made a call. "Help me with something." At that moment, outside the Guixin shopping mall, Su Qingyue stepped out of a taxi. After paying, she spotted a striking motorcycle in the distance, and the woman atop it, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, accentuated her slender, long legs. As the woman removed her helmet, her smooth, slightly curled hair danced in the breeze, exuding an air of fierce beauty. Su Qingyue instantly recognized her dear friend, Shen Xing Tong. "Shen Xing Tong, you truly are a marvel," Su Qingyue thought. Accustomed to Shen Xing Tong's gentle demeanor at the Fu residence, she had almost forgotten her wild side. Su Qingyue always knew that Shen Xing Tong was too stunning and alluring to be merely the composed and graceful lady of a prestigious family. She could never be content with that role. "Sister, why are you still dawdling?"
Get on.
Su Qingyue strode towards her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That scoundrel Fu Heng really knows how to live well, that rascal." Shen Xing Tong observed Su Qingyue's infatuated expression, a smirk playing on her lips as she handed over the helmet. "Put aside those unrealistic fantasies. Come, let us go for a ride." Su Qingyue's eyes crinkled with delight as she nodded, taking the helmet and skillfully mounting the motorcycle. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Where did you get this motorcycle? I thought your parents sold all of them long ago? Shen Xing Tong chuckled, maintaining control of the bike. I'm not that foolish. My most cherished treasure is well hidden. And I certainly wouldn't let them find it. Su Qingyue silently applauded her wit. With a whoosh, they sped off on their adventure. Soon after, Su Qingyue tugged at Shen Xing Tong's sleeve, pointing at a discreetly luxurious Bentley ahead. Sister, isn't that your man's car? Such a conspicuous license plate can only belong to the heir of the capital circle. Chapter 7. Monitoring his and Shen Xing Tong's marital life? Shen Xing Tong naturally noticed it too, muttering under her breath, what bad luck. The direction of his car seemed to be headed towards the Fu residence. Su Qingyue gazed in the direction where the Bentley had just departed, murmuring to herself. The fact that Shen Xing Tong was not at home had been laid bare, hadn't it? After all, it was quite late, and as the wife of a princeling in the capital, Shen Xing Tong's absence was rather damning. Shen Xing Tong cast a sidelong glance at the Bentley as it passed by. The motorcycle brushed past it, its engine roaring loudly, a cacophony that pierced the air. The driver clicked his tongue, remarking, at this late hour, those two young ladies are indeed audacious, riding around on a motorcycle. I wonder which family they belong to. Fu Heng, slightly irritated by the noise, lifted his gaze to the speeding motorcycle. It was quite a spectacle, but even more so were the two girls atop it. The rider was a strikingly attractive woman, while the one sitting behind her also possessed a fine figure, clad in a cropped t-shirt and high-waisted wide-leg pants. Joyfully raising her arms in delight, Fu Heng squinted, feeling a sense of familiarity with the duo. The nanny hesitated briefly before stating, Madam has long since gone to bed. In the bedroom at that moment, Shen Xing Tong hurriedly changed out of her motorcycle attire, kicking it beneath the bed before diving under the covers to feign sleep. The door to the master bedroom creaked open, and steady footsteps approached. Even with her eyes shut, Shen Xing Tong sensed a shadow looming over her. The figure of Fu Heng bending down towards her. His gaze felt tangible, circling her face with an intensity that made her heart race. Beneath the covers, her hands clenched into tight fists. Just then, a servant at the door softly called out to Fu Heng, Young master. Old Master Fu wishes for you to join him for a cup of tea. The man, slightly bending to scrutinize Shen Xing Tong, replied with a low grunt. Straightening up and stepping outside, gently closing the door behind him. Shen Xing Tong opened her eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief as she retrieved her phone. Are you safe over there? She texted. Fu Heng settled beside old Master Fu, inquiring, Grandfather, did you summon me for something? Two servants, a man and a woman in their 40s, stood by the elderly gentleman. Upon seeing Fu Heng seated, old Master Fu smiled warmly, saying, I heard that you are short-staffed. Old Zhang is preparing to resign due to family matters. And I happen to have two efficient individuals who can assist in taking care of you and Shen Xing Tong's daily needs. They are siblings. You may refer to them as Uncle Li and Aunt Li. A vein on Fu Heng's forehead throbbed as he glanced at the pair, his voice turning slightly cold. Grandfather, is that really necessary? To have someone monitor my and Shen Xing Tong's private life? Old Master Fu sighed. Ahung, you are the heir of the Fu family. It is imperative that your and Xing Tong's daily lives remain healthy and orderly. Fu Heng's expression darkened. When Shen Xing Tong awakened, habit compelled her to roll over and snuggle up to the blanket. However, instead of the comforting fabric, she encountered a solid and warm body. Just as she was about to exclaim in surprise, she suddenly remembered her persona, and her voice faltered. Mr. Fu, what are you doing here? Seeing the man's face so early in the morning felt almost ghostly. Last night on the motorcycle, giggles. This morning upon waking, no giggles. Perhaps due to the recent awakening. The man's voice oozed a languid, yet sensuous rasp. Shen Xing Tong's mind remained blank, caught in a moment of disarray. This fellow had previously urged her to suppress her whimsical thoughts before turning away, and now he was audaciously sharing the bed with her? Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the unfamiliar voice of a servant. Young master, young madam, breakfast is ready. Shen Xing Tong suddenly recalled that Uncle Zhang had mentioned his son had resigned to study in another city, indicating that the servant outside must have been dispatched by Grandfather Fu. This revelation illuminated the peculiar behavior of Fu Heng. A mischievous smile flickered in her eyes as she gently brushed her bare foot against the man's calf. His expression stiffened, and his breaths grew rapid. She gazed at Fu Heng, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an alluring glint, unabashedly roaming over his face. The man felt as though her gaze crackled with electricity, each touch of her foot against his skin sending shivers down his spine. Yet, in the next moment, he threw off the covers and rose, his demeanor growing notably aloof. His typically profound brows now slightly furrowed as he looked down at Shen Xing Tong from a height. Unperturbed by his penetrating gaze, she curled her neck, her eyes misty with a feigned innocence, appearing as if startled. Of course, Shen Xing Tong was far from frightened. Mr. Fu, What seems to be the matter? She inquired deliberately, feigning confusion. The man scrutinized her intently before stating, Aunt Lee will henceforth be responsible for our daily needs. Leaving his statement hanging ambiguously, Shen Xing Tong, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the implications of his words. The old gentleman had indeed intervened to prevent Aunt Lee from reporting their antics. She responded with a soft acknowledgement. Rest assured, Mr. Fu. I am a diligent partner who will fulfill the contractual obligations. Since the agreement stipulates that appropriate performances are required, I shall comply wholeheartedly. Her intent was to convey to Fu Heng that her earlier flirtation was merely an act, devoid of ulterior motives. Fu Heng said nothing further and retreated to the bathroom. Only then did Shen Xing Tong leisurely rise from the bed. As her feet touched the wooden floor, her phone buzzed with a notification. Upon glancing at it, her brows arched in surprise. It was an interview notification. Manshan Monkey My Bottom is the readest. Yeah, I received the interview notice. Joyful egg yolk pie. Wow. Is it for the Jinchuan studio you mentioned before? Manshan Monkey My Bottom is the readest. Yes. Despite the studio's modest title, it had already made waves across the nation with its remarkable interior design, garnering a stellar reputation. She had applied for a designer position there, primarily attracted by the lucrative salary, starting at 50,000 a month. Shen Xing Tong's singular aim was to save money and escape. No one would impede her pursuit of wealth, not even the Shen family. It is said that one should not entertain reckless thoughts during the day. Yet, just as she finished her conversation, her father called. Noticing the screen flashing with the contact named Syrian superhero, she inwardly rolled her eyes. Chapter 8. The Interview.
Danger.
The husband arrives. At that moment, Fu Heng emerged from the bathroom, casually drying his hair with a towel held in one hand, his shirt draped loosely over his shoulders, with only a few buttons fastened. The open neckline revealed the faint contours of his abdominal muscles. Not answering the phone, the man spoke, his magnetic voice resonating in the bedroom, its cool quality slicing through the haze of her thoughts. At this instant, Shen Xing Tong's gaze was entirely fixed on Fu Heng's unbuttoned shirt, oblivious to the ringing phone from Syria. Coming back to her senses, she answered the call, deliberately adopting a pitiful tone. Dad, what do you need? Do you want money? She emphasized the last three words with a heavy bite. But I have no money at all. I'm utterly broke. I might as well be shattered into pieces, sob, sob, sob. As she spoke, she rubbed the corners of her eyes, devoid of tears. Being in the Fu household, there's no affection from the grandfather, no love from the grandmother, and no pampering from my husband. Where am I supposed to find money for you? Sob, sob, sob. On the other end, Shen's father was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by his daughter's nonsensical outburst. Frowning, he reprimanded, What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't call to ask you for money. I know you don't want to care about me, so don't bother. My body is warm enough now.
Dad.
Rest assured, I don't need your concern. As your daughter, I understand well enough. I'll hang up now. She gave no chance for her father to respond and abruptly ended the call. For Shen Xing Tong, this father from Syria was nothing but a source of unreasonable demands and temper tantrums. Naturally, she preferred to avoid him. Once she had amassed enough wealth, she would roam freely, regardless of the Shen family's fate. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to her. A father who stripped her of dignity and a mother who drained her of resources, this so-called high society was merely a facade, with their eyes solely on her brother. Setting her phone down, she continued to play her part, feigning a pitiful expression as she dabbed her eyes. Mr. Fu, you haven't left yet? She looked up, feigning surprise. Fu Heng squinted slightly, saying nothing, as he turned to leave, fastening his cufflinks with one hand. As he opened the door, Aunt Lee, who had been eavesdropping, nearly stumbled. Upon meeting Fu Heng's intimidating gaze, she awkwardly smiled. Young master, are you heading to the company? Breakfast is ready for you, Aunt Lee quickly added. Would you like to eat before you go? Fu Heng replied expressionlessly, no need, and strode out. As he turned, the anger on his face was unmistakable. Once in the car, Fu Heng instructed Shen Xing, look into Shen Xing Tong's situation in the Shen family.
Huh?
Shen Xing exclaimed in surprise. Is President Fu actually interested in investigating the madam? It was said that curiosity was the first step towards affection. His assistant felt he was about to witness a juicy spectacle. Shen Xing Tong stepped out wearing a pink dress. Upon seeing her, Aunt Lee and Uncle Lee respectfully addressed her as young mistress. Shen Xing Tong smiled gently. Aunt Lee, yeah, and I are going shopping.
Call me if you need anything.
Thus, she waited in the Maybach at the entrance for Su Qingyue to emerge. Su Qingyue naturally used shopping as an excuse to venture out. Just as she reached the door, Su Longjin suddenly halted her steps. Are you going shopping with Shen Xing Tong? Su Qingyue nodded, feeling uneasy, secretly worried that this mother-in-law might disallow her from interacting with Tong Tong. However, to her surprise, Su Longjin handed her a black card. We must not be outdone. As far as I know, Shen Xing Tong does not have Fu Heng's affection. He wouldn't spend a single cent on her. Go out shopping, lavishly use the card, and make sure to outshine Shen Xing Tong. Holding the black card, Su Qingyue could hardly conceal her excitement. A smile tugged at her lips, nearly stretching to her ears. Yet, in front of Su Longjin, who was ostentatiously generous for the sake of appearances, she maintained a facade of calm and nodded with poise. Mother, you can rest assured. I will definitely use the card and give my sister-in-law a good showing. By seniority, she indeed owed her a respectful address. Satisfied, Su Longjin allowed her to leave. Once in the car, Su Qingyue was bursting with excitement. She grabbed Shen Xing Tong's arm and exclaimed joyfully, I have wonderful news for you. She brandished the black card, flaunting it to the utmost. I truly envy you for having such a generous mother-in-law. Shen Xing Tong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As for my miserly husband, even if he earns $1 billion a day, wouldn't he spare me a little extra pocket money? Despite her musings, her primary focus remained on her upcoming interview. Rather than prying money from the Fu family, she preferred to earn it through her own capabilities. Su Qingyue nudged her elbow into Shen Xing Tong's side.
Hey.
Don't be so formal. What's mine is yours. Once we have money, we can live carefree. While you're at the interview, I'll indulge in a few million worth of luxury goods nearby. Shen Xing Tong clicked her tongue lightly. I wholeheartedly agree with that. At Jin Chuan's studio, as Shen Xing Tong took her seat, she faced 3 young interviewers. To avoid raising suspicions from the Fu family, she had donned a pink dress before leaving. Upon arriving at the mall, Su Qingyue immediately dragged her into a formal wear shop to select attire. Now, she sat there dressed in a decidedly professional manner. The lead interviewer, a young man, held Shen Xing Tong's resume. Shen Xing Tong, 23 years old, graduate in architectural design from a university. Shen Xing Tong nodded. Miss Shen, do you have any experience with design works? No, but does my university experimental design count? Could you share some with us? Shen Xing Tong retrieved images from her phone to show the interviewer. He adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, astonished. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue stood in the lobby of the building, laden with bags. Waiting. She sighed, realizing that shopping without someone to carry things was quite exhausting. Just then, noise came from the entrance. Mr. Fu, this way please. It was unexpected that Mr. Fu would personally visit the relatively new Jin Chuan studio. Indeed, it was an honor for them. Su Qingyue looked up and saw Fu Heng being surrounded as he made his way to the elevator. Behind him, a formidable entourage of bodyguards followed closely, creating quite the spectacle. Su Qingyue cursed under her breath, quickly turning her head and pulling her scarf up to cover half of her face. Fortunately, Fu Heng did not notice her. Once they had entered the elevator, Su Qingyue anxiously called Shen Xing Tong, but her call went unanswered. She could only send her a message. Sister?
Urgent situation.
Your husband is here. Crisis. Chapter 9. A close call. Almost exposed. Shen Xing Tong rose from her chair. The lead interviewer, Xiao Rui, regarded her with admiration. Miss Shen, you may bring your documents next Monday to start. The Jin Chuan studio welcomes your addition. Xiao Rui extended his hand, and Shen Xing Tong, touched, shook it. She felt grateful that the studio was currently in need of personnel. Then I shall take my leave, goodbye. As she walked towards the exit, she encountered a middle-aged man reeking of smoke and alcohol. A man who was drunk in broad daylight could hardly be a good person. His work badge revealed he was an employee from the neighboring studio. Initially intending to circumvent him, Shen Xing Tong was taken aback when the man suddenly grabbed her skirt. Hey, pretty girl, you must be new? How about a taste? The words filled her with revulsion. Typically, she had exercised restraint at the Fu residence, living behind a mask, but now, unencumbered, she felt no need to hide. Slightly tilting her head, her eyes glinted with coldness. You fat pig, do you wish to die? With that, Shen Xing Tong delivered several resounding slaps to the greasy man, followed by a few kicks to his abdomen, and concluded with a throw that sent him crashing to the ground. He lay there, his flesh quivering, groaning in pain. The effects of alcohol dissipating quickly. Just then, footsteps approached. Shen Xing Tong looked up, and her gaze fell upon a somewhat familiar figure. It was Fu Heng. What on earth was her luck? She encountered him while riding her motorcycle, and now she found him again while dealing with this fool. Fu Heng, led by Qin Jinchuan, the owner of Jinchuan Studio, prepared to push open the studio door when he momentarily paused. He turned to see a woman on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Shen Xing Tong shrank back slightly. Shen Xing Tong? Seated on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her hair disheveled. She appeared to be the very picture of someone who had been wronged. Nearby, the overweight man, clutching his abdomen, was struggling to rise. You scoundrel! You bullied me. However, before the man could retreat, Shen Xing Tong pointed at him, accusing him first.
Wah.
She looked up and saw Fu Heng frowning at her, as if just realizing the man's presence. Struggling to her feet, she exclaimed, Mr. Fu, he bullied me. As she spoke, she pointed to her arm, which bore a scrape. Of course, this was a result of her earlier altercation with the greasy man. The man, utterly defeated, pointed at himself. Me? It's clearly him who was beaten badly by this woman. Certainly, this woman possesses a certain audacity, refraining from striking him in the face, which rendered him unscathed and oblivious to the fact that he was the one enduring the greater humiliation. Fu Heng furrowed his brow deeply. Qin Jinchuan gazed at Shen Xing Tong with astonishment. This young lady was exceptionally beautiful, radiating an almost ethereal glow, particularly in this mundane building, as though she were illuminated by an inner light, dazzling and resplendent. Mr. Fu, who is this? She thought, not wishing to be labeled as Mrs. Fu. Otherwise, the job opportunity she had just secured would surely evaporate. Who would dare employ the wife of Fu Heng? No one would. A flicker of displeasure passed through the depths of the man's eyes, vanishing almost instantaneously, unnoticed by Shen Xing Tong. She smiled gently and calmly. Qin Jinchuan, taken aback, remarked. So she is a friend of Mr. Fu. Should we consider contacting the authorities on her behalf? Fu Heng suppressed his irritation, caressing the prayer beads, and glanced briefly at Shen Xing Tong, his tone slightly ominous. Indeed, she is a friend. Miss Shen, do you believe we should involve the police? There's no need for that. You two must be discussing business, so I shall take my leave. Shen Xing Tong, feeling guilty, laughed nervously and hastily departed. Remaining any longer might reveal her interview intentions. Fu Heng's gaze followed her fleeing figure, his furrowed brows still unrelaxed. It was peculiar for Shen Xing Tong to appear here in formal attire. What was her purpose? He inquired of Qin Jinchuan. For Qin Jinchuan, who had finally managed to associate with the president of the Fu Group, such an opportunity could not be overlooked, so he ventured into the studio to ask the interviewer. Xiao Rui about her. What was that mission here for? Xiao Rui responded, Mr. Qin, today is the interview for designers. I have reviewed Miss Shen's work, and it is quite impressive, so I invited her to join the company next week. Qin Jinchuan turned to Fu Heng with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Fu, it appears your friend is seeking employment. Seeking employment? A flicker of intrigue crossed Fu Heng's eyes. It seemed Shen Xing Tong was in dire need of funds. Qin Jinchuan's eyes sparkled, and he readily agreed, feeling confident about this development. Shen Xing Tong dashed to the first floor, breathless, where she encountered Su Qingyue approaching her. She patted her chest, silently expressing relief. Did you meet your husband? I did.
Then.
I suppose he will soon learn from Qin Jinchuan that I was here for an interview.
Ah, goodness.
What a stroke of misfortune you have. Su Qingyue was filled with sympathy for her friend. Shen Xing Tong pinched her brow in mild irritation. Forget it. Let us find a cafe to sit down and have a drink to calm our nerves and strategize. No need to panic. Su Qingyue picked up the various bags scattered on the ground and pulled Shen Xing Tong away. Discussing matters within someone else's office building was decidedly inappropriate. Once inside the cafe, Shen Xing Tong ordered an iced mocha with extra sugar and cream, gulping down a large mouthful to steady herself.
What will you do tonight?
Su Qingyue's gaze was fixed on her, observing her brash manner of drinking coffee, causing her lips to twitch. Heaven knows how incongruous it was for Shen Xing Tong, with her stunning visage, to engage in such a boisterous act. What else can be done? Of course, one must first probe, and then? Su Qingyue caught a whiff of scandal, proposing to use her body as a bargaining chip. No sooner had she uttered this than she received an eye roll from Shen Xing Tong. What on earth is going on in your head? Are you unaware that Fu Heng, that wretched man, is akin to a monk? A reclusive, ascetic protagonist is bound to be dragged down from his pedestal by the heroine. I possess a modicum of self-awareness. I am but a minor player in this grand narrative. Shen Xing Tong sighed, even recounting how earlier that morning she had playfully teased a certain man with her foot, only to receive no response. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue lamented, Alas, my beloved has 3 legs that are ineffective, while yours is emotionally aloof. What then shall I do with a $100 million red envelope? Shen Xing Tong waved her index finger in a reassuring manner. Why fret? It is not imperative to exchange a child for money. There are myriad ways to seize the advantage. Grandpa Fu and your mother-in-law are both excellent targets for this endeavor. Oh, and let us not forget Fu Heng. That scoundrel possesses ample wealth. What harm is there in extracting a bit from him? Su Qingyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of her friend's words. You make a valid point. Tonight, I shall negotiate with Fu Heng. At worst, I shall lay down some conditions. Conditions? What conditions? A peculiar smile danced across Shen Xing Tong's face as she beckoned Su Qingyue closer, prompting her to lean in. Su Qingyue suspected that this woman was deliberately being cryptic, unable to resist the urge to listen closely. Until Shen Xing Tong whispered something in her ear, Su Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! How impressive! I must exclaim in admiration. You are truly remarkable. The two friends dined alongside Grandpa Fu that evening. Observing his two granddaughters-in-law, Grandpa Fu was filled with nostalgia. It is only because you are willing to keep this old man company that I do not feel entirely forsaken. Those two rascals refuse to accompany me.
Grandpa.
They are busy. Your presence is delightful to us. We enjoy spending time with you. Su Qingyue interjected, eliciting hearty laughter from the old gentleman once more. Thus, Grandpa Fu summoned the butler and presented each of them with a brocade box. Inside lay exquisite golden jewelry. The two friends, having received their golden treasures, departed. Grandpa Fu watched their retreating figures, a tender smile gracing his face. The butler approached, inquiring, Sir, you seem particularly fond of gifting jewelry to the young ladies lately. Grandpa Fu chuckled. These trinkets are of fine quality, as long as they are pleased. That is what matters most. He paused deliberately. After all, these were precious offerings he had earnestly sought. Outside Grandpa's villa, the friends emerged, and Su Qingyue gazed at Shen Xing Tong as if witnessing a brave warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Shen Xing Tong, hands on her hips, reminded her, Do not look at me like that. Tonight, I shall surely succeed. Su Qingyue's lips twitched, her initial despondent words transforming into a fervent cheer. Tong Tong, go for it. You can do this. Indeed, the imposing presence of Grandpa Fu was formidable. Shen Xing Tong cast a sidelong glance at the man lounging on the sofa. He was tall and elegant, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor, particularly his long legs, which seemed somewhat out of place on the couch. The man casually unbuttoned a few buttons of his shirt, revealing a glimpse of his alluring collarbone and faint muscle contours. This man possessed a face of exquisite restraint, where desire and abstinence harmoniously coalesced. Shen Xing Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The male protagonist was indeed a captivating enigma, albeit one cloaked in the facade of a pious figure. Once the female lead appeared to bring him down from his pedestal, he would truly embody the essence of a seducer. Mr. Fu, have you eaten? I can have Aunt Li prepare a meal for you. Please come over. At this moment, Fu Heng suddenly spoke up. Shen Xing Tong realized he must be referring to the matter concerning the Jin Chuan studio from earlier in the day. A head exposed to the blade, or one concealed, it is better to succumb early and be reborn, she thought, striding towards him and taking a seat by his side. As she passed him, the hem of her skirt inadvertently brushed against his leg. Fu Heng lowered his gaze and inquired softly, Miss Shen, are you interviewing at the Jin Chuan studio today? How direct of him. Chapter 10. Uncertainty about whether the male lead harbors feelings. Shen Xing Tong could never admit to such a thing. Otherwise, she would be utterly doomed. Her large eyes blinked innocently, as if she could not comprehend his words. Mr. Fu, your words are rather peculiar. Each character is in Chinese, yet I fail to grasp even a single word, she said, leaning slightly towards him. Exhaling softly, like the fragrance of orchids. Mr. Fu is so concerned about me? Surely, you cannot be harboring a secret admiration for me? Unfortunately, her deliberate closeness failed to stir even a ripple of emotion within him. He suddenly grasped her delicate wrist, his palm warm against her cool skin, creating a contrasting sensation. Wasn't she bold just moments ago? Why was she now apprehensive? Not at all. I'm merely curious as to why Mr. Fu would reach out to touch me, she replied, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her expression enchanting like that of a fairy. Fu Heng's gaze narrowed slightly, observing her with a languid demeanor. To him, Shen Xing Tong indeed resembled a fairy, sometimes elusive, difficult to decipher. He tightened his grip on her wrist, his voice remaining cool and detached. Shen Xing Tong understood he already knew the answer. She wondered why he persisted in asking. Mr. Fu, let us continue our transaction. You keep this matter confidential. And I shall do the same for you. Fu Heng scoffed at her audacity. What could you possibly keep secret from me? Mr. Fu, one mustn't speak so soon. Shen Xing Tong protested, attempting to free her right hand, but his grip was too firm. Instead, she began to trace circles on his chest with her left hand, uncertain whether this brazen male lead appreciated such flirtation. He did not oppose her advances, nor did he frown. Mr. Fu, you secretly raise a wolf in the villa outside. Don't you? The man frowned slightly. The animal of a wolf was something his grandfather despised, and yet here she was, raising one unbeknownst to him. If his grandfather were to find out. The thought trailed off as the man released her wrist. All right, I shall keep your secret. Grandfather's heart is not well. It is best not to mention anything that might provoke his anger. Fu Heng has reluctantly acquiesced to this. With this concession, she felt she had won the first battle. In her moment of triumph, she secretly performed a victory gesture in her mind, eager to share her grievances with her closest confidant. However, in her delight, she rose too hastily and inadvertently kicked the man's foot, losing her balance and tumbling onto his lap, her face buried in his thigh. How utterly embarrassing. Shen Xing Tong dared not lift her gaze to gauge Fu Heng's expression, feeling like an unfortunate fool. After a prolonged silence, a low voice inquired from above, Shen Xing Tong, how long do you intend to stay there? The address had formally progressed from Miss Shen to her full name. Flustered, Shen Xing Tong attempted to rise but miscalculated her strength, resorting to clutching his shoulder while awkwardly attempting to pull herself up. The position was quite undignified. Unmindful of Fu Heng's demeanor, as she climbed up, her golden bracelet inadvertently brushed against Fu Heng's ear. Apologies, this bracelet was a gift from my grandfather.
Good night, Mr. Fu. How mortifying.
She hastily fled upstairs, unable to bear the thought of Fu Heng's teasing gaze. Fu Heng watched her retreat with amusement. However, just as a smile began to form, he furrowed his brow. The bracelet had left behind an unusual scent, sweet yet oddly peculiar, unlike anything that belonged to Shen Xing Tong. After her shower, Shen Xing Tong prepared to dive under the covers and feign sleep. To her astonishment, she collided with a warm body upon exiting her room. Was he burning up? Fu Heng, what on earth is happening? In the next instant, she found herself pressed against the wall as his lips descended upon hers, the kiss fervent and demanding, leaving her head spinning. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be the ascetic? Had he faltered so soon? Shen Xing Tong bit him in response, causing him to release her. The man leaned his forehead against hers, breathing heavily as he tried to regain his composure. After a moment, he let her go. His voice husky and laced with sensuality, I apologize. With that, he unsteadily retreated into the bathroom. Shen Xing Tong. A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Fu Heng had appeared quite uncharacteristic just then. She gently knocked on the frosted glass door of the bathroom, cautiously asking, Mr. Fu, are you all right? Do you need me to call a doctor? Without needing to peer through the glass, his deep, restrained voice emerged. Go back to sleep. Shen Xing Tong did not press further. It was none of her business. She traced her fingers over her lips, pondering if it would all seem trivial by morning. After a short while, Fu Heng emerged from the bathroom just as a knock echoed from outside. It was Chen Xing. Mr. Fu, the car is waiting outside. By the time Fu Heng reappeared, his expression was composed, and as he walked past the bedside, he caught sight of Shen Xing Tong peering curiously over the edge of the bed. Noticing his gaze, she quickly exclaimed, I understand. If Aunt Lee inquires, I shall say you have urgent matters at the company. Fu Heng was pleased. You are quite astute. He then departed with Chen Xing. Upon exiting the Fu residence and settling into the car, Fu Heng rubbed his aching temples.
Mr. Fu.
The doctor is already waiting at Yunhai Villa, he was informed. Yunhai Villa served as Fu Heng's private abode, where he typically resided. Has the young mistress administered any medication? Chen Xing inquired through the rearview mirror, noticing Fu Heng's rather distressed demeanor. Not her. She wouldn't go that far, Fu Heng replied, his tone remarkably resolute. It is my grandfather. The golden bracelet holds a mystery. If Shen Xing Tong truly harbored any intentions, she would not be elatedly signing a divorce agreement with me a year later. Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel in silence, realizing it was quite unusual for Mr. Fu to speak on behalf of the young mistress. By the way, the redesign of Yunhai Villa is to be entrusted to the Jin Chuan studio. Let Shen Xing Tong handle the design. Chen Xing was taken aback. Mr. Fu, you cannot be serious? Indeed, he affirmed. Shen Xing Tong had lamented the recent incident to Su Qingyue, and she had done so via voice message, ensuring to fill the entire duration each time. The thought of a certain man suddenly pinning her against the wall for a kiss left her feeling quite cheated. The more I ponder, the angrier I become. It seems that even the most abstinent of men can fall from grace under the influence of drugs. Ha! Su Qingyue remarked, my dear sister, if he can refrain from touching you, it indicates that he is still that abstinent figure. Taking Su Qingyue's words into consideration, Shen Xing Tong found them to be exceedingly sensible. I suspect there is an issue with our bracelet. Lowering her voice, she continued, Grandfather must have done something to that golden bracelet. Your gentleman friend hasn't imposed upon you.
Has he?
Su Qingyue suddenly came to a realization. Oh, now that you mention it, I recall a certain matter. He sat in his wheelchair, gazing at the flowers in the courtyard, his expression forlorn. A shadow of melancholy perpetually enveloped him. Fortunately, today he was willing to venture outside and enjoy the scenery rather than seclude himself within his room. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, presenting the golden bracelet. Fu Yu, look, it was a gift from grandfather. Fu Yu shot her a disdainful glance. You find joy in a mere broken bracelet? How lacking in ambition.
What do you mean by that?
Su Qingyue began to boast about the potential monetary value of the bracelet, but before she could finish, Fu Yu abruptly snatched it, inhaled its scent, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurled it into the distant koi pond. Have you lost your mind? Why did you throw my bracelet? Su Qingyue exclaimed in exasperation, urgently beckoning a servant to retrieve the bracelet. Behind her, Fu Yu was breathing heavily. His brow furrowed as he glared at her with a chilling intensity, as if he intended to devour her whole. Chapter 11. Watching my best friend confront the antagonist. Su Qingyue paid no heed to Fu Yu's menacing gaze, eagerly insisting that someone fish out the bracelet. She and Fu Yu had always slept separately. Sometimes she would rest on the sofa in his room, other times in the adjacent bedroom. Su Lanxin was aware of this arrangement, but had never expressed any discontent. Just as she was about to head to her own room, a servant called out to her. Second young mistress, the second young master requests your presence. Though Su Qingyue felt a twinge of annoyance, she reminded herself that he was an antagonist, compelling her to muster the courage to proceed. Upon reaching the bedside, she found herself grasped by Fu Yu, who held her chin firmly. That bracelet must never be worn in my presence again, he stated, his voice slightly husky. Su Qingyue was perplexed but obediently nodded, assuring him, rest assured. If you dislike it, I shall certainly refrain from displaying it before you. Perhaps, in the future, when I have a dozen or so young admirers, I might wear it for them. This thought lingered in her mind as she returned to her bedroom, where a wave of anxiety washed over her. When would she accumulate enough resources to escape? Relying solely on Shen Xing Tong's employment was insufficient. She needed to find a means of her own. The notion of becoming pregnant through her intimate encounters with Fu Yu to claim a fortune of 1 billion was utterly implausible. What if she contemplated embarking on an online streaming venture? Just then, a voice message from Shen Xing Tong arrived, venting her frustrations regarding that fellow, Fu Heng.
Oh.
It seems your partner's situation isn't too grave. There is nothing to worry about. You haven't suffered any loss, and he hasn't laid a finger on you. Su Qingyue pouted, I told you, he can't even manage 3 legs. My grandfather simply refuses to believe it. You must convey this to grandfather Fu directly. He will surely relent. Su Qingyue's lips twitched in response. Well, if I tell grandfather, then the pressure rests upon you, Tong Tong. You must strive and excel. Shen Xing Tong immediately panicked. No, we're still best friends, right? Our friendship cannot simply capsize. Su Qingyue ceased to tease Shen Xing Tong and confided her own worries.
She,
too, wished to find a source of income. She couldn't afford to be a burden. Though I could utilize your resources, it's still not feasible. We both spend lavishly. Shen Xing Tong pondered deeply before suggesting, why not try live streaming? What would I stream? Treating your man's ailments. Su Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Suspecting Shen Xing Tong was jesting. Were it not for their voice chat, she would have sent a video call immediately. She glanced toward the door. Her bedroom was adjacent to Fu Yu's. Due to his reluctance to share a bed with her and Su Lanxin insisting she care for him closely, she had settled for the room next door. Shen Xing Tong continued, you could perform acupuncture on him, stream it and gradually build your audience. Sister, you have no idea how neurotic Fu Yu is. If I dared to give him acupuncture, he would likely turn himself into a porcupine, terrifying me to death. Come on. Isn't that the same as the female protagonist as best friend in novels? Though she lacks medical expertise, she learned massage and acupuncture from a doctor. And when the villain's leg healed, all credit was attributed to her, leaving the doctor's efforts unacknowledged. Shen Xing Tong's observations were remarkably astute, leaving Su Qingyue speechless. I suppose I shall give it a try. I could set up a camera, place my phone in your room, and then perform acupuncture on him, without his knowledge. This unconventional idea sparked a new perspective for her. Early the next morning, Shen Xing Tong made her way to the Sunshine Villa. Despite her aversion to Su Lanxin, she felt compelled to be at the forefront of the unfolding drama. Su Qingyue sent a message via her phone, simply stating, done. The implication is that the camera has been set up. At this moment, Shen Xing Tong is eager to witness her friend performing acupuncture on the antagonist. She knocked on the bedroom door, and Su Qingyue quickly let her in. The room was already equipped with live streaming gear, though the camera was in Su Qingyue's hands, awaiting the right moment to film. Tong Tong, it's all up to you now. When I am ready to assist him with the acupuncture, you must initiate the live stream. All right, no problem. Shen Xing Tong was already itching to get started. She had little affection for Fu Yu, primarily because this brooding antagonist treated her dear friend poorly, summoning her at will, which truly infuriated her. This damned marriage needed to be escaped from at once. She mused that she and Fu Heng were well on their way to separation, bound by interests. However, she feared that Su Lanxin would not let go of her, nor allow her friend to leave. Su Qingyue went to Fu Yu's room next door to retrieve a medical kit. Fu Yu was currently being attended to by a servant for his grooming. His eyes were shadowed, revealing a lack of sleep from the previous night, and his gaze was filled with hostility. He lifted his eyelids and saw Su Qingyue beaming with the medical kit in her arms, which made him frown. "What are you doing with that medical kit?" "Fu Yu, I have learned a set of acupuncture techniques. Let me give it a try." Su Qingyue anticipated Fu Yu's inevitable refusal, having already formulated countless reasons in her mind. To her surprise, Fu Yu gestured for the servant to leave and, with a hint of interest, asked, "You learned acupuncture?" Su Qingyue nodded with a smile. "How intriguing. Do you know the acupoints?" he questioned. "Am I merely your practice dummy?" Su Qingyue candidly replied, "Indeed, I just learned it. You mentioned that you have no sensation in your leg, so treating it as a dead horse can be beneficial. If I make a mistake, it won't matter. What if I actually get it right? Besides, you're going to have to amputate anyway. A mistake wouldn't be a loss." Su Qingyue had a knack for infuriating him with her words. Fu Yu's dark eyes fixated on her. Meanwhile, Shen Xing Tong found it difficult to stifle her laughter while watching the scene on her phone. She hadn't anticipated that Su Qingyue and the antagonist had such an interaction. More surprisingly, Fu Yu not only did not get angry but also acknowledged Su Qingyue's perspective. "You are quite confident. Go ahead and try." Fu Yu was in a foul mood, often fluctuating between joy and melancholy. Seeing Su Qingyue proactively seeking trouble, he anticipated humiliating her in due course. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyue swiftly inserted the acupuncture needle into the acupoint on his leg. The leg, previously devoid of sensation, suddenly experienced a sharp pain. Fu Yu let out a muffled groan, astonished as he looked down. At this moment, Shen Xing Tong pressed the button to start the live stream. Thanks to the striking appearances of Su Qingyue and Fu Yu, the stream quickly attracted thousands of viewers. Shen Xing Tong pulled a bag of sunflower seeds from her bag, munching on them as she watched the live broadcast. One couldn't help but think it a great waste that Su Qingyue did not pursue further medical studies. She secretly contemplated that once she had enough money, she would travel abroad with her friend, allowing her to continue her medical education while she enjoyed a romantic life with several handsome suitors, far better than this wretched existence as a wealthy matron. Su Qingyue was particularly meticulous while administering acupuncture, her brows and eyes sharpening with focus. Fu Yu lowered his gaze, observing her serious demeanor, and a ripple of intrigue danced within his dark pupils, dissipating the morning's lingering irritability. For the first time in a long while, he scrutinized Su Qingyue with genuine interest. Prior to the car accident, he had been a privileged young master in the capital, accustomed to the beauty of many. Yet, Su Qingyue was unlike those women who sought to climb into his bed. Her beauty was sweet and endearing, especially her pair of sparkling eyes that resembled two glossy black grapes when unacquainted with laughter, appearing almost as if they could speak. When she smiled, they curved even more enchantingly. She possessed eyes that seemed to converse. Her long, straight black hair was casually braided into a loose plait, and she donned a pink nightgown that exuded both tenderness and playfulness. She appeared particularly petite, and as she squatted beside him, her delicate nose crinkled slightly, enhancing her charm. Though she was not overtly stunning or seductive, her earnestness radiated a captivating allure. Fu Yu abruptly realized he had been staring at Su Qingyue for quite some time, and he quickly averted his gaze, feeling a touch of discomfort. Once she completed her acupuncture, she rose and inquired, "How does it feel? Is it any better? I didn't expect you to possess some talent." Fu Yu, unusually complimentary, offered her praise for the first time. Su Qingyue huffed playfully, "Of course. I've always been studying medicine. If it weren't for this wretched marriage into a wealthy family, would I need to sacrifice my career?" She silently lamented. "What are you huffing about?" she thought, forgetting that Fu Yu had exceptional hearing. Su Qingyue quickly clarified, "Oh, I was just making a pig sound to amuse you." Chapter 12. Thank you, husband Mua. Fu Yu chuckled softly, a deep and low sound tinged with mockery. Upon hearing his laughter, Su Qingyue felt a pang of frustration, realizing how powerless she seemed. Was this how he treated his savior after receiving acupuncture? What an ungrateful wretch he was. With a huff, she began to pack her belongings without a moment's hesitation, rising to leave, even too irritated to offer him another word. As she angrily prepared to open the door, Fu Yu's voice called from behind, "Will you come daily to give me acupuncture?" With her back to him, Su Qingyue was uncertain about the intent behind his words. Perhaps he merely harbored some anticipation regarding the efficacy of her treatment. Turning her head, she maintained a strained smile. "Of course, if you feel it unnecessary, I can refrain from coming." His dark, brooding eyes remained fixed upon her. Fu Yu possessed alluring peach blossom eyes, yet since Su Qingyue entered the Fu family, He had worn a persistent, somber expression when regarding others. Despite literary descriptions of his eyes as deeply affectionate, Su Qingyue had never felt such warmth. Each time their gazes met, she was left with an unsettling impression that he wished to dismantle her piece by piece and feed her to the dogs. Su Qingyue, have you been particularly impatient with me lately? He queried. Not at all. You're reading too much into it. She retorted. You are my husband. How could I ever dare to be impatient with you? Is that so? Fu Yu raised an eyebrow, the pallor of his thin lips curling into a mischievous arc. From now on, you shall come to administer acupuncture to me every day. Su Qingyue, of course, would not decline. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable? Su Qingyue crossed her arms, meeting his gaze with a negotiating stance. Yes, unacceptable. I diligently rise early each day to give you acupuncture, and I do so for free. Isn't that akin to volunteering? Thus, she uncrossed her arms and donned a charming smile. Dear husband, might I request a bit of pocket money? The man before her exhibited a moment of surprise, his eyes meeting hers. He did not anticipate her unconventional approach. Lowering his gaze, he swiftly retrieved his phone to transfer funds to her. 200,000? My goodness. Henceforth, each effective acupuncture session will be priced at this rate.
Fu Yu stato remarkably calmed.
Su Qingyue immediately spun around joyfully, elated that she finally possessed money. Ha 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 ha, at last some pocket money. She blew a kiss towards Fu Yu, saying, Thank you, darling Mua. Then she dashed out. Fu Yu watched her spirited retreat, a faint smirk of derision gracing his cool, pale features as he muttered a few words under his breath. Immature, little pig. Naturally, Su Qingyue was oblivious to this scene. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Shen Xing Tong was munching on seeds, becoming as engrossed as viewers in a live stream. She suddenly pondered, what is this sweetness they are experiencing? Particularly when Fu Yu referred to her as an immature little pig. Such a divine development. Shen Xing Tong could not help but marvel. Is this the joy of shipping a couple? However, recalling the oppressive days her best friend endured, that sense of coupledom swiftly dissipated. After all, serving a disabled husband who is also an unpredictable weirdo hardly lends itself to sweetness. Yet the barrage of comments in the chat was filled with declarations of how sweet it was, even more so than the current idol dramas. The door swung open. Su Qingyue cheerfully closed it behind her, nearly skipping to Shen Xing Tong's side. Tong Tong, how is it? Is anyone seeking my help for treatment? Su Qingyue leaned eagerly towards the screen, only to discover that the chat was abuzz with couple shipping comments, completely ignoring her acupuncture. How could this be the case? Who knows? Shen Xing Tong shrugged. Perhaps everyone has been starved for quality content and are thrilled to see a pair of attractive leads. Su Qingyue's lips twitched in frustration. I did not intend for them to come here to ship a couple. Shen Xing Tong gently patted her shoulder. Sister, do not lose heart. Perhaps this is indeed a clever way to draw attention. First, garner traffic, then promote your medical skills. It's certainly worth a try. Su Qingyue wore an expression that spoke volumes of her exasperation. On Monday, Shen Xing Tong reported to the Jinchuan studio. A red Porsche 718, so ostentatious, that when she drove into the underground parking lot, a crowd gathered to gawk. She secured her vehicle and hurried upstairs. Although Fu Heng was rather disagreeable, Grandfather Fu was quite amiable. Grandfather Fu is exceedingly generous in his financial dealings, and it is no wonder that he was particularly favored by the young ladies of the capital during his youth. Though Grandmother Fu passed away early, it is quite peculiar that Grandfather Fu never remarried. Having just acquainted herself with the studio staff as she prepared to take her seat at her desk, Qin Jinchuan summoned her into his office. Miss Shen, he began, and Shen Xing Tong sensed an ominous premonition in his tone. You are a good friend of Mr. Fu, are you not? Well, I suppose so, she replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. There is no need for modesty, Miss Shen. Mr. Fu has requested a redesign and renovation of Yunhai Villa, and he specifically asked for you to undertake the design. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback, pointing incredulously at herself. She suspected that Fu Heng, that scoundrel, was merely trying to mock her. Indeed, so Mr. Fu will be your client from this day forth. You are responsible for fulfilling any design requirements he may have. Additionally, you are scheduled to meet him tonight at 8 o'clock at Chunyu for a detailed discussion on the design proposal. Please be adequately prepared. As Shen Xing Tong exited Qin Jinchuan's office, her brow furrowed in disbelief. This was truly absurd. If only another prominent client had been assigned to her, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Fu Heng was notoriously difficult to please, and being the male lead of the story made him even more so. In the narrative, Yunhai Villa was depicted as a cozy love nest between him and the female protagonist. Although they had previously enlisted the help of renowned designers for renovations, The space eventually morphed into a pastel haven that suited the female protagonist's tastes. Shen Xing Tong rolled her eyes. Well, there's money to be made, so why not seize the opportunity? At 8 o'clock that evening, at Chunyu Restaurant, Qin Jinchuan, rather than opting for a nightclub or any informal venue, skillfully selected a high-end dining establishment. She waited at the entrance for quite some time before receiving a call from Qin Jinchuan. Miss Shen, I apologize, but I have encountered some issues and will be unable to attend. You are friends with Mr. Fu, so please discuss matters with him privately. In the future, you will often have to handle discussions with him on your own. Do your best with this first project. I have faith in you. With that, her boss concluded the call. Shen Xing Tong stared at her phone screen, her lips twitching in disbelief. Was he jesting? Without her boss present, could she truly engage in a fruitful conversation with Fu Heng? Sighing, she entered the restaurant and knocked on the private room door. Come in, came Fu Heng's voice. Upon entering, Shen Xing Tong discovered that, although the room was spacious, it was set up for two, making it seem unsuitable for a three-person business meeting. She seriously questioned whether Qin Jinchuan had some prior knowledge of the situation. Is Qin Jinchuan not coming? Fu Heng inquired, glancing down at the menu, leisurely flipping through the pages. Your studio is rather peculiar. This is the first time I've been kept waiting. Behind him, Chen Xing stifled several expressions of disbelief. He cast a glance at the ladies standing awkwardly across from them, internally lamenting that if Mr. Fu continued in this manner, he would inevitably find himself in a precarious situation regarding his romantic pursuits. What are you standing there for? Please take a seat. Fu Heng finally lifted his gaze, directing it toward the professionally attired Shen Xing Tong, and subtly nodded toward the chair. With a slight bite of her lip, Shen Xing Tong strode confidently to the table and took her seat. As soon as she sat down, she spoke directly. Mr. Fu, there is no one else here, so I shall ask directly. What style of design do you desire? Why do you place such trust in me, specifically requesting my design services? May I take a glance at the structure of your residence, Yunhai Mountain Villa? Her tone was entirely businesslike. Chapter 13. Grandfather raises the stakes. One child, 150 million. Otherwise, why would she waste her breath? Most importantly, she needed to ascertain this individual's preferences and the precise layout of Yunhai Mountain Villa immediately. Miss Shen, we refrain from speaking during meals and at rest. Do you not understand? He valued tranquility. In the office, he allowed no noise, not even from Qin Xing, who had to be perceptive of his moods. Qin Xing dared not utter a word, increasingly lamenting Mr. Fu's lack of understanding regarding his wife's needs. Shen Xing Tong pouted and fell silent. What a bothersome man, a troublesome male lead. He is far less endearing than Grandfather Fu. Had I known, I would have been born 50 years earlier to be Fu Heng's grandmother and teach that unfilial grandson a lesson. Fu Heng, oblivious to her thoughts, handed her the menu. Order whatever you wish. Initially, Shen Xing Tong did not feel hungry, but upon seeing the delectable images on the menu, her stomach rumbled. She wasted no time. Her small hands swiftly selecting items: French baked snails, foie gras, lobster bisque, Wellington steak, roasted lamb chops, tiramisu, and a glass of orange juice. She was quite unabashed. Fu Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise, doubting her ability to consume such an extravagant amount given her slender figure. Mr. Fu, this meal is on you, correct? She inquired with a playful smile as she closed the menu. She was quite the miser. After all, during their contractual marriage, she intended to extract every benefit from this man. Her eyes sparkled with a love for wealth. Fu Heng could only shake his head in bemusement and chuckled softly. Rest assured, I have not yet reached the point where I expect my wife to pay for our meals. Mr. Fu, there's one more thing. Although we are currently husband and wife, the matter of design is strictly professional. Indeed, Shen Xing Tong relished this meal immensely, thinking perhaps Fu Heng was not as difficult to please as she had imagined. Fu Heng cast an eye at the ostentatious red Porsche, his brow furrowing slightly. Ah. Grandfather is so generous, gifting me a Porsche. Unlike other husbands, he mused. The girl was subtly criticizing him with her words. Fu Heng could not be bothered to retort, nor did he see the need to. This was merely a union of convenience. Without the Fu family, the Shen family would surely decline. What feelings could possibly exist in such a context? Just like his own parents, his mother ultimately took her life, leaving him at the tender age of 7. His father remarried, finding happiness with Su Lanxin, while he remained an outsider. Their joy and familial bliss never included him. Suddenly, Shen Xing Tong shrank back nervously into her chair. I was merely praising grandfather's charm. You need not retaliate against me, right? Mrs. Fu, please fasten your seatbelt. The man's voice was deep and husky, and as he leaned closer, his warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her already sensitive earlobes to flush. With a swift motion, he reached out and fastened her seatbelt. The sound of the click startled her, making her think that Fu Heng might slap her across the face. The car smoothly made its way toward Yunhai Villa. Fu Heng held the steering wheel with one hand and leisurely remarked, "You previously asked me what style of design I prefer." Shen Xing Tong nodded eagerly. Finally, they were getting to the point. Something minimalist with good sound insulation. Additionally, the colors should not be too gaudy. Cooler tones would be best. Shen Xing Tong felt a surge of joy and promptly took out her notebook to jot down his preferences, relieved that he was not intentionally making things difficult for her. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at Yunhai Villa, clearly transitioning from the bustling city to a serene and picturesque suburban villa area. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. Yunhai Villa was quite far away. She had heard of this renowned villa district before. Following Fu Heng through the grand entrance, as they entered the living room, a maid stood to the side and offered her a pair of brand new slippers. "Miss," the maid said, not recognizing Shen Xing Tong but courteously extending the slippers. Shen Xing Tong accepted them and expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." The maid had been employed at the villa for quite some time, and the fact that the young master had brought a woman to the villa piqued her curiosity. Just then, Fu Heng's cold voice interrupted. "She is Mrs. Fu." His voice was rich and carried an air of authority. The maid, who had been gossiping, immediately understood. For those who worked in affluent households possessed a certain discernment. She promptly nodded with a smile. "Oh, so you are the madam. My apologies, madam. This is my first time." "No worries," Shen Xing Tong replied with a faint smile, slipping on the slippers and following Fu Heng's lead. She quickly shifted into work mode, her gaze darting around the entire Yunhai Villa. The current villa indeed aligned with Fu Heng's specifications, exuding a minimalist design in cool tones, embodying simplicity without sacrificing luxury. However, upon closer inspection, she felt something was lacking. A sense of style that should reflect the owner was absent. As she was engrossed in her observations, she failed to notice Fu Heng had stopped walking, resulting in her colliding headfirst into him, stars dancing in her vision. "This man has a hard back," she thought, grimacing at his retreating figure. Just then, Fu Heng turned to look at her, prompting her to quickly revert to her gentle demeanor, smiling sweetly. "Mr. Fu, may I go upstairs to take a look?" "Of course." Humph. It was rather surprising that a young master of his stature resided in such a house lacking in taste. She couldn't help but think of how she would complain about it to her best friend for several hundred words. Moreover, considering that the future mistress intended to decorate the place in a bubblegum pink style, the aesthetic was bound to be quite appalling. It was often said that birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, not just anyone could enter the same door. She shook her head in contemplation. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message from her dear friend. "Happy egg yolk pie. Sister, major news." While having dinner with Grandpa tonight, he raised the offer again. Raised the offer? What on earth? "It's up to 1.5 billion. A child, 15 billion. My heart is racing. Upon seeing the figure of 15 billion, Shen Xing Tong's pupils constricted momentarily. Such an astronomical sum. Undoubtedly, Mr. Fu is generous, offering a price that is both high and formidable, unlike his miserly grandson. Shen Xing Tong felt a flutter of excitement. The spirit of a diligent worker remains, yet one must bow for the sake of 5 pecks of rice. With a cheeky grin, she declared, "At this price, I shall rush in. Await my good news. Tonight." "No retreat, no surrender." A cheerful friend chimed in. "Hey, take it easy with your petite frame. Have you seen Fu Heng's physique? You might find it overwhelming." Shen Xing Tong chuckled inwardly. It was hardly possible. For someone like Fu Heng, who embodied the persona of a stoic ascetic, it was unlikely he would act on any impulse in his lucid moments. Yet, she could take advantage of the situation to disorient him and seize the opportunity. For the sake of wealth, she was unashamed. With this thought, she spun around, feigning dizziness, and leaned against the wall for support. Fu Heng had already ascended the stairs when his cold voice resonated from behind her, tinged with confusion. "What is the matter?" It's nothing, just a bit of low blood sugar," she replied. The man cast her a perplexed glance. If memory served, she had consumed quite a bit at the restaurant. His gaze then shifted with a knowing intent to her slightly protruding abdomen, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Initially, Shen Xing Tong intended to prolong her act, but upon realizing where his gaze lingered, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and instinctively covered her stomach. "Mr. Fu, may I stay overnight this evening?" The stakes were high tonight. The man's already frigid expression turned even colder, clearly disinclined to allow her to remain. Understandably, who besides the protagonist deserves such privilege? Moreover, the protagonist had yet to make her entrance. Chapter 14. The Buddha of the Capital Circle is heartless. Fu Heng indeed wished to decline her request. He was unaccustomed to having another woman in his home. However, fate had other plans. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside, quickly followed by a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded against the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a curtain of water. Shen Xing Tong, who had been racking her brain on how to remain, now beheld the downpour outside, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Surely, the heavens were paving the way for her. This evening's performance must unfold. Fu Heng glanced at the curtain of rain outside and, resigned, conceded to let her stay for now. The guest room is clean. You may reside there. Shen Xing Tong rubbed her hands together, her smile brightening even more. Sweet and demure, as she nodded. Mr. Fu, the guest room lacks a washing area. May I use your master bathroom? Fu Heng, without suspicion, simply acquiesced with a soft sound of agreement. Observing the relentless downpour outside, he deemed it acceptable to allow her to remain for the night. Shen Xing Tong, brimming with excitement, swiftly set down her bag and dashed into the master bathroom with her phone in hand.
Yeah.
It's pouring. I can stay. It's now or never. 15 billion beckons us. This evening, are you truly prepared to take action? For the sake of money, I am willing to risk it all. Once I obtain the funds, I shall make my exit, regardless of the manner. What matters most is securing the money. Shen Xing Tong set down her phone, removed her makeup, and took a shower, feeling quite pleased. Moreover, she had just taken a moment to observe a certain someone, the mesmerizing figure with an alluring inverted triangle shape, those long, straight legs, and a physique that surpasses that of male models. She might as well indulge in a night with a male model after all. There's no loss in it. Outside the bathroom, Fu Heng was engrossed in reviewing documents, his expression focused. However, the sounds from the bathroom inevitably reached his ears, including Shen Xing Tong humming a tune. Fu Heng rubbed his forehead. Perhaps the elegant lady of the affluent household had been cooped up for too long? Yet, there was an added touch of playful charm. In fact, he found himself rather unbothered by it. As the sound of water continued to cascade, a sudden exclamation from Shen Xing Tong pierced through. It hurts. The man, already distracted, let out a faint sigh, closed the documents, and rose to push open the bathroom door. What happened? His gaze swiftly fell upon the floor. There, a fair and rosy woman sat, her chestnut curls, damp and tousled, cascading over her delicate shoulders, looking as if she had been startled. After a few seconds of a subtly tense atmosphere, Shen Xing Tong was the first to grab her bathrobe and cover herself. It's just too slippery. I slipped accidentally. As she spoke, mist filled her eyes, not sure if it was the steam of the bathroom or the pain she felt. The image of her aggrieved expression, paired with her flushed face from the shower, added an alluring nuance. Fu Heng approached her. Shen Xing Tong lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with anticipation. Uncertain of his next move, would she be able to stand? He extended his hand. Did she not possess an admirable figure? Was her face not beautiful enough? How could he possibly remain indifferent? Shen Xing Tong felt a pang of frustration within, her fingers resting in his large palm, yet instinctively curling inwards. The moisture-laden tips of her fingers brushed against his palm, igniting a tingling sensation. Fu Heng's gaze deepened as he tightened his grip on her small hand and lifted her to her feet.
But
It hurts. Shen Xing Tong wobbled, and in her pain, the grip on her bathrobe faltered, causing it to slip away. In that moment, her exquisite form was laid bare before Fu Heng's eyes. The man's gaze flickered momentarily. Shen Xing Tong felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Would he believe her if she claimed it was unintentional? Fu Heng's breath shifted. Unbeknownst to Shen Xing Tong, she called softly, Mr. Fu, I think I've twisted my ankle, her eyes blinking with a hint of playful seduction. Fu Heng bit his lip, bent down to retrieve her bathrobe, and swiftly enveloped her in it, lifting her horizontally and carrying her out. Once he caught sight of her figure, his gaze never lingered on her again. Shen Xing Tong observed his demeanor throughout, and upon realizing he truly was a paragon of virtue, she couldn't help but internally scoff. Indeed, he was renowned in the capital as a stoic and ascetic man. With such a reaction, such a stern expression, and such calmness, how could he ever be swayed? Oh my, as the moment draws nearer, she is increasingly impressed by the protagonist's strength. To bring the male lead down from his pedestal is indeed a formidable feat. She finds herself cast aside on the bed in the guest room. Rest well. However, my foot, Shen Xing Tong, feels a twinge of grievance as she extends her ankle. Under the dim light, the swelling of her ankle becomes apparent. The man, seemingly devoid of patience, rises to summon a servant to fetch some medication. Once he receives the ointment, he sits at the edge of the bed and gently places her foot on his lap. The cool balm applied to her ankle brings a refreshing relief.
Mr. Fu,
do you treat other women this way as well? Shen Xing Tong is taken aback by the man's personal attention in administering the medication. Despite the mishap of twisting her ankle this evening, Fu Heng's demeanor towards her suggests a lack of distaste. With his gaze lowered, Fu Heng continues to massage her ankle without a moment's pause. His voice rings clear and resonant. Madam Fu, during the term of our agreement, I shall uphold our pact and remain virtuous. I am also quite discerning. Shen Xing Tong squints her beautiful eyes, unable to resist nudging him with her uninjured foot.
Mr. Fu.
Will you fulfill your marital obligations? His expression darkens, and he suddenly increases the pressure on her ankle.
Ah.
The sudden pain causes Shen Xing Tong to comply immediately. No tricks. Rest well.
Call me if you need anything.
He rises and departs, without the slightest hesitation. As he leaves, he closes the door with a resolute finality. Shen Xing Tong gazes at the closed door, instinctively lowering her head to loosen her bathrobe, scrutinizing her figure. Is she truly devoid of allure? For the first time, she questions her own charm. Perhaps it is because of Fu Heng, a man of such ascetic nature. How could he possibly be tempted by her? Feeling defeated, she lies down and messages Su Qingyue. Task failed. That cold-hearted male lead is as frigid as ice, utterly unresponsive. Su Qingyue likely senses her efforts and offers consolation. It's all right, don't be so disheartened. What a pity, I can't have what was so close to me. I despise it. Shen Xing Tong sends this message before succumbing to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, next door, Fu Heng is taking a cold shower. The following morning, as Fu Heng descends the stairs, he hears the clattering sounds emanating from the kitchen. He pauses, catching sight of Shen Xing Tong busily working in the kitchen, clad in his oversized shirt. The garment appears excessively large on her. Having spent the night unexpectedly, she possesses no change of clothes and thus resorts to wearing his. Her long, slender, fair legs are exposed beneath the hem of the shirt. Such an appearance tempts the villa's servants to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Even the bodyguards stationed outside hesitate to enter. Though, there are a few audacious guards who cannot resist stealing glances at Shen Xing Tong. Unfortunately for them, one such glance is caught by Fu Heng. His dark eyes, deep and frosty, fixate on the offending guard, who hurriedly diverts his gaze elsewhere. Yet it is too late. Fu Heng strides toward the kitchen. Is your foot feeling better? Hearing his voice, Shen Xing Tong turned and met his gaze, smiling gracefully. Indeed, your medication is quite effective. It may also be attributed to Mr. Fu's impressive massage techniques. She placed the sandwiches she had prepared on the dining table. I made these. Would you care to try? Fu Heng's eyes fell upon the unappealing sandwiches, plunging him into silence. Sensing the skepticism in his gaze, Shen Xing Tong shyly remarked, "This is my first attempt. Please don't look at me like that." Just like when she left the guest room last night, his demeanor remained cold and unyielding. Pouting slightly, Shen Xing Tong helplessly picked up a sandwich, took a bite, and then promptly spat it out. Goodness, this is dreadful. As Fu Heng entered the car, he pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back against the seat. He had not slept well the previous night. Every time he closed his eyes, images of Shen Xing Tong in the bathroom flooded his mind, leaving him restless and agitated. Chapter 15. The dogman aims to strip her of her skirt. Shen Xing glanced at Fu Heng through the rear-view mirror. Mr. Fu, have you not rested well? Fu Heng paused, his fingers stilling on his brow as he lifted his gaze to meet Shen Xing's, an expression of displeasure crossing his dark features. You're quite chatty today. Shen Xing could only retract his neck, quietly reminding Fu Heng, Mr. Fu, the Shen family is hosting a family banquet tonight. They've sent you an invitation. Will you attend? The Shen family banquet? Simultaneously, Shen Xing Tong tossed the heart-shaped breakfast she had prepared into the trash. With a sigh and a click of her tongue, her phone rang. It was once again her father, the notorious Syrian super dad. She was perplexed as to why he had been contacting her so frequently lately. It was becoming increasingly exasperating. Irritated, she answered the call. What is it? A hint of bitterness flickered in her eyes. Understood. Her grandmother had always been the archetype of a patriarchal elder, showing little affection for her granddaughter. In truth, the family's focus revolved entirely around her brother, Shen Bin. She was merely a pawn, a stepping stone for the Shen family to secure funding. The so-called marriage alliance was merely a means for the Shen family to elevate their status. It was a result of her grandmother's long-standing friendship with Grandma Fu that led to this engagement. The Shen family was merely revisiting an old childhood agreement, audaciously leveraging it for financial gain. Having secured 100 million from the Fu family, their greed knew no bounds. Perhaps her employer held great expectations for her, as he often strolled by her workstation, even going so far as to offer her words of encouragement. Xiao Shen, keep pushing forward. The success of our studio relies on you. Shen Xing Tong found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was still new to the job. Qin Jinchuan evidently assumed her relationship with Fu Heng was exceptionally close, believing she could secure a significant deal with him. As she worked on the first draft of her design, she messaged Su Qingyue. Last night's endeavor was a failure. Fu Heng is so unyielding, devoid of charm. It's utterly tedious. Tonight, I must attend that dreadful family banquet of the Shen family. The thought alone is nauseating. She continued to vent her frustrations. Yet at that moment, Su Qingyue seemed unresponsive. Shen Xing Tong speculated that Su Qingyue was either entangled in acupuncture sessions with Fu Yu or still wrapped in her blankets, indulging in a leisurely slumber. A sudden wave of envy washed over her for those who could indulge in the luxury of sleeping in. After merely one day at work, she already felt the weight of the office atmosphere settling upon her. It was during the lunch break that Su Qingyue sent her a message. Oh my goodness! Is today really your grandmother's birthday? The Shen family can always recall you for their misfortunes, but conveniently forget you for their joys. They truly are quite something. Those Shen family members, I shall draw a circle and curse them for you. Upon reading Su Qingyue's messages, any lingering gloom in Shen Xing Tong's heart vanished in an instant, her previously sullen demeanor brightening into a smile. Is it work-related troubles? A clear male voice interrupted her thoughts. Shen Xing Tong looked up in surprise and met the gentle gaze of Xiao Rui. Upon entering the studio, she discovered that Xiao Rui was not merely the HR but the leader of the entire design team, effectively her superior. He was the mastermind behind the luxurious house design that had brought the Jinchuan studio into the limelight. With his refined appearance, adorned with silver-framed glasses, Xiao Rui's eyes radiated warmth as they met Shen Xing Tong's. Good afternoon, she greeted politely. It's nothing, just personal matters. Xiao Rui inclined his head slightly. Miss Shen, how has your first day been? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Quite smoothly, she replied. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me anytime. With that, Xiao Rui rose and departed. As the workday neared its end, a female colleague intentionally blocked her path. Shen Xing Tong, do you have feelings for team leader Xiao? The colleague's face flushed crimson as she glared at Shen Xing Tong in frustration. Realization struck Shen Xing Tong suddenly, and she raised her wedding ring. I am married. You're overthinking this. Without glancing back at her colleague, whose expression had turned rigid, she hurried away, needing to find Fu Heng and pick out a gift, albeit reluctantly. However, spending Fu Heng's money did not sting her conscience. Mr. Fu, your wife has arrived, Chen Xing announced as he ushered Shen Xing Tong into the office. It was her first visit to the Fu group, and she was fortunate to have encountered Chen Xing at the entrance. Otherwise, she would have been unable to enter. Upon stepping into the office, she immediately donned her facade of a gentle and refined lady. Softly, she called out Mr. Fu. The melodious lilt of her voice was almost intoxicating. Had it been any other man, such a dulcet call would have unraveled his composure. Yet the man before her was Fu Heng, unmoved. His demeanor remained composed. Chen Xing, however, felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took a few steps back towards the door, deciding it best not to linger. Fu Heng raised his gaze towards her. Feigning ignorance, is there something you need? Shen Xing Tong leaned closer to his desk, her professional attire, a white blouse and a fitted skirt, exquisitely accentuating her curves. Unintentionally or not, the top two buttons of her blouse were undone, revealing a hint of her collarbone. The porcelain skin beneath her shirt collar appeared increasingly delicate and smooth.
Fu Heng frowned,
Instinctively recoiling into his chair. Mr. Fu, today is my grandmother's birthday. Would you accompany me to celebrate? She proposed. Moreover, we should select a gift for her together. It would certainly silence the Shen family's incessant chatter. Wouldn't you agree? She spoke with a smile curving her lips, gazing at him with anticipation. Fortunately, the man did not immediately refuse. I have some finishing work to do. Please wait for me in the lounge.
All right.
She admitted that she had deliberately twisted her approach. After all, it is often said that uniforms hold an irresistible allure for men. Wasn't her ensemble today quite striking? However, until the work concluded and Fu Heng called her away, he showed no sign of even glancing her way. Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of defeat wash over her. How challenging this was. Seducing this man was proving to be a formidable task. As the car headed toward the mall, Shen Xing Tong initially thought Fu Heng intended to purchase a gift for her grandmother. To her astonishment, he promptly dragged her into a women's clothing store. Without hesitation, Fu Heng instructed the attendant to wrap a large bag of clothes and handed it to Shen Xing Tong, including long skirts and formal trousers. The garments were all conservative, covering her completely, except for her neck. Choose something to change into, and then we will select a gift for Grandma Shen, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Staring at the substantial bag of clothing in her hands, Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched for a moment. Indeed, the man's taste was rather lacking. She had exerted herself to entice him, donning a fitted suit and a pencil skirt, yet he had shown not the slightest reaction. It appeared that Fu Heng's aesthetic preferences were quite outdated. Her short skirts, shorts, and tank tops evidently did not align with his tastes. Typically, at the Fu residence, her attire was quite conventional, as she sought to maintain the persona of a refined lady from a wealthy family. However, now that she aimed to captivate this man, she had naturally opted for bolder clothing. In hindsight, it seemed she had miscalculated. Eventually, Shen Xing Tong selected a delicate blue floral long dress and reluctantly changed into it. Buddha beads? Shen Xing Tong feigned surprise. Mr. Fu, how did you know my grandmother recently took up Buddhism? Did you research her preferences? She displayed an expression of astonishment, gazing at Fu Heng with heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Fu, you are truly kind to me. She was so immersed in her performance that it left her feeling somewhat dazed. Fu Heng seemed not to have heard her and instead lowered his gaze to assess her attire, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are not permitted to wear that outfit to work anymore. Shen Xing Tong, having just gotten into character, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her at his words, leaving her momentarily stunned. Could it be true? He genuinely intended to deprive her of her beloved skirts. Otherwise, I shall inform your grandfather that you are working, the man added. This despicable man. How shamelessly he threatened her with such a lowly tactic. Chapter 16. Mrs. Fu once had a white moonlight. Shen Xing Tong stifled her inner frustration and managed to smile. Do you not like it, Mr. Fu? Her eyes sparkled with a seductive glimmer. Her beautiful, alluring face bore a look of feigned vulnerability. Watching the tall, imposing figure of the man, she pouted in annoyance. She could wear whatever she pleased. Fu Heng had no authority over her choices. Her fondness for short skirts was not something he could take away. Shen Xing Tong settled into the car, heading toward the Shen residence. The arrival of Shen Xing Tong and Fu Heng was the highlight of the entire Shen family banquet. Aware of Fu Heng's presence, Shen father personally came to greet them, marking the first time Shen Xing Tong experienced such special treatment. With a sycophantic smile directed at Fu Heng, Shen father exclaimed, Mr. Fu, I never imagined you would grace us with your presence. Please do come in. He then cast a glance at Shen Xing Tong and playfully inquired, My daughter hasn't he caused you any trouble, has she? We have spoiled her since she was little. Xing Tong is wonderful. Fu Heng's icy four words interrupted Shen father's incessant chatter. Shen Xing Tong stood by, secretly murmuring to herself, reflecting on how her father usually treated her like a hyperactive child, often shouting or expressing his anger. Criticism was a constant in their interactions. Who would have thought that at this moment, Shen father could feign such gentleness? It was truly a sight to behold. To her surprise, the man even praised her. Oh my, perhaps the male lead is not so dreadful after all. He still knows how to maintain decorum in public. Shen Xing Tong entwined her arm with Fu Heng's, her voice soft and melodious as she said, Darling, you are truly wonderful and so indulgent of me. She had always been adept at performance. Her tone was gentle, almost enchanting, reminiscent of the soft dialect of Jiangnan, capable of rendering one weak in the knees with just a few words. Shen father widened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly nodded in approval, feeling reassured that his daughter knew how to please Fu Heng, which was crucial for their family's future. He led them through the corridor, across the garden, and into the banquet hall. As it was a family gathering, only the relatives of the Shen family were present. Most of them were gathered around the matriarch, Shen old lady, who was laughing heartily, seemingly recalling some joyful memory that made her smile so widely her wrinkles deepened. Shen old lady truly was fortunate. It was said that her granddaughter had married into the prominent family of the capital. My heavens! To be connected to the Fu family is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Xing Tong had already arrived. At that moment, she overheard her aunts gossiping about her, and a smile crept onto her lips. The Shen family was indeed skilled in theatrics. When outsiders were present, they donned the facade of haughty aristocrats, but in their absence, their true nature emerged, revealing their penchant for gossip and a touch of the common folk. In such a familial atmosphere, what breakthroughs could one expect? In the past, Shen Old Master and Fu Old Master had started their ventures together. But Shen Old Master had risen through sheer luck as a nouveau riche, unlike the Fu family, who had steadily climbed the ranks with diligence. Ultimately, it was the friendship of the previous generation that led to this absurd union. Upon hearing the gossip, Shen father felt a jolt of unease. Quickly glancing at Fu Heng before bellowing, What are you all whispering about? The family members, startled by his outburst, turned in unison to discover Fu Heng had arrived. The previously animated Shen relatives instantly donned their polite masks, transforming into courteous and gracious hosts. Even Shen Xing Tong benefited from their newfound cordiality. She maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the sudden change in atmosphere. After taking a seat, a woman adorned in a striking red, sleeveless gown approached Shen Xing Tong, her high heels clicking on the floor. "Cousin." Shen Xing Tong turned her head, only to be overwhelmed by the strong scent of perfume emanating from Qin Rui. Qin Rui was her aunt's daughter, known for her flamboyant style, yet the expensive fragrance, when worn by her, inexplicably took on a cheap and inferior quality. Shen Xing Tong pinched her nose and said, "Keep your distance." It was no wonder she was captivated. Fu Heng was undeniably alluring. Even in silence, merely savoring his tea. The air of cold nobility that enveloped him instantly drew Qin Rui's attention. The man's chiseled features, softened by the ambient light, exuded a subtle air of aloofness and indifference. His impeccably tailored suit enhanced his regal presence, making him resemble a decisive monarch from ancient times. The intensity of his aura was so compelling that Qin Rui felt an urge to kneel before him. Unable to resist, Qin Rui discreetly admired the Buddhist beads adorning his wrist and leaned closer to Shen Xing Tong, whispering, "He is indeed the renowned Buddhist heir of the capital, cousin. You truly have exquisite taste." "Exquisite? Hardly." Shen Xing Tong scoffed inwardly. "This emotionally detached so-called Buddhist heir is someone I wouldn't want even as a gift." She raised an eyebrow, forcing a smile. "Fate is a curious thing. It seems I am simply fortunate. Wouldn't you agree, Rui?" Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Qin Rui decided to sit beside Shen Xing Tong. She initiated a conversation with Fu Heng, cousin-in-law, greetings. Fu Heng barely acknowledged her presence. "Cousin, now that you are married to cousin-in-law, do you remember that neighbor boy you once adored?" Qin Rui deliberately brought it up. "Back in middle school. You even shouted about eloping with him." Shen Xing Tong let out a cold laugh. Was she trying to air her dirty laundry in front of Fu Heng? Yet, Fu Heng was unlikely to care about such trivial matters. They were merely a pair of plastic spouses. Shen Xing Tong placed her cup down and mimicked Qin Rui's tone. "Indeed. What a pity. You stripped and climbed into that boy's bed, only for him to be so disgusted that he fled. Rui, despite your lackluster academic performance and questionable intellect, I must admit, I admire your audacity at times." Qin Rui's expression stiffened, her foot stamping in irritation. She was somewhat angry. This wretched woman. After entering high school, Shen Xing Tong had been ordered by her uncle to embody the demeanor of a refined young lady. Since then, she had never engaged in any reckless behavior, leaving no trace of her past indiscretions. Qin Rui, with a stern face, snapped her chopsticks. "Cousin, stop pretending. I know you merely put on a facade of elegance and gentility, while, in truth, you are quite wild." Shen Xing Tong chose to ignore her. There was no way she would let Qin Rui uncover her true nature. All her subsequent interests were pursued in secrecy, far from the grasp of that foolish girl. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. As Qin Rui pondered over what words to use for a counterattack, her irritation with Shen Xing Tong's nonchalant demeanor intensified. She felt a surge of anger, akin to striking a fist against cotton, frustratingly ineffective. However, the commotion ahead captured her attention, as did the gaze of every onlooker. A man clad in a pristine white suit entered the banquet hall, personally delivering gifts to congratulate the elderly matriarch, Mrs. Shen. Shen Xing Tong's eyes flickered, and indeed, she spotted Liu Pei. He engaged in conversation with the matriarch, who beamed with joy and nodded with evident satisfaction. "Dear cousin, you don't still harbor feelings for him, do you? Your husband is watching," Qin Rui remarked with a hint of malicious glee, her eyes darting between the couple. Eager to witness Shen Xing Tong's potential embarrassment before Fu Heng. While affluent wives were commonplace, the prospect of being the crown princess of the capital's elite sparked her envy. The Shen family had never been able to reach the heights of the Fu family. It could only be said that Shen Xing Tong had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Shen Xing Tong appeared momentarily dazed, as Liu Pei seemed to sense her presence, subtly turning his head in her direction. Their gazes met across the expanse, and, upon seeing her, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Liu Pei's eyes. Without hesitation, he approached Shen Xing Tong. Her gaze instinctively shifted to Fu Heng, keen to gauge his reaction. Chapter 17. The young master carries his young mistress home. Fu Heng's expression was one of profound indifference. His typically deep and detached eyes were now veiled in frost. However, it seemed he was not particularly bothered by the unfolding scene, leading Shen Xing Tong to dismiss any further concern. After all, her legitimate husband was present, showing no signs of discontent. Conversing with an old flame seemed inconsequential. Qin Rui's keen eyes flitted between the couple, particularly fixating on Fu Heng. With such striking features, it was no loss to admire him a little longer. A devoted fan at heart, she was a carefree young lady who had the means and time to indulge in such pursuits. Her admiration was solely based on appearances. And Fu Heng eclipsed every male celebrity she had ever admired, his charisma far surpassing theirs. Indeed, he embodied the essence of a true heir to the capital's elite. The alluring, reserved aura that enveloped him was utterly captivating, igniting a fervent desire within Qin Rui. At last, Lu Pei approached with a raised glass, greeting Shen Xing Tong. Xing Tong. It has been a long time. His voice was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. Shen Xing Tong smiled slightly. Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to remember me. Care for an introduction? Just then, a cold male voice interrupted their exchange. Lu Pei turned, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected presence. The Lu family, while not a formidable force in the capital, could never breach the elite circle that Fu Heng inhabited. The Fu family was, for them, an unattainable aspiration. Brother Lu, this is my husband, Fu Heng. Shen Xing Tong had no choice but to introduce him, her resolve steeling, despite the truth that she and Lu Pei had shared nothing significant. Their prior escapade of elopement in middle school had merely been a rebellion against convention. At that time, she overheard a conversation between the elderly lady and her mother. The elderly lady remarked, "Why are you being so kind to that wretched girl?" Lady Shen sighed, "Xing Tong is my daughter. What is wrong with treating her well?" She continued, "Look at her appearance. Every day she wears a grand braid, dressed in a sloppy manner. I do not know where she picked up such bad habits. And yet, you provide her with a good phone and a fine computer. Are you out of your mind? That wretched girl will eventually marry off, and she will, sooner or later, bring benefits to the Shen family. So, why bother being so good to her?" From the moment she heard their conversation, Shen Xing Tong realized that she was merely a commodity of the Shen family, a means to exchange for benefits and gain leverage. Thus, in her rebellious phase, she impulsively suggested to her neighbor, Lu Pei, a shocking proposition: "Let us elope." She had always treated Lu Pei as an elder brother. Initially, Lu Pei was taken aback, but soon a knowing smile graced his face. He playfully tousled her messy braid and replied, "Sure." However, the notion of elopement did not remain a secret from their parents. Subsequently, Shen Xing Tong underwent a transformation. Her wild spirit, akin to shattered wings, was completely crushed and obliterated by the Shen family, leading her to don a facade and become a qualified heiress of high society. When Shen Xing Tong introduced her husband, Lu Pei's smile faded abruptly. In fact, the color drained from his face. "You are married?" he asked, stunned. "Yes." Shen Xing Tong replied with a self-deprecating smile, then turned to Fu Heng and said, "Darling, this is my childhood friend, the boy next door, Lu Pei." The term darling slipped from her lips with a gentle softness, marking a stark contrast to the Shen Xing Tong he once knew. The former Shen Xing Tong would casually drape her arm over his shoulder, exclaiming, "Come on, buddy. Let us go play basketball," or engage in any activity with carefree exuberance. The current Shen Xing Tong resembled a masked socialite, embodying the elegance of a wealthy wife. She remained beautiful, nay, even more stunning. When he left for abroad at 18, Shen Xing Tong had yet to fully blossom. Now, she was breathtakingly enchanting, akin to the clouds at dusk, an existence beyond his reach. Fu Heng picked up his glass without clinking it against Lu Pei's, his voice cold and detached. Just a single syllable, devoid of emotion, unchanging in expression. A man of such stature would never deign to acknowledge the Lu family, let alone Lu Pei. Sensing the awkward tension, Shen Xing Tong, unwilling to embarrass Lu Pei, raised her glass to clink with his. The sound of their glasses meeting drew her attention to Fu Heng, who seemed to squint slightly, displeasure evident in his demeanor. Shen Xing Tong found him peculiar, even somewhat inexplicable. Did the ascetic man truly experience such volatile emotions? Perhaps he merely believed that a lady of high society should not indulge in drinking in public? Lu Pei did not linger long before taking his leave. Lady Shen then approached with a beaming smile, grasping Shen Xing Tong's arm, and remarked with a twinkle in her eye, "With Mr. Fu here, I feel I could live to 100. Fu Heng remained indifferent, showing no reaction. Mr. and Mrs. Shen soon joined, eager to curry favor with Fu Heng. They spoke to Fu Heng, even regarding Shen Xing Tong as an inconvenience, suggesting she should step aside. Their words tinged with disdain. Shen Xing Tong, rendered speechless, could only pout and retreat to eat. Fu Heng furrowed his brow. So, she was not particularly favored in the Shen family? On their way back, a heavy silence enveloped them, creating an odd atmosphere. At that moment, they were being driven by Uncle Zhang, the chauffeur from the Fu family. The stillness within the car lingered for a while. After some time, Fu Heng casually inquired, "Have you ever eloped with someone?" Shen Xing Tong was taken aback that he would bring up such a matter after all this time, feeling a mix of confusion and surprise as she looked up at him. How could Mr. Fu be so inquisitive? "Well, I wish to know more about my wife," Is that not permissible? He responded. Mr. Fu, let us simply act well in our roles. As for the past, who hasn't had their share of youthful indiscretions, right? Shen Xing Tong managed a slight smile, warm and alluring, yet her eyes held no trace of joy. Fu Heng's brow knitted tighter as he turned his gaze to the window. How gentle could a young lady raised in an unloving family truly be? Moments ago, the Shen family had encircled him, their every utterance revolving around securing benefits for Shen Xing Tong's brother, their eagerness to extract every possible advantage from him palpable. Yet, out of respect for his status, they could only retreat, thwarted by his cool dismissal. No one cared to inquire about Shen Xing Tong's well-being after marrying into the Fu family. What sort of family was this? Upon returning to the Fu residence, it was already 10 o'clock. Just as Fu Heng was about to open the car door, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Shen Xing Tong had unknowingly fallen asleep against him. Uncle Zhang whispered, "Shall I wake the young mistress?" "Shoo." Fu Heng quietly admonished, "There's no need." He carefully exited the vehicle, cradling Shen Xing Tong in his arms as he carried her into the Fu household. Uncle Zhang watched in astonishment. Was it possible that the typically aloof young master had finally softened enough to embrace a young lady? Meanwhile, at the second-floor window, Grandpa Fu observed the Bentley parked in the garden and the sight of his eldest grandson bending down to lift Shen Xing Tong from the car. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. The butler approached him. "Sir, it is time for you to rest," offering a glass of warm milk and a calming herbal remedy. Grandpa Fu accepted the cup, his face reflecting contentment. "I believe I shall soon have a grandson," he mused. "Pardon?" the butler replied. Fu Heng carried Shen Xing Tong into the bedroom. She slept fitfully, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her drowsiness overtaking her suddenly. In her hazy state, Shen Xing Tong sensed someone tugging at her high heels, then at her stockings, and searching for the zipper of her dress. A jolt ran through her. Who was this presumptuous scoundrel? How audacious. Did he really think he could take advantage of her? Shen Xing Tong's eyes flew open, and with a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the man tugging at the zipper of her dress. The sound was loud and clear. The man was struck so hard that his handsome face turned to the side, a slap mark adorning his cheek. Chapter 18. The pain of losing a billion-dollar deal. Shen Xing Tong's palm was numb from the impact as she opened her eyes, eager to see which audacious fool dared to target her, until she beheld Fu Heng's grim visage, magnified before her, bearing the distinct imprint of a hand. In that instant, Shen Xing Tong jolted awake, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered, "Mr. Fu, you." So it was Fu Heng who had tugged at her stockings and yanked her skirt zipper. This ascetic figure? Heaven knows. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning at this revelation. Fu Heng pressed his tongue against his cheek, his profound brows shrouded in an aura of foreboding, his piercing gaze cutting into Shen Xing Tong's very being. After a prolonged silence, Fu Heng let out a low, mocking laugh, uttering, "Consider it my overreach." With that, he rose and departed. Shen Xing Tong's mind was in a state of shock, rendering her incapable of responding. The effects of the wine had long dissipated, leaving her utterly sober. She couldn't help but rub her temples, lamenting, "It's all over, it's all over." She had actually slapped the male lead. She raised her hand, staring at her palm in utter frustration. How could she possibly discuss the 1.5 billion deal with Fu Heng now? Overwhelmed with regret, Shen Xing Tong collapsed onto her bed, pounding it in despair. "Oh, my wretched hand." In the middle of the night, she and Su Qingyue fervently dissected the events of the evening, each message punctuated with a crying emoji. "I am finished. I have vanished. My soul is lost. My 1.5 billion deal is gone." Shen Xing Tong was on the verge of tears, and by the time she resolved to apologize to Fu Heng, he had already left in a car, leaving her no opportunity for contrition. She contemplated sending a message, only to remember that she had no means of contacting Fu Heng. They had not exchanged WeChat, nor had they communicated in any form. Even for phone calls, she had relied on Fu Heng's assistant. They were as estranged as plastic spouses. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. She hurried to open it and found Su Qingyue standing there, immediately embracing her dear friend's shoulders. "You are just the best. I was venting to you, and here you are. My Yaya, I adore you." Su Qingyue, however, was not as exuberant. Once inside the bedroom, Shen Xing Tong closed the door. Su Qingyue soothingly patted her back. "It's just a stupid man. Don't take it to heart. He hit you, but don't be upset." Shen Xing Tong lifted her head. Her eyes genuinely reddened. Su Qingyue felt a pang in her heart. Shen Xing Tong was breathtakingly beautiful, with an alluring charm tinged with innocence. She often exhibited a wild side when with Su Qingyue, her temper flaring, yet such fierceness was cloaked beneath the facade of a wealthy heiress. However, in her pitiable state, with red-rimmed eyes, she was especially heart-wrenching. The sight evoked a tender softness in Su Qingyue's voice. I'm not upset about that. Shen Xing Tong pouted, lamenting that she had the opportunity to secure a lucrative deal worth $1.5 billion tonight, only for it to slip away. Su Qingyue subtly twitched her lips, realizing that Shen Xing Tong could not possibly be upset for Fu Heng. Their encounters were so infrequent that it was implausible for her to feel such sorrow. Tonight, I had a drink, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. He even began to undress me. I was almost swayed, Shen Xing Tong lamented, striking the bed in frustration.
Su Qingyue,
who had initially felt a tinge of sympathy for her, was now left with an expression of exasperation. Well, you must go and appease your partner. Or it could lead to real complications, Su Qingyue suggested, letting out a sigh of relief. Shen Xing Tong pursed her lips, declaring herself to be the unluckiest of souls. Su Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle, her playful eyes sparkling with mischief as she proposed. Why not try something a bit more daring? Shen Xing Tong was perplexed. Su Qingyue leaned closer, whispering in a teasing tone, perhaps you could tie yourself up and present yourself to him? He might just soften. Shen Xing Tong took a moment to seriously contemplate this suggestion but quickly shook her head in denial. No, it requires a certain ambience. Fu Heng is exceedingly cold. Seeing me like that would only result in him kicking me out. Tonight was truly the best opportunity. She lamented, growing increasingly frustrated. Su Qingyue sighed. Don't even mention it. I'm rather troubled myself. What troubles you? Shen Xing Tong inquired. It's just that my mother-in-law has somehow heard about a medicinal bath hot spring hotel in Nanjiao and insists on bringing Fuyu along, which means I must accompany them. What is there to be troubled about? Shen Xing Tong didn't quite understand, as she was even somewhat tempted to join in on the hot spring experience. Su Qingyue cleared her throat and leaned closer, lowering her voice. I fear that if my mother-in-law discovers that her son is somewhat lacking in that department, it would be utterly embarrassing. Shen Xing Tong burst into laughter. What if, at that moment, we find ourselves in the hot spring pool with her? She quickly raised her hand. Stop. When are we going? I want to go too. Shen Xing Tong rubbed her hands together eagerly. Why should they be the only ones to enjoy the hot springs? As the wife of the heir, she too deserved to indulge in such luxuries. Weekend, Su Qingyue replied. That sounds splendid. I have time off, and I want to go. Shen Xing Tong cheerfully packed her belongings and got into the car, in an effort to allow her son and Su Qingyue to spend more time together. Su Lanxin suggested that the couple sit in the back seat while she took the front. However, Shen Xing Tong opened the door and climbed in. Su Lanxin responded with a small huff. Shen Xing Tong shot her a glance, feeling somewhat displeased. Yet, given her mother-in-law's status, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, merely greeting Aunt Su, as she referred to her. Fu Heng still refused to acknowledge her as his mother. Su Lanxin snorted softly through her nose, turning her gaze to the window. In the back seat, Su Qingyue felt a bit restless, wishing she could swap places with her mother-in-law, as sitting next to her good friend would undoubtedly be much more enjoyable. The brooding presence beside her exuded an ominous aura. Of course, most importantly, this was Fu Yu's first venture outside. Neither of them uttered a word. After a while, Fu Yu's somber voice broke the silence. What are you so anxious about? Su Qingyue responded. Am I really that tense? In truth, she was merely feeling awkward. Rest assured, even if you were to stand before me unclothed, I would not bat an eye. There is nothing remarkable to see, so why the anxiety? The gloomy demeanor of the antagonist was truly irksome. She turned her head away, muttering softly under her breath. It was a faint whisper, barely audible, yet Fu Yu caught a few words and, not quite understanding, inquired, What are you saying?
Oh.
It's nothing. Su Qingyue quickly changed the subject. Wow, the scenery on the way to the southern suburbs is absolutely stunning. In fact, she had just mumbled to herself. You aren't exactly in prime condition either, looking like a mere specter of skin and bones. Any woman would find such a gaunt figure unappealing. It was better to refrain from further comments. Fu Yu speculated that her words were unlikely to be flattering. Su Qingyue, your acupuncture skills are commendable. Once we arrive at the hot spring hotel, do administer some treatment in the hot spring. His authoritative tone implied a command. Su Qingyue's lips twitched, tempted to retort with a curse. What's the matter? Do you have an issue? Is it because I haven't paid? Young Master Fu. Acupuncture in the hot spring comes at an additional cost. Perhaps you could make an offer to see if it sways me? Su Qingyue said this deliberately,
Fu Yu chuckled,
seemingly grasping her insinuation, and suggested doubling the price. Su Qingyue's eyes lit up at the prospect of monetary gain. She immediately bent her back in acquiescence. All right. It's a deal. Upon reaching the hot spring hotel, Shen Xing Tong eagerly dashed inside. As she pushed open the door, her movements halted abruptly. Upon seeing the person in the hotel room, she instinctively remarked, "I must have taken a wrong turn." With that, she left the door ajar and went back to the front desk. At that moment, the door behind her swung open and a deep voice resonated from behind. Chapter 19. This fate is yours to accept, will you? Shen Xing Tong rolled her eyes and turned around, swiftly donning a gentle smile. "Mr. Fu, what brings you here?" The surprise on her face was genuine, not feigned. Fu Heng typically had little interaction with Su Lanxin and Fu Yu, and it was quite unusual for him to be involved in their mother-son activities. His presence at the Hot Spring Hotel was particularly perplexing. Fu Heng had already risen, his tall and upright figure advancing towards her, coming to a halt in front of her. A friend's birthday. Upon hearing this, Shen Xing Tong's expression remained unchanged, merely offering a soft acknowledgement. "In that case, I shall rebook a hotel." She lowered her eyes slightly, refraining from further conversation, quickly retrieving her phone to arrange for accommodations, but was interrupted by Fu Heng. "No need." A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Xing Tong's face as she looked up to meet his profound gaze.
Fu Heng,
Possessing a naturally fair complexion, exuded an air of coldness that enveloped him entirely. His sharp brows and piercing eyes were fixed upon her. Despite his strikingly handsome exterior, his aura was so frigid that it surpassed even that of glaciers. "This is not my room." Fu Heng seemed to sense her scrutiny and clarified. "My room is next door. I heard you were here." Only then did Shen Xing Tong lower her phone. It is no wonder that their encounter seemed so fortuitous. He simply instructed her to accompany him to meet a friend, without uttering any further words, striding towards the exit. This was clearly a directive for Shen Xing Tong. Observing his frosty silhouette, she slightly pouted her lips, teeth clenched in quiet frustration. Fu Heng had already taken a long stride outside, while Shen Xing Tong stood frozen in place. Her mood decidedly sour. Anyone receiving such an order would be displeased. Shen Xing Tong swiftly transformed her expression, her smile becoming both gentle and captivating. "Oh, Mr. Fu, may I change into another outfit?" she inquired sweetly. They had arrived at the hotel, and Fu Heng was merely next door. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Most importantly, if she intended to entice Fu Heng and bring him down from his pedestal, she needed to prepare adequately. Her 150 million was for this grand objective. She would charge forth bravely. Upon hearing her words, Fu Heng scrutinized her from head to toe, appearing somewhat perplexed and intrigued. From a man's perspective, her attire was certainly not inappropriate. A pale white dress accentuated her fair, delicate skin, rendering her serene and gentle, like exquisite porcelain that might shatter with the slightest touch. Despite the absence of makeup, her stunning features still radiated an undeniable allure. "No need," he replied. "You look splendid as is." Shen Xing Tong understood the distinction between appropriate attire for the Fu family and casual wear, even though Su Lanxin did not favor her. She strictly adhered to the principle of maintaining the family's dignity in public. "I cannot leave like this, Mr. Fu. It would be a disgrace to you, wouldn't it?" Shen Xing Tong insisted. Fu Heng regarded her with a penetrating gaze. She smiled radiantly, playfully winking at him. After a moment of silence, he simply said, "I will wait for you outside," before exiting. Shen Xing Tong huffed softly and shut the door. Fu Heng waited outside for some time. When Shen Xing arrived, he appeared somewhat astonished, glancing at Fu Heng intermittently. The man seemed to grow increasingly impatient, continually checking his watch. Shen Xing's face was a canvas of astonishment, struggling to contain his incredulity, lowering his gaze in deference, hesitant to voice his thoughts. This was the first time in Fu Heng's life that he had waited for someone, and notably, it was for his wife. Despite his evident impatience, he maintained his composure, standing there. Finally, after half an hour, the door swung open. Shen Xing's gaze shot up like a beacon of hope, eagerly seeking the long-awaited appearance of Madame Fu, only to be further astounded upon seeing her. The look of amazement flashed across his face. Fu Heng's eyes lifted slightly, momentarily taken aback. Shen Xing Tong had donned a qipao, a garment that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, showcasing her flawless curves. Her long hair was elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, her brows elegantly arched, and a hint of makeup enhanced her already enchanting features. "I am ready," Shen Xing Tong spoke softly. Though it was merely a brief statement, the uplift in her tone carried an alluring charm, igniting a yearning within him. He was indeed cold. Shen Xing Tong silently cursed in her heart, realizing that this elusive male protagonist was quite difficult to seduce. Behold the bewildered expression on Shen Xing's face. A mix of curiosity and trepidation that epitomizes the reaction of a typical man. Yet Fu Heng diverges from this norm. Shen Xing Tong smirks and trails behind him, discreetly lowering her head to send a message to Su Qingyue. "Things have changed. I've been compelled by Fu Heng to attend his friend's birthday celebration. Joyful egg yolk pie. Shocked. Fu Heng is also there? Oh my, you two seem quite fated. I appreciate your sentiment, but I shall graciously decline this fate. Joyful egg yolk pie. Politely declined. Unbeknownst to Shen Xing Tong, this so-called fate would eventually prove to be her greatest obstacle in her escape plans. She followed Fu Heng into the restaurant's private room on the second floor of the hotel. The opulent chamber buzzed with excitement, occupied by several elegantly attired young gentlemen, each accompanied by a few stunning women who were clearly hotel staff based on their attire. Shen Xing Tong inwardly marveled at the luxurious amenities of such a high-end hot spring hotel. With this thought, she cast a sidelong glance at Fu Heng. As he swung the door open, the previously lively room fell into an abrupt silence. Seated in the center, flanked by companions, was Chen Su, the birthday celebrant, marking his 25th year. He had no desire for an extravagant celebration, opting instead to invite a few close friends to the hot spring hotel under the guise of relaxation. Whether they truly came for the thermal waters or the company remained ambiguous. Chen Su looked up, astonished, as did the others. The entrance of a captivating beauty clad in a qipao among the array of attractive attendants was indeed a striking sight, igniting a wave of admiration. All eyes converged on Shen Xing Tong, rendering the allure of the other women insignificant. Who wouldn't prefer a stunning beauty over mere service staff?
Heng Yi.
Is this stunning lady a gift from your brother? Chen Su mused, momentarily enraptured. Little did he know, Fu Heng seized Shen Xing Tong's wrist and commanded, his voice icy, address her as sister-in-law. His words reverberated through the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 20. The enigmatic beauty of Heng Ji's wife. Sister-in-law? The young men exchanged bewildered glances, the term foreign to their ears. It was well known that Fu Heng was married, though the union was more a matter of business than of genuine affection. Yet, this woman was indeed his sister-in-law. Chen Su was the first to regain his composure, nearly leaping from the sofa to execute a perfect 90-degree bow towards Shen Xing Tong, showing utmost respect. Greetings, sister-in-law. The other gentlemen, witnessing the usually brash Chen Su bowing, naturally followed suit, rising to bend and greet her in unison. The scene was almost comical. Shen Xing Tong felt a surreal sensation, akin to being the leading lady in a dramatic series. Clearing her throat, she addressed them. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Being Fu Heng's companions, she wished to leave a favorable impression, for one never knows when such connections might be advantageous in the future. Thus, she continued to don her gentle, refined facade, greeting them with a soft smile. Her voice, already captivating, became even more enchanting in its tenderness, akin to the melodies of celestial beings. Chen Su felt as though he might float away in a trance. He could hardly believe that the wife of Fu Heng, someone who was not particularly fond of her, could possess such ethereal qualities. With such beauty, figure, voice, and demeanor, what could his brother possibly find unsatisfactory? If he were to have a wife like her, he would gladly spend every one of the 365 days of the year at home with his delicate spouse. Why, oh why, could the heavens not bestow upon him a wife of such exquisite charm? Observing that the men regarded her with a semblance of friendliness, Shen Xing Tong felt a slight relaxation in her heart. According to the original narrative, the male protagonist's circle of friends harbored a strong dislike for her as the former sister-in-law. Particularly after the entrance of the female lead, her prior actions had led to a significant downfall in their regard. Chen Su's initial sympathy for her had been entirely extinguished by her own misdeeds. Having only heard of the plot without fully experiencing it, this was Shen Xing Tong's first encounter with Chen Su. She extended her petite hand, saying, "Young Master Chen, greetings. I am Shen Xing Tong." Her gentle and obedient demeanor took Chen Su by surprise. "Sister-in-law, I am." However, before he could grasp her delicate hand, it was intercepted by a larger hand adorned with prayer beads. Fu Heng's firm grasp enveloped Shen Xing Tong's small hand effortlessly, his cold gaze fixed on Chen Su. Though his words were directed at Shen Xing Tong, there is no need to be so courteous with him. He then led her to the center of the sofa. Holding her hand, Chen Su felt as though he had awakened from a dream, his body trembling slightly. It was fortunate he had not held her hand, for given his brother's demeanor, such an act might have resulted in dire consequences. Hee, sister-in-law, would you like something to drink? Shen Xing Tong instinctively considered suggesting alcohol. But as her gaze met Fu Heng's deep-set eyes, which were fixed on her unwaveringly, she quickly reconsidered. With a bright smile, she replied, "I would prefer plain water." Ah! Chen Su marveled, for she truly embodied the qualities of a refined young lady, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline regarding her physique. He instructed someone to prepare a cup of floral tea for Shen Xing Tong. At that moment, a man seated in the corner finally rose to approach them. Dressed in black and wearing a black cap, This man had remained seated while others exchanged greetings, making him easy to overlook amidst the shadows. As he approached, Fu Heng's brother seemed particularly difficult to engage, yet today he had finally managed to do so. The man surveyed Shen Xing Tong with a gaze that was almost unabashed, exuding an air of audacity and aggression that made her feel distinctly uncomfortable.
There was something peculiar about him.
A woman's intuition is often infallible. Shen Xing Tong scrutinized him, while he too examined her, his gaze lingering upon her as though it possessed a tangible quality, as if he wished for his gaze to transform into a hand that could caress her skin. How revolting! Shen Xing Tong frowned, yet the others around her appeared unfazed, as if they had grown accustomed to such behavior long ago. In order to avoid conflict with the man, Shen Xing Tong deliberately leaned closer to Fu Heng, feigning intimacy as she linked her arm with his. "Darling, who is this?" she inquired playfully. "He is the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Qi."
Oh.
"So it's Zhou Er Xiao," Shen Xing Tong nodded. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Qi's face. "Sister-in-law, just call me Zhou Qi." After Shen Xing Tong greeted those around her, she found herself unable to interject further, relegated to sitting idly by, munching on dried fruit, her gaze fixated upon them. "Hengge, I never imagined you were married. I hadn't heard a word about it. By the way, when did you hold the wedding? I hope I haven't missed anything important." "There hasn't even been a wedding. What could you possibly have missed?" Chun Su kicked his younger brother lightly. "But speaking of which, my brother has always been pursued by girls, and this is the first time he has brought a woman into our brotherhood. This calls for a celebration. Since it's my birthday today, we must raise a toast." Chun Su filled everyone's glasses to the brim, though he dared not pour for Shen Xing Tong. Shen Xing Tong gazed longingly at the beautiful crimson liquid swirling in their glasses, yearning for a taste. Sometimes, wearing a mask for too long becomes truly exhausting. She had almost forgotten the sensation of alcohol on her lips. Noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on the glass, Zhou Qi couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister-in-law seems to want a drink as well?" Fu Heng furrowed his brows slightly, casting an irritated glance at Zhou Qi. Although the man said nothing, an unspoken, cold aura emanated from him, compelling Zhou Qi to avert his gaze awkwardly. He had already brought the glass to Shen Xing Tong's lips. Having yet to taste the drink himself, he was not overly concerned about the details. Shen Xing Tong cautiously glanced at Fu Heng and asked softly, "May I just have a tiny sip?" Her voice was gentle and faint, evoking a sense of sympathy. Fu Heng chuckled softly, of course, with her objective achieved. Shen Xing Tong's full lips curled into a radiant smile, the curve of her mouth exquisitely enchanting. This smile fell directly within Zhou Qi's line of sight, piquing his curiosity further. This woman was far from the docile facade she presented. It was precisely this that stirred his intrigue. A beauty such as she, and Fu Heng was indifferent? How curious. Zhou Qi recalled the last gathering when he had asked Fu Heng why he never brought his wife along. Fu Heng had replied, "What is the point of bringing a woman I'm uninterested in from a marriage I do not cherish?" Just from that remark, Zhou Qi mused, it seemed inconsequential if he were to pursue his brother's wife, for Fu Heng himself harbored no affection for her. Chapter 21. The arrival of a 150 million yuan red packet. Shen Xing Tong lifted her glass and took a delicate sip. The sharp, stimulating sensation surged through her mind. How exhilarating! This feeling, both strange and familiar, evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. Eager for another taste, a large hand assertively snatched her glass away. "Just a sip is enough. You'll get drunk." Fu Heng's voice was languid and relaxed, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. Shen Xing Tong speculated that he might merely be putting on an affectionate display in front of his friends. Fu Heng is a person who values his dignity. His usual restraint cannot lead his brothers to perceive discord between him and his wife. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of disappointment, letting out a soft sigh. Initially, she had casually picked up the glass, but after a few sips, she sensed the astonished gazes of the other men around her. "What is happening?" the man pondered. His handsome visage displayed no signs of turmoil, seemingly unaware of any issue with the drink before him. Chun Su stared in disbelief, his mind racing. His brother had a significant aversion to uncleanliness. It was well known that he would not drink from a cup someone else had used unless it had been thoroughly sanitized in his presence. Yet here he was, not only accepting the glass that had been in his sister-in-law's possession but drinking from the very spot where she had just sipped. Chun Su's understanding became crystal clear. His brother was finally blooming. How delightful. The end of his singlehood was imminent. No, rather, the end of his virginity was at hand. The outdoor hot springs also had couple pools. However, the pool in the presidential suite was vast and pristine. A perfect combination of timing, location, and circumstance. Such an opportune moment called for him to assist his brother. Fu Heng's expression grew more indifferent. He had no interest in soaking in the hot springs. Shen Xing Tong, feeling bored, lowered her head to play on her phone. Chatting with Su Qingyue. How are things with your husband? Sister. Why are you ignoring me? You know I'm quite bored here. Noticing Su Qingyue's silence, Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of frustration, suspecting that Fu Yu was causing trouble for her friend. It seemed she would have to venture to the sister's bath alone tonight, as Su Qingyue would likely not join her. With a soft sigh, she feigned a headache, leaning against her forehead in a delicate manner. Darling, my head hurts. The way she uttered the word darling was filled with a tender yearning, prompting those around to glance at Fu Heng, hoping to discern some reaction from the stoic man. Yet they ultimately saw nothing unusual. Fu Heng's demeanor remained frosty, his voice devoid of warmth. Headache? Yes. Shen Xing Tong nodded emphatically, and in the next moment, she nestled into Fu Heng's embrace. She spoke with a gentle tone, her demeanor softening. Upon entering the room, Shen Xing Tong eagerly kicked off her shoes, preparing to head to the sister's bath. Glancing at her phone, her brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that Fu Yu would be difficult to deal with tonight. Su Qingyue had merely been administering acupuncture to Fu Yu by the hot spring. After a series of treatments, she felt somewhat fatigued. At that moment, a waiter approached with 2 glasses of juice. Young master, young mistress, this is prepared for you by the lady. Su Qingyue felt a flicker of suspicion. When had Su Longjin become so benevolent? She had even arranged for juice. Raising her gaze to the waiter, she found no hint of deception on his face. It seemed Su Longjin had merely considered her efforts in treating Fu Yu, placing her hopes in her, which led to this gesture of gratitude. With a slight smirk at the corner of her lips, feeling parched, she drained the glass of juice in one go. Fu Yu harbored no suspicions regarding the juice his mother had brought him, silently savoring a few sips. The liquid slid down his throat, revealing a surprisingly sweet pear flavor. This unexpected taste evoked thoughts of Su Qingyue, a woman whose essence resonated with the sweetness of the pear juice, delightful yet unobtrusive. Fu Yu let out a cold snort, remarking on her apparent closeness with the young lady from the Shen family, a bond strong enough for her to abandon her husband to accompany Shen Xing Tong. A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him. Su Qingyue blinked her beautiful large eyes, asserting that their relationship had always been quite harmonious. A statement implying that Fu Yu's inquiry was unnecessary. He averted his gaze, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Observing his haughty and gloomy demeanor, Su Qingyue inwardly scoffed at his arrogance before leaving the room. Not long after Su Qingyue's departure, Fu Yu intended to push his wheelchair to rest, but suddenly, a moment of stillness seized him. Shortly thereafter, his breathing quickened, and an intense heat enveloped him. That glass of juice was problematic. Meanwhile, back in her room, Su Qingyue felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She glanced at the air conditioning temperature, lowering it from 26 degrees to 20, yet the heat persisted. A restless sensation made her crave the embrace of a man. Surely it couldn't be the juice. Furrowing her brow, she silently cursed Su Longjin for her ulterior motives. However, with the arrow already on the string, she felt compelled to act rather than remain passive. Remembering that Fu Yu had also consumed the juice, she decided that since they were already married, she would seek him out without hesitation. The prospect of a substantial 150 million yuan reward motivated her further. She envisioned the joy on Shen Xing Tong's face upon hearing the news, and she even imagined herself grandly declaring, "From now on, I shall support you." With a newfound sense of determination, she strode confidently towards Fu Yu's presidential suite. Upon entering, she found Fu Yu sprawled on the floor, looking somewhat disheveled. "What are you doing here?" he asked, lifting his gaze to reveal reddened eyes from the effects of the drug. His fair and strikingly handsome face was now flushed, the color creeping down to his collarbone. Su Qingyue stood transfixed, captivated by his alluring appearance, swallowing hard. Tonight had certainly proved gratifying. Although he appeared somewhat morose and had an irritable disposition, his physical form remained undeniably pleasing to the eye. Clenching her fists, she boldly approached Fu Yu. In Chapter 22, she pondered how the promised stunning beauty could appear so fierce. As Su Qingyue advanced towards him, Fu Yu frowned slightly, his body aflame with desire due to the drug's effects. Instinctively, he commanded her to halt. "Stay there, don't come any closer." Yet for Su Qingyue, his admonition held no sway. Su Qingyue downed an entire glass of juice, her thirst intensifying, and she no longer cared about anything else. For now, she simply wished to indulge. As for what would come next, that could be addressed later. With this thought, she found herself leaning against Fu Yu, who was already lying on the ground. The softness of her body against him caused his tall frame to stiffen abruptly. The word escaped his lips, only to be silenced by the woman's crimson mouth. The fierce words he had intended to utter were swallowed whole by her. Su Qingyue was beyond caring. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought, to overpower him. She reached for the buttons of his shirt, which was made of fine silk and easily came undone with a tug. Fu Yu abruptly turned his head away, evading her breath. He was taken aback by her unexpected strength as she assertively cupped his face, forcing him to confront her. "Don't shy away," she murmured, her voice a sultry whisper. The man was ablaze with heat, his breath heavy, and in the next moment, he grasped her waist, nearly gritting his teeth as he spoke into her ear. "Su Qingyue, don't you dare regret this." His unsteady warning was transformed by the huskiness of his voice. Su Qingyue smiled, a blend of innocence and allure. "Regret? Not at all. I've finished that glass of juice," she replied, kissing his lips once more before reaching for his trousers. "Fu Yu, if your legs are feeling weak, I can help." Meanwhile, Shen Xing Tong entered the hot spring pool, leaning against the edge with her eyes closed, seeking tranquility. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if someone were watching her from behind. This gaze made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. She turned her head to search the surroundings, but found nothing. This was a private pool, clearly marked for women, prohibiting male entry. The expansive hot spring was surrounded by dense thickets. It was entirely possible someone was lurking there. Suppressing her unease, Shen Xing Tong grabbed her phone and dialed Shen Xing. "Madame, ki an xin answer promptly." Is Fu Heng still drinking? Shen Xing Tong's instincts told her something was amiss. The sixth sense of a woman is often remarkably accurate. She bit her lip and asked, "Is that Zhou Qi also there?" "Ah? You mean the second young master of the Zhou family?" "Yes, everyone is here." Shen Xing Tong hung up the phone, hastily climbing out of the pool and slipping on her bathrobe as she rushed to exit. If Zhou Qi was in the private booth, then it couldn't have been him who had been watching her moments ago. That gaze had felt unsettling. Gathering her composure, she retreated to the bath in her own room. The tautness in her nerves began to ease as she submerged into the warm, soothing water. Leaning against the wall of the pool, she exhaled slowly. Before long, a message from an unfamiliar number appeared on her phone. "There is something in your husband's drink. I've arranged for someone to attend to him, just next door." Shen Xing Tong narrowed her eyes, contemplating the message, and recalled the inexplicable gaze that had been fixed upon her earlier. It seemed that a restful night was not in her future. Shen Xing Tong climbed to the edge of the pool, changed into a refreshing outfit of athletic wear, and seized a fruit knife from the table as she made her way outside. Regardless of the veracity of the information, if Fu Heng had truly been drugged, it presented a prime opportunity for her to take action. Conversely, if Fu Heng was unharmed, it could merely be a ploy to lure her out. Provoking her would be akin to challenging a formidable opponent. Upon reaching the adjacent room, she was about to twist the doorknob when she heard footsteps approaching from behind. The shadow cast by the figure suggested an imposing stature. She swiftly turned around. Just as the man clad in black attempted to cover her mouth and nose with a cloth, she plunged the fruit knife into his arm. A piercing scream echoed down the corridor. Shen Xing Tong kicked him to the ground and boldly stomped on his rugged, bearded face. How audacious! To dare set their sights on her! The man, pinned beneath her foot, widened his eyes in terror, the fear overtaking the pain in his arm. He was merely following orders. The young master of the Zhou family had described her as delicate, enchanting, and effortlessly subdued. Yet, the fierce woman before him bore no resemblance to the easily manageable creature he had been led to expect. The second young master of the Zhou family had even said that once he was done playing with her, he would have his turn. But after witnessing Shen Xing Tong's ferocity with the fruit knife, all thoughts of that had vanished. I was wrong. Beautiful lady, no, esteemed lady. I did not intend to. I wasn't sent by anyone. I was just momentarily blinded by foolishness. The man dared not reveal Zhou Qi's identity, knowing it could cost him his life before dawn. Before Shen Xing Tong could utter another word, footsteps echoed in the distance. She could faintly hear Fu Heng and Shen Xing conversing. "President Fu, are you alright?" The drinks were quite potent, Shen Xing inquired. "Yes, I am fine," Fu Heng replied. The footsteps grew closer. Shen Xing Tong glared at the man beneath her, declaring, "I am in a good mood today. I will count to 10. And you better be gone by the time I finish, understood?" The man nodded vigorously. The beauty before him was indeed captivating, yet her wrath was undeniably terrifying. Her gaze seemed capable of stripping away his very flesh. As he stammered, he hastily fled, scrambling away. Shen Xing Tong glanced at the blood on the floor and then at the stains on her sleeve, promptly discarding the fruit knife. At that moment, Fu Heng and Shen Xing approached. "Madam, what has happened?" Shen Xing exclaimed, noticing the blood on her and the ground. The blood on the fruit knife was particularly conspicuous. Despite having consumed considerable alcohol, Fu Heng's demeanor remained relatively clear. Upon seeing Shen Xing Tong in such a disheveled state, his pupils constricted slightly. In the dim light, Shen Xing Tong appeared somewhat pitiful, sitting on the floor, her pants stained with blood and her sleeves smeared. She heard Fu Heng's voice and slightly lifted her head to meet his cold, piercing gaze, her eyes quickly filling with tears. "Mr. Fu, it hurts so much," she whimpered, her soft voice emerging from her crimson lips, both pitiable and heart-wrenching. Shen Xing inquired, "Has someone attacked you, madam?"
Sob.
Shen Xing Tong scrambled to her feet and rushed into Fu Heng's embrace, burying her delicate face into his broad, sturdy chest. In a soft whimper, she confessed, "Someone tried to assault me, and he even attempted to knock me unconscious. Mr. Fu, I am so frightened." At that moment, the woman in his arms resembled a delicate creature in distress. Fu Heng's brow furrowed in concern. He wrapped his long arm around her waist, his expression remaining stoic, and effortlessly lifted her, instructing Shen Xing, "Open the door. Prepare a clean set of clothes for the lady and fetch a first aid kit." After relaying his orders, Fu Heng carried Shen Xing Tong into the room. Leaning against his chest, she managed a faint smile. Thankfully, there were no surveillance cameras in the corridor. Otherwise, her carefully crafted persona would surely shatter. Fu Heng exuded an enticing fragrance, a subtle and refined scent of sandalwood mingled with a hint of alcohol, indicating he had indulged in quite a bit of drink. He placed her gently onto the sofa in the presidential suite. Although Fu Heng typically presented as an icy mountain, he demonstrated a remarkable attentiveness. Once she was set down, Shen Xing Tong hastily draped her arms around his neck, deliberately drawing his face closer, breathing softly, "Don't leave. I'm scared." She resembled a fragile, young creature, and her gentle plea struck a chord deep within the man. Fu Heng lowered his gaze, observing his pitiful wife, his lips pressing together slightly. "I won't leave. Be good and let go." She stubbornly held on, raising her doe-like eyes to meet his, fearful that he might truly walk away. Fu Heng surmised that she must have been profoundly shaken. With an imperceptible sigh, he succumbed to her embrace, enveloping her in his arms. However, Shen Xing Tong could sense that while he held her, it was merely a superficial comfort, devoid of passion. An act of pity rather than desire. Alas, why did God create such a breed of icy men? If her husband were a fiery and passionate youth, she could easily manage the situation and then depart with her share of wealth. But now, dealing with an icy man was indeed a formidable challenge. "Where are you hurt?" Fu Heng's voice descended from above. Shen Xing Tong, lost in thought, was oblivious to the softening tone in his voice. He lifted her chin, and her stunned expression reflected in his deep, dark gaze. "Does it hurt where you are injured?" Damn. She wasn't injured at all. Was it too late for her to grab a fruit knife from the door and inflict a small wound? She asked with utmost caution. Fu Heng's penetrating gaze roamed over her small face, as if trying to discern the truth in her words. "Where are you hurt?" he repeated.
Well.
Perhaps this explanation could suffice. Fu Heng nodded slightly and released her, though his eyes had cooled once more, no longer bearing the warmth from earlier. "Go wash up," he stated curtly, rising to head towards the bathroom. Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How could he remain so cold even after drinking? Was he a professional refrigeration unit in a past life? She silently grumbled to herself before rising to head towards the hot spring pool. The hot spring pool in the presidential suite is significantly larger than the one adjacent to it, complemented by an array of snacks, fruits, beverages, and fruit wines. Having not fully indulged in the hot spring experience, she felt an urgent desire to soak completely. With this thought in mind, she disregarded Fu Heng, the male protagonist, swiftly discarded her sportswear, and donned the swimsuit provided, immersing herself in the pool. As Fu Heng emerged, he happened to catch sight of Shen Xing Tong shedding her garments. His pupils constricted slightly. Through the transparent glass door, every movement of Shen Xing Tong was laid bare before him, yet she remained blissfully unaware of her exposure. Fu Heng's gaze flickered momentarily before he discreetly averted his eyes and settled at his desk to attend to work. The sound of water splashing occasionally emanated from the hot spring, where Shen Xing Tong appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. A faint smile tugged at Fu Heng's lips as he focused on his tasks. However, it wasn't long before Shen Xing Tong's slightly panicked voice broke the tranquility of the pool. Fu Heng rose and approached the edge of the hot spring, inquiring with a tone that held no warmth, what happened. Despite his arrival, his demeanor remained indifferent. At that moment, Shen Xing Tong had stumbled at the pool's edge. Although she was aware of his character, she still rolled her eyes in frustration where he couldn't see her. In a hushed tone, she confessed, "I've soaked too long and feel dizzy. I slipped." She recognized that admitting such a thing was somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, Fu Heng couldn't suppress a chuckle. Though Shen Xing Tong was typically thick-skinned, his laughter made her cheeks flush. Even the most resilient facade could not withstand mockery. His gaze upon her now held a hint of teasing amusement as he stepped forward to assist her. At that moment, She was still clad in the swimsuit provided in the suite, which paled in comparison to her own, being plain black and modest. Her skin was strikingly fair, almost luminescent, and the contrast with the black fabric accentuated her delicate complexion. As he helped her up, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her silky skin, sending a subtle intensity through his gaze. He casually inquired, "Are you done soaking?" The question seemed nonchalant. Shen Xing Tong's figure, clad in the swimsuit, was undeniably alluring, the interplay of black and white creating a striking visual contrast. Yet, the man remained unfazed, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he supported her shoulder. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of disappointment. Her appearance failed to stir any reaction from the male lead, affirming her belief that he was indeed a stoic character, untouched by anyone but the female protagonist. However, the thought of her 150 million yuan red envelope brought a pang of heartache. "I'm all done soaking," she declared, lifting her alluring gaze and lightly tracing circles on his firm arm with her finger. "Mr. Fu, would you like to join me?" He grasped her wandering fingers. Yet his response was decidedly unromantic. Shen Xing Tong thought to herself, is Fu Heng truly so lacking in romantic sensibility? Suppressing her disappointment, she merely uttered a soft acknowledgement. She was still clad in her swimsuit, yet her alluring figure failed to pique his interest. Ultimately, it was undoubtedly a matter of Fu Heng himself. With those 4 words lingering in the air, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and strode out. Upon reaching the doorway, she encountered Shen Xing, who was approaching with a medical kit and clean clothes. Shen Xing had presumed that his boss intended to shed the title of a virgin that evening. Little did he know. Perhaps a visit to the hospital for a urological consultation is in order. It appeared he was genuinely incensed. In Shen Xing's recollection, the lady of the house had always been gentle and amiable, exuding a soft elegance. He had never witnessed her in such a furious state as tonight. Tentatively, he called out to Fu Heng within the room, "Mr. Fu, what about this?" "Put it down and leave," Fu Heng replied, rubbing his temples, feeling a slight headache. For some inexplicable reason, the man felt a touch of restlessness and could not help but caress the prayer beads on his wrist. This scene struck Shen Xing, prompting him to muse. Mr. Fu must have been a ninja turtle in his past life, remaining unperturbed even with the beauty in his embrace. The following morning, Su Qingyue woke feeling utterly disassembled. Her phone was incessantly vibrating beside her, sending waves of discomfort through her eardrums. She reached for it, her voice tinged with weakness as she uttered, "Hello." Shen Xing Tong's accusatory voice resonated through the line. "You must listen to my explanation. Last night, something significant must have transpired last night, right? Wait for me. I'll come to you immediately." She set the phone down and was about to rise when she heard the sound of the door opening, followed by the distinct noise of a wheelchair gliding across the floor. She looked up to see Fu Yu offering her a glass of water and a pill. "What is this?" Su Qingyue did not take it. "Contraceptive," Fu Yu replied expressionlessly. "I assume you do not wish to bear my child, do you? What kind of remark is that?"
Su Qingyue cusset silenti.
Although she did not wish to conceive, she needed money to escape. This villain's mind must be unhinged. "Or, do you expect me to feed it to you?" Fu Yu, noticing her lack of response and the resistance in her expression and gaze, suddenly sharpened his tone. Faced with Fu Yu's piercing stare, Su Qingyue clenched her teeth and accepted the pill. "Wait!" Before she could swallow it, Shen Xing Tong's voice echoed into the room. Shortly thereafter, Su Lanxin hurried in. She snatched the contraceptive pill from Su Qingyue's palm and crushed it underfoot, glaring angrily at Fu Yu.
"What do you mean by this?"
Fu Yu furrowed his brow. "I was the one who tampered with that glass of juice last night. What do you think I mean?" Su Lanxin's tone turned hostile. "Xiao Yu, you should have a child with Qingyue." Su Qingyue immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor, burying herself in Su Lanxin's embrace. "Mom, Fu Yu bullied me. He treated me particularly cruelly last night." As she spoke, she deliberately tugged at her nightgown's neckline, pointing to the evidence of someone's handiwork. "What a gentleman he pretends to be. It was he who was the most ferocious last night."
"Mom,
is he not being excessively cruel?" Su Lanxin, upon witnessing her daughter-in-law's woeful expression, felt an immediate pang of sympathy. Recently, she had observed how attentively this daughter-in-law cared for her son, which did not go unnoticed. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that she finds Su Qingyue quite agreeable. At the very least, she is far superior to those young ladies who disdain her son's disability. She intends to give them a gentle push towards one another. Observing the marks on Su Qingyue, it is evident that her son had indeed enjoyed himself last night, yet now he seems to have turned his back on her. As a mother, she feels compelled to sternly admonish her son for his despicable behavior of denying responsibility after the fact. Fu Yu's ears tinged with a hint of crimson. He had not anticipated that Su Qingyue would boldly tug at her collar in front of his mother. Her expression dark and her gaze piercing. Meanwhile, at a distance, Shen Xing Tong remained silent, akin to an onlooker at the scene. She was utterly astonished that her dear Yaya had managed to seduce the antagonist. On her way here, she had encountered Su Lanxin. Given their mutual animosity, Shen Xing Tong could not be bothered to greet her. However, Su Lanxin paid her no mind and hurried over as if something significant were afoot. Sure enough, a major event had indeed transpired. Su Lanxin had finally accomplished something worthwhile. She turned to Fu Yu and warned, "I do not care what you plan to do next. But if you dare to force Qingyue to take contraceptive pills, I will inform your grandfather and ensure he disciplines you properly." Fu Yu's expression darkened further. Gripping the armrest of his wheelchair, he pressed his lips together, rendered speechless. On their return journey, Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue occupied the same car.
Inside.
The sisters exchanged accounts of the previous night as occurrences. Su Qingyue exclaimed, "I told you the male lead would not be so easily seduced. You've truly encountered a formidable opponent." Shen Xing Tong retorted, who knew that scoundrels suffered from severe sexual frigidity. "Fear not, I have completed my task. From now on, I shall support you." Su Qingyue grasped Shen Xing Tong's hand. This declaration moved Shen Xing Tong, nearly bringing her to tears. "Yeah, you are the best." However, Shen Xing Tong's gaze shifted towards Su Qingyue's abdomen. "Just once? It shouldn't be that easy to strike gold, right? Perhaps you should seek multiple opportunities. The odds would surely increase." Su Qingyue's face flushed crimson at her words. "Could you refrain from being so blunt? I was quite subtle." Shen Xing Tong chuckled. Nudging her waist, "It seems Su Lanxin really appreciates you as her daughter-in-law." Su Qingyue concurred with her sentiment. Winning over the mother-in-law would yield fruitful results. During work hours, she attempted multiple times to contact Fu Heng, but that insufferable male lead always claimed to be too busy. She had completed her design proposal. Yet Fu Heng refused to meet with her, stirring a sense of resentment within her. Just then, her boss approached. "Friends, thanks to everyone's collective effort this quarter, our studio's performance has soared. Today, I will treat everyone to dinner at Donglai." Upon hearing this, the team erupted in cheers. As Shen Xing Tong raised her head, her boss's gaze landed on her face, adding, "And we shall also hold a welcome party for our new colleague." Instantly, the eyes of the entire group fixated on Shen Xing Tong. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Encounter in the Women's Restroom with a Childhood Friend. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Shen Xing Tong offered an awkward smile. What a welcome party. It was indeed quite uncomfortable. Donglai, a premier seafood buffet in the capital, was evidently a costly endeavor for Qin Jinchuan, who must have profited significantly to afford such an indulgence. After work, the group took a taxi to Donglai. The atmosphere during the gathering was remarkably pleasant, and Qin Jinchuan frequently interjected with his dry humor, provoking laughter from everyone. Shen Xing Tong, however, spoke little, primarily due to her uncertainty about what to say, opting instead to drink alone in her gloom. She found herself bored and contemplated whether inviting Su Qingyue for a visit to a massage parlor or a nightclub to flirt with a charming gentleman would be more entertaining. After all, Fu Heng, with his stoic demeanor, resembled a monk. What use was his strikingly handsome face if he remained so aloof? Such a waste of beauty. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her thoughts. "What troubles you? Are you too bored?" Xiao Rui, holding a glass, gazed at her with warmth. Under the overhead lights, his handsome visage took on a slightly ethereal quality. Realizing he was addressing her, Shen Xing Tong replied softly, "Not exactly. It's just that there seems to be a lack of common topics among us." "How is the design for Mr. Fu's project coming along?" "Oh, Mr. Fu," she said, a sardonic smile tugging at her lips. "Not well at all. He's quite busy. Even Liu Bei had to visit Zhuge Liang thrice to secure his services. Yet I've attempted 7 times, and still cannot draw him out." Xiao Rui chuckled at her tone. "You have a rather amusing way of speaking, Xing Tong. Would you like me to accompany you to the Fu group tomorrow?" Everyone in the studio presumed Shen Xing Tong and Fu Heng shared a friendship, including their boss, Qin Jinchuan. Thus, Xiao Rui's suggestion was not surprising. "I've heard about Mr. Fu's temperament. It's rather peculiar. I thought if you were friends, he might consider your feelings." But it seems Shen Xing Tong curled her lips. "Friends? Without those 2 red books, Fu Heng and I would be mere strangers. Perhaps due to drinking on an empty stomach." Shen Xing Tong suddenly felt her stomach churning uncomfortably. She raised her hand. "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom." Concerned for her, Xiao Rui followed suit, stating, "She must have had too much to drink. I'll check on her." With that, he headed towards the restroom as well. Shen Xing Tong rushed to the sink in the restroom, retching for quite some time. Having eaten nothing that evening, she expelled only alcohol. Once known for her strong tolerance, her capacity had diminished drastically since entering the Fu family, and she found herself quite incapable. Turning on the tap, she reached for a paper towel when a clean, large hand offered her a handkerchief. Startled, she looked up to see Liu Pei's reflection in the mirror. "Brother Liu, what are you doing here? And in the ladies' restroom?" "No less." Liu Pei pursed his lips, his gaze falling upon her flushed face, a striking beauty now marred by disarray. "Xing Tong, you're not happy, are you?" He had noticed her long before. Seated in a corner with friends, he had seen her and her colleagues enter the restaurant, and he had watched her drink alone. Lost in her melancholy, she noticed Xiao Rui sitting beside her, speaking to her, but she remained indifferent. The gaze he cast upon her was anything but innocent. A pang of pain surged within Liu Pei, a mix of bitterness and swelling regret. If only he had not gone abroad. Would Shen Xing Tong have married into the Fu family? If he had been a touch braver, perhaps he and Shen Xing Tong would not find themselves in their current predicament. Shen Xing Tong did not use his handkerchief. Instead, she meticulously wiped her lips with clear water. Her voice turned a shade colder. "It's fine, you're overthinking." The nature of her relationship with Liu Pei could only ever remain platonic. In the past, she had been wild and exuberant, always referring to Liu Pei as a brother. When she later suggested the exaggerated notion of eloping, Liu Pei had surprisingly not opposed it. "Are you resenting me?" "Resent me for what?" Shen Xing Tong asked, perplexed. It was a baffling question. "Did you get angry because I left for abroad without saying goodbye?" Shen Xing Tong found it somewhat amusing. Was it worth revisiting such an old matter? "Luga, I'm doing quite well now. My husband has a striking appearance, a physique that surpasses even supermodels. And he is the prince of the capital. What do I have to complain about? If that is the case, why are you working?" He had a knack for hitting the nail on the head with his inquiries. Shen Xing Tong raised her gaze to meet Liu Pei's eyes. She stepped back, but he advanced. Until her back pressed against the cold wall, retreat was no longer an option. He leaned in closer. "Xiao Tong, you still haven't changed the way you lie." Shen Xing Tong placed her index finger against his chest to halt his approach. The pervert in the women's restroom. It couldn't possibly be you, could it? Only in front of Liu Pei could she reveal her true self, shedding the mask she wore. Neither the daughter of the Shen family, nor the wife of the Fu family. Yet everything was far too late. "Xiao Tong, if you don't leave, I might have to scream that there's a pervert here." Liu Pei detected the rejection in her tone. He understood that had it been someone else, Shen Xing Tong might have reacted violently. Her restraint with him was a courtesy. He stepped back helplessly, creating distance between them. Those 2 steps felt like an insurmountable chasm. "Luga, take care, I'm leaving." She had drunk, and although Xiao Rui had also indulged, he had an assistant to drive. A designer of Xiao Rui's stature was accompanied by 2 assistants. Xiao Rui inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Shen Xing Tong's expression grew a shade more indifferent as she stepped outside. Had she just caught a fleeting glimpse of a man's figure? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Xiao Rui asked for Shen Xing Tong's home address, but she had already fallen asleep in the back seat of the car. The effects of the alcohol had dulled her capacity for further thought. The young assistant appeared somewhat bewildered. "Mr. Xiao, where should we take Miss Shen?" Xiao Rui scratched his head, somewhat troubled. The assistant suddenly suggested, "How about we take her to your house? It's nearby, and you have plenty of rooms." Xiao Rui's eyes flickered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as he was about to agree, a sudden knock echoed against the car window. Outside stood a row of bodyguards clad in black suits, an intimidating sight indeed. The little assistant was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Xiao, are you still involved with the underworld?" Chapter 26. My husband is wealthy and handsome, but lacks. Xiao Rui furrowed his brows as he gazed out of the car window. A sea of bodyguards stood in 2 imposing rows, and the leader, a man clad in a tailored black suit, rapped on the car door. Noticing that they had yet to open it, his expression gradually shifted to one of impatience. Xiao Rui had no choice but to open the door and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" The other bodyguards maintained their stern demeanor in 2 lines. The impeccably dressed man approached, exuding an extraordinary presence and a frosty demeanor. It was Fu Heng. The little assistant, unfamiliar with Fu Heng, remained silent in awe of the imposing aura. Xiao Rui recognized Fu Heng and was about to greet him, but to his surprise, Fu Heng said nothing. Instead, he bent down and effortlessly lifted Shen Xing Tong from beside Xiao Rui.
"Wait, Mr. Fu Heng Tong."
Before he could finish, Fu Heng's dark gaze locked onto him. The man's sharp and handsome features were now shrouded in a cloud of severity, and his voice bore a warning. "Designer Xiao, one should possess a sense of boundaries." With that remark, he carried Shen Xing Tong away, followed by the bodyguards in a formidable procession. Xiao Rui frowned, watching the man's towering silhouette in silence. Once the figures of Fu Heng and his entourage vanished from sight, the little assistant, trembling, finally spoke, Teacher Xiao. Could it be that Miss Shen is the woman of a gang leader? This scene resembles something straight out of a television drama. Shen Xing Tong claimed to be friends with Fu Heng, but the intense possessiveness Fu Heng had just displayed hardly suggested they were mere friends.
Today,
Shen Xing drove a bit too fast, causing Shen Xing Tong, who had been leaning softly against a seat, to sway and fall directly into Fu Heng's embrace. Remarkably, Fu Heng did not push her away. Instead, he lowered his gaze, observing the slightly intoxicated woman with keen interest. Shen Xing, slow down, Fu Heng remarked softly, noticing the lovely frown on Shen Xing Tong's face, indicating her discomfort.
Giansin, momentiastun, vetpondequieli, understo, Mr. Fu.
Inside the car, he felt somewhat like an oversized light bulb. As the vehicle stabilized, Shen Xing Tong awakened, her eyes locking onto the man before her. Having consumed considerable alcohol, she was now emboldened by the effects. Just as Fu Heng appeared ready to push her away, her arms snaked around his neck, pulling his face closer. Shen Xing Tong. Stop it. The man maintained his composure, though his voice revealed a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Handsome, don't be shy. Treat me well, and I shall reward you, she purred, her once clear eyes now devoid of sobriety. She playfully entwined her arms around his neck, shamelessly nibbling on his lips as if to tease him. Fu Heng's demeanor shifted dangerously. Shen Xing Tong, who am I? Who knows who you are? At least you're better than my wealthy, handsome, powerful, yet frigid husband. Shen Xing, seated in the front, wished he could disappear at that moment. Fu Heng narrowed his eyes, the chill within them dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peril. He raised his gaze to observe the traffic outside. Shen Xing understood immediately and accelerated the vehicle towards Jiangnan Shaozhu. Jiangnan Shaozhu is an apartment complex owned by Fu Heng, where he occasionally retreats to rest after long work hours. In the rearview mirror, Shen Xing Tong was playfully squirming in Fu Heng's embrace, never remaining still. She would intermittently nibble at Fu Heng's lips, tug at his collar to bite his collarbone, and even caress his Adam's apple. What left Shen Xing most in awe was the boss's demeanor. Watching his composed and unperturbed expression was utterly astonishing. The boss truly lived up to his title. Such fortitude is no wonder he succeeds in all his endeavors. Shen Xing Tong found him rather dull, no matter how she teased or playfully bit him. He remained utterly unresponsive. You are so boring, she eventually conceded, languidly leaning against him. She raised her hazy, intoxicated gaze, pouting her red lips multiple times.
Wow.
I didn't expect you to be so handsome, just like my indifferent and unfeeling husband. You aren't perhaps Fu Heng's upgraded version, are you?
Fu Heng.
Suppressing a hint of irritation, pinched her waist. Finally, the vehicle came to a halt at Jiangnan Shaozhu. Shen Xing hurriedly alighted to open the door for them and pressed the elevator button while opening the apartment door. Eagerly, Shen Xing inquired, President Fu, shall I prepare clean clothes for the madam? I can bring them over in the morning. Fu Heng dismissed him with a curt remark, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Had Shen Xing not swiftly stepped back, his already prominent nose might have been squished. He discreetly touched his nose, feeling a tad embarrassed, and retreated a couple of steps before leaving. Observing President Fu's urgency, it seemed he would arrive early the next morning to witness the unfolding drama. Shen Xing Tong was placed on the sofa by Fu Heng. Perhaps finding him tedious, she lay on the sofa, surprisingly docile, ceasing her antics. Just moments ago, she had been tugging at Fu Heng's tie, but now she let her hands fall. What's this? Wasn't I supposed to serve you just now? The man looked down at her obedient and dazed demeanor, chuckling softly. Shen Xing Tong pouted, I don't want you. I want someone else, a more interesting young man. I don't like you. However, barely 2 seconds passed before she began her mischief again, attempting to rise from the sofa to seek someone else. Unbeknownst to her, the man beside her harbored a smoldering desire in his deep, dark eyes, as dangerous as a beast lurking in the shadows. Just as Shen Xing Tong was about to tumble onto the carpet, she was forcefully pulled back into the sofa. Soon, a tall and robust figure pressed down upon her. If you don't like me, then whom do you like? Ordinarily, such trivial inquiries would not pique Fu Heng's interest. However, in this moment, Shen Xing Tong's demeanor irked him. Was it her childhood friend, Liu Pei? He hadn't realized his wife was quite popular. As long as it's not you. That's good enough. Shen Xing Tong's quiet mutterings were abruptly silenced by his fervent kiss. Chapter 27. Do you think I'm such a pitiful woman? Shen Xing Tong pushed him, hit him, and kicked him, but it was futile. He was simply too heavy. For Shen Xing Tong, it felt as though a heavy mountain was pressing down on her, leaving her breathless. Perhaps annoyed by her fidgeting, the man impatiently removed his tie, seizing her small hand and wrapping it with the fabric. Shen Xing Tong, vexed, glared at Fu Heng with eyes that shimmered with indignation. Still not amused? The man inquired. His voice a low, seductive rasp that ensnared Shen Xing Tong, causing her to shake her head in a daze. He let out a soft hum, poised to kiss her once more, when he suddenly noticed a flicker of discomfort cross her face. I feel nauseous. The following morning, Shen Xing Tong awoke with a pounding head. As she attempted to rise, she realized her appearance was rather peculiar. She was clad in an oversized men's shirt, crumpled yet unmistakably expensive. Just as she was about to throw off the covers, she noticed that her wrist was still bound with a tie, prompting a frown. Had she truly been so reckless the night before? Who was the man she had played with? Shen Xing Tong had always prided herself on her drinking capabilities, never to the point of oblivion. She wondered if the restaurant's wine had been particularly potent, or if her tolerance had diminished to such a degree that her mind was now a blank slate. The ache at the corner of her mouth suggested otherwise. Using her teeth, she managed to free herself from the tie and climbed out of bed, abruptly halting in her tracks. Where on earth was she? The events of the previous night were shrouded in mystery. She could not recall a single detail. Turning her head to survey her surroundings, the unfamiliarity left her bewildered. On the table lay an exquisite bag, which, upon opening, revealed a collection of brand-new women's attire. Barefoot, she made her way to the bathroom, turning on the tap and splashing cold water on her face, which helped her regain some clarity and piece together fragmented memories. She recalled encountering Liu Pei in the restaurant's restroom, but after that, everything faded into oblivion. Surely, she hadn't overpowered Runaway? That seemed implausible. Didn't she also murmur something about wanting a more entertaining young man? Had she even called for a gigolo? Good heavens, what had transpired the night before? Not willing to linger, Shen Xing Tong left behind a card and 200 yuan before making her escape. What's this? Fu Heng lazily raised his gaze. It's not easy being a spectator either, he added, dismissing the executives reporting to him with a slight nod. Has Shen Xing Tong been sent to the studio? Chen Xing replied, his demeanor submissive. Mr. Fu, I didn't see Madam when I arrived, but she did leave you a card and 200 yuan. His voice grew increasingly soft as he continued. Bring it here. Fu Heng's expression remained unchanged. Chen Xing placed the items on the table, bowing his head, eyes focused on the floor. The card bore Shen Xing Tong's delicate handwriting, which read, Dear Gigolo, you certainly know how to have fun. But it seems we didn't engage in anything substantial last night. Consider this 200 yuan as consolation. By the way, your service was quite satisfactory. I may seek you out again. My number is 139x. Do add me on WeChat. The note concluded with a heart drawn at the bottom. The tone had shifted dramatically. Chen Xing could hardly believe that this was written by his wife. Could it be that someone was impersonating her? Or perhaps she was deliberately teasing Fu Heng? Fu Heng, indeed, found himself both amused and irritated. He fixated on the heart drawn at the end of the card and scoffed, concluding that this woman was not as gentle as she appeared. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Chen Xing's face, causing Chen Xing to jump back in alarm. Mr. Fu, please rest assured I know nothing, I have seen nothing. I recall you have a spare phone. Lend it to me, he instructed. Shen Xing Tong, seated at her desk, secretly exhaled in relief, feigning calmness as she continued sketching her designs. A notification chimed from her phone. She glanced at it and saw a friend request from someone named Cowhood Brother. Shen Xing Tong's eyes brightened a bit. This fellow certainly had some audacity. She quickly looked up to check on Runaway, who was occupied with two assistants discussing work matters, clearly not the one sending the request. With the realization that it wasn't Runaway, her anxiety diminished somewhat, and she accepted the friend request. The user's name was indeed Cowhood Brother, accompanied by a meme of a working octopus. He seemed to be an ordinary worker, likely not a professional in this field. She had never added Fu Heng on WeChat. While they had each other's phone numbers, they had rarely communicated directly. Shen Xing Tong had reached out to Fu Heng several times through Chen Xing and even added Chen Xing's work WeChat recently to ensure the smooth delivery of her design sketches. Hey, little brother, how did I find you last night? She texted. Cowhood Brother replied, You stumbled right into my arms. Is that so? She mused. It seems this is our fate. You have a good service attitude. Let's hang out again next time. Cowhood Brother responded with silence. Shen Xing Tong then inquired, Why do you look so strange? When I said hang out, I meant going out for drinks and chatting. Sister, I am a married woman, okay? I know. You mentioned it last night, he replied. Shen Xing Tong face-bombed. How could she have blurted out everything while drunk? Cowhood Brother continued. You also said your husband is rich, handsome, and powerful, yet emotionally distant. Shen Xing Tong grimaced, clutching her left cheek as if in pain. This was something Fu Heng must never hear. He was rather petty. Despite his cold demeanor, He harbored a vengeful spirit. The disparity between his exterior and inner self was striking. Shen Xing Tong could never connect last night's events to Fu Heng. There was no way Fu Heng would tie her hands with his tie, change her clothes into a men's shirt, or even bite her lip. Such occurrences were as improbable as the sun rising from the west. Therefore, Shen Xing Tong naturally assumed that this young man was merely someone she had inadvertently bumped into. Little brother, just so you know, my husband may be a super rich man, but he is incredibly stingy with me, his wife. In the midst of the mountains, a monkey lamented. He still wears a perpetual mask of indifference, as if I owe him money. Can you imagine how unfortunate I am as a woman? Chapter 28. Is the male lead deliberately seeking trouble? Does he find her insufficiently miserable, or is she merely a source of annoyance? This young man appears rather aloof. Xing Tong, Mr. Qin has arranged for us to meet with Mr. Fu. We can head over now. Upon hearing Fu Heng's name, Shen Xing Tong's previously buoyant mood evaporated. With a somewhat subdued response, she rose and grabbed her tablet, heading outside. Could it be that she had a quarrel with Fu Heng? It's not uncommon for friends to argue. The vehicle made its way to the Fu group. Runaway, when we arrive, please present my proposal to him. Shen Xing Tong instructed. The man did not regard her with much warmth. He likely had little interest in her words. Considering that this was Shen Xing Tong's design proposal, and it might be inappropriate for him to present it on her behalf. Shen Xing Tong gazed at him earnestly, reassuring him that it was fine. Runaway acquiesced with a nod. For Shen Xing Tong, her sole desire was to finalize the design. Otherwise, if she lost this significant opportunity, Qin Jinchuan would surely not retain her. In the office, Fu Heng fixated on his phone, typing a message only to delete it repeatedly, ultimately sending nothing. Shen Xing entered to report, Mr. Fu, the designer from Jinchuan studio has arrived, along with Mrs. Fu and designer Xiao. The latter part was uttered in a hushed tone. The events of the previous night lingered vividly in Shen Xing's mind, causing him to hesitate in his thoughts. They had merely gone to a restaurant to meet a business partner, situated adjacent to a buffet. After their meal, they witnessed Runaway assisting Mrs. Fu out of the restaurant and into a vehicle. The scene had been quite alarming. Who could have predicted it? Mr. Fu remained as formidable as ever, his presence casting a palpable pressure that made Shen Xing feel as though he might faint. Fu Heng raised his gaze, his sharp features betraying only a hint of indifference. Have them wait for me in the reception room, he instructed. Shen Xing Tong explained her design intentions to Runaway, who nodded in response. Rest assured. I will communicate it to Mr. Fu. What do you mean? Shen Xing Tong inquired, puzzled. As Fu Heng pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Shen Xing Tong and Runaway animatedly discussing the design. Their faces were drawn close, almost touching as they engaged in conversation. The atmosphere in the reception room seemed to drop several degrees upon Fu Heng's arrival. Runaway was the first to address him, Mr. Fu. Shen Xing Tong hastily straightened in her seat and looked up, inadvertently meeting Fu Heng's displeased gaze. How is it that he appears so displeased simply upon seeing her? Shen Xing Tong mused inwardly, initially believing that knowing the subsequent plot might alter the male lead's attitude toward her. Yet, it seemed evident that no matter her actions, he harbored disdain for her. Whether she feigned gentleness or not, Fu Heng maintained this demeanor toward her. However, she could not afford to break character. She straightened her posture and politely greeted Fu Heng, Mr. Fu. The man was impeccably dressed in a charcoal gray suit today, exuding an air of elegance and beauty. Yet the chill emanating from him conveyed a profound sense of detachment. His commanding presence seemed to lower the temperature of the entire reception room. Fu Heng coolly acknowledged with a non-committal grunt and took a seat, deliberately positioning himself opposite Shen Xing Tong. Miss Shen, how is the design draft coming along? He initiated the conversation. Shen Xing Tong projected the design draft from her tablet onto the large screen in the reception room, adopting a formal tone as she addressed Fu Heng. Mr. Fu, this is my initial design draft. Next, designer Xiao will provide you with an overview. Runaway stood, smoothing out the creases of his suit, ready to speak. However, Fu Heng's unyielding voice interrupted. I employed you, Shen Xing Tong, not him, Runaway. Why should he present it to me? Runaway was momentarily taken aback. Shen Xing Tong furrowed her brow slightly. Does Mr. Fu wish for me to present it? Or else? Fu Heng retorted, his tone languid yet devoid of warmth. Shen Xing Tong felt exasperated, inwardly cursing Fu Heng for his swift temperament change. She offered Runaway a reassuring glance before commencing her presentation. Throughout her discourse, Fu Heng did not interrupt, his gaze fixed on her as she spoke with poise, radiating an aura of brilliance. She appeared a stark contrast to her usual demure demeanor, now seemingly aglow with confidence. Even Shen Xing was taken aback by Shen Xing Tong's captivating presence in her professional domain. It was evident that Fu Heng was squandering such a remarkable talent. It was only a matter of time before she would depart. Xiao Rui's eyes sparkled with admiration for Shen Xing Tong. His appreciation and praise were unmistakable in his expression. Once she concluded her presentation, Xiao Rui generously applauded. Xing Tong, you articulated it beautifully. I am tempted to have you design my house. Your thematic vision aligns perfectly with my tastes. The silent man next to them shot a cold, sidelong glance at Xiao Rui, his aura growing even more frigid. Xing Tong? Such familiarity surpasses that of a husband. Designer Xiao, are you here to work or to flatter? He questioned pointedly. Flattery? Shen Xing Tong snorted inwardly. From Fu Heng's demeanor, she surmised that this version of the design draft was likely unsatisfactory. I apologize. I am merely, Xiao Rui began, feeling as though Fu Heng was targeting him specifically. Before Xiao Rui could finish his sentence, Fu Heng brusquely interrupted. This version of the design does not appeal to me. It is too ostentatious and yet too bland. Shen Xing Tong raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Did he not find the terms ostentatious and bland to be contradictory? So, was it ostentatious or bland? Furthermore, my house is to be solely designed by Miss Shen. I do not wish for elements from other designers to be included in the draft. Next time, Miss Shen may come to see me alone. I will not meet with other designers. The man stood up, uttering no further words, and departed. His remarks were veiled, yet pointedly aimed at Xiao Rui, offering no insights or evaluations regarding the design draft itself. Shen Xing Tong was seething with anger, her fury nearly reaching the heavens as she seized her tablet and stormed out, hastening to catch up with Fu Heng. Her imposing demeanor startled Qian Xian, who was taken aback by her intensity. Chapter 29, A Life-Threatening Situation. The protagonist's best friend has arrived. Shen Xing Tong burst into Fu Heng's office. With a resounding thud, she slammed her tablet onto his desk. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Fu Heng gazing at her with keen interest, causing her to momentarily falter. It suddenly dawned on her that she had a persona to maintain, and she barely restrained her tempestuous temper. Suppressing her ire, Shen Xing Tong managed a smile, albeit a strained one. Mr. Fu, could you kindly elaborate on what specifically displeases you about the design? Is it not rather excessive to put a mere worker like myself in such a predicament? As she delivered this line, she lowered her lashes, pouting her rosy lips in feigned distress. As a fragile lady, Mr. Fu, can you truly be so heartless? After her lament, the corners of her eyes reddened. This was a result of her discreetly pinching her thigh, forcing herself to appear affected. Fu Heng regarded her closely. The woman bowed her head slightly, her long, curled lashes fluttering delicately. In mere moments, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and combined with her striking features, she resembled a captivating yet perilous enchantress. Ah. So the art of feigning vulnerability is ineffective against him, is it? It seemed such tactics were reserved solely for the protagonist's use on the male lead. What was she? A wicked supporting character? Even contemplating? The phrase Fu Heng had uttered about discussing matters in detail later that evening did not even register in her mind. She had given it no further thought. As she departed from the Fu group, Xiao Rui shot her an apologetic glance. Xing Tong, I am truly sorry. Why on earth are you apologizing? Shen Xing Tong looked at him in bewilderment. Xiao Rui, usually so benevolent, now seemed to bear the weight of a great sin. He slightly parted his lips, unintentionally meeting Shen Xing Tong's shimmering gaze, and gave a resigned smile. His voice softened. If I had not shown up today, perhaps Mr. Fu would not have made things difficult for you. Goodness. How extraordinarily kind this fellow was. Shen Xing Tong couldn't help but shake her head internally. It's not your fault, truly. It's not. In reality, Xiao Rui was blameless. This was a matter between her and Fu Heng. However, Xiao Rui did not share this sentiment, feeling deeply guilty. After their brief encounter, Xiao Rui was increasingly convinced that Fu Heng's attitude toward Shen Xing Tong was distinctly different. A man's intuition rarely falters. Otherwise, why would Fu Heng specifically target him, treating him as a rival? She donned a gentle white dress, her slightly curled hair cascading into a smooth, elegant flow. This attire was favored by Mr. Fu for their dinner together that evening. Just as she completed her transformation, a knock resounded on her door.
Xing Tong. It was Su Qingyue.
Hearing the urgent knocking, Shen Xing Tong assumed something was amiss and hastily opened the door. Yeah, what's the matter? Su Qingyue, brimming with excitement, grasped Shen Xing Tong's arm, swiftly closed and locked the door, and then pulled her down to sit. The enigmatic appearance only heightened Shen Xing Tong's curiosity. What could it possibly be?
Today,
Su Lanxin had summoned a family doctor.
Ah, and so?
This family doctor was accompanied by a young nurse. Can you guess who she is? Who? This girl certainly knows how to build suspense.
It is Xie Jiao.
Xie Jiao. This name is familiar to both Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue. For Xie Jiao is the dear friend of the female protagonist in the novel. In the story, Xie Jiao is a timid nurse who, when bullied, simply endures like a turtle, and she grew up alongside the protagonist in an orphanage, relying on each other for support. The first encounter between Fu Yu and Xie Jiao occurs in the hospital. Initially, Fu Yu had little interest in her as she merely provided temporary care. However, one fateful evening, while pushing his wheelchair, Fu Yu witnessed Xie Jiao being cornered and bullied by a family member of another patient. He intervened, commanding his bodyguards to disperse the aggressors. Thus, their destinies intertwined. Despite Fu Yu's usual brooding demeanor towards everyone, that night he displayed an unusual tenderness towards Xie Jiao. Observing her weep pitifully, he uttered cold words but gently wiped the tears from her face with a surprisingly tender touch. Yeah, are you certain? There can be no mistake. Su Qingyue pressed her lips together, expressing her surprise at Xie Jiao's swift appearance. Earlier that day, Su Qingyue had been scheduled to administer an injection to Fu Yu. However, before she could enter, she was halted by Su Lanxin. Qingyue, you have worked hard these days. Starting today, you need not come to give Yu his injections, as we have a dedicated doctor now. A specialized traditional Chinese medicine physician. This physician was the very one Xie Jiao had originally introduced to Fu Yu. Su Qingyue's expression faltered, just as she was about to speak. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Xie Jiao standing at the door. The young woman donned a nurse's uniform, hands tucked into the pockets of her white coat, her mask lowered to her chin, revealing a delicate and fair face. She possessed an unblemished and refined appearance, her black and white eyes radiating a clear light. Sensing Su Qingyue's gaze, she offered a gentle smile and greeted, "Good day, second young mistress." The salutation was both warm and friendly. Su Qingyue found it difficult to reciprocate her friendliness, responding with a cool nod. Upon entering, she discovered Fu Yu already receiving treatment from the traditional medicine doctor. The doctor was a venerable 70-year-old man. Renowned for his exceptional skills, Su Qingyue had heard of Grandpa Zhao. His expertise in traditional medicine was remarkable, having healed the antagonist's leg in the narrative. At that moment, however, Su Qingyue felt as though her blood was freezing. The protagonist's friend had appeared so soon, yet she and Shen Xing Tong had yet to amass enough money. She silently hoped that her own circumstances would improve rapidly. Gently, she rubbed her abdomen and silently prayed. Approaching Grandpa Zhao, she greeted Grandpa Zhao. He looked up initially puzzled, but upon closer inspection, recognized her, his surprise evident. "Qingyue, my dear, what brings you here?" Fu Yu raised his gaze, studying Su Qingyue intently, and asked Grandpa Zhao, "Do you know my wife?" The tone of my wife's voice was deliberately heightened. Grandpa Zhao burst into laughter, recalling my former student. Once he had enough of his merriment, he slowly processed the information and quickly inquired, "Your wife?" He glanced at Fu Yu, then at Su Qingyue. "Why didn't you go abroad to further your studies? I remember you had an opportunity to study overseas." Chapter 30. Everything is ready, just missing the escape. Further studies abroad? Fu Yu turned his head to look at Su Qingyue. After that fateful day, when they accidentally spent the night together in the hot springs, Fu Yu developed an interest in observing Su Qingyue, appraising her anew. Prior to that, he had only regarded her as his fortuitous wife, two souls reluctantly bound together. However, after that day, he discovered that Su Qingyue was far more beautiful than he had imagined. Not only that, but he even found the inclination to count the moles on her face after their night together. So, Su Qingyue is a medical student? She had such a promising future? This topic weighed heavily on her, prompting her to respond, "I've been busy getting married, hence I didn't go abroad." Grandpa Zhao, how is Fu Yu's leg? For now, it requires internal adjustment and external treatment. It is not entirely beyond repair. Grandpa Zhao noticed Su Qingyue's reluctance to discuss studying abroad and chose to refrain from further mention. "My disciple, Xiao Jiao, will remain here for the next 3 days to tend to the second young master's medication, and I will return for a follow-up consultation." The disciple he referred to was the nurse outside, Xie Jiao. The narrative has previously noted that Xie Jiao worked as a nurse at Fu's hospital while also learning traditional Chinese medicine under Grandpa Zhao. Fu's hospital is a prestigious establishment under the Fu Group, catering exclusively to the elite of the capital. Xie Jiao had exerted considerable effort to secure her position as a nurse there, but her aspirations extend beyond that. She harbors a deep passion for traditional Chinese medicine. Depicted in the narrative as extraordinarily gifted, and in Fu Yu's eyes, she is his little son. Now that Grandpa Zhao mentioned keeping Xie Jiao, a warning bell rang in Su Qingyue's mind. Upon hearing this, Su Lanxin nodded in delight. "Thank you, Dr. Zhao." She felt indifferent about Xie Jiao staying, as she was merely Dr. Zhao's disciple. "Qingyue, please see Dr. Zhao off." Su Qingyue obliged, supporting Grandpa Zhao as they exited the Fu family villa. However, as they stepped outside, she took a moment to glance at Xie Jiao. Xie Jiao greeted her with a friendly smile. Although her smile was warm and charming, it left Su Qingyue feeling uneasy. Upon reaching the entrance, Grandpa Zhao remarked, "What a pity you want to pursue further studies. Do you truly wish to remain as a young mistress in this affluent household?" Su Qingyue then smiled lightly. "I do not wish that. Yet, how could outsiders comprehend her struggles and sorrows?" She was aware that Grandpa Zhao meant well. Sensing her melancholy, Grandpa Zhao could only sigh softly before departing in his vehicle. Su Qingyue recounted the day's events to Shen Xing Tong, adopting a half-joking tone when mentioning Grandpa Zhao's sentiments. However, Shen Xing Tong was unable to muster a smile. Su Qingyue contemplated her decision to study abroad, hoping to leave behind the burdensome expectations. Who knows? On the eve of her departure abroad, the Su family cancelled her flight ticket, assisted her in withdrawing from her overseas studies, and informed her that she was to marry into the Fu family to bring good fortune. This was a duty she must fulfill in gratitude for the Su family's nurturing. The elders of the Su family had declared it so, leaving Su Qingyue with no opportunity to decline. Yeah, once we make our escape, we will venture abroad. You shall continue your studies, while I shall indulge in life's pleasures, Shen Xing Tong proclaimed, her words rendering Su Qingyue's expression stern. Is that all you aspire to? Having traveled abroad, mere indulgence is insufficient. We must attract 10 or more handsome foreigners to cater to us, Su Qingyue asserted, thumping her chest with bravado. Shen Xing Tong nodded in agreement. A knock at the door interrupted them, with a servant announcing, "Young madam, second young madam, the elder master invites you both to dinner." In the dining hall, the members of the Fu family had gathered. Even Fu father, who had been notably absent, sat beside Fu grandfather, while Fu Heng and Fu Yu occupied opposite sides of the long table. Su Lanxin was seated next to Fu father. The atmosphere was decidedly solemn. Upon witnessing the gravity of the situation, Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, compelled by the serious ambience of the family. She obediently pulled out a chair and sat beside Fu Heng, greeting the elder master and Fu father with, "Grandfather, father." Fu grandfather, with a smile, gestured for them to take their seats and begin the meal. Shen Xing Tong harbored doubts about the significance of the gathering, as it was rare for everyone to be assembled. Even Fu Heng, who typically shunned joint appearances with Fu Yu, was present today, until Fu grandfather's voice, solemn and unwavering, broke the silence. "I have summoned you all for no other reason than to express that this year, my birthday need not be celebrated extravagantly. After some contemplation, I propose that we all ascend Mount Pilato to offer our prayers." It dawned on them that the elder master's birthday was approaching. Upon hearing the mention of the mountain, Fu Yu lifted his gaze, poised to speak, only to be interrupted by Fu grandfather's perceptive glance. "On my birthday, everyone must attend. No one is permitted to be absent." As the patriarch of the Fu family, his words brooked no dissent. Fu Yu, who had just opened his mouth, chose to remain silent, lowering his head to eat, though a discontented grunt escaped him. "Do you have an issue with my plans, young man?" Fu grandfather's sharp ears caught the mutter. His gaze lingered on Fu Yu. "Are you suggesting a different itinerary for your own grandfather?" Fu Yu raised a somewhat brooding visage, his tone indifferent. "Grandfather, I have said nothing. I shall of course comply with your arrangements." He cast his eyes downward, acknowledging his own limitations. "I am but a useless individual. Mountain climbing is ill-suited for me." "Here we go again," Fu grandfather thought with a silent scoff. "Will you not take a car up the mountain? It's not as if I expect you to ascend on your own." Fu Yu remained silent, his usual gloomy demeanor slightly tempered in conversation with Fu grandfather. Yet the darkness in his eyes remained unabated. Truly, he bore the mark of a villain. "By the way, I heard a doctor has come today to treat you." Fu grandfather, accustomed to his grandson's cold demeanor, added, "If you have any concerns, simply bring the doctor along when we ascend the mountain." The elder master's decree was final. No one at the table dared to contest it. The oppressive atmosphere at the dinner table had rendered Shen Xing Tong speechless, and now, trailing behind Fu Heng, she deliberately walked at a leisurely pace, occasionally stealing glances at the tall figure of the man before her. She mused to herself. With Xie Jiao having made her appearance, it was only a matter of time before the protagonist, Jing Li, would follow suit. The reason for their premature appearances eluded her, but it mattered little now. What was truly significant was the necessity of planning her escape swiftly. Everything was in place. All that remained was the funds for her getaway. How vexing. If she could seduce Fu Heng, she would secure a sum of 150 million, yet the task of ensnaring him seemed more formidable than scaling Mount Everest. Or perhaps. Chapter 31. Awakening to the sight of an extraordinarily imposing figure, carrying the child of a handsome gigolo. She could deceive Fu Heng into believing she was expecting his offspring. Such an idea was not entirely unfeasible. Yet, would the gigolo be heartbroken?
Moreover, Fu Heng.
Being the sensitive man he was, might suspect her of deceit. If the truth were to come to light, it would complicate matters further. Alternatively, she could wait for a day when Fu Heng strolled alone down the street, then ensnare him in a sack, render him unconscious, and seize the opportunity directly. A far swifter approach. Shen Xing Tong's mind brimmed with whimsical thoughts, fixated on how to cunningly acquire Fu Heng's fortune. Oh, no. Rather, to lay her hands on it. Consequently, as she followed Fu Heng into the house, utterly absorbed in her schemes, she collided unexpectedly into his embrace. The man steadied her waist, gently pushing her away a few inches. He retreated a couple of steps, creating distance between them. This subtle gesture did not escape Shen Xing Tong's notice, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Should the heroine make her entrance, must he uphold some chivalrous decorum?
Ridiculous.
She ought not to harbor any illusions about this insufferable male lead. Mr. Fu, she murmured, her head slightly bowed, a few loose strands of hair cascading onto her shoulder, partially obscuring her exquisite features, thereby concealing the faint mockery that flickered in her eyes. Her voice remained soft and gentle. I apologize for my earlier clumsiness. Since you are here, could we perhaps discuss the design plans for Yunhai Villa in detail? No, he replied bluntly. I have some work to attend to. Noticing her beautiful eyes dimming at his words, Fu Heng realized his tone had been a touch too harsh, and he instinctively softened his demeanor. Once I finish my work. Very well, she conceded. She understood he was busy. This man was as frigid as ever, colder than the most efficient cooling system. Failing to seduce Fu Heng meant she must secure this initial design project, at the very least earning a commission. The contract for designing Yunhai Villa explicitly stated the design's worth at 800,000, from which she would receive half of the share. While that paled in comparison to 150 million, every little bit counts, as even the legs of a mosquito are still meat. As time ticked away, Shen Xing Tong sat on the small bench outside, her eyelids growing heavy with sleep. When Fu Heng finally opened the study door, her limp form suddenly tumbled forward. And he swiftly caught her. Shen Xing Tong? He called softly several times, but there was no response. Shen Xing Tong was in a deep slumber. Her tablet, which she had been clutching tightly, had fallen to the floor unbeknownst to her. Fu Heng surmised that they would likely not discuss her design drawings that night. Although she appeared slender and light, her figure possessed all the alluring curves, even surpassing many actresses who marketed their physiques. This was precisely why men preferred her to dress modestly. Gently, Fu Heng placed Shen Xing Tong on the bed. The sweet scent of coconut lingered on her freshly bathed skin. The moment she touched the bed, she instinctively curled into a ball, exuding both obedience and vulnerability. Fu Heng attempted several times to pry her hand away, but her grip was tenacious, as if she were unwilling to let go. Eventually, he surrendered, gazing down at her nestled against him, observing her for an extended moment. The irritation he felt earlier due to her closeness with Xiao Rui had mysteriously evaporated. Shen Xing Tong was known for her restlessness during slumber. A massive plush toy occupied the corner of her expansive bed. Fu Heng seldom slept in the master bedroom, which is why Shen Xing Tong found comfort in embracing the large black cat plushie as she drifted off to sleep. At that moment, the incessant beeping of the alarm clock disturbed her peace. Habitually, she rubbed her face against her beloved black cat, murmuring, "Darling, Mommy has to go to work today." To her surprise, her nose brushed against something warm and a familiar scent wafted across her face. Startled, she opened her eyes to find herself staring into a pair of profoundly dark eyes, the emotions within them somewhat indifferent. It was Fu Heng. "Darling?" The man spoke. Perhaps due to just waking, his voice was husky yet magnetic, though the words he uttered lacked seduction. He coldly remarked, "How many men have you called darling in my absence, Shen Xing Tong?" Dazed, she looked at him, and upon realizing her limbs were still draped over him, she hastily withdrew. She thought to herself how her plush cat had seemingly evolved to provide warmth in her bed. It turned out that the true source of warmth was Fu Heng, who lay beside her. Did you say darling?" Shen Xing Tong, still in a fog, began to count on her fingers. "I've called quite a few people darling. Qingyue, the stray cat at our doorstep," and she trailed off, unable to remember if she had referred to the male escort as darling the previous night. It was all a blur, and there was no need to dwell on it. Fu Heng's icy demeanor showed no signs of softening in response to her words. He scoffed, releasing her chin, and deliberately inquired, "Who is this male escort?" Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched. Had she been talking in her sleep last night? How unfortunate that Fu Heng had overheard her.
Haha.
I was so tired waiting for you last night that I watched the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl numerous times, lamenting how pitiful the cowherd is and how unfortunate the weaver girl is. Did I mention their names in my sleep?
Ha ha ha.
She laughed awkwardly, attempting to defuse the tension. Fu Heng cast a meaningful glance at her, uttering not a word as he rose from the bed and strode towards the bathroom. Shen Xing Tong felt increasingly that his silhouette had grown more austere. TSK, emitting his extraordinarily frigid aura so early in the morning, who is he trying to scare? The incident with Xie Jiao from yesterday still echoed in her mind, and when Fu Heng emerged, she deliberately intercepted his path.
Mr. Fu.
When shall we discuss the design drawings in detail? Fu Heng glanced at her. She had already donned her work attire, her long, curly hair neatly tied back, presenting an air of a competent professional. He languidly replied, "Your design isn't entirely dreadful. It merely fails to imbue my house with a soul." Shen Xing Tong.
Oh.
What does he mean by soul? He might as well say he wishes to dwell in a haunted house filled with spirits. Chapter 32. He is ill. And he is also a dog. The morning's brief interlude held no particular significance for Shen Xing Tong. She had long understood that catering to Fu Heng, the prince of the capital, was no simple task, and thus it did not dampen her enthusiasm for work. Upon entering the studio, she was summoned to the office by Qin Jinchuan. Qin Jinchuan was not one to mince words. He opened with, "Miss Shen, though I am aware of your familiarity with President Fu, the first version of the design has yet to be confirmed, and the contract expires on the 15th of next month. You must be more vigilant. This is a studio, not a bureaucratic institution. If your performance falters, we will have no choice but to dismiss you." With such words, Qin Jinchuan cast doubt upon Shen Xing Tong's professional capabilities. Shen Xing Tong felt her spirits plummet early in the day. Lowering her head slightly, her tone grew heavy. "I understand. Today must be an ill-fated day." She should have checked the almanac. Had she known, she would have preferred to take a leave and stay home, sipping tea and watching television dramas. Though she felt aggrieved, she maintained a calm facade. Opening her phone, she discovered that the cowherd had sent her a message. "Cowherd, have you started work yet? Mountain monkeys, feeling wronged, JPG. Cowherd, what is wrong? Have you been bullied?" Though she knew nothing of this young man's appearance, temperament, or even his voice, she somehow sensed his concern through his brief words. He must be one of those seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted gentlemen, she mused. Mountain monkeys, I was scolded by my boss first thing in the morning, all because of that annoying client who keeps dragging me along without discussing the design issues, leading to my boss's ire. Cowherd, you could go to the company to find him. Mountain monkeys, find him? Don't be ridiculous. You have no idea how cold, unpleasant, and arrogant he is. I could be stopped 9 times out of 10 on my visits to the company, and the one time I was not was when I accompanied our designer Xiao, only for him to start making trouble for Xiao again, completely unhinged. Cowherd. No response. Shen Xing Tong felt emboldened to vent her frustrations, considering the person on the other end was a stranger, and she yearned to enumerate Fu Heng's myriad faults. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of frustration, reflecting on the numerous complaints she had heard about the young man, his cold demeanor, his dog-like nature, and his irritable temperament. Yet, despite her grievances, she resolved to stay in the office after work to create a second version of her design. She was determined not to let one person, Fu Heng, jeopardize her career. Before making her exit, she intended to solidify her position as a designer and enhance her resume. Glancing at her phone, she initially assumed it was Su Qinghua calling, but to her astonishment it was Fu Heng. In disbelief, she lightly pinched her cheek to confirm she was awake before answering the call in a deliberately soft and playful tone. "Mr. Fu, why are you calling me?" His voice bore an authoritative tone, prompting her to rise and glance out the window. To her surprise, she spotted Fu Heng's Bentley parked at the entrance of the building. Though taken aback, she brushed it off and quickly grabbed her tablet, rushing downstairs. Coincidentally, she had just completed her second version. However, upon entering the car, she noticed they were not heading towards the Fu residence, but rather veering into a more secluded area. A familiar route came to mind. It was the direction of Yunhai Mountain Villa. "Mr. Fu, I just finished the second version of the design. May I show it to you now?" she inquired cautiously. Fu Heng turned his head slightly, catching sight of her lifting her gaze. Her large, expressive eyes were fixed on him, and her delicate face bore a hint of apprehension. As her gaze fell, he noticed her pink lips, slightly bitten, appeared irresistibly alluring, akin to a tender rose ready to be plucked. Had he not seen the teasing remarks on Qian Xian's phone, Fu Heng might have been genuinely deceived by her seemingly innocent demeanor, which exuded an inviting charm. Inwardly, Shen Xing Tong pondered whether her carefully crafted allure was insufficient, perhaps indicating her lack of mastery in the art of seduction. Ultimately, it seemed that Fu Heng's icy disposition made him an insurmountable challenge. With a composed expression, she extended her tablet towards him. Their driver, Uncle Qin, chuckled as he explained, "I apologize, a stray dog just started out." Fu Heng held the tablet in one hand while the other gently rested on Shen Xing Tong's waist. casting a glance at the apologetic silhouette of the driver. Uncle Qin, if you drive like this again, you might as well resign. Uncle Qin shuddered at the comment. With half her face leaning against Fu Heng's shoulder, Shen Xing Tong softly interjected. Mr. Fu, Uncle Qin didn't mean any harm. It's all right. Please take a look at my design. The design was the focal point of her thoughts, and she fervently urged him to review it, her fingers tightening around his shirt, inadvertently wrinkling the fine fabric. Fu Heng opened the tablet, revealing the design.
Take a look at the style.
Do you like it? Shen Xing Tong asked, pointing to the images as she elaborated on her vision, emphasizing the monochromatic palette and minimalist lines that highlighted the owner's cool demeanor. She remained blissfully unaware of her posture, still nestled against him, her elegant fingers gliding over the tablet's surface. Fu Heng swallowed hard, finally responding, please sit properly before you continue your presentation. At this moment, Shen Xing Tong felt profoundly like a languid fairy devoid of bones, having expended considerable effort merely to indulge in the delicacy that was Fu Heng. The comparison of Fu Heng to the flesh of Tang Sung was indeed quite accurate. She acknowledged that she had deliberately leaned into his embrace, and seeing that his breath remained utterly unruffled, Shen Xing Tong resigned herself and straightened her posture. This style, she mused, was acceptable. Just as she anticipated that he would begin his usual complaints, she was taken aback when he unexpectedly said, however the man paused deliberately. Shen Xing Tong quickly raised her gaze, eagerly waiting for him to continue. His eyes narrowed slightly, losing some of their sharpness, yet the coldness within them remained unchanged. He spoke in a somber tone, however. I would prefer not to have this design in the bedroom, particularly in the master bedroom and the children's room. It should be designed to be warmer and more comfortable. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. She could understand the need for a master bedroom, but he had even considered the children's room? How curious. She remarked ambiguously, oh, Mr. Fu, could it be that you have someone in mind for your next wife? Chapter 33. If the dogged male lead were to pursue his wife, it would be a fiery ordeal. Fu Heng turned his head to regard her, a flicker of confusion passing over his handsome features. Has Mr. Fu met some enchanting fairy? So swiftly to declare her as the destined wife for the latter part of your life? Pray tell, what manner of temperament, appearance, and preferences might the future lady of the master bedroom possess? Unbeknownst to her, Shen Xing Tong's tone had grown noticeably frosty. Given that Xie Jiao had already appeared, it was hardly surprising that Fu Heng had crossed paths with Jiying. A hint of sarcasm crept into her voice. It was indeed ironic. She was still the legitimate wife, yet here she was seated in the car, discussing the architectural plans for the home of the woman he intended to marry in the future. The perplexity on the man's face deepened. What are you implying? A children's room is essential. In the future, the Fu Corporation will require an heir. Naturally, I will need children to inherit when I grow old. He regarded her intently. What thoughts have crossed your mind, Mrs. Fu? He placed particular emphasis on the title, Mrs. Fu. Feigning innocence, Shen Xing Tong blinked her large eyes, gazing at him with feigned purity. Oh, I am not mistaken, am I? We are to be divorced in a year, Mr. Fu, so it is only natural for you to remarry. Is it inappropriate for me to inquire? Since you have mentioned the future, why not design the master bedroom and children's room according to your own preferences? Was Fu Heng truly suggesting such a thing? Shen Xing Tong suspected he was attempting to deceive her. It was clear that Fu Heng was no easy man to deal with. His whims were as unpredictable as popping candy, presenting a constant source of frustration. Fortunately, their conversation concluded as the vehicle smoothly arrived at Yunhai Villa. As Shen Xing Tong alighted from the car, just as she was about to enter, Uncle Qin, the driver, called out to the servants of Yunhai Villa, Madame's belongings have yet to be brought inside. After all, she had only a single bag containing her tablet. To her surprise, Uncle Qin produced several bags of luxury brand clothing and handed them to the servant, stating, "This is instructed by the master. See to it with care." He respectfully nodded and bowed towards Shen Xing Tong, saying, "Madam, someone will bring you your pajamas later, so please do not worry." Shen Xing Tong was filled with questions. Could it be that Fu Heng actually bought her clothes and pajamas? Sensing her gaze, Fu Heng's cold voice drifted over from a distance. It was Grandpa's request. Indeed, that morning, before departing, his grandfather had summoned him, urging him to treat his wife better, to purchase her some clothing, and not to be so stingy. Upon hearing it was Grandpa, Shen Xing Tong felt as if the mystery was solved and had nothing more to say. She simply murmured an acknowledgement and chose not to pursue the matter further. Shen Xing Tong hurried upstairs to inspect several bedrooms, then jotted down a few modification proposals on her tablet. She dared not design solely according to her own preferences, for the future heroine would make her entrance, and that would certainly complicate matters. Of course, if the canine male lead were to find himself in a predicament due to this, it would be entirely his own doing and had nothing to do with her as his prospective ex-wife. Fu Heng sat on the sofa, perusing documents on his computer, when he heard the sound of thumping footsteps from upstairs, lifting his head slightly. Shen Xing Tong's presence today was undeniably boisterous. Yet, strangely, he did not feel any aversion to the commotion. Suddenly, Shen Xing Tong dashed down the stairs, plopping herself beside Fu Heng. "Mr. Fu, I have a rough design idea. May I stay here tonight? I can complete the design proposal promptly, without wasting your time." She needed to finalize this order swiftly to avoid further trouble from Qin Jinchuan. Fu Heng leisurely lifted his gaze from the computer screen. "Of course. Go prepare dinner," he instructed the waiting maid, then added quietly, "Moreover, I have something to discuss with you regarding the trip to the mountains with Grandpa this weekend." Noticing his serious demeanor, Shen Xing Tong quickly adjusted her sitting position.
All right.
"What is it?" "Prepare a gift for Grandpa. Any gift will do, as long as it brings him joy."
Shen Xing Tong suppressed a smirk.
"Is that all? I thought this canine male lead was going to discuss something regarding having children." "Any gift?" she playfully reiterated. A faint smile graced her lips, revealing a delicate dimple. Fu Heng observed her peculiar smile without further inquiry, trusting that she would not act recklessly concerning Grandpa's affairs. Shen Xing Tong was inherently beautiful, her features striking, and the addition of a dimple lent her allure a sweet quality. Thus, the seemingly contradictory descriptors of innocence and seduction harmoniously merged to define her essence. Fu Heng recalled the night she had been intoxicated. Had it not been for her nausea, perhaps they would have progressed further. He averted his gaze, stating, "Go take a shower, and come down for dinner afterward." "Curious," Shen Xing Tong inquired, "Mr. Fu, are the pajamas you prepared for me nice? Last time he had deprived her of her little dress. She hoped this time's pajamas would not be overly conservative or outdated. Perhaps something like a cute Hello Kitty design?"
Yet,
looking at Fu Heng's cool, ascetic visage, it seemed unlikely that he would choose something adorned with cartoon motifs. Fu Heng casually remarked, "Let Chen Xing choose. You'll see later." Shen Xing Tong elongated her tone. "Oh, all right." How dull. If she accomplished her task swiftly, she could part ways with Fu Heng and seek more intriguing companions. This tedious man was better left for the female lead to enjoy. Spending the night with Fu Heng certainly didn't seem like a loss. Shen Xing Tong ascended the stairs. As she departed, the sweet fragrance that enveloped her gradually dissipated, leaving the man somewhat unsettled. Fu Heng lifted his gaze, following her silhouette as she ascended. A servant approached, inquiring, "Mr. Fu, the guest room where Madame slept last time has been tidied up. Should we place Madame's clothes in there?" Despite having seen her only once, the servant couldn't help but gossip. It was evident that the marriage between Madame and Sir was not in good standing. After all, with Shen Xing Tong's beauty, why would she need to sleep apart? The servant nodded in response. For Fu Heng, having shared a bed twice already, an additional night held no significance, provided they did not cross certain boundaries. Shen Xing Tong interrupted Fu Heng's thoughts as she descended. The woman, having just bathed, sported damp, slightly curled hair cascading over her shoulders. Lacking sleepwear, she donned Fu Heng's oversized white shirt, which barely concealed her elegantly shaped thighs. Barefoot, she gracefully descended the staircase. Although she wore a shirt, her posture exuded an alluring ambiguity. Chapter 34. The conversation caught Fu Heng's attention. The servant glanced up to see Shen Xing Tong, and despite her age, she was taken aback by the stunning young lady. The white shirt she wore, clearly belonging to the young master, billowed like a dress, while her exposed legs appeared straight and delicate, glowing like silk in the light. The servant mused internally, "This is no mere beauty, she is a captivating enchantress." Even the servant found herself charmed. Surely, the young master could not remain unmoved? Yet, when the servant turned to observe Fu Heng, she was surprised to find his expression as cold as ice, devoid of any sign of attraction. The servant thought, "Perhaps I am simply too old to comprehend the whims of youth." She hurriedly made her way to the kitchen to check on the soup. Shen Xing Tong had already settled at the dining table, leisurely engrossed in her phone. There was little for her to discuss with Fu Heng. She had intentionally worn the shirt, as Chen Xing had yet to deliver her sleepwear, thus the shirt had to suffice as a nightgown. Initially, she had hoped to tease him a bit, but Fu Heng's indifferent demeanor extinguished that desire. Moreover, hunger was gnawing at her. One must not forsake handsome men or delicious food. If forced to choose, food would undoubtedly prevail. Shen Xing Tong messaged Su Qingyu, "Sister, any updates today?" Her inquiry stemmed from a curious disposition. "I must tell you, I'm staying near Yunhai Villa tonight and discovered a serious issue." The cheerful egg yolk pie replied, "What problem?"
Butel.
The servant had already informed Fu Cheng, "Young master, dinner is ready." Soon, Fu Cheng approached. Shen Xing Tong, with her head lowered, was engrossed in typing and completely oblivious to Fu Cheng passing by her and taking a seat beside her. A voice in the chat remarked, I seriously suspect that Fu Heng is not merely indifferent, but maybe afflicted with some hidden ailment. Perhaps impotence. Another chimed in, is that so? That would mean he is even less capable than Fu Yu. Although Fu Yu has his legs incapacitated, his third leg still stands strong. Sister, you are truly unfortunate. The first voice responded. Just consider, there are men who are physically sound yet their third leg is non-functional, while others, though crippled, possess a fully operational third leg. The second voice replied, you have a knack for summarizing. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Heng had witnessed the entire conversation. His keen eyesight caught the words, and his expression darkened ominously. The sound of cutlery being slammed onto the table interrupted Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue's exchange. Shen Xing Tong looked up in surprise, puzzled by the sudden fury of the man. What was wrong? Fu Cheng's already profound features now bore a sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze upon her, his handsome face shadowed with an unsettling gravity. He emanated an aura of impending storm. One must not play with their phone while dining, he spoke in a low tone. Shen Xing Tong hurriedly tucked her phone away, anxious about having it confiscated by this imposing figure. With a gentle smile, she ladled a bowl of soup for him, saying, Mr. Fu, you must be weary after a long day of work. Please indulge in this nourishing bone broth. Fu Heng observed her quietly. As if he noticed an invisible mask she had suddenly donned. Thank you, Mrs. Fu. To her astonishment, he accepted the bowl from her hands and even expressed gratitude. Addressing her as Mrs. Fu, feigning a charming smile, Shen Xing Tong replied, Mr. Fu, there is no need for such formality between us. After all, we are husband and wife. The nearby servant silently mused that this scene might indeed embody the ideal of mutual respect in a marriage. In her effort to portray the perfect wife, Shen Xing Tong even used communal chopsticks to serve Fu Heng, occasionally gauging his reactions to the dishes. His preferences were quite apparent on his face. When she offered him carrots and bell peppers, he frowned distinctly. However, when she presented him with pork ribs and wax gourd, he remained impassive. It seemed the young heir of the capital had a discerning palate. After the meal, Shen Xing Tong quickly settled onto the sofa to review the messages Su Qingyue had sent her. Tong Tong, listen to me. You should have the aunt from Yunhai Villa prepare a nourishing stew for Fu Heng. Anything from deer antler to pigs and cows' tendons, and even soft-shelled turtle, should be included. Moreover, I suggest you promptly schedule an appointment for him with a urologist. The sooner he is treated, the sooner you can enjoy your marital bliss, right? As a medical student, her comments reflected a professional bias. Shen Xing Tong felt Su Qingyue's advice was quite reasonable. She should indeed arrange for Fu Heng to see a specialist. That night, she and Fu Heng lay side by side on the same bed. Previously, she had been oblivious to the presence of a man beside her while she drifted in and out of slumber. Now, however, she was acutely awake. Shen Xing Tong stared at the unfamiliar ceiling of the bedroom, her mind bereft of sleep. Suddenly, she turned on her side, deliberately orienting her face towards Fu Heng. The man, who had initially closed his eyes, felt a small foot brushing against his leg. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting coldness flashing within his dark gaze. The sweet fragrance emanating from Shen Xing Tong lingered tantalizingly close to him. Shen Xing Tong, the man murmured in the dark, reprimanding her softly. Ignoring his words, she continued to tease him, playfully pressing her body against his. Mr. Fu, didn't you say you would give Grandpa a birthday present? Fu Heng's handsome face remained stern as he regarded the woman perched upon him, smiling in a peculiar manner, though his expression seemed composed. A subtle movement of his throat betrayed a hint of emotion. Unaware of his internal struggle, Shen Xing Tong leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, Mr. Fu, I believe the best gift for Grandpa would be this. With that, she tugged at his trousers. Fu Heng's breath hitched, and he swiftly grasped her wrist. Stop this nonsense. Lie down and go to sleep. But I'm doing this for Grandpa's birthday gift. Shen Xing Tong feigned innocence. What Grandpa desires most right now is a great-grandchild, isn't it? Her logic momentarily disarmed Fu Heng, leaving him momentarily speechless. I do not wish to engage with a woman who will be divorced in a year. His voice was frigid, devoid of warmth as he regarded Shen Xing Tong with an unyielding gaze. With both of her wrists captured by him, she was momentarily taken aback by his ruthless declaration. All right. No wonder you're such a dog of a male lead. The light in her eyes dimmed gradually. Disappointment was genuine, but more so, it was a sense of loss. As she climbed off him, she intentionally nudged his abdomen with her knee, purely in retaliation. As she lay down, she failed to notice the man's restrained and dark expression. Turning her back to him, she murmured softly, Indeed, you must preserve your purity for your future wife. Chapter 35. He was determined not to fulfill his grandfather's wishes. Ultimately, it was because he was the male lead, not a supporting character. Shen Xing Tong considered herself not particularly captivating, yet she could not believe that she elicited no feelings from him whatsoever. However, Fu Heng was indeed the exception. With her lips pressed together, she turned away from him, her emotions a complex tapestry. The man beside her rubbed his pained abdomen, tilting his head to observe her. Had she taken offense? Fu Heng furrowed his brow. He did not wish to deny Shen Xing Tong, but he understood that her action stemmed not from genuine affection or interest, but merely out of a sense of obligation imposed by her grandfather. He was resolute in resisting his grandfather's desires. Early in the morning, seated in the garden, Shen Xing Tong cradled her cup of rose-red tea, sighing deeply. Su Qingyue sat across from her, echoing her lament. It seems that the male lead is truly beyond the reach of ordinary women. I think I shall give up, yeah. Upon hearing her best friend's words, Su Qingyue immediately began to rub her abdomen. Tong Tong, you must not give up so easily. Su Qingyue revealed a helpless yet melancholic smile. I have my period. This meant her efforts had met with failure. Indeed, one should never praise too soon. Fu Yu was not so formidable as to make her conceive overnight. Shen Xing Tong set her teacup down, lazily casting a glance at Su Qingyue, just in time to catch sight of Xie Jiao, who was pushing Fu Yu's wheelchair from a distance. The two stopped beside a vibrant rose garden. Roses were Su Lanxin's favorite flowers, and the gardener at the Fu residence tended to this garden meticulously every day. Otherwise, the lady of the house would ruin her mood, making life difficult for the gardeners and servants. The blooming roses were resplendent, the young woman sweet and charming, while the man was strikingly handsome, a perfect match indeed. Today happened to be the weekend, and Shen Xing Tong intended to finalize the design plans for the bedroom and children's room before seeking out Fu Heng. However, after parting on unfavorable terms with Fu Heng the previous night, she had no desire to see his face today. Despite Fu Heng possessing a godlike visage, it no longer held any allure for her. At that moment, Shen Xing Tong witnessed the scene and sarcastically smirked. Sister, you are remarkably composed. Do you have no reaction at all? Observing Fu Yu and Xie Jiao, accompanied by the gardener, she mused, they seem quite compatible, and Nurse Xie is rather beautiful. Although her voice was low, the two friends could hear her clearly. Shen Xing Tong, as a supportive friend, could hardly contain herself, yet Su Qingyue remained unfazed. She even picked up some sunflower seeds from the table to munch on. What reaction could I possibly have? After all, she is his destined partner. As a malicious supporting character, what can I do? After saying this, Su Qingyue calmly continued to crack and eat her seeds. Shen Xing Tong scrutinized her friend closely. Thankfully, Su Qingyue exhibited no significant emotional fluctuations. It appeared that even surrounded by 10 Xie Jiaos, Su Qingyue could remain indifferent. Shen Xing Tong secretly rolled her eyes. Although she understood that Su Qingyue was unconcerned, she found it uncomfortable to witness. Suddenly, she raised her head and called out, Young Master Fu, it's rare for you to be out. Why not come over for a cup of tea? Her melodious voice instantly captured the attention of the two in the rose garden. Fu Yu turned to look at them. It was Xie Jiao's first encounter with Shen Xing Tong. Fu Yu seemed to instruct Xie Jiao with a few words, and she nodded gently, pushing his wheelchair in their direction. A mischievous smile played on Shen Xing Tong's lips. She could not tolerate such behavior and would not let it slide. Moreover, Fu Yu and Su Qingyue were not yet divorced. The legitimate young mistress was still seated here. How could Xie Jiao and Fu Yu dare engage in such conduct? Most importantly, the servants even had the audacity to suggest they were a good match. Did they think her friends were easy to manipulate? Seeing that Shen Xing Tong had actually called them over, Su Qingyue lowered her voice and asked, Tong Tong, what are you planning? Shen Xing Tong gave a light snort. Fear not. I simply cannot stand to see someone being shameless, so I intend to offer a little reminder. Su Qingyue. Observing the fury that danced across Shen Xing Tong's brows and eyes, Su Qingyue felt an unsettling familiarity with such an expression, her heart skipping a beat. Shen Xing Tong's demeanor unmistakably hinted at her intent to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Xie Jiao pushed Fu Yu's wheelchair closer, hesitant to speak too much for fear of revealing her trepidation. The atmosphere exuded an undeniable strength from Shen Xing Tong. Miss Xie, as you are a guest, please take a seat, Shen Xing Tong declared, embodying the authoritative presence of a sister-in-law. Fu Yu narrowed his eyes at Shen Xing Tong, his gaze naturally gravitating towards Su Qingyue. He found himself inexplicably attentive to the subtle shifts in her expression. Yet, Su Qingyue maintained her composure, revealing no hint of concern. A flicker of displeasure crossed Fu Yu's mind. Did she truly not care at all about his interactions with other women? Xie Jiao fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. I think I should remain standing. It wouldn't be appropriate.
Oh.
So, you are aware of your own inappropriateness? Shen Xing Tong replied, leisurely sipping her red tea, a smile playing on her lips that was both teasing and enigmatic. Xie Jiao's complexion paled, appearing as though she had been slighted, embodying a delicate fragility that seemed ready to be swept away by the wind.
Fu Yu, slightly irked.
Cast a dark look at Shen Xing Tong. Sister-in-law, why must you make things difficult for a nurse? She is merely here to care for me. And you are not usually like this. He consistently defended his nurse. Shen Xing Tong, with an air of calm, blew gently on her tea, her smile radiant and enchanting.
Oh.
Dear second young master, have I misunderstood? Is it wrong of me to invite her to sit and share a cup of tea? She turned to Su Qingyue, asking, What do you think, Kia? Am I in the wrong? Su Qingyue was well aware that her friend was merely venting her frustrations on her behalf. Yet, she felt no anger at all. After all, with everyone present, it would be unwise to appear easily bullied.
Indeed, Fu Yu.
Sister-in-law merely wishes for Miss Xie to sit and enjoy a cup of tea. Are we to fear that our chairs are lined with nails? Su Qingyue mused, her tone lightly mocking. Perhaps Xie Jiao had equated herself to a servant of the Fu family, believing she lacked the right to sit down. Her words dripped with sarcasm, implying that Xie Jiao was nothing more than a servant of the Fu household. A nurse at Fu's hospital was, after all, akin to a servant of the Fu family. Fu Yu, his voice cold and menacing, replied, If you insist she sit, then let her do so. Xie Jiao found herself caught in the middle, uncertain whether to sit or stand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please do not make this difficult for me. I know I am unworthy to sit. Why must you ladies humiliate me? She suddenly lamented, her voice thick with emotion as she directed her grievances towards Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue. Lowering her eyelids, tears cascaded down her cheeks, evoking a sense of pity. Chapter 36. The protagonist appears. Oh dear, Su Qingyue thought, witnessing Xie Jiao's tear-streaked face, a picture of sorrow. She glanced at Fu Yu, noting his lack of reaction, and pondered why he wasn't reprimanding Xie Jiao for her mistreatment at this moment. Shouldn't a villain be cradling a distressed figure in their arms, offering gentle comfort? The anticipated scene of Fu Yu erupting in fury on Xie Jiao's behalf did not materialize. Instead, he wore a face of displeasure, his expression so grim it seemed to summon rain. What are you crying for? Come here, take her away. Let her weep in a corner until she has had her fill, and only then may she return to administer my acupuncture and treatment. Fu Yu summoned a servant to take the weeping Xie Jiao away. Xie Jiao was momentarily stunned. Her cries abruptly ceased as she gazed at Fu Yu in disbelief. Her expression of incredulity noticed by Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue. The two friends exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar in Xie Jiao's reaction. Was there something amiss with her? Shen Xing Tong also found it strange. Since the day they, as antagonistic characters, awakened, the plot of the story seemed to have inexplicably diverged. The servant, wary of inciting the displeasure of the second young master, who was known for his capricious moods and grim temper, hurriedly pulled Xie Jiao away, knowing full well that it would be they, the servants, who would suffer should he lose his temper. As Xie Jiao's figure was dragged away, her cries gradually faded into the distance. Only then did Fu Yu turn to Su Qingyue and inquire, Are you satisfied? Su Qingyue, taken aback by his question, replied, Satisfied with what? What of your own satisfaction? Second Master Fu. Noticing her slight irritation, Fu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her spirited tone conveyed her discontent, which unexpectedly brought a smile to his lips. Su Qingyue, engrossed in her thoughts, paid him no mind. Shen Xing Tong's gaze flitted between her friend and Fu Yu. Typically, Fu Yu exuded an aura of gloom, whether encountered in the dining hall or the garden. He always seemed to be enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. Yet, witnessing Su Qingyue's irritation seemed to soften his demeanor, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes deliberately met hers. If one were to assess, professionalism undoubtedly reigned superior. Who is the professional? Shen Xing Tong pressed. What? Aspiring to be a central air conditioner? Mr. Fu, in high spirits, approached, especially delighted to see his grandson and the two granddaughters-in-law engaged in heartfelt conversation, a delightful scene. What are you discussing? May I, as an elder, partake? Su Qingyue instantly donned a smile, intertwined her arm with Mr. Fu's, and invited him to sit. Grandfather, your presence warms the surroundings. You are our little heater. Mr. Fu chuckled heartily, the earlier tension dissipating with his arrival. The day before Mr. Fu's birthday, the Fu family ascended the mountain early. They divided into 3 vehicles to travel to Futa Mountain. The road was treacherous and steep. Su Lanxin and Mr. Fu occupied the first vehicle with Mr. Fu, while Shen Xing Tong and Fu Heng, along with Su Qingyue and Fu Yu, were seated in the front and rear vehicles, respectively. Notably, Su Qingwe's vehicle also harbored a ticking time bomb, as Xie Jiao was among them. The Fu family possessed a sprawling summer villa on Futu Mountain, adjacent to Futu Temple. It is said that affluent families have considerable faith in metaphysical forces, and the villa is frequently booked by guests throughout the year. At this moment, it is not the peak season, and the number of visitors is sparse. After the car came to a halt, Shen Xing Tong took Su Qingwe on a tour around the villa. Su Qingwe grasped her hand and inquired, "Sister, what on earth is happening? Why have you and your husband exchanged not a single word?" She had initially hoped to observe the dynamics between the couple. Typically, they only discuss their husbands via WeChat. Today marked the first occasion when both their husbands were present. Yet, to her astonishment, Shen Xing Tong and Fu Heng remained utterly silent. What could this possibly mean? Shen Xing Tong snorted softly. What is there to discuss with a man who is emotionally aloof? Su Qingyue's lips curled slightly as she could not help but mutter under her breath, "I can't believe it. I specifically prepared a super sexy nightgown for you."
Me?
Shen Xing Tong's expression faltered momentarily. Her lips twitched. "You want me to wear that beautiful, alluring nightgown for whom? Please don't tell me it's for Fu Heng." With Fu Heng's demeanor, one could easily mistake him for a monk if he were to shave his head and enter a temple. Su Qingyue recognized that their marriage might indeed be devoid of hope, yet she still wished to make an effort, licking her red lips. That may not necessarily be the case. If that dog of a husband, Fu Heng, fails to appreciate it, then let me be the one to see it. I would love to. My dear Xingtong, with her fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs, is a celestial being descended to earth. If that blind man can't be captivated, at least I can be. She gazed at Shen Xingtong with a playful glint in her eye, her gaze scanning her from head to toe. She swore that any other man would have been thoroughly enchanted by her, unlike Fu Heng, that dog of a husband. Shen Xingtong huffed, cupping Su Qingyue's face and giving it a playful squeeze. Why must you be so indiscriminate? Handsome men and beautiful women. It's a choice between two. The two of them engaged in light-hearted banter until suddenly, a voice emerged from the distant eaves. They exchanged furtive glances and discreetly hid behind a wall to observe. Xie Jiao exclaimed, "Brother, I've been getting close to Fu Yu for quite some time, but it seems he does not harbor any feelings for me." Brother? In the original storyline, Xie Jiao never mentioned finding her family, but there was a male supporting character who had grown up with them in the orphanage, whom Xie Jiao and Jiying affectionately referred to as brother.
What?
You want me to slip something to him? That seems inappropriate, especially with his wife still around. You want me to drug him? After an exchange on the phone, Xie Jiao nodded gently in agreement. Su Qingyue's expression darkened as she remarked, "She merely enjoys playing the innocent. Her name alone gives it away, Xie Jiao. She is clearly a cultist." Shen Xingtong couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Xie Jiao's phone call. However, she was not in the mood for Shen Xingtong to wear anything, gripping her arm. She appeared alarmed. "What's wrong?" Shen Xingtong hurriedly asked. "Guess what? I saw your husband. Seeing Fu Heng is peculiar? He has always been at the villa. It's not surprising that you saw him." "No. I saw him with Jiying, the female lead. She has appeared." Chapter 37. Mr. Fu is not afraid of the wife-chasing cremation ground. As Su Qingyue tugged at Shen Xingtong, she exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Though I'm unaware of their activities, I see them standing by the lakeside." Shen Xingtong let out a cold laugh. The female protagonist makes her entrance rather early. "Let's go," Shen Xingtong declared, turning to retrieve a fruit knife from the table. Su Qingyue, taken aback by Shen Xingtong's reaction, realized that her usual demeanor of a delicate socialite was merely a facade. Her temper could be quite fierce, and when she felt the urge to strike, she would disregard all consequences. Su Qingyue silently thought, "This is bad." She hurriedly caught up with Shen Xingtong, grasping her hand. "Tong, while I understand your anger, let's not act impulsively. We must remain composed even in the act of catching someone in the act. We cannot engage in reckless behavior. Although I know you must be itching to castrate your husband right now, he is the prince of the capital. The male lead of this narrative, he is not someone we can afford to provoke." Su Qingyue feared that if Shen Xingtong truly went through with such an impulsive act, her life would be spent behind bars. Shen Xingtong looked at Su Qingyue, puzzled. "What are you talking about? I meant to go watch the show." "Then, why do you have the knife?" Shen Xingtong scoffed lightly, picking up 2 apples from the table. "To peel the apples." Su Qingyue's lips twitched. The two of them, one wielding a fruit knife while the other cradled 2 apples, made their way towards the Swan Lake at the villa. The estate featured a pristine lake, naturally formed and resembling a swan, hence its name, Swan Lake. Not far off, they indeed spotted Fu Heng. Tall and striking, his presence was impossible to overlook. Standing not far from him was the female lead of the story, Jiying. Notably, Jiying, like Shen Xingtong, was also an interior designer. After leaving the orphanage, Jiying received support from a benefactor, rumored to be the funds donated by the Fu Group to the Red Cross. The narrative does not elaborate on how the benefactor managed to allocate these funds. Jiying, however, had always regarded her benefactor as Fu Heng. Hearing this title sent chills down Shen Xing Tong's spine. At that moment, she overheard Jiying say, "I never expected to encounter you at this villa, my benefactor. Your support has transformed my life, and I am truly grateful."
Goodness.
As Shen Xing Tong was peeling the apple, Jiying's words nearly caused her to slip. Naturally, she and Su Qingyue could only see their silhouettes, not their expressions. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Heng was frowning slightly, his voice exceedingly indifferent. "I did not do this."
There is no need to thank me.
His entire aura was frigid, exuding a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, Jiying persisted, tilting her head slightly, her eyes still sparkling as she gazed at Fu Heng. "I understand that someone of your stature would not concern themselves with someone as insignificant as me, but please grant me an opportunity to repay your kindness. I have heard that your Yunhai Villa is seeking a designer. I would be honored to assist you." Their conversation was audible to Shen Xing Tong, who, at this moment, remained composed. She leisurely continued peeling the apple, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After all, Fu Heng had quite a few reservations regarding her design draft. Su Qingyue felt a surge of urgency upon hearing this. She was acutely aware of the significance this project held for Shen Xing Tong. Its loss would pose a serious risk of dismissal for her. Yet, Shen Xing Tong remained unfazed, calmly peeling an apple without a care for the potential loss of her client. Su Qingyue, in her agitation, suggested, "Shouldn't you go and advocate for it?" "Advocate for what? If he wishes to change, no amount of persuasion from me would suffice." Su Qingyue pondered this, and found it to be rather accurate. At that moment, Fu Heng's tone grew colder. "There is no need. Yunhai Mountain Villa will be designed by my wife personally. No outsiders required." What a remark. A simple statement that struck Jiying deeply. She stared, momentarily taken aback, then retreated a couple of steps before turning and fleeing, as if she had been humiliated. "Oh, dear. Mr. Fu, aren't you going to chase after her? If you don't, be wary of missing your chance next time." As Jiying distanced herself, a familiar, sardonic female voice echoed from behind. Fu Heng turned slightly to regard her. Upon noticing his gaze, she donned a facade of composure, offering a slight smile. "I speak sincerely. Mr. Fu, do you fancy that sort of thing? If so, I could assist you by explaining matters to that young lady right away." Her tone was disarmingly sweet, yet laced with sarcasm. Su Qingyue stood by, too apprehensive to utter a sound. When she was alone with Shen Xing Tong, she could freely criticize this insufferable male lead. However, in Fu Heng's presence, she found herself utterly speechless. His commanding aura was overwhelmingly potent, even without uttering a word. The weight of his presence rendered Su Qingyue unable to meet his gaze. She silently marveled that only Shen Xing Tong dared to converse with the prince of the capital in such a manner. Suddenly, Fu Heng stepped forward. Su Qingyue tugged at Shen Xing Tong's sleeve. "Hey, Tong," she whispered, the volume barely audible to their ears alone. Su Qingyue felt a twinge of concern, glancing at Fu Heng. Her thoughts drifting to the matter of Xie Jiao potentially drugging Fu Yu, prompting her to hastily depart. Fu Heng now stood before Shen Xing Tong, his tall figure casting a shadow over her slender form as he queried softly, "How long have you been here?" Shen Xing Tong maintained her smile. "Not long at all. I just happened to overhear that young lady expressing her desire to design your Yunhai Mountain Villa. I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" "Let her design your master bedroom and children's room. I shall take care of the remaining areas. What do you think?" She believed it to be a splendid idea. After all, the master bedroom and children's room would eventually be for him and Jiying. As his prospective ex-wife, she had no need for them. Fu Heng narrowed his eyes. "Why allow her to design? What connection does she have to me?" "At present, none. However, in the future, that may change." Shen Xing Tong thought to herself, but explained aloud. "After all, she is quite a renowned designer in this field. I'm merely offering you a suggestion." "Shen Xing Tong, the substantial sum I have paid your studio is not intended for you to shirk responsibility." Shen Xing Tong was taken aback by his suddenly frosty words, feeling somewhat speechless. After all, she was assisting him. Did he truly fear nothing about the consequences of chasing after a wife? Chapter 38. The Dullard. Very well. This massive iceberg of a man is indeed a piece of wood that cannot be carved. Shen Xing Tong sighed wearily, offering him an apple. "Mr. Fu, eat this apple to calm your temper." The apple, already peeled, was presented to his lips, its fragrance lingering enticingly in the air. Shen Xing Tong anticipated he would refuse. This man seldom indulged in fruit at the Fu residence, and even when the servants prepared it, he consumed it in small pieces.
Fu Heng.
The pampered prince of the capital, clearly did not understand the concept of taking a hearty bite of an apple. To her surprise, he did not decline. The man took a bite of the apple she held, chewing leisurely. Watching him devour the apple so heartily left Shen Xing Tong feeling quite vexed. She had intended to eat it herself if he turned away, not wishing to let him have the advantage. Now, with him having taken a significant bite,
How could she eat it?
given that they were under their grandfather's watchful eye, neither couple dared to sleep separately. No one wished to provoke their grandfather, particularly with the old man's birthday approaching. Upon entering the room, Shen Xing Tong promptly washed her hands, the apple juice sticky against her palms. Upon finishing, she emerged to find Fu Heng's fingers teasing the excessively revealing nightgown she wore. The length of the nightgown was alarmingly short, a mere inch away from revealing more than intended. It was a backless, spaghetti-strapped nightgown, adorned with extravagant, colorful floral patterns that seemed rather ostentatious. This garment was a gift from Su Qingyue. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of regret. Fu Heng must be thinking that she wore this nightgown to seduce him, likely to mock her with his biting wit. As her thoughts raced, she looked up to see him calmly setting it aside without uttering a word, leaving Shen Xing Tong somewhat bewildered. This kind of nightwear should not be worn in public, he remarked softly, emphasizing, it's best worn at home. Implying that taking it outside was embarrassing? Did Fu Heng not have any ulterior thoughts? Shen Xing Tong was left in a daze, and when she saw Fu Heng heading towards the bathroom, she hastily picked up the two nightgowns and held them before her, contemplating. After a moment, she decided to message Su Qingyue, I have discovered a most serious issue. Fu Heng is not only lacking in sexual prowess, but also possesses a complete absence of romantic flair. Perhaps the male lead simply had no interest in a supporting character like her. His affections for the female lead were undoubtedly rich with passion. She recalled the original plot vividly, and Fu Heng's chemistry with the female lead was unmistakably vibrant, filled with chains, collars, and a myriad of playful antics. Those explicit descriptions were etched into her memory, and despite her reluctance, the words seemed permanently welded in her mind, impossible to forget. She would never admit that her thoughts were so impure. Fu Heng, a man entirely devoid of interest in any woman other than the female protagonist, was a truth she had to remind herself of constantly. Rather than contemplating seduction, a more straightforward approach seemed preferable. A forceful advance would serve as the optimal solution. However, Shen Xing Tong found herself at a loss for how to proceed, leaving her in a state of restraint. That evening, as the man lay beside her, whether by intention or happenstance, he made a conspicuous motion of pulling back the covers. A chill breeze swept into the blanket, and as Shen Xing Tong stirred in her slumber, she felt the cold and shot him a disgruntled glance. What was this old rogue up to? Her voice, likely dulled by sleep, emerged softer and more delicate than usual, with a tone that could easily entice. Fu Heng paused momentarily, allowing the blanket to fall, his tall frame occupying half of the bed. Why aren't you wearing the pajamas you brought? He inquired, his tone calm, concealing any ulterior motives.
So obedient?
His skepticism was laced with a hint of amusement. Shen Xing Tong, not fully aware, merely responded with a sleepy murmur. Go to sleep. Noticing the redness at the corners of her eyes from fatigue, he gently tousled her disheveled curls, his voice tinged with affection. As Shen Xing Tong's eyes fluttered shut, she was oblivious to the tenderness and adoration in his words. In the dead of night, she was startled awake by the sound of conversation. The old master suddenly collapsed. It's critical. You must come quickly. Fu Heng's tone grew solemn. I will go see him immediately. Upon hearing that Grandpa Fu had fainted, Shen Xing Tong swiftly threw off the covers and rose. I want to check as well. In the original storyline, Grandpa Fu had fainted and was saved by the female protagonist, which later paved the way for the two of them and the Fu family brothers to be together. Grandpa Fu ultimately did not oppose their relationships with these two young women. This time, however, she could not allow such a plot to unfold prematurely. Shen Xing Tong regretted her earlier decisions. Had she known, she would have insisted that Fu Heng amend the agreement to 6 months, or better yet 3 months. She should have bolted sooner. The female protagonist had appeared far too early. The pair made their way to Grandpa Fu's retreat, and upon entering the room, they found many people gathered there. Fu's father and Su Lanxin were present, along with the family doctor, Dr. Li and Xie Jiao and Jiying. Fu's father looked gratefully at the two young women. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you saving my father, his voice faltered, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. He was at a loss, not expecting such an incident to occur just before his father's 68th birthday. Xie Jiao and Jiying exchanged glances. Jiying, upon seeing Fu Heng enter, illuminated the room with her radiant and playful smile, her voice sweet and charming.
Oh,
It's nothing. I just happened to come up the mountain to accompany a client on vacation and saw Grandpa Fu collapse. Thankfully, it's nothing serious. Su Lanxin frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort towards Jiying. Father Fu said, "Good children, you may propose conditions. Our Fu family has always believed in repaying kindness. Speak up. What do you wish for? I can take charge." Jiying blushed, casting a cautious glance towards Fu Heng. Her hesitant demeanor surely stirred intrigue in the male protagonist. Did it not? Shen Xing Tong thought to herself as she too glanced at Fu Heng. In Chapter 39, the grandfather and grandson were engaged in a subtle contest of wills. Fu Heng furrowed his brows, his already sharp features now exuding an even harsher and more menacing aura. He was displeased. Shen Xing Tong found his reaction astonishing. What could have prompted such an expression? Sensing her gaze, Fu Heng turned to her, seemingly responding to her presence as he grasped her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers in a commanding manner. Startled, Shen Xing Tong noticed Ji Ying's resentful look directed at her and quickly withdrew her hand. What on earth was he doing? This was outrageous. Was she also a part of their little game? Unable to extricate herself from the man's firm grip, she heard Fu Heng's voice, soft yet distinctly audible in the room, as he said, "Be good, don't cause a fuss." Although his voice was low, it resonated clearly amidst the gathering. All eyes turned to him, while Fu Heng appeared unfazed. Realizing she had become the center of attention, Shen Xing Tong quietly ceased her attempt to pull away. Ji Ying's eyes dimmed as she bit her lip. Father Fu, oblivious to Ji Ying's affectionate gaze towards Fu Heng, inquired, "Do you have no conditions, Miss Ji?"
Ido. Yiyim stamaret.
Nervously fiddling with the bows on her sleeves, "I wish to work at the Fu Group." Father Fu nodded knowingly. Who wouldn't he want to join the Fu Group? As a Fortune Global 500 company, it was a prestigious establishment for which many would vie. It was not surprising that a young girl sought a promising position. Father Fu turned to Fu Heng. "You handle the arrangements." After all, the current authority lay with Fu Heng. However, Fu Heng's expression hardened as he replied, "The Fu Group does not hire through backdoor means. Moreover, Miss Ji specializes in home interior design, which is not a requirement for our company." "No, no, no!" Ji Ying exclaimed eagerly. "I can." Shen Xing Tong's eyes narrowed sharply. For heaven's sake, the old man was still lying in bed, his life hanging in the balance. Did they not care about the well-being of their elder? She was determined not to let Ji Ying have her way. Perhaps it was her inherent malice that prompted her to speak up. "Oh dear, grandfather, how are you feeling?" Upon seeing grandfather Fu open his eyes, she hastily released Fu Heng's hand and rushed to the bedside, feigning tears as she grasped the frail hand of grandfather Fu. "Grandfather, you've worried me sick." Tears genuinely welled up in her eyes as she thought of her own grandfather. Throughout her life, only her biological grandfather had truly cared for her. But he had passed away too soon, and in the Shen household, she had become merely a tool. The mere thought of her grandfather's death brought warmth to her eyes. Grandfather Fu was initially quite disheartened. After all, he had opened his eyes, yet none of the individuals in the room seemed to notice him. They were engrossed in discussing the issue of a stranger woman entering the Fu Group. It wasn't until he saw his granddaughter-in-law, Xing Tong, tearfully approach him that his melancholic mood began to lift considerably. Indeed, it was clear that Xing Tong cared for him the most. Grandfather Fu felt a twinge of emotion in his heart and, upon witnessing the child truly in tears, he revealed a benevolent smile. "Silly child, why are you crying?" "I am perfectly fine," he reassured her. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone else had awakened to the fact that grandfather Fu had regained consciousness, and the matter of entering the Fu Group was momentarily cast aside. Fu Heng stepped closer to the bedside. "Grandfather, is there any discomfort?" "Everything is uncomfortable," grandfather Fu huffed. I just wish for Xing Tong to stay with me. Everyone else, please leave." "Grandfather, let the doctor remain," reminded Shen Xing Tong. Grandfather Fu, at that moment, was quite inclined to heed her words, nodding in agreement. Yes, let the doctor and Xing Tong stay. Everyone else, out. The old man was clearly agitated. Even Father Fu dared not utter a sound, discreetly touching his nose as he exited the room. Su Lanxin cast a glance at the two young ladies before frowning and leaving as well. Xie Jiao and Ji Ying were escorted out by the staff of the villa. Fu Heng had yet to depart. Noticing Shen Xing Tong sitting at the edge of the bed, he chose to take a seat in a nearby chair, remaining silent. Grandfather Fu did not insist that he leave. Instead, he grasped Shen Xing Tong's hand and said, "Grandfather knows you are truly good. I have no physical discomfort, only a heaviness in my heart." As he spoke, the old man's face wrinkled into a myriad of creases. Typically, he was quite concerned about presenting himself in a youthful light, but at that moment, such thoughts were far from his mind. With a face full of sorrow, he lamented, "I only wish to hold my great-grandchild before I depart this world." He turned to the doctor and asked, "How much longer do you think I have to live?"
"Doctor."
Li was utterly unprepared for such a question. The old gentleman had just turned 68, hardly old, and it was reasonable to expect he could live into his 70s or 80s without issue. Just as the doctor was about to speak the truth, Grandfather Fu suddenly began to cough violently, clutching his chest as if in considerable distress. Dr. Li was startled and rushed forward to examine him. Am I about to die? He gasped, struggling to catch his breath, while casting furtive glances at Fu Heng from the corner of his eye. Fu Heng, however, sat in the chair with an air of calmness, displaying no reaction whatsoever. This demeanor only served to irritate Grandfather Fu further. He pressed his lips together. How many years do I have left, Dr. Li? Please tell me the truth. I can accept it. He grasped Dr. Li's hand tightly, making it difficult for the doctor to articulate the response he had intended to deliver. Old sir, with such strength, living to 80 is certainly within reach. But Dr. Li dared not voice the sentiment, recognizing the silent contest of wills between the grandfather and grandson. Observing the doctor's conflicted expression, Fu Heng discerned that his grandfather was feigning illness and could not help but smirk in resignation. Grandfather, please do not make things difficult for Dr. Li. He is merely a working man. Dr. Li nodded vigorously, tears glistening in his eyes. He was unexpectedly moved that Mr. Fu, a capitalist, could empathize with workers like him. Mr. Fu's expression stiffened, and he was compelled to release Dr. Li's hand. You scoundrel! Is it truly so hard to bear a well-behaved great-grandson with Xing Tong? Shen Xing Tong had already discerned Mr. Fu's pretense. However, his fainting spell outside seemed genuine. The recent bout of coughing, though, was clearly an act, a poorly executed one. At that, Shen Xing Tong stole a glance at Fu Heng. Mr. Fu had always held high hopes for Fu Heng. If one were to ponder which of his grandsons he favored, it would undoubtedly be Fu Heng. Yet, his greatest concern was whether Fu Heng had any issues in that regard. After all, as far as the old man knew, his grandson was still a virgin and had yet to encounter a woman. The informants he had dispatched reported that Fu Heng and Shen Xing Tong occasionally shared a bed, yet there was no sign of any intimacy. Was it possible that his eldest grandson truly harbored issues in that aspect? Chapter 40. A visit to the hospital for a male examination for Fu Heng. Mr. Fu's peculiar gaze drifted downwards toward his grandson's lower abdomen. The more he scrutinized, the greater his headache became, leading him to bury his face in his palms, seemingly struggling to accept this reality. He patted Shen Xing Tong's hand gently. Xing Tong, I owe you an apology. I have placed you in a position of solitude. Shen Xing Tong was somewhat bewildered, questioning which act Mr. Fu was performing in his display of sorrow. She had not recognized him as such a dramatic figure until now. Fu Heng, with a clouded expression, sensed his grandfather's skepticism. He had long desired to leave, and as he stood, he spoke in a cool tone. Grandfather, at your age, please do not act so. You rascal.
Mr. Fu, irritated,
hurled a pillow at him. Shen Xing Tong observed the exchange, suppressing a smile. They must have been adversaries in a past life. Mr. Fu, originally stern, softened into a warm smile upon meeting Shen Xing Tong's gaze. All right, I shall heed your words. As Shen Xing Tong exited Mr. Fu's room, she lifted her eyes to find Fu Heng awaiting her. She lowered her lashes and leisurely followed behind him. Neither spoke a word.
Fu Heng mente da commanding presence,
striding ahead in silence, while Shen Xing Tong trailed, preferring the quiet, even silently critiquing him. What a dull man he was. Mr. Fu was far more entertaining.
Doctor
Li had just sighed in relief when Mr. Fu's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Old man, what is it? Noticing Dr. Li's discomfort, Mr. Fu, understanding that he was unlikely to agree, adopted a serious demeanor. Very well, if you do not wish to seek a friend's assistance, I shall instruct the butler to arrange an appointment for Fu Heng at the hospital. Dr. Li silently lit a candle for the young master in his heart. In the mountainous expanse, a chorus of monkeys echoed as she lamented, Am I truly out of favor? Just moments ago, Grandfather Fu had collapsed. Yet Fu Yu had not even bothered to inquire about her well-being. The insatiable curiosity gnawed at her, rendering her sleepless. When Fu Cheng lay beside her, he seized her phone with a swift motion. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade of complaints, she stifled her words and adopted a dulcet tone. Mr. Fu, might you kindly return my phone? Her demeanor was polite and gentle, her smile devoid of warmth, with her eyes betraying no trace of mirth. She was seething with anger, enough to want to kick someone. Fu Cheng placed the phone on the bedside table, his tone calm in contrast to her feigned sarcasm. It is detrimental to your eyesight to play with your phone in the dark. Time to sleep. His voice, though authoritative, carried a hint of tenderness amidst the shadows. At that moment, rebellious spirit surged within Shen Xing Tong. After all, sleep eluded her. She shifted closer, whispering, darling, with an intimacy that was palpable. Fu Qing turned away, feigning ignorance. Shen Xing Tong clenched her teeth in frustration. If she could not find rest, neither would he. Deliberately, she draped herself across Fu Qing, her limbs entwining with his, seeking closeness. In the pitch darkness, devoid of any light, she could not discern his features or expressions, relying solely on the subtle shifts in his breath to gauge his response. She sensed a change in his demeanor. Undeterred, she let her fingers wander recklessly beneath his nightshirt, brushing against his skin. Despite his flaws, Fu Qing possessed an enviable physique, sculpted and alluring, compelling her to exert every ounce of effort to entice him. Though he was flawed, his genetic gifts were undeniable. In the obscurity, Fu Qing grasped her wrist, forcefully pulling her hand away and abruptly sitting up. The once pliable Shen Xing Tong tumbled to the side, mirroring his posture. Was Mr. Fu truly so devoid of romance? She feigned a sigh of despair. Very well. Let us sleep. She lay back down, oblivious to the darkened expression on the man beside her, which she could not perceive in such dim light. Fu Qing found himself both amused and exasperated by her nonchalance. She had the audacity to lie down, presenting herself with a playful demeanor. While he glanced down at his own body, stifling a chuckle. This woman was undoubtedly being deliberate. Meanwhile, Fu Yu remained sullen, refusing to accept the bowl of medicine. What is this? He inquired coldly. Xie Jiao replied softly, Second young master. This is the herbal remedy for your internal balance. I recall that the concoction you consumed yesterday did not taste like this. Fu Yu cast a scrutinizing glance at the bowl, suspicion etched across his face. His heightened sensitivity was understandable. Ever since he had lost the use of his legs, he had become acutely aware, magnifying even the slightest detail. Xie Jiao maintained a flawless smile. I heard from Grandfather Zhao that one of the ingredients needed to be replaced to ensure better absorption. Fu Yu responded curtly, Set it down, you may leave now. Yet, Xie Jiao was resolute in her refusal to depart. She has left, rendering the medicine useless. Hasn't she wasted her own remedy? Second young master, if you do not mind, may I assist you in taking it? This opulent and spacious suite is fully equipped with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a study, yet it only contains one bedroom. Standing in their bedroom, Xie Jiao felt somewhat out of place. When Su Qinghua spoke, Xie Jiao experienced a pang of guilt, as if she had been caught in the act. After all, she was the legitimate wife. Turning her head, Xie Jiao forced a smile and replied, Madam, I can take care of my husband myself. There is no need for you to emphasize your position. Su Qingyue's words dripped with sarcasm, her tone sharp to the extreme. Xie Jiao's eyes reddened with grievance, appearing as though she had been wronged. And she sought help from Fu Yu with a pleading glance. Chapter 41. Su Qingyue, do you intend to murder your husband? Xie Jiao did not wish to leave this way. She was unwilling to concede. The bowl of medicine was meant for Fu Yu, yet she had departed. Leaving it behind, was she not merely paving the way for Su Qingyue? During her recent stay at the Fu residence, Xie Jiao had inquired with the servants and had seen for herself that Su Qingyue and Fu Yu slept in separate rooms, devoid of affection and any tangible relationship. Noticing Xie Jiao lingering and gazing at Fu Yu, Su Qingyue clicked her tongue. Second young master, do you not wish to bid farewell to Miss Xie? Or perhaps share a parting kiss? Just look at her reluctant demeanor. Su Qingyue spoke without restraint, her words directly aimed at Xie Jiao, abandoning any pretense of politeness.
Her voice was cold and biting.
Fu Yu's expression momentarily faltered as he lifted his gaze to Su Qingyue, yet his countenance revealed no trace of anger. Miss Xie,
you may leave now.
He tilted his chin slightly, his tone betraying an inkling of impatience. Xie Jiao, unwilling to relent, cast one last glance at the bowl of medicine before turning to exit. The door closed behind her. Su Qingyue picked up the bowl and sniffed it. Though it contained something, she saw through the ruse of changing prescriptions. Who did she think she was fooling? She was well aware of Grandpa Zhao's prescription habits. Generally, a medicine would be used for 3 days in succession unless ineffective. Fu Yu had only taken the second dose before the prescription was altered. Impossible. The medicine isn't quite right. I shall discard it, Su Qingyue declared. Fu Yu remained silent, observing her. She assumed he would be displeased, given his off-changing moods, yet, whether it was an illusion or not, she detected a hint of amusement in his eyes. What could he possibly find amusing?
It was baffling.
Su Qingyue turned, poured out the medicine, and placed the bowl on the table, then spoke earnestly. Tonight, we are forced to share a space. Let this towel serve as the boundary between us, akin to the boundary between Chu and Han. Let's not encroach upon one another. As she spoke, she took a towel and laid it down in the center. Regardless of how displeased Fu Yu appeared, she persisted in rolling the towel into a strip and placing it in the middle. Su Lanxin observed this with concern. frequently urging her to engage more actively with Fu Yu, suggesting that such efforts would foster harmony in their marital relationship. Su Qinghua nodded in agreement on the surface. Yet she was reluctant to act on such advice. Although her menstrual cycle had commenced, indicating a failed pregnancy, the appearance of Xie Jiao had suddenly made her disinclined to share a bed with Fu Yu any longer. Fu Yu's destined lover had finally made an appearance, yet she saw no reason to ingratiate herself, nor to seek frivolous approval. She was no fool. Thus, after completing her metaphorical line of demarcation, she retired for the night. A palpable aura of displeasure enveloped her, as if emblazoned with the words, "Do not disturb." Just as her eyes fluttered shut, her keen ears detected the sound of a wheelchair approaching her side. Fu Yu maneuvered the chair to a halt beside her bed. An alarm bell rang in Su Qinghua's mind, though she kept her eyes closed, pondering whether the antagonist might be petty enough to attempt her demise. Then, his large hand rested upon her cheek, icy to the touch, sending a shiver through her. Su Qinghua opened her eyes abruptly, startled. "What are you doing?" "I'm cold." The man's demeanor remained serene, though his words bore an oddity. "Help me to bed. As you can see, I am weak and incapable of self-sufficiency." Su Qinghua thought to herself, indeed, he is quite helpless. This dog of a man, who had previously exuded arrogance, now feigned vulnerability. Yet his attempt at pity was utterly unconvincing. Who in their right mind would wear such a blank expression while playing the victim? She felt compelled to suggest he enroll in a class to learn the art of feigned sympathy. With no one around, it was evident that Fu Yu's actions were merely a pretext to seek rest, relying on her for assistance. Reluctantly, she rose and wheeled him to the other side of the bed, assisting him to stand. Despite his considerable weight loss, he remained heavy. Standing tall at 6 feet 2 inches, his skeletal frame carried weight. Su Qinghua muttered under her breath, "You are quite heavy." As she positioned him at the edge of the bed, their balance faltered, and they both tumbled down. Fu Yu collided with her chest, feeling a twinge of pain, which elicited a soft grunt from him. "Are you attempting to murder your husband?" he jested. "Murder? What husband?" "You are no husband of mine," she retorted, realizing the absurdity of her statement as she scrambled to rise from atop him. Her attempts to leverage herself were futile, after several failed efforts. As she finally managed to lift herself, Fu Yu's treacherous grip ensnared her waist, forcing her back down. "Are you insane?"
Su Qinghui et Galim, Isapata.
She had grown weary of the charade. Since Xie Jiao's arrival, her attitude towards Fu Yu had soured day by day. Aware of her role as the wicked female antagonist destined for a grim end, she no longer cared. The more disdainful she became, the wider the smirk grew on Fu Yu's lips. "Are you jealous?"
he teased.
"Jealous of what?" she shouted in outrage. "Release me, or I shall refuse to assist you in elevating your legs. The acupuncture you provided was ineffective. Starting tomorrow, will you continue treating my legs?" It seemed as though he had not registered her fury. His hold was strong, ensnaring her in his embrace, rendering her utterly immobile. Su Qinghua found herself regretting not having learned various combat techniques like her best friend. Otherwise, she would have aimed a few strikes at Fu Yu's forehead. With a huff, she declared, "I refuse." The previously agreed price is now doubled. Su Qinghua admitted, unabashedly, that she was indeed swayed by the allure of monetary gain. For the sake of money, she was adaptable, unabashedly displaying a hint of a smile. "Young Master Fu, whatever you say goes. I shall comply. Acupuncture, is it? I will begin the treatment for you first thing tomorrow morning." The corners of his mouth quirked upward, his objective achieved. He spoke the truth. Although Xie Jiao had learned Dr. Zhao's acupoints in recent days, her acupuncture sessions had proven ineffective. In contrast, after each session with Su Qinghua, he felt an increase in sensation in his legs. Dr. Zhao's endorsement of Su Qinghua indicated that the girl's medical skills were undoubtedly commendable. Fu Yu preferred to have Su Qinghua treat his legs. Su Qinghua climbed off him, dutifully lifting his legs onto the bed and even massaging them several times. "Rest assured, young Master Fu, your investment will yield worthwhile returns." Fu Yu smiled faintly, suddenly realizing that teasing his wife was indeed quite amusing. It was no wonder his friends had often remarked after marriage that he did not grasp the beauty of love. Once Su Qinghua had him settled, she found it too tiresome to navigate around to the other side of the bed, opting instead to crawl over him.
Fu Yu.
Before she could position herself, he grasped her ankle. Su Qinghua looked at Fu Yu. "Young Master Fu, do you have further instructions?" "You mentioned last time that my legs lacked sensation and that I was not performing well," he insisted, refusing to let go. "Don't wait for later. Let us try it now."
Su Qinghui.
Chapter 42. Oh, the bond with a good sister lasts a lifetime. Su Qinghua suspected the antagonist was unwell. Right, the antagonist was indeed unwell. Her words successfully dissipated the lingering ambiguity in the room. The atmosphere gradually thickened, and the playful smile on Fu Yu's face faded away. Fu Yu's voice turned icy. Do you intend to have other women share my bed? Didn't you say you didn't want me to bear your child? If I find another woman to satisfy you, what else there to complain about? Her words were quite infuriating. Fu Yu chuckled, though his laughter was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. He leaned closer, pinching her cheek. What are you doing? Su Qinghua responded. Your mouth shouldn't be used for talking. Su Qinghua blinked. If not for speaking, what else is it for? Eating?
He scoffed lightly, to bite.
You, as if anticipating her retort, Fu Yu silenced her with a kiss, employing his teeth as he had claimed. Su Qinghua cursed internally at how the antagonist defied all logic. Why was he kissing her? What was the implication of such an action? Moreover, Su Qinghua was not one to suffer losses. If someone dared to swindle her out of 100, she would ensure they returned 1,000. Thus, the kiss took an unexpected turn. As dawn broke, Shen Xing Tong awoke. Perhaps due to an unfamiliar bed or the fact that Fu Heng had slept beside her the previous night, disrupting her rest. Sporting dark circles, she headed to the bathroom to freshen up, only to discover that Fu Heng had long since vanished. As she brushed her teeth and washed her face, her phone buzzed with messages from the currently missing Su Qinghua, who was frantically trying to reach her. I find myself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Last night, that notorious villain, Fu Yu, flirted with me, and I could not resist. I succumbed to temptation. This morning my legs are sore, and you cannot imagine how incapacitated that villain is, leaving me to take the initiative. It infuriates me, truly infuriates me. With a hint of laughter, I cannot help but chuckle, foam escaping my lips and splattering onto the mirror. My friend, the jubilant egg yolk pie, exclaims, do tell. Was it delightful? If it was, you have lost nothing. To which I respond, delightful, indeed? I was the one exerting effort while he merely indulged, making it seem as though I were his servant. With a sigh of reflection, I consider that the villain, still unfit, is unlikely to satisfy my dear Yaya for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Qinghua bombards me with an array of emoticons, expressing her concealed frustration, anger, and regret. I attempt to console her. All right, a gentle pat on the head. Next time I secure a design project, we shall find a male model. Disguised, we will ensure you are thoroughly pampered. Oh, how you care for me, she exclaims. I wish to spend my life with you. Early in the day, our family gathers at the floating pagoda temple to offer prayers. I have no objections to the prayers, but kneeling on a meditation cushion while listening to the monk chant and strike the wooden fish for half an hour is quite taxing. I find myself struggling to maintain my position. Noticing my discomfort, the man beside me gently assists me to my feet. The sudden movement draws the attention of those around us. Grandfather Fu observes me rubbing my knees and chuckles, rising with the support of 2 bodyguards. All right, everyone, let us conclude our prayers here. We must not tire the grandson's wives. Su Qinghua hastily attempts to rise, her legs numb, nearly causing her to stumble face first to the ground. But Fu Yu swiftly catches her. Due to his own leg condition, he remains seated in a wheelchair, thus avoiding the need to kneel. His grip is strong, and he effortlessly pulls her up. Be careful, he cautions, his hand firm against her waist. Su Qinghua shoots him a glare, only to meet the glint of mischief in his eyes, which ignites her anger. She regrets her playful banter with him last night, as her legs now ache fiercely. She vows never to endure such hardship again. If it means returning to Fu Yu, she would rather find a block of tofu to throw herself against. Engaging with Fu Yu has brought her no benefits, and she almost lost face in the process. However, Fu Yu, displaying a rather thick skin, appears exceedingly pleased. The usual shadows that linger about him banished for the moment. His contentment is palpable. He is refreshed and satisfied. Su Qinghua scoffs and diverts her gaze from him. Well then, everyone, let us proceed to the dining hall. Grandfather Fu's voice breaks the tension, and we all make our way to the dining hall. Su Qinghua finds herself obliged to push Fu Yu in his wheelchair towards a meal. Regrettably, amidst the throngs of people, she had to relinquish her inquiries. After partaking in the vegetarian meal, it was time to present gifts and blessings to Grandpa Fu. Su Qinghua bestowed upon Grandpa Fu a piece of calligraphy she had crafted, saying, Grandpa, although I am aware that presenting this before you may seem somewhat ostentatious, I genuinely could not conceive of a more suitable gift, so I offer you this. The inscription read, May you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. Su Qinghua's handwriting was elegant and beautiful, with a refined sharpness in the strokes. Grandpa Fu beamed with delight. After presenting her calligraphy, Su Qinghua's keen eyes caught sight of Su Lanqin nudging Xie Jiao.
Dad.
Miss Xie has also prepared a gift for you. Su Qinghua inwardly chuckled. Xie Jiao was rather thoughtful. It was quite surprising that she would bring a gift for Grandpa Fu on his birthday, especially considering the ornate box she held.
Oh,
Grandpa Fu's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards Xie Jiao. His demeanor suddenly became serious, causing Xie Jiao to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet Su Lanxin encouraged her. What are you dawdling for? Go present the gift to Grandpa. Xie Jiao handed Grandpa Fu an ancient porcelain vase, saying, This is a vase from the Song dynasty. I used all my savings to buy it for you. She bit her lip lightly, uncertain of Grandpa Fu's feelings toward her. Grandpa Fu's expression grew a touch colder. He thanked her and instructed a bodyguard to take the vase away. Just as he intended to look for Shen Xing Tong, Fu Dad approached, saying, Dad, do you recall Miss Ji, who saved you yesterday? She also wishes to present you with a gift. Chapter 43. To annoy them to death. To infuriate them. Shen Xing Tong lazily lifted her gaze, utterly exasperated. They are everywhere. Coincidentally, she locked eyes with Su Qingyue, who shook her head in a gesture of resignation, as if to say, there's no hope. Oh, she also has a gift? Grandpa Fu's demeanor grew even more distant. It remained unclear whether the two young ladies had acted out of genuine goodwill in saving him yesterday. Being a man of considerable age, he could easily discern Xie Jiao's affections, especially from the way she occasionally gazed longingly at his second grandson. As for this Ji girl, her intentions appeared equally dubious. Grandpa Fu did not decline the gift. Jiying entered the vegetarian dining hall, cradling a scroll of painting. Upon seeing her with the artwork, Shen Xing Tong glanced down at the scroll she was holding. How coincidental. We are both presenting paintings. Jiying, like her, had graduated from a design program, albeit from a different university, and her foundational skills in painting were unlikely to be lacking. She pursed her lips. It seemed the female protagonist was intent on vexing her. Fu Heng narrowed his eyes, glancing in Jiying's direction before subtly observing Shen Xing Tong beside him. It was not only Fu Heng who noticed. Everyone else did as well. Both gifts being scrolls created an awkward situation. Shen Xing Tong maintained her composure.
Su Kingui Silenti Kuset, Copycat.
Shen Xing Tong had labored over her painting for an entire week. While that copycat had only appeared after getting acquainted with Fu Heng and learning of Grandpa Fu's birthday, she found it hard to believe that anything extraordinary could emerge from her. Ji Ying appeared blissfully unaware of the changing atmosphere around her, nor did she comprehend the myriad of complex gazes directed at her. She feigned a charming playfulness as she unveiled and presented the painting to Grandfather Fu.
Grandfather Fu.
The Fu family has shown me great kindness, thus I simply must gift you something for your birthday. I hope you like it. With a serious expression, Grandfather Fu opened the painting, revealing a portrait of his late wife. A shift in his demeanor was palpable as he stared in astonishment. His fingers lightly traced the image, bringing forth memories as vivid as if she stood before him, alive and radiant. Grandfather Fu's emotions were a tangled web. Father Fu also caught sight of the portrait, his brow furrowing. Hasn't this young lady been here before? How would she know what my mother looked like? Su Lanxin, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. She had sensed her disdain for Jiying from the very first encounter, and her instincts had proven correct. Jiying was indeed insufferable. Noticing the varied expressions on everyone's faces, Jiying smiled graciously. Actually, I learned about it from Jiao Jiao, who told me how deeply Grandfather Fu cherished Grandmother Fu. So, I decided to create this portrait for you. In the original narrative, her carefree, generous, and occasionally adorable demeanor had endeared her to Grandfather Fu. Grandfather Fu remained transfixed by the portrait, indicating a genuine fondness for Grandmother Fu. On such a significant day as your birthday, what is the meaning of presenting a painting of Grandmother? Fu Yu's tone was sharp. His remark stemmed from his discontent with his grandmother, who seemed to hold only her eldest grandson in high regard, rendering him inconsequential in her eyes. Miss Ji, your intentions seem rather sinister. Are you perhaps hoping for my grandfather to reunite with my grandmother sooner rather than later? On his birthday, you present such a gift?
Are you?
Su Lanxin quickly admonished Fu Yu in a hushed tone, exasperated by his provocative words. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue, standing behind the wheelchair, quietly nodded, mentally applauding Fu Yu's audacity. After all, it was said that Fu Yu was quite formidable with his words. He was right to confront the protagonist in such a manner. Ji Ying's expression shifted, momentarily flustered, as she turned to Grandfather Fu. Grandfather, it's nothing, Grandfather Fu interjected, regaining his composure. Your sentiment is appreciated. Shen Xing Tong observed the entire exchange, her gaze lowered to the painting in her hands. Since it had been created, it naturally deserved to be presented. Grandfather Fu's attention turned to her. Xing Tong, did you also create a painting? What is it? Let me see. Fu Heng cast a sidelong glance at her. Shen Xing Tong did not perceive any particular significance in Fu Heng's gaze. She merely approached with her scroll. As she passed Jiying, their eyes met. Jiying's look was laced with a provocation and satisfaction unseen by others. However, Shen Xing Tong maintained an air of calm, neither hurried nor irate. She even managed to offer a gentle smile, complimenting, "Miss Ji's painting is quite lovely." Jiying found herself unable to provoke any further. Feeling a sudden tightness in her chest, vexed as she pursed her lips, but ultimately stifled her anger. Shen Xing Tong signaled for a bodyguard to assist in unfurling her painting. It was quite a lengthy piece. Everyone gathered around, only to discover that it was a family portrait. In the painting, grandfather and grandmother stand at the center, surrounded by everyone, including Shen Xing Tong, who has deliberately included both herself and Su Qingyue. She acknowledges her intent. In the future, the female protagonist and her close friend will marry into the Fu family, constantly gazing upon this family portrait, which will irk them to their core. Indeed, Grandfather Fu was overjoyed, his previously melancholic mood dissipating as he joyfully patted his thigh. Good, good, good. Our Xingtong's artwork is splendid. Xingtong is truly considerate, having depicted the entire family. This piece is remarkable. Even Su Lan, who seldom praises Shen Xingtong, found it hard to withhold her admiration. While she did not harbor fondness for Shen Xingtong, she found the girl named Ji Ying even more intolerable. Allowing Shen Xingtong a moment of pride was inconsequential. After all, suppressing Ji Ying was certainly warranted. The atmosphere became considerably more harmonious. Ji Ying was soon pushed to the periphery, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She had anticipated entering the Fu household sooner. What had gone awry? On their way back, Fu Heng casually remarked to Shen Xingtong, "Your painting is quite good. Mr. Fu, are you interested?" Shen Xingtong inquired softly, her eyes bright with excitement, maintaining her persona. She spoke earnestly. If Fu Heng had an interest in her art, there was no harm in profiting from him. There are countless ways to reap benefits, and it need not solely involve seducing men. Fu Heng smirked subtly but was rather dismissive. Not interested. Those 3 words felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her spirits. Nevertheless, Shen Xingtong felt rather pleased today, having just triumphed over the female protagonist in such a splendid manner. "Mr. Fu, should you desire my assistance with a painting in the future, feel free to reach out. We are old acquaintances and I can offer you a discount." Shen Xingtong gently patted his chest with her small hand. For instance, if Mr. Fu wished to commission a couple's portrait with a charming beauty he fancied, he could certainly come to me. With a captivating presence like Shen Xingtong's, how could he find anyone else enchanting? To him, his wife was the epitome of beauty. Yet, he would never convey this sentiment to Shen Xingtong. "You may not favor me, but that can be changed." Fu Heng took the tablet, preparing to swipe through it, when suddenly, Shen Xingtong shifted to sit on his lap. The man froze momentarily. Chapter 44. I'm free today, haha. Sit still. Fu Heng's voice was icy, carrying an air of sternness. Shen Xingtong feigned ignorance, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck, while her other hand playfully swiped at the tablet. She switched to the master bedroom and children's room layout, immediately noticing the pastel design. Here. Fu Heng restrained his breath, his gaze falling upon the blueprints, his brow arching slightly. "Do you like this style?" He doubted that Shen Xingtong would appreciate such a sugary decor, as it seemed inconsistent with her character. Noticing his suspicion, Shen Xingtong coyly caressed his chest, smiling enchantingly. "Mr. Fu, everyone harbors a princess dream in their hearts, though she herself did not. In her fantasies, the master bedroom is filled with handsome men akin to male models, designed in the opulent style reminiscent of ancient Western European nobility. She is treated like a princess, adored by these men. Yet could such a fantasy be realized within this design blueprint? To incorporate it would be sheer folly. This is the master bedroom of Fu Heng and the female protagonist, a sanctuary of their intimate moments. She would never dare to be reckless here. As for the children's room, it is adorned in soft pink hues, primarily because the protagonist has an affinity for the color. She delights in this playful aesthetic and envisions her future children thriving in such a whimsical space. Interestingly, within the original narrative, the protagonist indeed bears 8 children for Fu Heng, thus dispelling the rumor of the Fu family's single heir. Fu father has 2 sons due to having had 2 wives. However, it is evident that Su Lanxin, despite her affectionate relationship with Fu father, has not conceived a second child, as she has always longed for a daughter. The protagonist, being the protagonist, possesses an undeniable aura of influence. Shen Xingtong's thoughts drifted. "Since you approve, let us proceed with the renovations as per this design plan." To her surprise, Fu Heng was unusually accommodating. Shen Xingtong found no reason for astonishment. The male lead's casual agreement now would surely lead to gratitude in the future. Rising swiftly from Fu Heng's lap, she set aside her previously flirtatious demeanor, adopting a gentle and composed expression. Very well, Mr. Fu. I shall attend to it immediately. And we can consider this design project concluded. With her goal achieved, her transformation was swift. Noticing her intent to leave, Fu Heng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Had her earlier enthusiasm merely been a means to finalize this project? Just then, Shen Xing knocked on the door. Mr. Fu, it's nearly time. As Shen Xing Tong lifted her gaze from the desk, curiosity piqued, she inquired, Where are you headed? Abroad, he replied. Shen Xing Tong's mouth fell open. Rest assured, Shen Xing will arrange for someone to settle the remaining payment for this design project, Fu Heng added, donning his suit jacket and striding away decisively. The door closing behind him with a decisive click. Staring at the closed door, Shen Xing Tong blinked repeatedly before excitedly messaging Su Qingyue. Full of monkeys. My bottom is the reddest. Wow, let me tell you, sister, I am free today, ha ha ha. Yoife leg jolk pie? Dogged male lead is going abroad. When will you send your stinky husband away? This design project is nearing its end, and I'll take you out for some fun. Joyful egg yolk pie. Ah, when will my husband also go abroad? I want to enjoy life too. Shen Xing Tong could vividly picture Su Qingyue's expression contorting on the other end. Ha ha ha. Fu Heng had left, and she couldn't help but laugh heartily. The facade of a gentle, understanding, and dignified socialite was one she had no desire to maintain. After the weekend, Fu Heng kept his word, sending someone to settle the final payment with Qin Jinchuan, who regarded Shen Xing Tong with newfound admiration. He had initially underestimated Shen Xing Tong's ability to manage Fu Heng, however. It became evident that he had misjudged the prowess of this talented designer. He encouraged Shen Xing Tong wholeheartedly, stating that, as previously discussed, this month's bonus would be deposited alongside her salary. Shen Xing Tong expressed her gratitude and exited Qin Jinchuan's office, only to encounter Xiao Rui. With genuine warmth, Xiao Rui congratulated her, saying, Congratulations on successfully entering this industry. Shen Xing Tong thanked him for his guidance, to which Xiao Rui replied, I did nothing. Your talent is remarkable. Not wishing to linger on the subject, Shen Xing Tong returned to her workstation and messaged Su Qingyue. Darling, when shall we indulge ourselves? I am all set. She continued, although I am aware our savings are still modest, a little extravagance now, and then won't hurt. She added, I just overheard Fu Yu discussing a trip abroad with his grandmother. Isn't it a coincidence? Fu Heng is departing just as he plans to follow suit. Su Qingyue eagerly responded, the moment he leaves, we shall go on a spending spree. Shen Xing Tong smiled, but Fu Yu won't be taking you along, will he? With a playful spirit, the joyful egg yolk pie replied, I'll just pretend to be unresponsive when the time comes. The following day, as Shen Xing Tong prepared to leave, she indeed witnessed Fu Yu being escorted to a car in a wheelchair by his bodyguards. Su Lanxin stood by the vehicle, softly advising, be sure to keep in touch while abroad. Don't let yourself go hungry or exhausted. Her face was etched with concern. Ever since her son had been confined to a wheelchair, he had seldom ventured outside, but now there was a marked improvement. He was willing to leave the house, ascend the mountains to pray, and was even prepared to travel abroad. Yet, as a mother, she couldn't help but worry. Fu Yu reassured her, Mom, rest assured. I am not a child. He seemed to notice Shen Xing Tong and, with a faint smile on his pale lips, added, By the way, Mom, if Qinghua feels bored at home, please keep her company. Su Lanxin muttered, You do know how to care for your wife. As the vehicle pulled away, Shen Xing Tong, accustomed to her mother-in-law's demeanor, chose not to engage further and drove away in her Porsche. That evening, Shen Xing Tong wished to invite Su Qingyue out. However, when the latter answered the phone, her voice was thick with nasal congestion. I'm so sorry, Tong Tong. To avoid being taken away by Fu Yu, I soaked in cold water for 2 hours last night, and now I have a high fever. You're pushing yourself too hard. Shen Xing Tong exclaimed. It's unavoidable. Fu Yu is particularly sensitive, and if I don't act convincingly, he will surely suspect something. Su Qingyue had always had a fragile constitution, and after enduring 3 days of fever, runny nose, and cough, she finally began to feel better. Ultimately, on that very night, the two sisters, hand in hand, donned unfamiliar yet striking makeup as they entered a club. This establishment was frequented by renowned female celebrities, and the men within were undoubtedly of admirable caliber. Shen Xing Tong playfully tousled her eye-catching red wig and said to Su Qingyue, Order whatever you wish. I'll cover it all. Chapter 45. The useless husband comes to check up. Both wore heavy smoky eye makeup. Amidst the vibrant lights and intoxicating atmosphere of the club, a sense of rationality seemed to prevail. Su Qingyue, resembling a delicate bird, nestled against Shen Xing Tong's arm, exclaiming, Oh, sister, you are so kind to me. I truly despise not being a man. I almost want to marry into your family. With a graceful wave of her hand, Shen Xing Tong guided her into a lavish private room. Finally liberated, it was about time to indulge in a night of exuberance, especially since Su Qingyue's health had improved. Good evening, ladies. What type of service would you prefer? A back massage, a foot massage, or a full-body massage? Inquired the club manager, approaching them with a smile that reflected their opulent attire and luxurious car, suggesting their affluent status. I want a full-body spa. Su Qingyue eagerly raised her hand, rubbing her palms together in excitement. The manager promptly agreed, assuring her that the finest and most attractive therapist would be arranged. Turning to Shen Xing Tong, he asked, "And for this lady?" Shen Xing Tong was still leisurely perusing the therapist introductions in the booklet. This was her first visit to such a massage establishment. Despite her previous mischief, she had never set foot in a place like this, as the Shen family kept a close watch on her. While she could indulge her interests privately, revealing them to the Shen family was out of the question, especially if she were to encounter someone she knew here. Presently, however, her sister's happiness took precedence. As she turned to the last page, she spotted a youthful, fair face, the introduction indicating an age in the early 20s. Narrowing her eyes, she decided, I would like a foot massage with essential oils for my back. I've been exhausted from designing at my desk lately. The manager beamed, then leaned in to whisper, actually, we offer other services here that many female celebrities have enjoyed. Would you care to try? Su Qingyue was about to agree when Shen Xing Tong restrained her. No need for that service. Let us first see how your therapists are. If they meet our expectations, we can consider further. The manager nodded in understanding and departed. Why not that service? Su Qingyue inquired. Shen Xing Tong smirked slightly. Aren't you afraid of drawing attention? What if the police were to burst in and apprehend you? We would be in serious trouble. Su Qingyue sheepishly touched her nose, acknowledging the truth in her words, though she felt a tinge of regret. Well, let us just see. Perhaps there is something you might fancy. Noticing her disappointment, Shen Xing Tong offered words of comfort. Su Qingyue's eyes brightened as she stood up, saying, I'll step out to use the restroom. Not long after she left, Shen Xing Tong heard Su Qingyue's phone ringing from her bag. Curiously, she rummaged through it and burst into laughter upon seeing the contact name, Useless Husband. Did Fu Yu know she saved him as such? Just as the phone stopped ringing, a spontaneous idea struck her, and she dialed Fu Heng's number. This was the first time she had called Fu Heng since becoming Mrs. Fu. Fu Yu knew to reach Su Qingyue, but Fu Heng likely didn't even recall who she was. It was intentional. The call connected swiftly, but to her surprise, it was a woman on the line, and the voice was all too familiar. Mrs. Fu? It was Ji Ying's voice, tinged with an unmistakable fluster. I'm so sorry. Mr. Fu is currently in the shower. In a typical narrative of a domineering romance drama, one would expect the rightful wife to hang up the phone with a face clouded by despair at this juncture. Yet, Shen Xing Tong remained quite spirited, engaging in light-hearted banter with Ji Ying. Oh, off to take a bath, are we? Miss Ji, do ensure you cater to my husband well. You see, he has an array of peculiarities, particularly a fixation on cleanliness. By the way, Shen Xing Tong's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. He is rather aloof, and just recently, grandfather arranged for him to visit a urologist. You ought to be cautious. Noticing the silence on the other end, she reiterated, but rest assured, he will surely present a different demeanor towards you. Perhaps he could transform into a fervent suitor who stays awake through the night. Ji Ying remained silent for a considerable duration, and Shen Xing Tong showed no intention of ending the call. Ji Ying, feeling exasperated, finally inquired Mrs. Fu. Why do you not hang up? Shen Xing Tong, cracking open a sunflower seed, replied nonchalantly, What kind of joke is this? Why would I hang up? I am eager to hear about your practical training. At this point, Ji Ying could no longer maintain her composure and abruptly terminated the call. Shen Xing Tong pouted.
Vemos at Beijing's impatience.
TSK. It's understandable. She is the protagonist after all, and her whims are indulged. No matter. By this time, she had already reclined comfortably. A youthful and handsome lad in his early 20s was applying fragrant oil on her back, gently sighing, Sister, you are truly beautiful. Su Qingyue swallowed hard at the sight. Her dear Xing Tong had exquisite taste. This innocent young pup, while perhaps not as striking as the Fu brothers, certainly possessed far more charm. Handsome. Do you only specialize in oil massages? Su Qingyue inquired curiously. The young man, caught under her gaze, turned crimson and nodded sheepishly. That is splendid. Would you also give me a massage later? She asked eagerly. The young man, with a silly grin, agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the two therapists she had summoned arrived. One began to knead her shoulders while the other worked on her legs, eliciting soft moans of delight from her. Shen Xing Tong slightly opened her eyes and chided, Sister, do refrain from being so dramatic. It may lead to misunderstandings. Su Qingyue, touched and on the verge of tears, replied, But how can one not be moved during such joyous moments? At that moment, Shen Xing Tong had entirely forgotten about the call she had received from Fu Yu and thus failed to provide a timely reminder. Just as Su Qingyue was lost in her blissful exclamations, her phone rang. Without glancing, she swiped to answer it. "Hello," she spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "Qingyue, what are you doing?" came the clear voice of a man from the other end. Having completely lost herself in the moment, Su Qingyue instinctively replied, "Who are you?" The voice sounded vaguely familiar. "Who do you think I am?" Fu Yu's tone now carried a hint of irritation. In a fluster, she glanced at her phone's contact. Useless husband. How dare he check up on me? Shen Xing Tong finally connected the dots and remarked, "Oh, I forgot to mention, your husband called you earlier." Su Qingyue responded, "Sister, having you around is indeed a blessing." Just then, one of the therapists exerted a bit too much pressure, prompting Su Qingyue to cry out, "Ah, that hurts." Before she could check her phone again, the call on the other end had already been disconnected. Regardless, let us first indulge in the moment. However, reality may not align with their desires, as a commotion arose outside the door. A cold, commanding voice echoed, "Open the door." Chapter 46. What misfortune has blown him here? The occupants of the room exchanged glances. In stark contrast to their previous composure, Shen Xing Tong was now unable to maintain her calm, abruptly lifting her head. The voice from outside was too familiar. It belonged not to Su Qingyue's husband, but to Fu Heng. Even if he were to confront infidelity, it should have been Fu Yu. Fu Heng was supposed to be with the female lead at this hour.
Su Qingui, equally for Lutster, the Mark, Dong Dong.
Why does that voice sound so much like your husband? The young man who had been pushing against Shen Xing Tong's back was startled, his hands trembling as he ceased his actions. The man who had been supporting Su Qingyue at her shoulders and waist also halted in his movements. The title of husband carried significant weight. Shen Xing Tong displayed a pained expression. "Do not doubt it. It is indeed Fu Heng." Su Qingyue gasped in shock. "What should we do? This is absolutely dire. Fu Heng shouldn't be here. He should be abroad." Shen Xing Tong shared her confusion and frustration, gesturing for the young man to step aside. "What are you planning to do, Tong Tong?" she inquired. "What else can I do? We must feign innocence. Do you wish for him to become suspicious?" Shen Xing Tong replied. Su Qingyue composed herself somewhat. Separated by a mere door, Fu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. The door was soundproof enough that he could not hear the conversation within. "Mr. Fu, please open the door," he instructed the boss, his patience wearing thin. Faced with Fu Heng's striking yet intimidating visage, the boss dared not resist and instructed the staff to swipe the card to unlock the door. "Rest assured, Mr. Fu, our establishment is entirely legitimate. We offer no other services," the boss stammered, drenched in cold sweat. As the door swung open, Fu Heng had no desire to converse with the boss, striding into the private room. Upon entering, he beheld two impeccably dressed individuals sitting there, soaking their feet. The technician attending to Shen Xing Tong was exceptionally fair and handsome, squatting beside the foot basin and attempting to massage her feet. However, his technique was rather clumsy, lacking the finesse of a professional masseur. On Su Qingyue's side, the situation was even more extravagant, with two handsome men attending to her foot massage. Shen Xing Tong lifted her gaze, feigning surprise. "Mr. Fu, what brings you here?" Fu Heng let out a cold snort, instructing everyone to leave. This command was directed at the boss. Upon learning that the scion of the Beijing elite had personally visited their massage parlor, the boss had sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried over. Little did he know, it was the prince's wife who was present. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Beijing social sphere and unwilling to inquire further, the boss gestured to the three technicians to exit swiftly. Shen Xing Tong pouted. "Hey, don't leave so hastily. I haven't given a tip yet and I still need my feet dried." She stood up, about to retrieve her phone, when Fu Heng suddenly approached her. Mr. Fu and Shen Xing Tong exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, tenderness colored his gaze. Her voice, soft yet tinged with a hint of allure, was undeniably gentle. However, this demeanor did little to soften the frigid expression on the man's countenance. He swept Shen Xing Tong into his arms, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and tumble away. She stared at her phone, filled with frustration. "My phone." As he retrieved the phone and placed it in the car, Fu Heng's gaze turned even more frosty as he commanded his bodyguard. He then forcefully carried Shen Xing Tong out and placed her inside the vehicle. As for the boss, not a single word dared to escape his lips. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue remained seated nearby, her mouth agape in shock, rendered almost speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Lost in her thoughts, she momentarily forgot to withdraw her feet from the water. How strange! How did Fu Heng know they were here? As Fu Heng departed, his bodyguards followed suit, and soon the sound of a wheelchair approached her. Su Qingyue, on high alert, raised her gaze. Upon meeting Fu Yu's penetrating eyes, she felt a jolt of surprise. Why was he looking at me with such astonishment? Fu Yu let out a cold chuckle. Su Qingyue, what brings you here? I called Fu Heng over, she replied, her lips twitching. So that was the purpose of that phone call. I merely accompanied Tong Tong for a foot massage. Truly, it was just a simple massage. You mustn't misunderstand. She hastily clarified, oblivious to how her words seemed to imply a cover-up.
Internally, Su Qingyue screamed.
Why would he abandon his beloved Xie Jiao to seek her out? It felt utterly surreal. Just moments ago, she had been silently sweating for Shen Xing Tong, and now the spotlight was on her. Reluctantly, she withdrew her feet from the water, preparing to slip into her slippers when his long fingers grasped her ankle. Why the hurry to wear your shoes? Su Qingyue felt an increasing sense of unease. His demeanor was strange. Fu Yu's palm was cool, mirroring the cold aura he perpetually exuded, causing her to instinctively retract her toes. Nevertheless, he tightened his grip on her foot. What's the rush? I'm just drying your feet. Could you not be so peculiar? Su Qingyue conceded defeat, reluctantly following him outside. Shen Xing Tong was ensconced in the car, and the bodyguard dutifully handed Fu Heng her phone. Shen Xing Tong reached out for it. Yet Fu Heng held it firmly in his palm. Mr. Fu, why do you have my phone? She pouted, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. Was she simply cursed with bad luck? Encountering Fu Heng during her interview was unfortunate enough, but now even a simple massage turned into another encounter with him. Oh no. Surely someone must have tipped Fu Heng off about her whereabouts. Madam Fu, should you not offer an explanation for your recent actions? Fu Heng's voice was low and grave, his displeasure palpable within the confines of the vehicle. Shen Xing Tong blinked innocently, deliberately adopting a cute demeanor. Mr. Fu, I am but a delicate flower, tirelessly laboring over design work every day. I came here to unwind. Is that so wrong? She lowered her lashes, embodying an appearance of fragility and charm. Moreover, what right do you have to question me? Mr. Fu and Miss Ji are so affectionate over there. I merely mentioned a foot massage and Mr. Fu has made such a fuss? Chapter 47. The lady must have misunderstood something. It is often said that one should strike first. Shen Xing Tong's move was deliberately intended to accuse the villain first. No, she could hardly be deemed a villain. Fu Heng furrowed his brow. What Miss Ji? Shen Xing Tong suspected he was feigning ignorance. Yet, this dogged male lead, Fu Heng, surely wouldn't he pretend, nor would he need to conceal any lies. As she held little significance in his eyes. Was it really necessary? But that Miss Ji answered the call I made to you, and informed me that you were in the bath. Each word Shen Xing Tong articulated was pronounced with emphasis. The final syllables elongated. Though her tone was ostensibly normal, Fu Heng detected a hint of sarcasm. His brow furrowed even deeper. He had lost his phone at the airport. Shen Xing Tong thought, did he take her for a fool? Madam, what Mr. Fu said is indeed true. I can swear to it. Shen Xing, who was driving, noticed the tense atmosphere and hastily turned to clarify. The lady must have misunderstood something. Shen Xing added, could it be that Miss Ji found Mr. Fu's phone? Shen Xing Tong was not convinced. However, Fu Heng truly had no need to lie about such matters. As the heir of the capital, what woman could he not have? Why would he need to explain to her, the so-called wicked supporting character? An almost ex-wife, destined for divorce in a year. Wasn't it absurd to discuss such things? Shen Xing Tong's expression slightly softened, soon replaced by a look of regret. Oh, so I misunderstood. But how could Miss Ji so fortuitously find your phone? Did she accompany you abroad? She feigned a tearful expression. As long as Mr. Fu felt happiness and joy, it mattered not that I was cast aside. Shen Xing Tong lowered her head slightly, gently wiping the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. It was exhausting to pretend. Even feigning tears was tiring. She wondered if Su Qingyue had left the private room yet. She now fervently wished for Fu Heng to utter the word goodbye and hasten her departure. Plans had changed. The female lead and her best friend had arrived early, and she now lacked sufficient funds to escape. Were it not for the constraints of the one-year contractual agreement Fu Heng, the cunning businessman, had crafted, it would be simpler. That contract was binding. If she breached it, compensation would be required. Thus, it would have to be Fu Heng, the principal party, to personally terminate the agreement. After putting on an act for quite a while, without hearing Fu Heng's reaction, she grew somewhat puzzled and discreetly glanced at him. His face was darkened. What on earth had offended him? Unable to decipher the cause, Shen Xing Tong could only intensify her portrayal of vulnerability. Mr. Fu, that Miss Ji must certainly be more interesting than I, more charming, and more adept at making you happy, right? In truth. Her chin was grasped by his long fingers, a bit painfully. Shen Xing Tong could no longer maintain her pretense, her words unfinished. She was compelled to look up into his deep, cold gaze, within which displeasure was evident. Fu Heng was typically aloof, and anger was rarely visible in his eyes. He was genuinely angry.
But why?
Was he upset about losing his phone? Was she still upset that he had a secret with Jiang? Or was it merely frustration over the lengthy one-year contract she had signed? Had she known, she would have opted for a shorter duration. The coldness in Fu Heng's voice was palpable. It's not time yet, so don't think about divorce. But what was he truly angry about? It was utterly perplexing. However, instead of heading towards the Fu residence, the car directed itself towards Fu Heng's Yunhai villa. This villa was exceedingly familiar to Shen Xing Tong. As the vehicle came to a halt, she suddenly recalled being swept into the car by Fu Heng, barefoot. She was reluctant to step onto the pebble-paved garden without shoes. Noticing Fu Heng exit the vehicle, she blinked playfully, stretched out her arms, and sweetly requested, "Mr. Fu, hug." The posture she struck was rather endearing. The anger that had surged within Fu Heng dissipated entirely at her plea for a hug. He let out a light chuckle. "Shen Xing Tong, you have a remarkable talent for inciting frustration." Shen Xing Tong felt wronged. "How have I frustrated you?" Although the male protagonist was rather infuriating, his strength was undeniably astonishing. When he effortlessly lifted her, he showed no signs of exertion, maintaining a remarkably steady posture, his back straight. Shen Xing Tong instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Had Mr. Fu ever carried Miss Ji in such a manner? Who weighed more, Miss Ji or herself? By the way, had he shown the design draft to Miss Ji? Was she satisfied with it? Every question revolved around Miss Ji, leaving one to wonder if she held an interest in her. Fu Heng ignored her completely and unceremoniously tossed her onto the sofa. Just as Shen Xing Tong attempted to sit up, the imposing figure of the man descended upon her, pressing her back into the cushions. A fleeting moment of blankness enveloped her mind for 2 seconds until his face loomed closely, their noses nearly touching. The air between them intertwined delicately. His reaction seemed somewhat off. At the very least, his demeanor was unusual now. Fu Heng's palm slowly glided to the nape of her neck. "Shen Xing Tong, I have no contact with that woman named Ji. Whether she has gone abroad is irrelevant to me." Shen Xing Tong mused internally. Why was he explaining this? It was utterly bewildering. Though she had just deliberately posed that question to irritate him, Fu Heng's reaction was quite strange, lacking his usual cold detachment and instead infused with a hint of desire. Her fingers lightly grazed the beads on his wrist. "Oh, Mr. Fu, I must have misunderstood. May I apologize?" The cool sensation of the beads transmitted through her fingertips. Shen Xing Tong smiled charmingly, embodying the image of a virtuous and understanding wife. "Next time, I shall verify before questioning you, Mr. Fu." "Oh, no. I won't pry into your affairs outside. That is my folly. Previously, I boldly claimed I would never inquire about your personal matters. I've gone back on my word. Alas, I do care for you, Mr. Fu."
Care?
Fu Heng's lips curled slightly. He had not perceived this at all. Yet, her ability to provoke his ire was indeed remarkable. The hand that was originally resting at Shen Xing Tong's nape gradually wove its way into her long hair, firmly grasping the back of her head. This action exuded an overwhelming force, implying a desire to completely dominate her. Shen Xing Tong felt a tingling sensation on her scalp and softly murmured, "Mr. Fu, I was wrong. Please do not be angry." As a high society wife feigning fragility and obedience, the first step was to bow her head in apology. What good was merely verbal contrition? He coldly curled his lips. "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 48. Enduring like a monk of the patient sect. Shen Xing Tong pouted her crimson lips, intending to lean in for a kiss, only to be thwarted by a large hand covering her mouth. Lifting her gaze, she encountered Fu Heng's ethereal visage, which now bore a hint of disdain, his beautifully arched brows knitting together in displeasure.
Dirty.
Fu Heng scoffed coolly, "Go wash the makeup off your face." How could this arrogant male lead find her unclean? Had he truly become so bold? Shen Xing Tong's strikingly alluring face, marred by the smoky makeup, soured slightly. "All right, Mr. Fu, please get off me." She had almost forgotten that she was wearing such heavy eye makeup. Just moments ago, she had attempted to present herself as delicate and charming to Fu Heng. An utter failure. No wonder her efforts had not touched his heart. This troublesome male lead was insufferable. Fu Heng scrutinized her for a few seconds before decisively rising and instructing her to wash her face. His gaze then lingered on her attire. She had donned a trench coat over a black bodysuit and fitted pants, accentuating her curvaceous figure strikingly. As Shen Xing Tong removed her makeup and stepped into the shower, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, squinting in confusion. Why did the plot between Fu Heng and the female lead seem askew? According to the original narrative, Jiang was depicted as the purest jasmine throughout the story. The male lead described the female lead as innocent and simple, akin to a blank sheet of paper. Indeed, Those were the exact words of the male lead in the novel. Why was Fu Heng not igniting any sparks with Jiang now? Something was amiss. She needed to consult Su Qingyue about making an early escape from this narrative. The sooner she fled, the better. After showering, Shen Xing Tong emerged from the bathroom only to find Fu Heng had retreated to his study to attend to work matters. The anticipated scene of the male lead causing her trouble did not unfold. After all, he had a remarkable knack for emotional management. Perhaps he had been a monk of patience in his past life? Shen Xing Tong quietly scoffed to herself, opting not to seek him out in the study. Instead, burrowing into her blankets, she sent a message to Su Qingyue, but received no response. Out of boredom, she noticed a long uncommunicated cowboy, her eyes glimmering as she sent him several emoticons. In the study, the phone hidden in the drawer emitted a notification sound. Fu Heng's gaze shifted to the drawer, which he opened to find Shen Xing's backup phone, now nearly his own. Upon opening it, he discovered messages from Shen Xing Tong. Congratulations, little brother. You've successfully unlocked my adorable self. And surprise inspection. In the midst of the mountains, a playful spirit exclaimed, "What are you up to, young sir?" Each expression encapsulated a feline charm. To him, Shen Xing Tong's visage seemed incongruous with those of the cats. Rather, she resembled a cunning fox, one adept at deception. Several times, she had successfully outwitted him. The young man, known as the cowherd, inquired, "Is there something troubling you?" The playful spirit responded, "Wow, young sir, you're still awake. Let me tell you, I no longer wish to keep my husband." Fu Heng's fingers, gripping his phone, turned pale with pressure. The cowherd queried, "Why? Has he mistreated you?" The playful spirit retorted, "Let us not talk about him. Do you know what it feels like to be an NPC? My husband is about to have a girlfriend, so isn't it natural for me to seek someone else? Young sir, would you consider being my boyfriend?" The cowherd replied, "How can he have a girlfriend? You are his wife." The playful spirit insisted, "You don't understand. If he has a girlfriend, why shouldn't I find another boyfriend? If you want to be my boyfriend, I'll just find someone else."
Fu Heng, in frustration,
tossed the phone onto the table and retreated to the bedroom. Meanwhile, Shen Xing Tong, oblivious to the encroaching danger, was merely idle. Moreover, Fu Heng and Jiang were destined to indulge in romantic displays, perhaps flaunting their affection before her daily. Was she not allowed to seek a crush? Why were the authorities permitted to ignite fires while the commoners could not light their own lamps? The more she pondered, the more her logic seemed impeccable. Suddenly, the blanket was yanked away, a chilling breeze rushing in, causing her to shiver. She had been lying on her stomach, engrossed in her phone, when she heard a noise and flipped over. Fu Heng knelt at the edge of the bed, looking down at her, fortuitously catching sight of her chat interface. Lingering on the conversation with the cowherd, the last line read, "I'll just find someone else." Noticing his gaze fixed on her phone, she hastily tucked it beneath her pillow and smiled brightly. Just chatting with AI. A lie without a script. You still engage in such things? Fu Heng refrained from exposing her deceit. Shen Xing Tong blinked, meeting his penetrating gaze, which bore an air of judgment, and suddenly adopted a tragic demeanor. Indeed, Mr. Fu had no idea of her desolate, lonely existence. Could she not converse with an AI to alleviate her longing for him? Each word she spoke was a fabrication, yet she managed to present it with utmost sincerity. She gazed at him, her freshly washed face brimming with emotion, her eyes sparkling, and her long, cascading hair sprawled across the pillow. She appeared as a porcelain doll, vulnerable and delicate, yet her alluring gaze held a semblance of affection. Naturally, the affection was feigned. Shen Xing Tong mused that until the final moment, she could not relinquish her hopes for the grand prize of 150 million. Who knew? Perhaps in the midst of her performance, Fu Heng might just find himself captivated? Though the probability is nearly zero, striving nonetheless leaves no room for regret. Fu Heng coldly tugged at the corner of his lips, extending a finger to pinch her delicate face, which seemed tender enough to yield moisture. Shen Xing Tong, I have stated that I only require a well-behaved lady of high society. Shen Xing Tong gazed at him with her misty eyes, asserting that she had genuinely sought a massage to ease her body, insisting she had done nothing wrong. Mr. Fu, do you not believe me? I do not, he replied, his tone growing even colder. Then what does Mr. Fu expect me to do? She asked, her demeanor deceptively obedient. At that moment, her feigned innocence bore a striking resemblance to that of a feline's expression. He turned and exited. Shen Xing Tong stared blankly at his retreating figure, utterly bewildered. What was going on? This Mr. Fu was peculiar, juggling work while abruptly intruding to threaten her, demanding only a compliant wife. It was utterly nonsensical. As she pondered this, her phone vibrated beneath her pillow. She replied, "Want to be my boyfriend?
We could give it a try."
Shen Xing Tong smiled faintly. Although her husband was rather dull, There were certainly many interesting men around. Chapter 49. Indeed, she was a woman full of schemes. It seemed that she only appeared somewhat docile when asleep. During her waking hours, she likely had a multitude of cunning thoughts. However, as soon as she retrieved her phone, it was snatched away by a man's hand.
Hey,
Why are you taking my phone? Fu Yu not only seized her phone, but also tossed it into the trash bin. Su Qingyue was furious. She assisted the young mistress in bathing, diligently cleansing her face of the chaotic makeup. Fu Yu appeared oblivious to Su Qingyue's frustrated cries, turning to issue commands to the servants. They promptly responded, escorting Su Qingyue to wash and remove her makeup. Su Qingyue glared at him. Fu Yu, you are insane. Her attitude was exceedingly abrasive, showing no fear of inciting the antagonist's wrath. She felt that with Xie Jiao's appearance her role was diminished, so there was no need for her to curry favor with Fu Yu. Moreover, having experienced the previous two encounters, she was unwilling to endure such fruitless exertion again. She did not want to suffer unnecessarily. Su Qingyue dismissed the servants from the bathroom and proceeded to bathe and remove her makeup, disinterested in engaging with Fu Yu.
come here.
The man's voice took on a darker tone. Su Qingyue straightened, turning to regard the figure on the bed, who was leaning against the headboard, exuding an air of entitlement as if awaiting her service. Come here, or I could just sleep next door. The man was relentless, evidently determined to share the bed with her. Su Qingyue relinquished her resistance, resigning herself to the notion that she had merely acquired an extra warm water bottle. A rather handsome warm water bottle, perhaps. However, as she lay down beside him, she felt a twinge of regret. Fu Yu was not warm at all. This man had cool skin, truly embodying the brooding antagonist. It seemed only Xie Jiao, the second female lead, would be fond of such a frigid demeanor. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Fu Yu pulled her into his embrace and tugged at her sleepwear. What are you doing? Su Qingyue, both frustrated and wary, grasped his neck firmly. Please, don't act recklessly. I'm quite exhausted today and have no desire to cater to you, young master. What are you doing? How skilled was that massage therapist? Fu Yu's voice rang ominously above her, laced with a strange intensity. What sort of question is that?
Su Qingyue instinquito diplit.
Not very impressive, to be honest, and just as I began to enjoy it, you all arrived. A hint of regret colored her tone. Suddenly, a large hand descended upon her shoulder, applying pressure.
Goodness.
Are you trying to harm me? Su Qingyue gasped, tears streaming from the pain. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Will you? The man, who had initially exuded a chilling demeanor, hesitated upon witnessing her tears, his grip loosening slightly. I didn't mean to, please don't cry. Su Qingyue contemplated explaining that her tears were merely physiological, not genuine sorrow, but sensing the hint of helplessness in his voice, she chose silence. Fu Yu's fingers lightened their hold on her shoulder as he inquired, So, what do you think? Your technique is quite commendable, Su Qingyue replied, wiping away her tears. Where did you learn this, second young master Fu? His fingers glided down from her elegant collarbone to her waist. In Fu Yu's presence, Su Qingyue felt no embarrassment. Her nightgown had been completely removed, yet she possessed no sense of danger. After all, if he truly harbored such intentions, it would require her initiative. Su Qingyue exhaled. With your skills, second young master Fu, you could certainly forego seeking out therapists in the future. The man murmured softly, Indeed, you needn't look elsewhere. Su Qingyue acquiesced, though she harbored reservations for later. After all, once she escaped, there would be ample time to indulge. From now on, I'll take care of your massages. Just as you do acupuncture on my legs, is that agreeable?
Fu Yu asked.
Su Qingyue, feeling drowsy, readily consented, eager for sleep. She couldn't deny that Fu Yu's deep, seductive voice had a soothing effect, almost hypnotic. Seeing her succumb to slumber, Fu Yu lay beside her, propping his face on one hand, playfully pinching her features. He gently caressed her brows, pinched her nose, and even teased her full lips. Su Qingyue did not possess the striking, aggressive beauty of Shen Xing Tong. Rather, she was aesthetically pleasing in a more understated way. At first glance, one might merely perceive her as a pretty, delicate girl, but now, he found her quite endearing. The more abrasive her demeanor, the more charming she appeared. Perhaps he was truly unwell? After Shen Xing Tong rose and had breakfast, she found herself in Fu Heng's car, where he personally escorted her to the building's entrance. Just as she prepared to exit, she said, Oh, very well, Mr. Fu, responding obediently, as though the person who flirted with a male escort the previous day was someone entirely different. Fu Heng's curiosity about Shen Xing Tong's true self grew. Go ahead, he said nonchalantly. Shen Xing Tong's eyes flickered as she did not comply with his wish to exit. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaving a lipstick imprint on his cheek. Goodbye, Mr. Fu. She left a trace of lipstick as she exited the car. Shen Xing, seated in the driver's position, occasionally stole glances through the rearview mirror. Ultimately, his gaze met that of his boss. What are you looking at? Although Fu Heng's oppressive aura lingered, his tone was evidently less sharp than usual. Shen Xing pondered whether the atmosphere at work would be a tad more pleasant today. However, he was traveling on a commercial ticket while she was on a private jet, yet their schedules coincidentally aligned. Fu Heng let out a scoff. She will deliver it. This scheming woman was not a novel encounter for Fu Heng. He found it unremarkable. Picking up his phone and then turning to his wife to claim he was in the shower, thus creating a misunderstanding. Was this not the epitome of cunning? Chapter 50. It was simply dissatisfaction with a female protagonist. At the Fu group, as soon as he entered the office, the receptionist promptly called Shen Xing's desk phone. Upon receiving the call, Shen Xing's immediate reaction was, Miss G truly came to deliver the phone. Fu Zong is indeed insightful. He set down the receiver and hurried to inform Fu Heng of the development. Fu Heng, seemingly unfazed, continued to sift through documents, instructing her to leave the phone and depart. While speaking, his peripheral gaze flicked to Shen Xing's spare phone on the desk, indicating a lack of interest in his own device. Shortly after Shen Xing exited, he returned, Fu Zong, that Miss G expressed a desire to speak with you. The intent was glaringly obvious. Having witnessed various women attempting to ingratiate themselves with Fu Zong, Shen Xing understood that their boss, adorned with a Buddhist bead bracelet, was a man of restraint, unlikely to be swayed by fleeting attractions. Even a captivating woman like Madame Fu could not provoke him. Other women would do well to avoid futile pursuits. Fu Heng frowned. Does she have something to discuss? If not, tell her to leave the phone and go. His tone was chillingly indifferent. After acknowledging his command, Shen Xing conveyed Fu Heng's exact words to Jiying. Jiying's eyes widened in shock, and her lips gradually lost color. If that's the case, I shall take my leave. She returned the phone to Shen Xing and departed. Shen Xing cast a glance at his boss's phone, musing what could be so special about it that Jiying would yearn for it. If she adored that brand so much, couldn't she simply purchase one herself? Take it for disinfection, and return it to me. Shen Xing understood, and dutifully complied. Just as she departed, Fu father entered the office with Jiying in tow. Ah Heng, you really ought to exhibit better manners. Miss G is your grandfather's benefactor, and even retrieved your phone. How could you leave her at the door? Fu father had encountered Jiying at the company entrance, and could easily tell she had been dismissed by his son. Fu Heng looked up from his documents. His brow furrowed upon seeing Fu father and Jiying. Do you have business? He coldly inquired. Ever since the death of his biological mother and the subsequent marriage of Fu father to Su Lanxin, their relationship had deteriorated, worsening with each passing day. Fu father seemed accustomed to his son's demeanor, saying, Miss G returned your phone. Out of basic courtesy, you should express your gratitude. He sighed, adding, furthermore, regarding your commitment to arrange for Miss G to join the company as a designer, you must make the necessary arrangements. Fu Hongda has always been self-centered, asserting that he would not tolerate any opposition from his son regarding arranging for Jiying to join the Fu family business. Fu Heng, casting aside his pen, retorted with a tone laced with sharpness, Are you the president, or am I? Is she your daughter? Why do you show her such favoritism? Upon hearing this, Fu's father's expression stiffened slightly. Child, how can you speak like that? He admonished. A flicker of irritation crossed Fu Heng's face, as his patience with his father began to wear thin. Shen Xing, please escort our guest out. Jiying stood behind, watching in silence, hardly daring to breathe. She understood the formidable presence of the male lead and felt a twinge of fear when she first encountered Fu Heng. However, what had gone awry? He should not have exhibited such an attitude towards her. Early in the morning, Shen Xing Tong received a message from Su Qingyue upon entering the studio, only then noticing that Su Qingyue had changed her name. The unfortunate egg yolk pie. This morning, that cursed antagonist has started to pursue me again. Shen Xing Tong pondered this statement for a moment. A mountain full of monkeys, my rear is the reddest. He is pursuing you? She could hardly comprehend the notion of pursuit. How could the brooding antagonist Fu Yu possibly charm anyone, let alone her close friend, rather than Xie Jiao? Shen Xing Tong began to question her very existence. The unfortunate egg yolk pie lamented, Whoa, don't mention it, I said his legs can't move. I can't enjoy myself, don't even think about having me serve him again. A mountain full of monkeys, my rear is the reddest. And then, eating melon JPG. The unfortunate egg yolk pie continued, then he just, This vague, halting statement left Shen Xing Tong's mind in disarray. She began to let her thoughts wander, her fingers trembling as she typed, her ears turning crimson. Hand? Or mouth? Wow. The unfortunate egg yolk pie replied, stop talking, I want to die. Typically, the two sisters could speak so openly, without restraint, but at this moment, Su Qingyue was clearly suffering, embarrassed to express it. Indeed, reality and mere words are two entirely different matters. Just as Shen Xing Tong intended to offer her some comforting words, Qin Jinchuan called her away. Upon entering the office, she met Qin Jinchuan's cheerful gaze, her heart racing. This boss, though often smiling and appearing amiable, maintained a stringent demeanor when it came to work. The competitive atmosphere within the studio was intense. Failure to secure a client's favor could result in dire consequences. Shen Xing Tong had already experienced the repercussions when the client was Fu Heng. Miss Shen, it is like this. Given your excellent performance on your first project, we have a target client this time. This introduction raised a red flag. However, this client is currently indecisive, wavering between our Jinchuan studio and Chuangyi studio. You mean Chuangyi studio? Shen Xing Tong's eyes flickered with surprise. What a coincidence. Jiying was a designer under Chuangyi studio, and she was their star designer. Indeed, their studio is also thriving, and I heard they have an appointment with that client today. You and Xiao Rui should intercept. We must secure this client. Here is the address. Shen Xing Tong took the address and the client's business card, stepping out of the office. She glanced down at the name, and her pupils contracted slightly. Lu Pei. In the original storyline, Lu Pei had no relevance. In the book, Lu Pei was merely a nameless passerby. Teacher Xiao, who took me from your car after I got drunk last time? Shen Xing Tong questioned, recalling the moment she lost her memory after entering Xiao Rui's vehicle. She suspected something was amiss.
Xiao Weibao.
Wasn't it Fu Heng? He was taken aback that she was unaware. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Rui's assistant opened the car door, breathlessly stating, I'm sorry, Teacher Xiao, I've brought all your things. This interruption cut off their conversation. Though Shen Xing Tong did not receive her answer, she was disinclined to probe further. Since everyone had arrived, she suggested, let us go. She did not wish for the female lead to steal this opportunity. Secretly, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards the female lead.
Chapter 51. MRS. Fu.
Which Fu? The car headed towards the Liu residence. Since Lu Pei went abroad, the grand villa next to the Shen family had long been sold. The assistant peered out of the car window, her mouth agape, dazzled by the opulence of the villa complex before her. With stars in her eyes, she exclaimed, I wonder when I will also live the life of the wealthy?
Xiao smiled gently.
Living well and working hard is enough. Shen Xing Tong sighed. I too wish to live like a rich woman, free from labor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui suddenly turned to her, his gaze flickering. Is your wish to become a wealthy woman?
Huh.
Shen Xing Tong was surprised that Xiao Rui would extend this topic. However, her current ambitions lay elsewhere, and she replied dismissively. Yes. Let's get out of the car quickly. We can't let the designers from Chuangyi Studio snatch the deal. She had no desire to delve deeper into whether she wished to become a wealthy woman. Xiao Rui was merely a colleague. They were not close enough for such discussions. Shen Xing Tong unbuckled her seatbelt first and swiftly opened the door, rushing out. The assistant remarked, Sister Xing Tong is so full of energy, I envy her. She envied everything about Shen Xing Tong, her beauty, her exceptional abilities, and how she secured her first deal shortly after joining the studio. Most of all, she envied the image of Shen Xing Tong being swept away by that striking man who resembled a mafia boss. Xiao Rui watched Shen Xing Tong's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The three of them rang the doorbell at the Liu residence. Shen Xing Tong immediately spotted the female lead's electric bicycle parked at the entrance. In a world filled with the affluent, the sudden appearance of a red electric bike seemed out of place. The assistant gazed at the bicycle, softly murmuring, Is this the designer's vehicle from Chuangyi Studio? Xiao Rui remained silent. The butler approached to open the door for them. Xiao Rui swiftly introduced himself, stating that they were designers from the Jinchuan studio, eager to engage in a personal discussion with young Master Liu. The butler, unfazed, led them inside. In the room, Lu Pei sat upon the sofa, his strikingly handsome, fair visage betraying little emotion. His eyes, seemingly gentle and profound, turned cold and sharp as they regarded Jiying. Seated opposite him, Jiying was extolling the virtues of their studio and her own strengths and expertise. Upon concluding her remarks, she slightly raised her gaze and heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Shen Xing Tong, her surprise palpable. She was unaware that Shen Xing Tong was working outside. In her perception, the young mistress of the Fu family should be accustomed to a life of luxury, oblivious to the struggles of the world. Moreover, she was aware of the Fu family strictures, which forbade women from working outside or seeking public recognition. Jiying set down the documents and rose slowly, fixing her gaze on Shen Xing Tong. What a coincidence, Mrs. Fu. She articulated each word with deliberate emphasis, laced with sarcasm. It was as if she was insinuating that a woman of such high status would deign to compete with a mere designer like herself for a project. The mention of Mrs. Fu caused the countenances of the two men in the room to shift simultaneously. Liu Pei had long known of Shen Xing Tong's presence. He had not seen her for some time and noted her today in a simple black dress, her unadorned face rendered strikingly beautiful against the fabric. Xiao Rui suddenly turned to look at Shen Xing Tong. Mrs. Fu? Which Fu? Could it be? He recalled the last incident when Fu Heng had sent a throng of bodyguards to intercept his car and carry Shen Xing Tong away, and the flicker of hope that had ignited within him plummeted into despair. Shen Xing Tong did not refute Jiying. Instead, she smiled faintly. Miss Ji, what an unfortunate coincidence. Compared to the last time you picked up my husband's phone at the airport, that was truly serendipitous. Ji Ying's expression threatened to crack. She had anticipated that her actions would sow discord between Shen Xing Tong and Fu Heng, but unexpectedly, there was no misunderstanding. Instead, Shen Xing Tong wielded the incident to slap her in the face. Shen Xing Tong turned her gaze to meet Liu Pei's eyes. Leisurely taking a seat and smiling as she addressed him, Mr. Liu, which house would you like me to design? Her tone was formal and businesslike. Shen Xing Tong's demeanor puzzled her. She cast a bewildered glance at Liu Pei, unable to comprehend his intentions. Perhaps he was simply at leisure, with an excess of funds to spend. Oh, that area? I know it quite well. I've played there since childhood. Leave the design to me, and I assure you, Mr. Liu will be satisfied. Ji Ying, alarmed, interjected, how could she be awarded the project? On what grounds? Mr. Liu, Mrs. Fu is merely a novice designer, lacking in experience. I have been in the industry for 3 years. My experience is ample. If Mr. Liu desires, I can undoubtedly craft the house of your dreams. In her attempt to belittle Shen Xing Tong, she sought to elevate her own standing. Liu Pei regarded Jiying, his previously warm demeanor now absent. With a single statement, he unequivocally rejected Jiying. Confounded, she instinctively questioned why. She bit her lower lip, her voice rising involuntarily. Is it because you are familiar with her? Having never faced setbacks before, Jiying recently found herself repeatedly thwarted, leaving her truly discontented. At that moment, Liu Pei's countenance was veiled in frost. He looked down upon his fellow designers, harboring a lofty self-regard, and he did not dare to trust her design drafts. The butler approached, ushering Ji Ying away. Xiao Rui and the assistant stood to the side, rendered speechless. The assistant trembled slightly, aware that Shen Xing Tong was married, as she donned her wedding ring daily. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Xing Tong's husband was quite impressive. Xiao Rui's emotions were conflicted. He stood stiffly, at a loss for words. Liu Pei observed the two of them and smiled amicably, inviting them to sit down and enjoy some tea. I trust you can handle the design drafts with the Jin Chuan studio? He then casually turned his gaze towards Shen Xing Tong, designer Shen. I hope you can personally oversee the design. Would that be agreeable? The assistant, cradling her teacup, furtively glanced between their faces, savoring the unfolding drama. Shen Xing Tong signaled an okay gesture, responding, Mr. Liu, your trust in me is greatly appreciated. It shall be no problem. Shen Xing Tong suspected that Liu Pei's detailed discussion might not be work-related. However, as they had yet to formalize a contract, merely a verbal agreement had been made. She did not presume that her standing was substantial enough to prevent Liu Pei from changing his mind. Addressing Xiao Rui, she said, Teacher Xiao, please wait a moment. Before following him upstairs. In the study, Liu Pei handed her the villa's layout and design plans. Xing Tong, I entrust my house to you. Please design it well. Shen Xing Tong, holding the design plans, regarded him with a peculiar expression. Are you serious, Brother Liu? Of course I am serious. When have I not been? He replied. Oh, very well then. Since you've entrusted it to me, I shall certainly complete it. Shall I come by tomorrow to sign the contract? Shen Xing Tong, wary of his intentions yet too lazy to probe further, took out her phone to add him as a friend when a sudden pang of discomfort struck her abdomen. Reminiscent of menstrual cramps. May I use your restroom? She inquired. Liu Pei nodded slightly, feel free. Grateful that she had been mindful of the calendar and had prepared. She sighed in relief, lest she find herself in an awkward predicament. However, the pain was intense. Why must dysmenorrhea exist in this world? Just as she made her way to the restroom, her phone on the table began to ring. Liu Pei glanced at the caller ID. Fu Heng. Chapter 52. He neither cherishes his wife nor cares for her. As he beheld that designation, the mirth in Liu Pei's eyes gradually waned. It was merely a label. Yet, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Shen Xing Tong had forever labeled him as Brother Liu, as if eternally placing him in the role of an elder brother, never allowing him to descend from that pedestal. Irritated by the ringing phone, Liu Pei answered. Where are you? Fu Heng's voice resonated. Liu Pei pressed his lips together. Responding provocatively, Mr. Fu Xing Tong is at my home. Do you have business with her? The tone he employed was akin to a declaration of ownership. The man on the other end of the line chuckled derisively. Is that so? Lu Pei continued, Mr. Fu Xing Tong and I have quite a few matters to discuss. If you wish to speak with her, please do so later. Hearing some commotion from the restroom, he hastily ended the call. We shall address the remaining matters tomorrow. I have some issues to attend to today.
Goodbye.
He swiftly descended the stairs. Lu Pei gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes gradually dimming. The assistant was perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. They had successfully secured a deal, a moment that should have been celebrated. Why did Teacher Xiao appear so burdened, as if he were mourning a lost love? Shen Xing Tong remained oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the car. Upon arriving at the company entrance, she busily prepared to exit when Xiao Rui called her name. What is it, Teacher Xiao? Xing Tong, is it true that you are married? Shen Xing Tong, with no intention of concealing the truth, raised her wedding ring. Isn't it quite evident? Xiao Rui had noticed the ring before, but he had never considered that she might actually be married. He assumed she wore it merely to deter unwanted advances from men, aiming to avoid unnecessary complications. It seemed he had misinterpreted the situation. Is your husband Fu Heng? Xiao Rui inquired, pressing his lips together. Seeing that he seemed genuinely concerned, Shen Xing Tong felt compelled to deny it, otherwise it would lead to significant trouble. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. The assistant discreetly observed Xiao Rui, startled when he frustratedly struck the steering wheel. My goodness, it appears Teacher Xiao is truly heartbroken. In the underground parking garage, Shen Xing Tong grew impatient as she waited for Fu Heng's car. She dialed his number, feeling a sense of dread, fearing she might hear that woman Ji Ying's voice again. However, this time, the call indicated that the recipient was out of service. What an absurdity! Shen Xing Tong cursed inwardly, lamenting how this person's mood shifted more dramatically than the weather. Once home, she immediately took a shower and washed her hair before accompanying Grandpa Fu for dinner. To her dismay, today, only Su Qingyue was there to keep Grandpa company. Fu Heng, the leading man, was absent. Xing Tong has come as well.
Ah.
Thank heavens for both of you keeping this old man company. Otherwise, I would be dreadfully bored, Grandpa Fu sighed. Su Qingyue, being exceptionally considerate, used serving chopsticks to remove fish bones and place them into Grandpa's bowl. Grandpa, we are here to keep you company just the same. By the way, Xing Tong, what have you been busy with lately? Grandpa Fu, accustomed to seeing Su Qingyue every day and now curious about his granddaughter-in-law, inquired. Shen Xing Tong's eyes flickered. Well then, the old man is checking up on me. Nothing much, just out for a stroll and catching up with some old friends for a game of cards. Quite dull, really. Su Qingyue chimed in. Oh, why didn't you invite me for the card game? You must include me next time. Shen Xing Tong smiled. All right, I will take you along. Yet, Su Qingyue's expression fell again. Oh right, I can't, she said, looking pitiful. Grandpa Fu turned to her, puzzled. What's wrong? I don't have money to play cards. I fear I might lose and end up with nothing, Su Qingyue lamented. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Grandpa Fu. In truth, ever since Grandpa Fu gifted Shen Xing Tong that Porsche, she had been envious, longing to drive it. But she lacked a driver's license. Grandpa Fu likely recalled gifting the car to his granddaughter-in-law, realizing that this little granddaughter-in-law had not received such a present, causing her to feel a sense of unfairness. But what could he possibly gift her? A house? Grandfather Fu rubbed his temples and reassured, do not be afraid. No matter how much you lose, I will cover for you. Do not stay cooped up at home all day, facing Fu Yu's morose expression. You should take a stroll like Xing Tong. At this, Shen Xing Tong almost spat out her soup. Fu Yu's face was hardly morose. It was Fu Heng who truly embodied that description. Su Qingyue also felt a laugh bubbling within her, especially when the comparison between Fu Yu and a morose visage was made. How could she not find it amusing? Grandfather, you mustn't let Fu Yu hear this. He would surely be upset. Grandfather Fu snorted. What does he have to be upset about? His wife does not cherish him, nor does she support him. He just languishes indoors all day. At that moment, Shen Xing Tong heard a sound and turned her head, catching a glimpse of the edge of Fu Yu's wheelchair. She quickly kicked her friend under the table. Su Qingyue, who had been engrossed in her meal, turned to look outside and indeed spotted the corner of the wheelchair. But it soon shifted away, likely to avoid any confrontation. When it came to critiquing his grandsons, Grandfather Fu was in his element. Once he began, it was like unleashing a flood, a relentless stream of commentary. After venting about Fu Yu, he seamlessly transitioned to criticizing Fu Heng. Thus, Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue nodded along in agreement, frequently affirming, Grandfather is right. His criticisms are justified. Fu Heng and Fu Yu are indeed scoundrels. After dinner, Shen Xing Tong shared the day's events with Su Qingyu. It's the same here. Xie Jiao heard she wouldn't be allowed to undergo acupuncture anymore, and she went to complain to Su Lanxin, looking quite pitiful. It seems Xie Jiao won't be leaving the Fu household anytime soon. Why should she be sent away? Shen Xing Tong caught onto the crux of the matter. Su Qingyu crossed her arms, exasperated. She always lurks in the shadows, glaring at me. Upon reflection, she considered Shen Xing Tong's point. Indeed, keeping Xie Jiao around might prevent Fuyu from pursuing her. Xie Jiao could keep him occupied and away from her. She clapped her hands, seemingly in awe of her own brilliant idea. Seeing her friend's naive expression, Shen Xing Tong couldn't help but twitch her lips and ruffle Su Qingyu's hair. Yeah, you're acting a bit foolish. You're not even pregnant yet. If Fuyu were genuinely interested in Xie Jiao, why would he be so fixated on Su Qingyu? Shen Xing Tong recalled that the book mentioned antagonists often harbored strong attachments to their first love interests, believing in them unwaveringly. In the narrative, Xie Jiao was the one who redeemed the antagonist, and now it seemed the task of redemption had fallen to Su Qingyu. For Su Qingyu, Fuyu had stepped out of his dimly lit room for her, first appearing in the garden, willing to accompany grandfather to the mountains to pray for blessings, and even going abroad, and to clubs to confront people. Shen Xing Tong furrowed her brow, a strong sense of foreboding washing over her. Yeah, sister-in-law, what are you discussing? Chapter 53. The antagonist declares his intent to cherish his wife. Upon hearing the man's voice, Su Qingyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Cautiously, she turned her head to meet Fuyu's gaze from a distance. He sat in his wheelchair, unassisted, yet seemingly unconcerned by it. His fair face adorned with a gentle smile. He wore a seemingly harmless smile, yet Su Qingyu perceived the lurking malice in his eyes. Shen Xing Tong gently nudged Su Qingyu's waist with her elbow. Have you eaten yet, second young master? Shen Xing Tong inquired nonchalantly. Fuyu curled his lips into a smile that did not reach his eyes and replied, Sister-in-law, you ask a good question. I haven't eaten, and that's why I would like Yaya to accompany me for a meal. Oh, calling her Yaya so affectionately. No wonder they say her family's Yaya is impressive, having dealt with the antagonist so swiftly. Su Qingyu quickly realized this was a code. After agreeing, she hurriedly pushed Fuyu's wheelchair away. Indeed, Fuyu had not eaten, prompting Aunt Chen in the villa to prepare a nutritious meal for him. Due to his health condition, the Fu family had arranged for a nutritionist to plan Fuyu's daily meals, which meant he rarely dined with grandfather Fu. Su Qingyu had just finished a meal with grandfather Fu, and now found herself staring blankly at Fuyu. After a moment, Fuyu said, Yeah, feed me. Su Qingyu was taken aback. Today, Fuyu seemed to have developed a peculiar habit, frequently calling her by her name. Perhaps it was because he had personally attended to her this morning, which had drawn them closer. After everything was settled, Fuyu even leaned close to her ear, his voice low and husky as he called her name. He whispered, Yeah, once my legs are healed, I want to let you suffer.
Ding.
What are you and sister-in-law discussing? Nothing at all. So mysterious? Fuyu was clearly intent on digging deeper. Su Qingyu laughed awkwardly. What are you talking about? There's nothing mysterious. We were just chatting casually. You're being overly sensitive, Fuyu. Fuyu narrowed his eyes, and when his enchanting eyes squinted, they held a hint of sharpness. Yeah, I consulted Dr. Zhao. He said with proper care, I could recover within a month. Su Qingyu was well aware. In the original plot, Fuyu was cared for by Xie Jiao for a month, and with grandfather Zhao's treatment, he was able to stand and quickly regain the ability to walk normally after rehabilitation. In fact, later on, when there was a quarrel with Xie Jiao and she attempted to leave, he chased after her on the busy street, running faster than a ghost. She thought to herself, before the antagonist's legs heal, she must run. Aside from Fuyu's changed attitude towards her, the most concerning aspect was his terrifying demeanor in romantic matters. Su Qingyu smiled sweetly, feigning happiness for him. That's wonderful. Once you recover, mother and grandfather will surely be delighted. Are you not happy? As your wife, I will certainly share in your joy. She silently mourned for herself for 2 seconds. Su Qingyu pretended to put down her cutlery and applauded him, performing a seal-like clap. Are you satisfied now? He found her feigned demeanor amusing and grasped her wrist, pulling her onto his lap. Su Qingyu's expression stiffened as she awkwardly struggled to rise. But Fuyu's grip was surprisingly strong. Recently, perhaps due to his abandonment of self-harm and willingness to eat more, he was no longer as emaciated as before, and his strength had significantly increased. Su Qingyu, feeling trapped, turned her head to meet his gaze directly. I heard what Grandpa just said. The man lowered his eyes, his voice carrying a weight that resonated with Su Qingyu. She thought, strange, being this close, his eyelashes are so thick and long, resembling the effect of the false eyelashes she desired. The genes of the Fu family are truly exceptional. Although Fu's father may not be remarkable, he still retains his handsome features in middle age. It is said that Su Lanxin was once a renowned beauty in the capital circle, otherwise she wouldn't have captured Fu's father's heart. Fu Yu bears more resemblance to his mother, possessing striking features and a delicate beauty. Yet his sharp and cold demeanor diminishes the softness of his appearance. Upon first sighting Fu Yu, one would perceive him as an exceptionally handsome man, not necessarily leaning towards femininity. Most strikingly, he has a beauty mark near his eye, subtle enough that she would have missed it had they not been so close on several occasions. With his eyelashes downcast, he appeared almost pitiful, like a small puppy. However, Su Qingyue remained clear-headed and would not be deceived by his looks. Grandpa often scolds you all like this, so don't take it to heart. Grandpa is right. I should bear the responsibility of supporting a wife. Su Qingyue found herself bewildered, staring at the pained expression on Fu Yu's face. Wait, he said, supporting a wife? Although she knew this sounded unrealistic, even somewhat humorous, she felt a flicker of sweetness. That Fu Yu, actually. I am planning to start my own business. Fu Yu contemplated, knowing that Fu Heng, being miserly, would never allow me a place in the Fu group. Su Qingyue was completely taken aback. This isn't right. How did it turn out like this? Fu Yu should have turned dark, competing for the inheritance of the Fu group while causing chaos, possibly even attempting to harm the male lead. Instead, he's talking about entrepreneurship, relinquishing the inheritance of the Fu group? At least let me take care of the support for the wife. You go play cards with your sister-in-law without worry. Seeing her dazed expression, he assumed she doubted his words and affectionately patted her on the head. Su Qingyue. In the shadows, Xie Jiao peered through the crack of the kitchen door, biting her lip, feeling quite unsettled. After Shen Xing Tong secured the deal with Liu Pei, she had been meeting him frequently, but ever since the last time she didn't wait for Fu Heng, the man had seemed to vanish from the world again. For an entire week, there had been no sign of him. Shen Xing Tong handed the final design draft to Liu Pei, saying, "Take a look. Are you satisfied with this design?" Liu Pei didn't glance at it, merely setting the draft aside. "Xing Tong, do you have time this weekend?" Shen Xing Tong immediately replied, "I am very busy." She did not wish to have excessive contact with Liu Pei aside from work matters. Before making her escape, she needed to consider any interaction carefully. "Oh, that's a pity. I was thinking you hadn't been to the club for a while, nor touched a race car." Shen Xing Tong suddenly lifted her head, expressing her willingness to join. "I can go too, right? I can bring Yaya along. A good sister must stick together." Liu Pei smiled. "Of course you can." Knowing her well, she was certain Shen Xing Tong would be eager to participate. Early Saturday morning, Shen Xing Tong entered the club with Su Qingyue. Throughout their journey, Su Qingyue lamented how Fu Yu had changed overnight, suddenly aspiring to start a business and incessantly referring to wanting to take care of a wife, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just as Shen Xing Tong was about to respond, she spotted someone and hurriedly pushed Su Qingyue's head down, turning away to avoid being seen. Chapter 54. You have quite the principles when it comes to finding handsome men. Su Qingyue, noticing Shen Xing Tong's strong reaction, obediently complied. Shen Xing Tong was clad in a racing suit, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail. Although Su Qingyue was merely there for the excitement, she too wore a racing suit. Despite not knowing how to drive, she adored the outfit. It was simply too striking. She rarely had opportunities to wear anything so stylish at home, let alone such a chance as this. At a glance, they resembled race car drivers preparing for competition. A large group of men in suits passed by them. Shen Xing Tong feigned tying her shoelaces. Leading the group was a man surrounded by admirers. Someone Shen Xing Tong was all too familiar with. Su Qingyue stole a glance and realized it was Fu Heng. The man was exceptionally handsome, with a remarkable appearance and a tall, slender frame, making him stand out strikingly among the crowd at the racetrack. Such a man would capture attention even in the most crowded of places. It was no wonder Shen Xing Tong had chosen to hide. She certainly did not want Fu Heng to spot her, especially not while indulging in racing. It would utterly shatter her carefully crafted persona. Feigning to tie her shoelaces until the crowd dispersed, she finally stood up. "Tantong, I told you, you and your husband are quite fated," Su Qingyue teased. Shen Xing Tong retorted. "Why do we only cross paths when it's inconvenient? I don't want this troublesome fate." Su Qingyue responded, "Troublesome fate?" Shen Xing Tong quickly corrected herself. "Oh. It's not a troublesome fate. I have no connection with him whatsoever." At that moment, Liu Pei approached, also dressed in a racing suit, reminiscent of the spirited youth he once was. However, his features had matured, and his demeanor was now more composed. "Come on, let me show you my car," Liu Pei said, leading them forward to see the vehicles.
Great.
Shen Xing Tong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the mention of cars. Following closely behind were Chen Su and several friends she recognized from a previous gathering, including Zhou Qi. Chen Su eagerly inquired, Brother Heng, what are you looking at? There's a race today and plenty of beautiful female racers on site. Have you taken a liking to one of them? Shall I introduce you later? Chen Su thought to himself that ever since Fu Heng brought his wife to his birthday celebration, he hadn't taken her out again. Perhaps he was cherishing her in seclusion? Yet, a gentle and graceful beauty like her would seem out of place at a racetrack. Perhaps it would be better to introduce Fu Heng to someone wild and fiery instead. Regardless of the introduction of various beauties, his brother would remain disinterested, ultimately leading to a camaraderie among the group. Each time, they flaunted the title of the Beijing Circle's young master, with those beauties gravitating toward them. Even if Fu Heng showed no interest, they basked in the reflected glory. However, Fu Heng barely acknowledged him. Just moments ago, he thought he heard Shen Xing Tong's voice, and found it amusing, perhaps just a figment of his imagination. Zhou Qi, trailing at the back, noticed Fu Heng's unusual demeanor and turned to glance with curiosity. After all, anyone who could elicit a response from Fu Heng must possess some intrigue. Brother Heng? Oh, have you set your sights on a particular beauty racer? I could introduce you. Chen Su chirped incessantly in his ear, becoming somewhat bothersome. Fu Heng's gaze slightly narrowed as he replied, not interested. He donned his usual frigid demeanor, prompting a resigned sigh from Chen Su. Recently, he harbored grave suspicions that Fu Heng had quarreled with his sister-in-law, though it seemed implausible. After all, his sister-in-law was of such amiable temperament, how could a dispute arise? Yet, Fu Heng exuded an aura of icy intensity, more pronounced than before, making even Chen Su, who shared the closest bond with him, feel a twinge of trepidation. Fu Heng remained silent, disinclined to engage. Shen Xing Tong spotted Liu Pei's car.
Sukingui gapet de damaticas.
What a stunning car. She drooled with envy, feeling inadequate for not possessing even a regular driver's license, let alone one for racing. Shen Xing Tong, equally intrigued, gently caressed the car's surface. This car is new, isn't it? He did not favor the masked Shen Xing Tong, for he knew she was not content. Yet, he was the sole individual aware of how to bring her joy. Shen Xing Tong looked up in surprise. Me drive? Aren't you afraid I might damage your car? Although her driving skills were not entirely lacking, it had been a long time since she last handled a racing vehicle, leaving her uncertain of her proficiency. Liu Pei replied, if it breaks, I'll simply buy another.
No worries.
Su Qingyue remained wide-eyed, her mouth agape, and upon noticing Liu Pei's unwavering gaze on Shen Xing Tong, she regarded him with a curious glint. The three of them were quite familiar with one another. However, the bond between Shen Xing Tong and Liu Pei was somewhat stronger, as they had been neighbors in their youth. She glanced at the other female racers in the distance and inquired, is there a competition today? Indeed, Liu Pei smiled. Xing Tong, you can indulge a little. If you lose, it's on me, no worries. Shen Xing Tong's hands itched with excitement. She truly, genuinely yearned for the thrill. Su Qingyue grasped her arm, shaking it playfully. Hey, my darling, take me for a ride in the fast lane. Shen Xing Tong shivered at her words. Liu Pei stifled a chuckle, maintaining his composure as he said, give it a try. Shen Xing Tong shrugged. All right then. Su Qingyue cheered. Oh yes, yes, yes. The previous incident at the club had barely sufficed to lift her spirits, for the handsome faces there were insufficient. However, at the racetrack, dashing young men were plentiful, bringing her immense joy. Liu Pei handed them helmets, emphasizing safety above all else. Nothing else mattered as much as their well-being. Understood, Brother Liu. After Shen Xing Tong finished speaking, she donned her helmet and entered the car. Su Qingyue, brimming with excitement, promptly shut the door with a click and, fastening her seatbelt, exclaimed, Brother Liu will surely like you. This was the unwavering affirmation from a sister. I am quite fond of you as well, Shen Xing Tong replied. Hey, I'm being serious, Su Qingyue said, cradling Shen Xing Tong's helmeted face with a hint of exasperation. Brother Liu is rather handsome, though perhaps not as striking as Fu Heng. He is still quite the charming fellow. Shen Xing Tong rolled her eyes. A rabbit doesn't eat at the burrow's edge. Haven't you heard? Ah. So you have principles when it comes to courting handsome men, Su Qingyue teased. You don't understand. We plan to escape in the future. I wish to avoid unnecessary troubles and certainly do not want to implicate the Liu family or the Fu family in Beijing. Both are beyond reproach. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue conceded that it was indeed a valid point. Fu Heng possessed the aura of a male lead. He was someone to be avoided, not provoked. As Shen Xing Tong drove towards the starting point, she glanced out the window and spotted a familiar figure. Look, as soon as Fu Heng appears, so does she remarked. Over there, that lady seems to be Mrs. Fu. Following her gaze, Su Qingyue's jovial expression abruptly stiffened. It was Ji Ying. Shen Xing Tong observed Ji Ying with keen interest. Su Qingyue rolled her eyes. Who is she talking to? Ji Ying was conversing with a female racer, whose beauty was striking as she prepared to enter her vehicle. Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, the racer tightened her grip on the steering wheel, raising her chin to scrutinize Ji Ying, seemingly weighing her options. After a moment, the racer nodded, saying, "All right, you're the one. I'll entrust the design of my home to you." Ji Ying immediately beamed with a smile, her eyes curving with genuine delight. Some individuals in this world might be inherently adversarial. Sensing Shen Xing Tong's gaze, Ji Ying suddenly looked over. Shen Xing Tong, having already rolled down the window, met Ji Ying's stiff expression and smirked before rolling the window back up. Wearing her helmet, Ji Ying was uncertain if it was indeed Shen Xing Tong, but Shen Xing Tong's captivating eyes were unmistakable, bewitching enough to incite Ji Ying's ire, prompting her to curse under her breath each time they crossed paths. Ji Ying was convinced that the woman must truly be Shen Xing Tong. Indeed, the wives of the affluent are adept at putting on appearances. While Shen Xing Tong outwardly presented herself as a poised and gentle lady of high society, she secretly indulged in racing. Ji Ying could not help but fantasize about her future as the daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Meanwhile, Chen Xianyan turned her gaze towards the racing car. That car looks so familiar. ISN Tietlu Ps. Chen Xianyan, the younger sister of Chen Su, had recently developed a crush on Liu Pei and had been pursuing him fervently, thus recognizing the vehicle at a glance. Previously, when she sought to touch it, Liu Pei had rebuffed her. Now, seeing him allow another woman to drive his car ignited her anger. Feigning a sense of trepidation, Ji Ying said, "Oh, Don't worry, I was merely asking. No one will cause you any trouble." Chen Xianyan linked arms with Ji Ying as if they were close friends. "Your designer friend is a done deal. You wouldn't hide anything from your own sister, would you?" Ji Ying's eyes flickered before she softly replied, "It's that Fu family, the most formidable one." "Oh," Chen Xianyan understood. "Is she Fu Heng's wife?" Fu Heng was a friend of her brother, so naturally, she recognized him. Furthermore, during her high school years, she had humiliated herself by confessing her feelings to Fu Heng, foolishly attempting to pursue him, only to be publicly rejected and ridiculed by that exceedingly aloof man. Because of this grudge, Chen Xianyan still harbored resentment, feeling both fear and hatred towards Fu Heng. However, upon hearing that Fu Heng had been forced to marry a woman he did not love, she had found a moment of schadenfreude. Even a person as formidable and detached as Fu Heng was not immune to familial entanglements, ending up with a wife who served merely as a tool. This offered her some solace, for Fu Heng had humiliated her at a time when her sensitivity was at its peak, leaving her utterly mortified in front of her peers. "No worries, I will surely secure first place," Chen Xianyan declared, preparing to get into the car. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. "Xianyan! Xianyan! Forever #1." Hearing the enthusiastic cheers nearly caused her to stumble. She glared at the cheerleaders in the stands, who had been arranged by her well-meaning but misguided brother. Their enthusiasm utterly cringeworthy. Chen Xianyan angrily slammed the car door shut. Ji Ying retreated to the audience, turning to see Fu Heng seated in the prime position. She smiled softly. As the gunshot echoed, the cars on the racetrack surged forward. Among them, a dark red Bugatti, while the most understated amidst a sea of colorful racing cars, accelerated with unparalleled speed. In the stands, Chen Su was beside himself with excitement. "Which driver is that? Going so fast, has she lost her mind?" Chen Su cursed and grabbed a nearby lackey. "Did I not instruct you to give those racers red envelopes to cheer at my sister?" The trembling lackey stammered, "I did give everyone a red envelope. But I didn't see her in the Bugatti when I handed them out." He truly felt wronged. She must have entered the race at the last minute. Zhou Qi reminded Chen Su, "Keep your voice down. You're disturbing everyone's enjoyment of the race." Chen Su sat down with a thud, cursing even more vehemently. "Once the race is over, I will find out who that wretched woman is. She seeks death, does she?" Fu Heng shot Chen Su a cold glance, his voice laced with iciness. "Could you be a bit quieter?" Chen Su immediately fell silent. Without a doubt, the dark red Bugatti claimed victory. After crossing the finish line, since she realized she could not win, Chen Xianyan decided to slam into the already stationary Bugatti ahead of her. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chen Su could no longer maintain his composure and dashed over. "Xianyan!" Meanwhile, the jostled Shen Xing Tong muttered, "Is she out of her mind?" Su Qingyue was so shaken by the ride that it had left her with psychological scars. The speed at which Shen Xing Tong had driven nearly stopped her heart. She had ridden before, but after such a long time, she had forgotten the sensation. Today, she vowed never to do it again. Liu Pei rushed over, opening the car door. "Xing Tong, Qingyue, are you both all right?" In the audience, Fu Heng noticed Lu Pei anxiously approaching the Bugatti and narrowed his eyes slightly. He too rose and descended from the stands. Su Qingyue crawled out of the car, shaking her hand. I'm fine, just feeling a bit nauseous. Shen Xing Tong opened the car door with a fierce demeanor and stormed over to the yellow racing car, tapping on the window. Chen Xianyan lowered the window. Meeting Shen Xing Tong's gaze, momentarily taken aback, but quickly feigned confusion, asking, Is there something you need? I am fine. It is you who is unwell, Shen Xing Tong replied coldly. What is wrong? Do you intend to commit murder? Add some trouble for the police? Chun Su rushed over, not noticing Shen Xing Tong's expression, and immediately shouted, Hey, are you looking for death? Who are you calling sick? Do you believe I can have your entire family taken to the police station? He grasped Chen Xuanyan's shoulder, anxiously inquiring, You're not hurt, are you? Upon seeing Chen Su, Shen Xing Tong's expression faltered slightly. No wonder this woman was so arrogant, publicly crashing cars. She was indeed from the Chen family. These young masters and ladies in the capital had notoriously foul tempers, and they cared little for the consequences of their actions. Shen Xing Tong scoffed. Are you her brother? Quite the barker you are. Chen Su's anger flared. You filthy bitch. Do you believe I can end you? Before he could finish, someone yanked him back by the collar. Chen Su, are you seeking death? Chapter 56. Just then, Fu Heng reacted strongly. Chen Su had not anticipated someone would grab his collar and threaten him. He turned, intending to retaliate, only to meet a pair of chillingly cold eyes. The familiarity sent shivers down his spine and made his hair stand on end. Heng, brother Heng? The man who appeared behind Chen Su was Fu Heng. His handsome features were as frigid as ice forged over millennia, leaving Chen Su momentarily dumbfounded and causing Chen Xuanyan's face to blanch in fear. The man exuded an overwhelming aura, so powerful that the moment he appeared, all dispute ceased, and no one dared to utter a word. Chen Su swallowed hard. Still daring to argue, Brother Heng, this brat is utterly unreasonable. She's bullying my sister. Yet, Fu Heng ignored him and walked towards Shen Xing Tong. Shen Xing Tong realized it was too late to hide. She had been caught. Madame Fu, what a surprise. Fu Heng's voice was deep and magnetic, resonating with an alluring bass that sent shivers through everyone present, yet the coldness in his tone was unmistakable.
Madame Fu?
Chen Su's eyes widened in shock. With no other choice, Shen Xing Tong removed her helmet, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face, and smiled charmingly. In a soft voice, she said, Mr. Fu, you are here as well. How could you not bring me along to the club? I was so bored at home alone. Chen Su was in despair. He held his head, instinctively touching his neck. Would his head still be attached tomorrow? Would he see the sun rise again? Chen Su stepped forward. Sister-in-law, how is it you? He thought to himself, no wonder Fu Heng reacted so strongly. He had never seen Fu Heng so emotionally stirred. He remained unperturbed even in the face of monumental events. Oh, but you were just barking at me, Shen Xing Tong replied, extending her delicate fingers to tug at Fu Heng's sleeve, playfully. Mr. Fu has just bullied me. His sister even collided with both me and Yaya. When it comes to reporting such matters, Shen Xing Tong is quite adept. Since it does not target the female protagonist, she can still wield some authority through Fu Heng. Fu Heng turned his head to glance at Chen Su. Although the man said nothing, an invisible pressure enveloped Chen Su, making him instantly comprehend the situation. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I am but a barking dog. I deserve this. I frightened you, sister-in-law. I truly deserve this. You do deserve it. Fu Heng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Chen Su's face turned pale, his head drooping. Sister-in-law, Brother Heng, what do you wish for me to do? Remembering something, he hurriedly grabbed his sister, who was trying to stealthily tiptoe away. Chen Xianyan, come apologize to sister-in-law. He pressed Chen Xuanyan's head down to bow deeply to Shen Xing Tong, urging, speak quickly. Chen Xianyan, feeling aggrieved, apologized, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bumped into you. Sister-in-law, Xianyan has been spoiled since childhood. It is my fault. Is a verbal apology sufficient? Fu Heng asked coldly. Chen Xianyan trembled in fear. Tears welled up inside her. Why must she be humiliated in front of so many people? She could hardly believe that Fu Heng would stand up for Shen Xing Tong. Wasn't he supposed to be devoid of feelings? The information her brother provided was all false. The rumors circulating in their social circle were all fabricated. Chen Su also felt disheartened. What do you want me to do? I specifically included you. Shen Xing Tong glanced at the rear of Lu Pei's car, which was dented. She softly clutched Fu Heng's arm. Her voice remained gentle, Mr. Chen. Since your sister has damaged my friend's car, she should bear the cost. Furthermore, both Yaya and I have been harmed by her actions. Shouldn't she compensate us for emotional distress? Su Qingyue peered curiously from behind.
Yaya?
Chen Su was bewildered.
Who is Yaya?
She is my sister-in-law, the wife of Mr. Fu's younger brother. Your sister crashed into both of us. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Su's face darkened. Two daughters-in-law of the Fu family were seated in this car? And his sister was the one who caused the trouble, colliding with both daughters-in-law of the Fu family. It served her right. I will compensate. Sister-in-law, please be magnanimous and do not hold it against us. I will pay you and your sister-in-law right now. Would that be acceptable? Chen Su dared not hesitate. Shen Xing Tong's beautiful red lips curved into a smile as she extended her phone. All right. Fu Heng made no attempt to intervene. However, once Chen Su had settled the payment and was about to leave with his sister, Fu Heng's bodyguard appeared and restrained Chen Xianyan. What are you doing? Chen Xianyan panicked. What are you doing? Having caused an accident due to a lack of traffic awareness, Miss Chen, it would be beneficial for you to revisit the traffic authority for a refresher course on traffic regulations. After the bodyguard spoke, he took Chen Xianyan away. Brother, save me. Chen Su covered his face, thinking to himself that he could hardly protect himself, let alone save her. Brother Heng, my sister. She is not suited for racing. Revoke her racing license to prevent her from endangering others, Fu Heng coldly remarked, taking Shen Xing Tong's wrist and leading her away. Su Qinghua watched the entire scene unfold, feeling quite intimidated at the sight of Fu Heng's arrival. She was, in fact, doing just fine. Even if this matter reaches the ears of the Fu family, it would hardly cause any significant impact. However, the fact that Shen Xing Tong races cars must present a considerable dissonance for Fu Heng. After all, Fu Heng has always perceived his wife as a gentle and delicate woman. Su Qinghua quietly followed in their footsteps, trailing behind as she observed the hands of her best friend and her husband. In that moment, she suddenly felt like the largest, most unwelcome third wheel. As the trio departed, Fu Heng's bodyguards also took their leave. Concealed in the shadows, Jing stomped her foot in frustration. She had yet to approach Fu Heng. She had initially planned for Shen Xing Tong to be reprimanded by the eldest daughter of the Qin family, allowing her an opportunity to get closer to Fu Heng when Chen Su went to find his sister. But now, all her plans had crumbled. Just then, a sinister voice emerged from behind her. What are you looking at? It belonged to the man who had just been seated behind Fu Heng, whom she believed was named Zhou Qi. Ji Ying hesitated for a moment. Do you have feelings for Brother Heng? Zhou Qi was not surprised by such a girl's interest. Throughout his life, countless girls had hidden in the shadows to get closer to Fu Heng, even indirectly inquiring about him. Fu Heng was merely fortunate to have been born into the Fu family. In terms of talent and appearance, he did not consider himself inferior to Fu Heng. Ji Ying, feeling anxious, replied, Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. I must take my leave. She hurriedly clutched her bag and fled. Zhou Qi let out a scoff. Should she have said something in response? But what could she possibly say? Her sympathy for her friend grew. Facing such a cold man daily would inevitably lead to menstrual discomfort. Oh, she had forgotten that Shen Xing Tong already experienced some pain. Being around Fu Heng would surely exacerbate it. Miss Su, please exit the vehicle. Just then, the extraordinarily frosty man spoke up, ushering her away. Chapter 57. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Su Qinghua turned her head, attempting to explain herself to prevent her friend from suffering. But what could she say? Given that she had made quite a profit today, she decided not to dwell on the matter too much. The thought of having swindled 200,000 from Chen Su brought her some joy. However, she wondered if Chen Xianyan would willingly compensate Lu Peishio for the car repairs. Meeting Shen Xing Tong's gaze, she hastily declared, Brother, sister-in-law, I shall not disturb you any longer, before swiftly exiting the vehicle and making her escape. That address of brother and sister-in-law was indeed timely. Shen Xing Tong watched her friend flee, her lips twitching slightly, as if she were escaping for her life. The large hand that had been gripping her wrist since they got into the car loosened its hold a bit. Do you possess a racing license? The man inquired coolly. He did not seem displeased by her involvement in racing. Perhaps this man had a remarkable capacity for emotional regulation, revealing no outward signs of distress. Shen Xing Tong deliberately leaned softly against his chest, playfully responding, Yes, I obtained it quite some time ago. Why do you ask, Mr. Fu? Rest assured. I haven't engaged in it for a long time. I'm almost out of practice. Out of practice? Fu Heng's thin lips curved into a chilling smile. He regarded her as if she were an experienced racer, not someone lacking skill. Lu Pei's car? Shen Xing Tong lifted her delicate face from his chest, her dark, glistening eyes clouded with mist, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. Brother Lu, she murmured, feeling a pinch at her waist. The man was surprisingly strong. His large hand easily encompassed the entirety of her slender waist, which was now vividly defined. His voice carried a hint of displeasure. Has Mrs. Fu been getting rather close to him lately? In her heart, Shen Xing Tong silently cursed, Dog man. How could he, who had not shown his face for an entire week, inquire about her closeness to Liu Pei? How dare he ask? Pretending to lack strength, she feebly attempted to pry his hand from her waist, but even without feigning delicacy, she found herself powerless against his grip. It's for work, Mr. Fu. He needs to renovate his house, and I am currently his designer. Mr. Fu had vanished for a week, and yet he was playing the role of the accuser? She lowered her head, her red lips pouting, her charming expression brimming with dissatisfaction. How could he abandon her and then question her? She raised her gaze again, only to meet the depth of his penetrating stare. He regarded her with a calm yet intense gaze that hinted at a lurking danger, though his expression remained inscrutably serene. Her eyes drifted slowly across his handsome face, lingering at his Adam's apple. Fu Heng was indeed a man favored by fate. Not only did he possess striking features, but even his Adam's apple was alluringly sensual. Yet, his cold demeanor seemed a tragic waste of such beauty and physique. I had urgent business abroad, my apologies, he said, his Adam's apple shifting slightly. It was your brother Liu who answered your call. The first part of his statement was an apology, which Shen Xing Tong found rather surprising. However, she sensed a hint of sarcasm in the latter half. Brother Liu, she echoed, momentarily taken aback as he pinched her waist again. What are you doing? She glared at him, a mixture of dissatisfaction and resentment in her eyes. Brother Liu, will you let me finish speaking? Rascal, she thought. Was her waist so easy to pinch? The grip was on a particularly sensitive spot, making it somewhat painful. Since he is your client, shouldn't there be a clear distinction between personal and professional matters? He said slowly, his fingers applying a measured pressure on her waist. Shen Xing Tong understood then. It was no wonder he pinched her every time she addressed Liu Pei. Apparently, that title displeased him. Is it acceptable for Mr. Fu to speak of Mr. Liu in such a manner? Fu Heng's expression turned even colder.
Mr. Fu?
Mr. Liu? He mused, pondering the implications. Did this mean that in Shen Xing Tong's eyes, he was no different from Liu Pei? After exiting the vehicle, she felt compelled to follow him and explain. That day at the Liu residence, I was discussing design plans with him when I got my period. My phone was left on the table, so he probably answered my call then. She offered her explanation, but all she could see was Fu Heng's tall figure retreating. With a resigned gesture, she shrugged her shoulders. It seemed Fu Heng was exhibiting a touch of jealousy, though it was ambiguous whether he truly felt that way. If jealousy arises, it indicates she still harbors a sliver of hope to secure that extravagant sum of 150 million. Once acquired, she would swiftly depart. Uncertain? Perhaps she should observe further. Dinner was enjoyed at her own villa. Grandfather Fu had gone out to play cards. Shen Xing Tong shared with Su Qinghua the reaction of Fu Heng upon their arrival. Su Qinghua concluded, they say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Why not give it a try? You have already explained yourself, and he showed no signs of anger, so it is worth considering. The spirited Shen Xing Tong retorted. Are you certain that phrase applies to Fu Heng and me? Absence making the heart grow fonder is a notion meant for ordinary couples. In her case with Fu Heng, they were far from a conventional couple, not even qualifying as plastic spouses. However, Fu Heng was indeed upstairs, bathing in the bathroom. The cheerful Dan Huang Pai suggested. Why not give it a go? You have nothing to lose. Though your husband may seem a tad frosty, his looks and physique are certainly more impressive than those of many male models or celebrities. This was indeed true. In terms of charisma, he was beyond reproach. Shen Xing Tong tugged at her collar and inhaled the scent of her own skin. She had used cherry-scented shower gel today, and had she foreseen this, she would have chosen a different fragrance. While it smelled delightful, it lacked the allure she desired. She dashed upstairs, searching through a row of perfumes for one that would be truly enchanting. What was she searching for? Unbeknownst to her, the man had finished his shower and stood behind her, unexpectedly speaking up. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her intentions to seduce had been laid bare, and even her bold facade faltered. Perhaps it was his proximity, or perhaps her own resolve was weakening, but she felt her ears grow warm. She turned around, licking her lips. I was just browsing. Such directness would surely not work on Fu Heng. After numerous failed attempts, she had learned her lessons. Fu Heng's gaze roamed her delicate face, landing on her flushed ears. Would you like to go out tomorrow? Shen Xing Tong looked up in surprise. Did he suddenly wish to take her out? Could this be what Su Qinghua referred to as absence making the heart grow fonder? Chapter 58. I adore Mr. Fu's wealth. Shen Xing Tong quickly processed the thought. Mr. Fu wants to take me out? Surely it wouldn't be with Qin Xiao and his entourage? In that case, she would politely decline. They were not on the same wavelength. No. He slightly straightened his posture. Shall we go? Shen Xing Tong gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Is it just the two of us? If so, she would undoubtedly agree.
Yes.
Let us go. Shen Xing Tong, upon hearing this, found herself exhilarated, momentarily forgetting her initial intentions. If she could successfully obtain that hefty sum of 150 million, she could scarcely envision the joy of becoming a little wealthy lady. The only thing that could bind Shen Xing Tong was poverty. Matters of love and marriage were trivial and unworthy of her consideration. She was overjoyed. Standing on her toes to plant a kiss on his chin, "I truly like you, Mr. Fu." The latter part of her sentiment, however, remained unspoken. Fu Heng had just emerged from a shower, enveloped in a refreshing scent of pine, a crisp aroma that tantalized the senses. Shen Xing Tong found herself unexpectedly embraced by him. Momentarily dazed. What was happening? A realization dawned upon her. To handle this man, she needed to keep him guessing. Previously, her direct approach had led only to rejection, again and again. Thus, she resolved to feign indifference, to play coy, to deliberately provoke his curiosity, believing that one day he would descend from his pedestal and willingly succumb. An impish devil stirred within Shen Xing Tong's heart, whispering that if she could ensnare Fu Heng, she would become the most formidable prospective heiress in the world. Fu Heng lifted her effortlessly, declaring it was time to rest. Shen Xing Tong's heart raced, a flurry of nerves igniting within her. The ambience, the words exchanged, the princess-like embrace all suggested that subsequent events would unfold just as she anticipated. She clutched his neck, gently nuzzling against his chest while deliberately saying, "Mr. Fu, I'm quite fatigued today, merely seeking a peaceful slumber." She intended to provoke a reaction. Yet, when he remained unresponsive, uncertainty gripped her. Did he desire her or not? It was impossible to discern. As she was gently deposited onto the bed, her mind was still contemplating his intentions when he merely settled beside her, urging her to sleep. Shen Xing Tong was left bewildered. All her previous thoughts were swiftly erased. This man was truly something else. Unwilling to concede, she sat up, pulled back the covers, and cast a glance at his slumbering form. Her mind buzzed with confusion. Fu Heng appeared genuinely exhausted, having fallen asleep without noticing the flustered expression on her beautiful face. Early the next morning, Su Qingyue was roused from her slumber by Shen Xing Tong, and the two sisters found themselves in the small garden, exchanging hushed whispers. "Is that true?"
Su Pingui Edgar Lim, Astonitz.
"Sister, I feel such sympathy for you. It seems your gentleman truly has some issues. Perhaps it's wise to take him to a doctor sooner rather than later? Early treatment leads to early enjoyment." As her mind gradually cleared, the shock of her friend's revelation left her flabbergasted. Shen Xing Tong's expression grew increasingly grave. Could it be that because she wasn't the heroine, he simply couldn't feel inclined toward her? Su Qinghua pondered deeply, then nodded. "It's quite possible." Shen Xing Tong clapped her hands, concluding that this was merely a flaw in his character. It was not her fault, but rather his. Su Qinghua agreed. "Indeed, it's certainly not your fault. The blame lies with the male lead, as well as the author who crafted such a character." Now, Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of regret. "Do you think I should alter my strategy? What do you intend to do?" Su Qinghua, with a medical student's mindset, was inclined to urge her friend to take her husband to see a doctor. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that given Fu Heng's prideful demeanor, it was unlikely that Shen Xing Tong could persuade him to seek medical attention. "I should facilitate a meeting between Fu Heng and the female protagonist to see if he might respond to her." Shen Xing Tong clenched her fists, as her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Su Qinghua had intended to say something further, but suddenly looked up to see Fu Heng approaching, abruptly coughing. "Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Shen Xing Tong, still oblivious to the situation, gently touched Su Qinghua's forehead. "I shall send someone to bring Jiying here and throw her onto Fu Heng's bed to observe his reaction." Shen Xing Tong rubbed her hands in anticipation. Just as she was about to storm off to execute her plan, she found a remarkably tall man standing behind her. The familiar pajamas hinted at the presence of her unfortunate husband. Su Qinghua buried her face in her palms, unable to bear the thought of how dark Fu Heng's expression might be. She too rose to her feet, laughing nervously. Good morning, big brother, big sister. I'm off to work out." What kind of workout was she doing, still clad in Winnie the Pooh pajamas? Fu Heng languidly inquired of Shen Xing Tong. "Why would you send another woman to my bed?" Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. He had heard everything. She reflected on the old adage about speaking ill of others behind their backs, only to be caught in the act, resulting in utter embarrassment. Shen Xing Tong, feeling the urge to fidget, instinctively scraped her toes against the ground. She playfully raised her fist to tap his chest and said in a soft voice, "Oh, Mr. Fu, this is merely a test of your sincerity." Upon uttering those words, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Lately, her performance had become increasingly exaggerated, drifting into the realm of the contrived. Meanwhile, Grandpa Fu learned from the servant about the conversation the two girls had in the garden that morning. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, did they truly say that? The servant nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the eldest and second young ladies lamented that the eldest young master is quite lacking. The servant also relayed Shen Xing Tong's original complaint to Grandpa Fu. With a sigh and hand to his forehead, Grandpa Fu muttered, I knew it. I knew that scoundrel Fu Heng had issues. Go. Quickly arrange for the eldest young master to see a urologist. This cannot be delayed. The servant, as if entrusted with a national mission, responded solemnly, yes. I shall go arrange it at once. Shen Xing Tong opened the car door and settled inside. Fu Heng did not disclose their destination, prompting Shen Xing Tong to refrain from inquiring further. Last night's events had left her feeling inexplicably disheartened. As she glanced at Fu Heng, her gaze softened with a hint of sympathy. Perhaps the male protagonist only felt something for the female lead, rendering all her attempts at seduction futile. Just then, a notification chimed on Fu Heng's phone. He swiped his long finger across the screen to reveal the message, but his expression visibly darkened. Shen Xing Tong, intrigued, leaned in to catch a glimpse of the text, adopting an expression of curiosity. Chapter 59. Why does the male protagonist like to pinch waists so much?
Hello, Mr. Fu.
You have successfully registered at XX Hospital's Urology Department. Please arrive half an hour in advance to collect your number. If there are urgent matters, please cancel. Shen Xing Tong could not suppress a laugh. It was entirely unintentional, yet the combination of this message and last night's event struck her as hilariously ironic. Afraid Fu Heng might realize she was laughing at him, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Fu Heng gazed at her calmly, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic expression as he observed her stifled laughter. Mr. Fu, this is not the appointment I made, she said innocently, blinking her eyes. Although she was unaware of the genius behind the arrangement, she couldn't help but commend it. A job well done. It was undoubtedly her grandfather's doing. He understood his intentions all too well. The man gently twirled the beads of the Buddhist bracelet around his wrist, deep in thought. He lowered his gaze to the girl resting her head on his lap, Shen Xing Tong, who had leaned in to check her phone, her body remarkably soft and delicate. It mattered little if her grandfather had misunderstood the situation, but what if Shen Xing Tong also harbored similar misconceptions? The car made its way towards the resort in the outskirts, a newly developed leisure destination by the Fu Group, exclusively for the affluent. Shen Xing Tong took a moment to capture a photo and sent it to Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue replied, I have never been to this resort. Jealousy distorts one's appearance. Goodness, I specifically checked the ticket price. A day costs 100,000. Am I to believe this place is made of gold? How exorbitant. It's highway robbery. Su Qingyue exclaimed indignantly from the other end. Shen Xing Tong, aware of her friend's outrage, typed a comforting message. Calm down, calm down. When we escape to another resort, this pitiful Fu resort will be of no concern. After offering her consolation, she looked up to see Fu Heng walking ahead, pausing to wait for her as she lagged behind.
Mr. Fu.
Who would have thought a man of your busy schedule would take the time to vacation, especially with me? She mused. Was he merely here to assess the management of his own resort while casually bringing her along for leisure? The manager approached with several attendants.
Mr. Fu, MRS. Fu.
Your room is ready, and the equestrian facilities have also been prepared for you both. Equestrian facilities? Shen Xing Tong had never ridden a horse. She could drive, paint, unleash her energy at the dojo, and race motorcycles, but horseback riding was unfamiliar territory. She recalled that the story mentioned Fu Heng often visited the stables to vent his frustrations, typically stemming from misunderstandings with the female protagonist. The thought made her complexion pale. The plot of this book had somehow imprinted itself in her mind in a peculiar manner, and she couldn't fathom why she remembered it so vividly. Perhaps due to the awakening of her role as the malicious supporting character. However, the narrative preceding her divorce from Fu Heng was scarcely elaborated upon, merely brushed over in a few lines. The fact that Fu Heng had brought his future ex-wife to the stables was certainly intriguing. Mrs. Fu. The manager called out to Shen Xing Tong repeatedly. With a cheerful smile, the manager remarked, It seems you are quite interested in the equestrian activities. Shen Xing Tong, while not particularly keen on the idea, offered a polite smile, her curiosity piqued. She playfully intertwined her fingers with Fu Heng's, saying, Mr. Fu, I cannot ride a horse. In truth, she wished to inquire if there were alternative activities available. To her, the act of entwining her fingers with his appeared innocuous, yet for him, it could be interpreted as an invitation. Fu Heng enveloped her delicate hand entirely within his larger grasp, preventing any further mischief. I shall teach you. His voice was icy and devoid of discernible emotion. Shen Xing Tong questioned her own hearing. What was he doing? Teaching her? Upon entering the equestrian grounds, A servant led over Fu Heng's favored majestic black stallion, a towering creature adorned with a flowing mane. An image of the protagonists riding together flashed through Shen Xing Tong's mind, and she suddenly felt averse to the idea of mounting. Mr. Fu, I am afraid. She intentionally nestled deeper into Fu Heng's embrace. Perhaps we should refrain from riding? Oh, the male lead. Now is the moment to pull back, lest you find yourself pursuing the female lead to the point of frustration. In her heart, Shen Xing Tong silently lit a lantern for Fu Heng. Little did she know, Fu Heng did not grant her the opportunity to decline. Do not fear. He even patted her petite derriere. Shen Xing Tong thought, was that intentional? She looked up, encountering the man's countenance, as cool and ethereal as an otherworldly being. Certainly not resembling someone who would deliberately pat her backside, prompting her to believe she was overthinking. Fu Heng effortlessly lifted her onto the horse's back, leaving her no chance to refuse, and soon he settled behind her. His arms encircled her, creating a secure yet confining cage. This only heightened Shen Xing Tong's discomfort. Who knows? She felt quite akin to a prisoner at that moment. Tighten this, Fu Heng reminded her to grasp the reins. Shen Xing Tong obediently held onto them. Since refusal was not an option, she resolved to enjoy the ride. As Fu Heng guided the horse forward, her spirits lifted, and she began to admire the picturesque scenery of the equestrian grounds. The resort under the Fu Group's banner boasted splendid vistas. Vast expanses of lush green grass formed a verdant carpet, while white fences meandered in the distance, separating the horse grounds from the adjacent sports fields. Stables were scattered nearby, where numerous visitors were selecting horses. A few steeds grazed leisurely on the grasslands. Among these visitors, Shen Xing Tong spotted a familiar face. Liu Pei and his friends were choosing horses, seemingly preparing for their own equestrian adventure. What a remarkable coincidence! The man behind her seemed to sense her gaze. Following her line of sight, he quickly spotted Liu Pei. His demeanor darkened abruptly. He disapproved of the way Shen Xing Tong looked at Liu Pei. That gleeful recognition in her eyes cast a shadow over his previously pleasant mood. Shen Xing Tong actually intended to wave hello, but suddenly felt a pinch at her waist.
Ouch.
Why did this man enjoy pinching her waist so much?
What are you looking at? Fu Heng gasped knowingly.
It's just that the riding skills are rather lacking. Oh no, there's no skill at all. If the fundamentals are insufficient, even skill would be futile, right? Chapter 60. Mrs. Fu is quite the actress. Indeed. It was all a facade. Fu Heng's half-squinted eyes did not interpret her words as a compliment. Would you like to learn? I can dismount. She grasped his wrist, her fingertips brushing against the Buddhist beads adorning it. I do not wish to learn, Mr. Fu. Her tone was audacious and mischievous, yet it elicited discomfort in others. Shen Xing Tong peered out from Fu Heng's embrace, spotting Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's lewd gaze swept over her once more, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Perhaps it was an illusion, but upon seeing Zhou Qi, she thought she caught a glimpse of Ji Ying standing by the fence, not far away. Yet, when she looked closely again, Ji Ying's figure had vanished. It was inconceivable for Ji Ying to have entered the resort alone. She must have been brought by someone. Shen Xing Tong cast a cool, penetrating glance at Zhou Qi. The only plausible explanation was that Zhou Qi had brought her, but when had Zhou Qi and Ji Ying ever associated with one another? Are you also at the racetrack? Fu Cheng addressed Zhou Qi with notable indifference. Their relationship could at best be described as acquaintances. In a certain sense, they were not friends. Zhou Qi chuckled, his demeanor casual as he remarked that he had brought a little beauty to have some fun. Though she paled in comparison to Fu Cheng's captivating sister-in-law, he suggested, since we've met, why don't we have a meal together?
Fu Cheng coldly declined.
No need. The two words were devoid of any additional explanation, nor was there any necessity to clarify further to Zhou Qi. He maneuvered his horse away. Zhou Qi watched their retreating figures, a wicked smirk curling his lips as he licked his mouth, his eyes glinting with mischief. Once the horses had galloped far away, Zhou Qi's figure was no longer visible, and Shen Xing Tong caught sight of Ji Ying again, standing in the corner of the resting area, her gaze fixed upon them. The distance was considerable, and she could not ascertain the nature of Ji Ying's stare. After some time spent riding, Shen Xing Tong expressed her fatigue, mentioning that her back ached, and she wished to dismount. Fu Cheng did not insist otherwise and assisted her in safely getting off the horse. Mr. Fu, I will go rest over there for a while, Shen Xing Tong said, gazing up at the impressively tall man on horseback, her tone gentle and devoid of flaws. All right, Fu Cheng replied. Shen Xing Tong made her way to the resting area, and shortly after, Ji Ying indeed approached her. Mrs. Fu, you certainly know how to act. Ji Ying stood before her, her tone laced with sarcasm. You were quite arrogant while racing, yet here with Mr. Fu, you present yourself as delicate and frail. You could have easily won an Oscar. Shen Xing Tong slowly stirred her coffee, her expression serene, as she raised her striking brows to meet Ji Ying's gaze. Miss Ji, please refrain from speaking to me. I suffer from trypophobia and cannot engage with those who possess too many ulterior motives, she replied, her words laced with elegance, effortlessly overshadowing Ji Ying. While Ji Ying stood, flushed and flustered, Shen Xing Tong remained composed and unruffled, the disparity evident. Ji Ying, unwilling to yield, bit her lip in frustration. Mrs. Fu, you certainly know how to put on a facade. That gentle persona of yours is nothing but a ruse. When out in public, one's persona is self-crafted. Isn't that common sense? Aren't you the same? Shen Xing Tong shot her a sidelong glance. What are you pretending to be? A delicate flower? What brand of plastic bag are you, to be so adept at masquerading? Ji Ying pressed her lips together, feeling the scrutiny of the surrounding onlookers. Her humiliation deepened, especially as Shen Xing Tong wore an exquisite riding vest, exuding elegance, while Ji Ying donned a simple cotton linen dress that made her appear like a servant in comparison. Just then, Ji Ying spotted Fu Heng approaching, and with a surge of determination, she seized her coffee. Shen Xing Tong observed her attempt to stage a self-directed scene with the coffee and thought it impossible for her to fulfill Ji Ying's intentions. She swiftly seized the coffee, declaring, Miss Ji, if you wish to drink coffee, you may order your own. There is no need to snatch mine. Ji Ying, biting her lip in frustration, merely sought to gently extricate herself from Shen Xing Tong, feigning a desire for Shen Xing Tong to spill her coffee, hoping that Fu Heng would conveniently witness the act. Unexpectedly, Shen Xing Tong stumbled and fell to the ground, her knee colliding with the edge of a chair. The coffee, grasped moments before by Ji Ying, was spilled in the commotion, staining Shen Xing Tong's white shirt and black vest.
Oh!
Shen Xing Tong landed on the floor, looking quite disheveled. Ji Ying's expression froze. And just as she was about to question whether Shen Xing Tong was feigning injury, Fu Heng approached with long strides. The man crouched down, inquiring, Are you hurt? Shen Xing Tong feigned a look of grievance, responding, It was my carelessness. This is not Miss Ji's fault. Fu Heng then lifted her effortlessly, seemingly noticing Ji Ying for the first time. He turned his gaze towards her, his expression icy. Miss Ji, should you not apologize to my wife? Ji Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. No, Mr. Fu, I did not push her. She fell on her own. You must believe me. Fu Heng coldly replied, I have eyes and can see clearly. You snatched her coffee and pushed her down. With that statement, victory was declared. Ji Ying was left bewildered, questioning why the unfolding events contradicted her expectations. She protested, I truly did not. Since you refuse to apologize, leave the resort. Fu Heng stated coldly before departing with Shen Xing Tong in his arms. Ji Ying's complexion paled instantly, his demeanor was shockingly frigid.
Nestol din Fu Heng se embrace.
Shen Xing Tong stuck out her tongue at the increasingly pale Ji Ying. Engaging in such tricks was quite juvenile. After all, she was the malevolent supporting character, the very architect of misunderstandings between the protagonists in the narrative. As for how Fu Heng would pursue reconciliation or seek the heroine's forgiveness, that was not her concern. It was Fu Heng's issue. The attendant processed their payment and opened the door, also delivering a medical kit.
Mr. Fu.
Would you like me to summon a female doctor for your wife? No, you may leave, he replied. The level of service at this resort was astonishing, even providing medical assistance. As Shen Xing Tong was placed onto the sofa, she quickly sat up, only to have her calf grasped by him. Remove your pants, he commanded. Shen Xing Tong looked up at him, his features sharply defined in the interplay of light and shadow, the contours of his face becoming more pronounced. His gaze fixated on her legs, significantly diminishing his previously imposing presence. Shen Xing Tong hesitated before replying, Mr. Fu, it is midday, and I have yet to eat. Isn't removing my pants a bit too forward? In broad daylight, she suspected Fu Heng might have been provoked by the earlier news regarding a urology appointment. Noticing her reluctance, Fu Heng lifted her entirely, stating, I will assist you. Wait, male lead, why are you suddenly speaking such lewd words? You've frightened her. Chapter 61. Engaging in a losing trade. Shen Xing Tong donned a riding outfit, featuring a crisp white shirt paired with a vest, while snug black trousers clung to her long legs, complemented by tall boots. As Fu Heng observed a raw abrasion on her knee, he surmised that the injury was concealed beneath her tight-fitting pants. Her uncooperative demeanor prompted a frown from him, leading him to unfasten her belt, the button, and zipper of her trousers. This act caused a flush to rise on Shen Xing Tong's cheeks. Mr. Fu, if you remove them, you must take responsibility, she declared, wrapping an arm around his neck, implying that he should not falter later on. However, Fu Heng remained remarkably composed, exhibiting none of the anticipated excitement as he swiftly pulled her trousers down. To her surprise, his gaze was solely fixed on her knee, disregarding other areas.
Ah,
She realized she had indeed misjudged him. With iodine, he carefully treated her wound, albeit causing her some discomfort as it made contact with the injury. Shen Xing Tong pouted, Mr. Fu. Are you not proficient in applying medicine? His fingers paused with the cotton swab, and he slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers, drawing his attention away from her alabaster legs to settle on her face, his dark pupils flickering with an intense gleam. For a fleeting moment, Shen Xing Tong sensed a shift in his typically frigid demeanor, no longer the unattainable flower on a high peak, but rather exuding a domineering aura. She blinked, her crimson lips curling into a delicate smile. Did I say something wrong? You did not, he replied, his gaze lowering. This is my first time attending to someone.
wow.
She exclaimed, then I shall tend to it myself. A minor injury is of no consequence. She seized the cotton swab from Fu Heng's hand, haphazardly applying it to her wound, which seemed less effective than his ministrations. Yet, she was unconcerned, hastily shifting her body to rummage through the medical kit for a band-aid, inadvertently brushing against Fu Heng, who felt as solid as stone. Shen Xing Tong froze, her eyes darting up in disbelief, only to find him narrowing his gaze. This was certainly unintentional, yet he was known to have a hidden affliction. Such a reaction was unexpected. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. I did not mean to.
I was merely reaching for a band-aid.
My goodness, she thought, this man truly appeared different from before. Shen Xing Tong now hesitated to make any sudden movements. Fu Heng let out a soft hum, firmly encircling her waist, retrieving a band-aid, and applying it to her knee. At last, Shen Xing Tong had learned her lesson. She swallowed hard, refraining from uttering a word as she felt the warmth of his fingers resting on her knee. Are you not eagerly anticipating this? The deep timbre of his voice brushed against her ear. Shen Xing Tong raised her face to scrutinize him closely, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty, prompting her to gaze at him several times. In the next instant, Fu Heng shielded her eyes with his hand. What are you? His kiss descended upon her with fervor, engulfing her senses and stealing her breath away, fiercely. Shen Xing Tong's heart raced uncontrollably, acutely aware that some things were entirely beyond her control. She found herself pressed into the sofa, nearly breathless from his kiss, forgetting the chill that had suddenly enveloped her and how she had managed to unbutton his shirt. Shen Xing Tong awoke to find her room in disarray, her mind clouded with confusion. The remnants of two people's clothing lay strewn across the sofa, while freshly changed garments lay discarded by the bedside, all bearing witness to the previous night's wildness. With her hands covering her face, she pounded the bed in frustration. How could she have overlooked the dog belonging to the male lead? Just moments earlier, she had been venting to Su Qingyue, I'm going insane. I managed to charm the male lead, but... The unfortunate egg yolk pie interjected, but what?
Mr. Fu.
Shen Xing Tong obediently set her phone aside. Awake? Fu Heng approached the bed with long strides, noticing her expression that resembled more of a grimace than a smile. He squinted, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Biting her lip, Shen Xing Tong pondered, did Mr. Fu not desire children? Fu Heng's gaze swept across her face. Do you want a child?
Oh, Ida.
Shen Xing Tong twisted her fingers, don't you? Fu Heng tousled her messy hair, I do not. His reply was resolute. Shen Xing Tong. The unfortunate egg yolk pie exclaimed, what?
Ah.
Can a person enjoy some gossip? I'm going mad, crawling through this dark and twisted mess. Shen Xing Tong's phone buzzed incessantly. Fu Heng naturally glanced at her phone, but she swiftly shoved it beneath her pillow. I'm hungry, Shen Xing Tong declared. Shall we go to the restaurant or have it brought up? He inquired. Perhaps due to their newly solidified marital bond, Fu Heng's demeanor appeared considerably gentler than before, lacking the previous chill. He bore the countenance of a satisfied man in high spirits. After a moment's thought, Shen Xing Tong replied, let us eat at the restaurant. Have the staff clean this place up to rid it of that lingering odor. Fu Heng handed her a pristine dress. Once she was presentable, she took her phone and accompanied Fu Heng to the restaurant. Upon glancing down, she saw a flurry of messages from Su Qingyue, who was likely in a frenzy on the other end. However, in Fu Heng's presence, she refrained from commenting, especially as he scrutinized her intently. Hastily, Shen Xing Tong lowered her head, stuffing her phone into her bag, and grabbed the menu to place their order. Just then Lu Pei approached. Xing Tong? Lu Pei's tone carried a hint of joy, but when his gaze fell upon Fu Heng, his previous excitement dissipated. Did Mr. Fu come along? Fu Heng cast him a glance, his demeanor cold and haughty. Do I need to report to you when I go out with my wife? Lu Pei, feeling a surge of displeasure, responded with a chill in his tone. I meant no offense. He cautiously glanced at Shen Xing Tong. Xing Tong, I'll take my leave. We'll discuss the design plans tomorrow. Fu Heng scoffed. Discuss tomorrow? Since we're already here, and it costs her nothing. While perusing the menu, Shen Xing Tong sent a message to Su Qingyue. That dog of a man said he doesn't want children.
Su kinh we thiếp lít, ô hát.
Isn't that normal? Fu Yu once pressured me to take medication. Did he force you as well? Shen Xing Tong responded, not exactly, but he used protection. Su Qingyue. The unfortunate egg yolk pastry lamented. Sister, your partner truly seems quite unkind. He is resolutely obstructing your access to that 150 million red envelope. How excessive. The mountain of monkeys, with the reddest behind, exclaimed. I am utterly enraged, completely drained. After exhausting myself to the point of physical discomfort, I ended up with a losing business deal. In Chapter 62, do you have someone you fancy? Shen Xing Tong, while concealing her face behind the menu, confided in her best friend, oblivious to Fu Heng's unwavering gaze across the table. The unfortunate egg yolk pastry remarked, Oh, poor baby. But consider this. Fu Heng has already shared your bed, so he shall surely face trials with the heroine thereafter. Evidently, such words did little to comfort Shen Xing Tong. She was unwilling to concede. Setting the menu aside, she lifted her gaze to meet Fu Heng's eyes, her smile gentle and warm. Let us order this much.
I am starved.
She had toiled selflessly, only to gain nothing in return. Fu Heng signaled to the waiter to bring the dishes. Halfway through the meal, Shen Xing Tong suddenly inquired, Mr. Fu, why do you not like children? As she posed this question, her eyes sparkled with innocent light, fixed intently on Fu Heng, rendering her demeanor entirely unremarkable. Fu Heng, indeed, found himself momentarily deceived by her innocent appearance. A hint of melancholy graced her exquisite features, her gaze devoid of guile. Her lips slightly pouting, a myriad of conflicting emotions converging on her face, both sorrowful and cautious. Fu Heng, believing her to possess a genuine affection for children, chuckled softly, not at the moment. Shen Xing Tong pouted in response. She comprehended the implication of not at the moment instantly. As the male lead, his lineage was undoubtedly destined for the heroine. What could a wicked supporting character like her aspire to? Shen Xing Tong obediently replied, I understand. Her tone naturally dipped. At some point, Fu Heng's large hand found its way to her hair, gently tousling it in a manner reminiscent of comforting a child. There will be children in the future. Internally, Shen Xing Tong mused, Of course, as the male lead. You shall have children, and they will be with the heroine. After their meal, Fu Heng had some work to attend to, leaving Shen Xing Tong seated across from him. Her hands cradling her face, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. As she observed him, devoid of any emotional undertone, onlookers felt she was alluringly captivating him with her gaze. Even a composed individual like Fu Heng, possessing remarkable self-control, set aside his documents. You may play over there, he suggested. Oh, not even a glance? Truly a heartless man. Shen Xing Tong scrunched her nose in discontent, reluctantly rising to occupy the sofa instead. The mountain of monkeys, with the reddest behind, remarked. Yeah, what are you up to? That heartless male lead who forgets his pants is truly ruthless. Shen Xing Tong suppressed a smile. She appeared as if merely an onlooker, detached from the drama. Su Qingyue, seated at home, perused medical literature. In preparation for her future escape, she had quietly registered for the medical university entrance examination set for the following year. This was knowledge shared solely between her and Shen Xing Tong. Moreover, with Fu Yu recently busier than ever, Su Qingyue had initially assumed his talk of starting a business and supporting a wife was merely a ploy to amuse her. To her astonishment, Fu Yu's daily routine of early mornings and late nights was indeed dedicated to entrepreneurship. Su Lanxin and Father Fu wholeheartedly supported their son's venture, providing various forms of financial backing and valuable connections, offering assistance whenever possible. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue found herself with some leisure time and thus devoted herself to her medical studies. At that moment, feeling quite parched, she descended the stairs to fetch some water, only to overhear a conversation between Su Lanxin and Xie Jiao.
Xiao Jiao.
You're not so young anymore, are you? Auntie has a charming nephew. Yes, quite handsome. How about you two go out for a coffee? This was a veiled attempt by Su Lanxin to introduce a potential match for Xie Jiao. As a mother-in-law, Su Lanxin sometimes appeared well-meaning, yet her actions frequently led to unintended consequences. Having been the pampered young lady of the Su family, she was oblivious to the complexities of the world, especially after marrying into the Fu family, where she was similarly indulged by Father Fu. Xie Jiao, who would later bring Su Lanxin some challenges, would become increasingly arrogant after marrying Fu Yu, especially during her pregnancy, when her attitude towards her mother-in-law soured considerably. Yet, despite this, Su Lanxin remained determined to please her son, swallowing her grievances. Marriage is inherently perplexing, and the intricacies of high society unions are especially inscrutable. Su Qingyue concealed herself with her mug, listening intently. Xie Jiao lowered her head slightly, her voice barely audible. Thank you, Auntie, but I already have someone I like.
What?
You have someone you like? Who is it? Does Annie know him? If so, bring him forth, and I shall evaluate him for you. Su Lanxin replied with a hint of regret. Xie Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Su Qingyue stifled a smirk, thinking, it's your son. Xie Jiao fidgeted with her clothes, her lips moving as if she wished to say something, but the voice of a servant outside interrupted them. Fuyu scoffed quietly, Mom. Are you so idle? He sat in his wheelchair, his gaze icy. Su Qingyue mused about whether he had overheard Xie Jiao's mention of a prospective suitor and was feeling jealous. Excitement bubbled within her as she thought, I relish a good scene. However, before she could revel in her amusement for long, Fuyu seemed to sense her presence and turned his gaze towards her. Su Qingyue's delighted expression faltered, caught in an awkward moment as if she had been discovered in a clandestine act. The instant Fuyu spotted her, his previously dark demeanor softened unexpectedly. Yeah. Why are you standing there? Come here. Su Lanxin and Xie Jiao turned to look at Su Qingyue, who, facing their scrutinizing gazes, offered an awkward smile. Having been caught eavesdropping, he made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly, Xie Jiao, as if ignited by an unseen spark, sprang to her feet and exclaimed, Second young master. Her excitement did not go unnoticed by Su Lanxin, who observed the flush spreading across Xie Jiao's face as she stared at her son. Furrowing her brow, Su Lanxin surveyed the scene with a hint of curiosity. Could the person Xie Jiao admired be her son? Although she held reservations about Su Qingyue as a daughter-in-law, she was, at the very least, somewhat satisfied with her. Although Su Qingyue is merely a false heiress of the Su family, she undeniably possesses the elegance befitting a true lady of wealth. In contrast, Xie Jiao, with her lack of sophistication, is unworthy of her son. Initially, Su Lanxin had contemplated that once her son's leg healed, she would orchestrate a divorce between Fuyu and Su Qingyue, insisting her son must marry the foremost socialite of the capital. However, her perspective on Su Qingyue hasn't shifted. She now finds her daughter-in-law quite agreeable. As long as there are no complications and her son harbors affection for her, Su Lanxin feels no need to intervene. Moreover, even if not Su Qingyue, Xie Jiao certainly does not deserve a place. Chapter 63. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Fuyu to finalize the divorce. Fuyu responded with a curt acknowledgement, turning his gaze towards Su Qingyue, who fortuitously had some free time today. He took her delicate hand in his, only to furrow his brow at its icy chill. He gently warmed her hand within his palm until it regained some warmth. It remained unclear whether his actions were intended for Xie Jiao's observation or stemmed from genuine concern. Witnessing this, Xie Jiao felt a pang of sorrow, her expression darkening in an instant. Su Lanxin had observed for quite some time, deducing whom Xie Jiao harbored feelings for. Yeah, I am weary. Accompany me upstairs to rest. Fuyu showed no interest in Xie Jiao, hardly sparing her a glance, his sole desire being to ascend and embrace his wife. After attending to the affairs of the company, he had scarcely shared any intimacy with Su Qingyue. A man indifferent to someone grants not even a glance, while for those he desires, he yearns to keep them by his side for every fleeting moment. Su Qingyue's peculiar gaze oscillated between Fuyu and Xie Jiao, ultimately leading her to push his wheelchair into the elevator. Once they departed, Xie Jiao turned to Su Lanxin and remarked, Aunt Su, I noticed you are hiring maids? The pay is quite generous. I would like to give it a try. She averted her gaze to the ground, adding, currently, I am focused on earning money and not preoccupied with matters of the heart. Su Lanxin, easily persuaded, misinterpreted her words, assuming Xie Jiao merely sought financial gain and not that she had any affection for her son. While her son is undeniably handsome and accomplished, he now sits in a wheelchair, and few women in the capital would find him appealing, especially not someone like Xie Jiao. Are you truly willing to be a maid? Xie Jiao nodded affirmatively, yes. I am willing. This also allows me to care for the second young master. Although she currently resided in the sunroom of the Fu household, she had not been permitted to care for Fuyu, as acupuncture and massage were off limits to her, leaving her feeling powerless. A sense of urgency enveloped her. She feared being cast out. Before Fuyu's leg healed, she needed sufficient justification to remain in the Fu household, even if it meant accepting the role of a maid. Su Qingyue was utterly unprepared for what transpired after she pushed Fuyu into the bedroom, only to find herself embraced and kissed by him. Su Qingyue marveled at the enigmatic nature of the man. Despite his immobile legs, his desires were fervent. Late into the night, when she ventured downstairs, weak-legged and parched, she unexpectedly encountered Xie Jiao clad in alluring sleepwear. Su Qingyue hurriedly turned on the light, nearly frightened to death, thinking she had encountered a ghost. What are you doing here? Su Qingyue's expression turned icy. Second young mistress. I am starting my duties as a maid here today, so. You're dressed like that to be a maid? Who are you trying to entice? Su Qingyue's voice rose, her displeasure evident. Xie Jiao, feeling awkward, hugged herself and lowered her head to assess her attire.
I am just wearing pajamas.
You think this is your home? Coming and going as you please? Are you here to be a maid, or the mistress?
Su Qingui.
Already irritated from attending to Fu Yu so late, deemed it unfortunate for Xie Jiao to cross paths with her. Xie Jiao appeared humiliated. Her face flushed as she stepped forward and gently tugged at Su Qingyue's clothing. Second young mistress, you truly misunderstand me. I intended to change into a maid's uniform. But I just started today and haven't received a proper outfit yet. Don't touch me. Su Qingyue was disgusted and forcefully swatted Xie Jiao's hand away, inadvertently causing her to fall to the ground. Their argument attracted Su Lanxin and Father Fu. The living room lights were turned on, revealing Xie Jiao in a rather disheveled state on the floor, clad in a revealing camisole, the straps having slipped down when Su Qingyue pushed her. She pitifully pleaded, Second young mistress, I know you dislike me, but I merely came out for a glass of water. Father Fu, frowning, glanced at Su Qingyue. Qingyue, did you bully her? This scene immediately placed Father Fu on Xie Jiao's side. Moreover, Xie Jiao was quite kind. She had saved him during the last prayer ceremony, while Su Qingyue was known for her tempestuous nature, causing a ruckus at the slightest inconvenience. Previously, she had quarreled with the eldest daughter-in-law, creating chaos in the household. Ultimately, Su Qingyue's disruptive temperament was unchangeable. This tableau undoubtedly depicted Su Qingyue as the aggressor. Su Lanxin followed downstairs, but remained silent. Su Qingyue, already agitated, felt stung by Father Fu's words and retorted, I bullied her? Am I not your daughter-in-law? Father Fu, infuriated, exclaimed, How can you speak like that? 2 sons are already enough to vex me. Now this second daughter-in-law is also trying to drive me mad. What of it? I speak my mind. Su Qingyue defiantly placed her hands on her hips. She claims to be a maid yet wanders about in such attire. How can she be a maid? And as my father-in-law, you choose to side with her. Father Fu's eyes reddened with anger. Su Qingyue, you. Su Lanxin, startled, quickly intervened. All right, enough shouting. Concerned about Father Fu's escalating emotions, she grasped his arm in an attempt to calm him. However, Father Fu was beyond calm. The frustrations of his rebellious sons were magnified in this moment as he pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qingyue. What if I do wish to replace you as my daughter-in-law? It's a simple matter. Su Qingyue, you are merely the abandoned false daughter of the Su family. Do you truly believe that the Fu family engages in charity? Alas, Su Lanxin was shaken off by Father Fu, attempting to halt this farce, yet it seemed increasingly futile. Xie Jiao feigned innocence, saying, Uncle Fu, second young mistress, please do not quarrel. It is all my fault. I shall take my leave. She wiped her tears and rose. Do not argue over my misdeeds and disturb the family's peace. I am but a sinner. Her words dripped with insincerity. She then turned to Father Fu. If you wish to replace me as your daughter-in-law, then do so. Do you truly believe the Fu family values my presence? Su Qingyue had initially wished to avoid confrontation, as she still required time to save enough money and did not want to invite complications upon herself. However, witnessing an outsider roam freely in revealing sleepwear within her home ignited her fury. What sort of maid allows Xie Jiao to assume the role of mistress? Father Fu, with a scowl, nodded in agreement. Very well. By tomorrow morning, you shall proceed to finalize your divorce with Fu Yu. Did he truly think he would shy away from facilitating their separation? Chapter 64. Like a discarded, shattered puppy. Su Lanxin wore a look of astonishment, while Xie Jiao reveled in secret glee. She straightened her back, lifted her chin, and proclaimed with heightened audacity, If you wish to divorce, then so be it. Am I to fear you? Su Lanxin was taken aback. Just as she was about to interject, a chime from the elevator resonated. Fu Yu emerged, assisted by the butler. Due to his impaired mobility, only the sunroom was equipped with an elevator. As the doors opened, a chilling voice pierced the air. Who consented to a divorce? His arrival made the atmosphere in the living room even colder. Father Fu maintained his stern demeanor, his tone harsh, disrespectful to elders, bullying the weak. Su Qingyue is unworthy of being your wife. Su Qingyue could concede the former accusation, but the latter, regarding bullying the weak, she could not accept. Who had she bullied? Raising her voice, she pointed at Xie Jiao, who was attempting to blend into the background. Surely you cannot claim that this green tea is weak. Father Fu frowned. Su Qingyue, look at yourself. You resemble a shrew. Have you finished your tirade? Fu Yu interrupted his father impatiently. Yaya is my wife. Does our decision to divorce warrant your interference? Who are you to dictate? Though his posture remained languid, his gaze towards his father was as frigid as ice shards. The man, seated in his wheelchair, exuded an air of nonchalance, yet a fierce intensity chilled the entire room. Father Fu had never witnessed his son in such a light. For the first time, he was taken aback. Su Lanxin felt similarly. Prior to the accident, Fu Yu had been a carefree, indulgent young master. After the incident, he had become gloomy, yet never had he exhibited such rage as today. His demeanor was somewhat terrifying. Xie Jiao shrank further into the shadows, now fully aware of her fear. Was this antagonist on the verge of a transformation into darkness? Yet it seemed rather premature for such a shift. Su Qingyue was the only one in the room who remained unfazed by Fu Yu's imposing presence. She declared, "This matter must be resolved today. With your family of 3 present, we ought to clarify things. Either Xie Jiao leaves or I shall depart. It is as simple as that." Su Qingyue could not bear the thought of encountering a provocatively dressed woman loitering in the villa, particularly one who had designs on her husband. While she could not dictate Fu Yu's actions outside their home, she would not allow him to trouble her within its confines.
Fu Yu nodded in agreement,
Instructing for Miss Xie to leave and for her belongings to be packed and sent away. Having taken the lead, Su Lanxin offered no objections. Fu's father pressed his lips together, ultimately acquiescing, unwilling to create a spectacle with his son. What had begun as a trivial matter had escalated unnecessarily. She struggled momentarily, but could not break free. "Aren't you tired?" she asked aggressively. She was on the verge of exhaustion. "Yeah," he said, his hand tightening around her waist. "Come here into my arms." His voice was husky, perhaps a result of having been well attended to by Su Qingyue earlier, and it lacked its usual softness. Su Qingyue feared the darker side of this man. When he turned malevolent, he could become unhinged. She obediently nestled into his embrace. "What is wrong?" His fingers caressed her delicate face, his tone still gentle, though his gaze was ominous. "Do you wish to divorce me, Yaya?" Su Qingyue abruptly raised her head, a chill snaking through her like a venomous serpent, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Su Qingyue swallowed hard. "It's not that I'm quarreling with your father. We were merely exchanging words." This explanation evidently failed to soften the sharpness of Fu Yu's expression. He lifted her chin, his exquisite and devilishly handsome face drawing closer. "Do not say such things again. I do not appreciate you mentioning divorce." Su Qingyue pouted. "If I don't say it, does that mean you can? I won't say it either, all right?" He nuzzled her with his nose. His enchanting eyes sparkled with a fragmented glimmer, as if he were a pitiful little dog, heartbroken and abandoned. Su Qingyue was one who could not withstand pressure. When confronted, she would unleash her full force. However, she found herself unable to endure the sight of Fu Yu in such a state. His gaze was intensely focused on her, causing her to swallow nervously. Soon, she noticed a smile blooming in his charming eyes. "All right then, we won't speak of it. No one shall mention it again." Yet that was impossible. While they may refrain from discussing it, she knew she must ultimately leave him. She had to escape, but Fu Yu, with his villainous charm, had a way of ensnaring her, making her empathize with King Zhou. Unaware of her internal struggle, Fu Yu detected the softening of her tone, and the corners of his lips curved into a pleasing arc as he pressed a kiss onto her full lips. "My Yaya is truly obedient." After divulging the situation to her, Su Qingyue recounted Fu's father's transgressions with precision. Xie Jiao proved to be quite the schemer. Shen Xing Tong clicked her tongue, however. "I can't shake the feeling that your Fu Yu won't let you go so easily. If you truly wish to escape, what if he doesn't allow it?" Originally parched, Su Qingyue took a generous sip of water, perhaps feeling pleased by my attentive service, as none could cater to him in bed quite like I do. Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched slightly. "Surely, if I were to feign indifference next time, he would soon grow weary of me." She tugged at her sleeve and asked, "Are you certain?" She had previously mentioned that Fu Yu, the antagonist, harbored a deep attachment to his first identified woman. Unless she were to perish, he would not easily let go. Now, with Xie Jiao lagging behind, Su Qingyue had become Fu Yu's first choice. Shen Xing Tong scratched her chin, dismissing the significance of it. "Sister, you and your husband are working so hard, so you." Her gaze drifted towards Su Qingyue's flat abdomen. "I shall depend on you in the future. Wealthy Yaya." Su Qingyue felt a twinge of worry about the possibility of Fu Yu not allowing her to leave. However, upon hearing Shen Xing Tong mention her wealth, her spirits lifted slightly. She crossed her arms. "Indeed, once we acquire the money, I shall vanish at once. If Fu Yu does not permit my departure, then I shall have no choice but to disappear." As long as she could escape, any method would suffice. In this affluent Fu family, let those who wish to remain do so. Is it not preferable to live freely? especially with the numerous restrictions imposed by the Fu family. Even the right to work outside is denied. She had no desire for that. Shen Xing Tong looked at Su Qingyue with sympathy. Eat more, replenish your strength, and do not be upset. Next time we encounter Xie Jiao, I shall give her a good slap, so do not be angry. After comforting Su Qingyue, Shen Xing Tong proceeded to her studio. Early in the morning at work, she felt as though she had already absorbed the atmosphere of the office. Just as she was about to seek out Lu Pei regarding design plans, she was called away by Qin Jinchuan. Mr. Qin, what is the matter? Cough, cough, Miss Shen. It is like this. Several clients have specifically requested your designs and are waiting in the reception area. Would you care to meet them? Shen Xing Tong gazed at her boss with intrigue. Surely, she could not be that renowned? Several clients? Chapter 65. When did I evolve into a lovesick fool? With skepticism, Shen Xing Tong entered the reception area. To her astonishment, her boss remarked, "They have come seeking you by name. If you are too busy, it is no trouble. They have indicated they can adjust according to your schedule." As she pushed open the glass door, 10 men clad in black suits rose in unison. The man standing in the center was someone Shen Xing Tong recognized well, Chen Su. He was the first to bow before her. Sister-in-law, he. Fearing she might harbor misunderstandings about him, he hastily explained, "I have brought my brothers to seek your design for a house." Shen Xing Tong responded, "I have seen the design for Brother Heng's Yunhai Mountain Villa. It is truly exquisite. I absolutely adore it. Sister-in-law, I implore you, please help me design one as well." Chen Su gazed at her with eagerness, his eyes sparkling with longing. The other men began to echo his sentiments. "Yes, sister-in-law. We all wish for you to design our plans. Mine is for my wedding house. Your design will surely bring harmony to my marriage. I am looking to change my parents' house. They, being elderly, have seen the design for Yunhai Mountain Villa and absolutely love it. I am the owner of a residence for my mistress. Could you assist me, sister-in-law? Indeed, I am purchasing this property for my sister, who is in a relationship with a younger gentleman. I find your design concepts to possess a remarkable essence." Their conversation grew increasingly absurd, as Shen Xing Tong became more speechless. Chen Su barked, "Silence." His comrades promptly fell silent. Shen Xing Tong twitched her lips several times. She suddenly pondered, could they be under the influence of that scoundrel Fu Heng? However, given Fu Heng's character, he wouldn't indiscriminately disseminate his designs as if everyone had seen them. Chen Su rubbed his hands nervously and cautiously addressed Jiang Xingyan. "Sister-in-law, what is your stance? With my limited energy, I can only produce one design every 3 days at the earliest. You must queue." Shen Xing Tong was no fool. Since clients were presenting themselves, she naturally intended to accept them. After all, the profit from these designs would ultimately benefit her. To forego profit would be sheer folly. Chen Su's eyes lit up, and he immediately commanded his 9 companions, "You all leave. I shall go first. You will come next time for distribution, understood?" The 9 nodded in agreement and departed, displaying remarkable organization and discipline. Once Chen Su and the others had left, they handed Shen Xing Tong their floor plans and photographs of the property, still in its raw state. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Shen Xing Tong asked, "Did Mr. Fu send you here?" Chen Su paused, recalling Fu Heng's instructions, and hurriedly shook his head like a bobblehead. No. We merely admired your design and came drawn by your reputation." Such a claim was hardly believable to Shen Xing Tong. Yet why would Fu Heng seek clients for her? Chen Su dared not disclose to Shen Xing Tong that Fu Heng had instructed him to come to the studio today and to bring several individuals seeking her design services. "If there are no properties, procure one immediately," he had said. The man further suggested, "Inquire among those nearby who has recently purchased a home and requires a designer." Chen Su was baffled. Why go through such lengths? Fu Heng had hummed on the other end of the line. "If your wife were coveted by another man, what would you do?" Chen Su scratched his head. "Naturally, I would give that man a good beating, sternly warning him to stay away from my wife. He ought to know who I am. What if that man holds great significance for your wife?" Chen Su was left speechless. Was this truly his brother Heng? The lofty Fu Heng? The aloof prince of the capital? When had his brother developed such romantic inclinations? Once the conversation concluded, Chen Su took a moment to grasp the situation. "Oh, brother, I get it. Sister-in-law has a platonic male friend? Are you feeling jealous?" After a moment of silence on the other end, Fu Heng replied, "Jealousy is not quite the sentiment. Just follow my instructions. She must not encounter that man surnamed Lu on Monday." Then the call was disconnected. Chen Su stared at the already terminated call, muttering softly, clearly, "You are jealous yet refuse to admit it. Such stubbornness." He had thought Fu Heng was a saint, unmoved by such a beautiful sister-in-law. But alas, his brother Heng was merely human. After all, one cannot escape the allure of physical desires. Once Shen Xing Tong had recorded all of Chen Su's requests, it was already noon. She glanced at the time. Chen Xiao, since you have already expressed your demands, allow me to escort you to the parking lot. It is certain that a design will be ready in 3 days. No. Chen Su thought of the task assigned by his brother and promptly declined. Moreover, he was quite curious to see what kind of man could evoke such a sense of urgency in his brother. The blue-eyed confidant of his sister-in-law piqued his curiosity. Shen Xing Tong was utterly perplexed by Chen Su's insistence on staying in the studio. She glanced at the coffee cups strewn across the table. The studio served clients only with paper cups, which cluttered the surface, all emptied of their contents. Had Chen Su consumed so much coffee that he was now full? Was he planning on pulling an all-nighter? Was he merely here to mooch coffee? Shen Xing Tong had no choice but to concede. I will go prepare a design proposal. Feel free to stay. With that, she exited. Chen Su wore a smile, but as soon as she left, he hurriedly masked his expression. The misunderstanding at the racetrack weighed heavily on his conscience. That incident nearly deprived him of witnessing the dawn of another day. Thus, in the presence of Shen Xing Tong, he could not help but be excessively obsequious, almost revering her as a deity. After lunch, Shen Xing Tong returned to find that Chen Su was still there, and his bodyguard had even brought him a boxed meal. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. What was the reason for this? Was the young master of a wealthy family attempting to experience life at the grassroots level? Or perhaps he was so accustomed to luxury that he had forgotten the taste of hardship. Shen Xing Tong was utterly confounded and promptly sent a message to Su Qingyue. Yeah. I've discovered that these young masters from affluent families are truly peculiar. Could they possibly be too idle? The unfortunate egg yolk pie replied, perhaps they are indeed bored. Just as Shen Xing Tong was about to respond, Lu Pei's call came through. It suddenly struck her that she had intended to discuss the design drawings with Lu Pei today. Seated in the lounge, Chen Su, who was engrossed in his box meal, noticed Shen Xing Tong on the phone. He quickly approached the door, straining to listen. Brother Lu, are you free this afternoon? Are you at the company? Then I shall come to your office. Brother Lu? Was this the charming rogue who had enticed his sister-in-law? He must not disappoint his brother Heng. As chapter 66 unfolds, the aloof Fu Heng reveals his cunning nature. Just as Shen Xing Tong hung up and prepared to leave, Chen Su unexpectedly swung open the door behind her. Sister-in-law, he exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other designers. Chen Su's prolonged presence in the studio had already sparked much discussion among the staff, and his loud address of sister-in-law only intensified the gossip. Shen Xing Tong, bewildered, asked, Do you have further business? Chen Su beamed. Would you like to take a look at my property this afternoon? It is difficult to gauge without an in-person visit. Shen Xing Tong smiled gently and declined. Perhaps another day. I have scheduled appointments with other clients. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Su felt reluctant to persist in detaining Shen Xing Tong. Upon arriving at Lu Pei's office, Shen Xing Tong was greeted by the sight of his secretary reporting on the progress of work. Indeed, time has the power to alter much. The state of one's heart, the essence of one's initial intentions, and the temperament of an individual are all intertwined. In his childhood, Lu Pei confided in her his aspiration to become an astronaut. Yet, in their youthful innocence, they could scarcely fathom the harshness of reality. Once Shen Xing Tong had concluded her discussion regarding work, she gently tapped on the door. Lu Pei's gaze met hers, and the sternness that had graced his features moments before melted away, revealing a tender smile. Xing Tong, you have arrived. The secretary stood nearby, utterly astonished. It was the first time she had witnessed Lu's gentleness towards anyone. Please step outside, Lu Pei instructed the secretary. Shen Xing Tong approached. Have you reviewed the design blueprint? Are there any modifications you wish to suggest? The man anticipated her inquiry and promptly retrieved the design, whereupon he circled several areas. I believe these aspects could benefit from a change in color scheme and perhaps a reconfiguration of the layout. Shen Xing Tong's eyes widened. He intended to alter over a dozen elements. Fu Heng had merely delayed their meeting without genuine cause, but this man was indeed seeking faults. Is this how you conduct business? Switching moods as though turning the pages of a book? Lu Pei chuckled softly. I hope to modify it to better reflect the essence of my childhood. Shen Xing Tong's expression momentarily faltered. She recalled his home from years past, which she had always perceived as quite antiquated, with a decor style and furnishings steeped in nostalgia, and colors that were rather gaudy. Could it be that this was Lu Pei's current aesthetic? Perhaps he was merely reminiscing about his youthful days. Shen Xing Tong reassured herself, it matters not. The client's desires take precedence, and I must strive to fulfill them. Grasping the marked design blueprint, she turned to leave. Lu Pei called after her. Shall we dine together this evening? Observing her indifferent silhouette, a sense of inexplicable helplessness washed over him. After a 5-minute pause, Lu Pei suddenly recalled something and swiftly pursued her. Shen Xing Tong opened the door of her Porsche, angrily tossing the design onto the seat. Her temper was quite volatile, especially when faced with a client who clearly sought to provoke her. What could have incited such fury? Suddenly, a cool, resonant male voice emerged from behind, startling Shen Xing Tong. The man's tall stature cast a shadow that completely obscured the sunlight above her. She had to tilt her head to meet his gaze.
Fu Heng,
Embodying an air of commanding elegance, appeared dazzling in the sunlight. In a daze, Shen Xing Tong pinched herself. Ouch, that hurts. She recalled her earlier outburst and quickly adjusted her demeanor, transforming her expression into one of saccharine sweetness. Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. What brings you here? She glanced around, puzzled. Where are Fu Heng's bodyguards? And his luxurious car? Fu Heng, devoid of any dramatic flair, simply replied, I had some matters to attend to. My car broke down. So, I had Qian Xian take it for repairs. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. Is that for real? Wasn't Fu Heng's Bentley the latest model? Though a hint of skepticism lingered, she couldn't help but chuckle internally. Even this domineering male lead had moments of misfortune. Had she not been intent on maintaining her persona, she would have certainly laughed at him. Suppressing her amusement, she spoke gently. Oh dear, Mr. Fu, how unfortunate for you. Allow me to drive you for a while. Fu Heng merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, gracefully stepping into the passenger seat. Shen Xing Tong paused at the car door, blinking in surprise. The vibrant color of Fu Heng's car appeared somewhat incongruous against his icy demeanor, particularly contrasted with his dark suit, creating an unexpected dissonance. As Shen Xing Tong settled into the driver's seat, it was the first time Fu Heng had seen this vehicle, prompting him to examine it curiously. Did your grandfather gift you this? He inquired. Indeed, my grandfather is far more generous than you, my husband, she replied. Is it easy to drive? Fu Heng was about to continue his questioning when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Liu Pei rushing towards them from the entrance of the building. Suddenly, he leaned towards Shen Xing Tong. As she was fastening her seatbelt, Shen Xing Tong found his sudden proximity puzzling, only to feel his hands gently cradle her face.
Mr. Fu.
His long fingers delicately traced her lovely features, and when his voice lowered, it lost its chill, taking on a more seductive tone. Don't move. You have a lash fallen on your cheek. Shen Xing Tong, believing him, remained still. At that moment, Liu Pei had reached the car door. And as Shen Xing Tong was about to question Fu Heng about the eyelash, whether it was stuck with glue, his hands had explored her face thoroughly, without removing it. Fu Heng finally withdrew his hands, a fleeting smile gracing his thin lips, though Shen Xing Tong was oblivious to it. Outside the car, Liu Pei observed the scene, and his expression gradually grew indifferent. Chapter 67. Mr. Fu is particularly affectionate today. Mr. Fu, have you removed it? Shen Xing Tong could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question. Was Fu Heng becoming addicted to touching her face? It was often said that the male protagonists in novels, though initially reserved, became increasingly passionate as the story progressed. The protagonist had an affinity for caressing the heroine's face, pinching her waist, and kissing her collarbone, traits that seemed to manifest in her very own experiences. During their last night together, she had discovered Fu Heng's penchant for kissing her collarbone. Noticing Liu Pei standing outside the window with a frosty demeanor, Fu Heng smirked mischievously. Xing Tong, Liu Pei called out, knowing they were married, yet unwilling to let Fu Heng draw too close to Shen Xing Tong. The way he uttered her name carried a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of the time Liu Pei had broken her cherished toy car in childhood, leading to a week of silence between them. Eventually, he had climbed through her window, calling her with a similarly pitiful tone. Instinctively, Shen Xing Tong turned her head, only to have Fu Heng firmly hold her face in place. His face drew near, and he tilted his head to kiss her. Having fastened her seatbelt, Shen Xing Tong found herself unable to move, as Fu Heng's kiss was deliberate. He even reached over to raise the car window, blocking Liu Pei's line of sight. Even if the window had not been closed, Shen Xing Tong would have been unable to see Liu Pei's expression, while Fu Heng's slightly warm fingertips pinched her chin, as if teasing her, kissing her without any regard for love or desire. Shen Xing Tong's fingers rested on his chest, deliberately tracing a circle. Mr. Fu seemed unusually enthusiastic today. One might mistakenly assume that Fu Heng was envious. However, Shen Xing Tong knew that Fu Heng was not the type to feel jealousy over her. It was merely the possessive instincts of a proud man at play. The male protagonist would only be jealous of the female lead, as established in the narrative. Although the plot seemed to have deviated slightly, what did it matter to her, a villainess on the verge of exiting the story? Her sole responsibility was to earn money and escape, while the integrity of the narrative world was of no concern to her. With a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, she leaned closer to him, her breath sweet like orchids, enveloping the man in a charming aura, akin to a stunning fairy. Fu Heng's composure faltered momentarily before he quickly released her, his voice deep and husky. Do not tease. Shen Xing Tong chuckled inwardly. It appeared she was beginning to grasp how to manipulate Fu Heng. When she took the initiative to approach him, he seemed reluctant. It was only when she kept him in suspense, making him feel as though his possession was being encroached upon, that his primal instincts would surface. The man obediently fastened his seatbelt. As the car drove away, Lu Pei stood by the roadside. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Xing Tong caught sight of Lu Pei, and the smile in her eyes gradually faded. It was peculiar. Their interaction had always been brotherly, yet Lu Pei's gaze towards her now seemed anything but innocent. Beside her, Fu Heng picked up a design blueprint, examining it leisurely. Your brother Lu has rather poor taste, Shen Xing Tong mused silently. Oh, dear male protagonist. Your taste isn't any better. Is this next to the Shan residence? Fu Heng's sharp eyes caught the marked location on the blueprint, his gaze darkening as he chuckled coldly. Your brother Lu is quite nostalgic, isn't he? Shen Xing Tong suspected he had taken a wrong turn somewhere today.
Mr. Fu.
The client's intentions are inconsequential. My responsibility is merely to design the house. I have several properties under my name, she stated. Shen Xing Tong shot him a sidelong glance, thinking him peculiar. Nevertheless, she had to maintain her facade. Adopting a feigned expression of surprise, she smiled gently. It's not surprising that Mr. Fu owns many properties. Fu Heng remained silent. He was inclined to assign all his properties to Shen Xing Tong for redesign, ensuring that Lu Pei could no longer use renovation as a pretext to approach her. However, it seemed that as long as Shen Xing Tong was tied to Lu Pei's project, she could not accept any other commissions, which was exhausting. The car came to a halt beneath the Fu Group building. Mr. Fu, we have arrived, she announced. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, replying affirmatively. Yet, he merely unfastened his seatbelt without exiting the vehicle, embodying an understanding and gentle demeanor. Thank you, Mrs. Fu, for your hard work. I shall await your return tonight, he said before stepping out of the car. His compliance was indeed expected. He had no shortage of vehicles in his garage. Switching to another would be a matter of moments. Shen Xing Tong realized he was doing this on purpose, yet she was also in urgent need of Fu Heng's progeny. Yes, she intended to plant a seed and await the harvest. After Shen Xing Tong drove away, Chen Xing hurried over, handing the car keys to Fu Heng.
Mr. Fu.
Your car has been parked in the underground garage. Fu Heng accepted the keys and turned to enter the Fu Group building. The disheartened egg yolk pie. Do you not feel that the plot has collapsed rather severely? The monkey with the most red bottom. Isn't that a rather commonplace occurrence? The disheartened egg yolk pie. I can't shake the feeling that we have transformed into the lead and the second female characters, while they have become the supporting roles. The monkey with the most red bottom. How could that be? We are merely two-dimensional beings, whose story has the protagonist switched mid-narrative. I refuse to take on the role of the main character. The disheartened egg yolk pie. I too do not wish to be the villainous wife of Fu Yu. The monkey with the most red bottom. No, you are indeed that. The disheartened egg yolk pie. I refuse. The monkey with the most red bottom. But that is your current position. Su Qingyue expressed her dissatisfaction with a flurry of emoji depicting her exasperation. Her head throbbed with discomfort. She increasingly felt that her awakening alongside Shen Xing Tong had inadvertently usurped the identities of Ji Ying and Xie Jiao. Su Qingyue lightly patted her chest. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. The bodyguard outside announced, "Second young madam. The second young master requests your presence at the company." Su Qingyue was taken aback. Which company? The second young master's company is opening today. Will you not attend to support him? Ah, indeed. Today was the grand opening of Fu Yu's company. As his legitimate wife, she ought to make an appearance. In her haste to leave, she inadvertently hit the group message function. Fortunately, her recent chat list contained only a few contacts. Yet, Fu Yu was conspicuously among them. Chapter 68. If you dare run again, I shall break your legs. Since the last time, she had added Fu Yu as a friend. They had not exchanged a single word. Who could have known? Su Qingyue only noticed the group message after she had boarded the car. Su Qingyue. The instances of social death are countless, each making me wish to burrow into the earth. Moments later, her phone chimed again. Useless husband? Upon seeing this, she nearly fainted from shock. There was no time to retract it. She pressed her finger against her philtrum, her mind racing with the myriad consequences she would have to face. She urgently told the bodyguard, "Stop the car. Stop the car. I have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom." The bodyguard, not suspecting anything amiss, pulled the car over to the side of the road, allowing Su Qingyue to disembark for the restroom. However, once she was out of sight, Su Qingyue vanished without a trace. After leaving the car, she quickly hailed a taxi and fled. She believed attending Fu Yu's opening ceremony would spell her doom. The villain was exceedingly vengeful should he see her disparaging him as useless. He could easily bring about her demise. She dashed into the Jinchuan studio, striding directly towards Shen Xing Tong amidst a sea of curious gazes. Shen Xing Tong, puzzled, looked up to see her and paused momentarily.
Yeah?
This girl had just messaged about attending Fu Yu's opening ceremony, yet here she was, coming to see her? Shen Xing Tong teased with a smile. So it seems I am more important than your husband, as you chose to see me first? Su Qinghua swallowed hard. Are you busy? Seeing her distressed expression, Shen Xing Tong assumed she had something significant to discuss and rose to lead her to the reception room. What's wrong? Xing Tong. We must flee at once. Su Qinghua exclaimed, grabbing Shen Xing Tong's arm, her face ashen. What is the matter with her?
Now.
Running away seems to have no relation to the right timing, location, or even support from others. Deya, why do you appear as if you're being pursued? Who is after you? I shall assist you in confronting them. I accidentally sent the message meant for you to Fu Yu. Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched several times in response. You truly have impeccable timing, don't you? You didn't send it when praising Fu Yu, but chose to do so when criticizing him. Indeed, that is quite the accident. Although, you often express your grievances about Fu Yu. Shen Xing Tong sighed, wrapping her arm around Ya's shoulders. There are only two paths before you. Su Qinghua looked up. Either feign ignorance and speak sweetly, or temporarily stay with grandfather Fu, and he wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghua found it quite reasonable, her eyes brightening. Yes, I shall seek out grandfather Fu to complain. Oh dear. Shen Xing Tong noticed her mood lifting and gently patted her head. It's all right, a mere Fu Yu, I can help you toss him into the river.
Su Qinghua chút cờ.
Replying, if you toss him in, I do have to jump in to rescue him. His legs are not up to par. That would just be inviting trouble for myself. Instead, let us take the initiative. However, just as she raised her hand to hail a taxi, a Cayenne came to a halt before her. This was the first time Su Qinghua had seen such a vehicle. Instinctively, she attempted to step aside, but the door swung open.
Yeah.
A chilling voice emerged from the car, causing her to shudder thrice. Fu Yu. Fu. Get in the car. The man spoke in a seemingly gentle tone, his eyes gleaming with a smile under the blazing sun, yet it sent a chill down Su Qinghua's spine. Realizing escape was futile, she reluctantly bent down and entered the car. Fu Yu personally came to retrieve her. This was utterly illogical. The door shut, yet the car didn't move forward. Fu Yu pulled her into his embrace, inquiring, what brings you here? Planning to speak ill of me and then flee? Su Qinghua's heart skipped a beat. Her sole thought was that Fu Yu must not discover that Shen Xing Tong was working outside. Otherwise, grandfather would find out. And that would be the end, utterly disastrous. Compared to her insults towards the villain, Shen Xing Tong being a designer outside was truly the sensitive point for the Fu family. If Father Fu and Grandfather Fu were to learn of this, it would indeed shake the foundations of the Fu household.
Su Qinghua sai sốc đi.
Mimicking Shen Xing Tong's gentle demeanor, managing to imitate it somewhat well. I heard there are many talented designers around here. I came to take a look. If your company's designs are lacking, I shall assist you in finding a new designer. I wonder if this excuse would deceive Fu Yu. He regarded her with a half-smile, saying, Yeah, you truly care about me. Of course, you are my husband. Who else should I concern myself with, right? Su Qinghua gave his arm a playful shake. Fu Yu pinched her soft cheek, intending to do so with force, yet ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to. However, his voice turned cold. Yeah, you must not run away next time, do you understand? I did not run away. She hadn't truly fled yet he was already so sensitive. What the predicament? Is that so? She nodded vigorously. That's good. Su Qinghua exhaled in relief. If you run again, I shall break your legs, and we shall become a pair of broken couples. I thank you very much. After Su Qinghua attended Fu Yu's grand opening ceremony, she took a look around Fu Yu's office. His company, Huanyu Technology, primarily focuses on intelligent technology, environmental technology, and biotechnology. As for his motivations, Su Qinghua found herself perplexed and had no desire to delve deeper, nor would she dare to inquire. At present, the newly established company employs only 20 individuals. Nevertheless, Su Qinghua harbored a sense of confidence in Fu Yu's ability to successfully run the company. Fu Yu had competed for the inheritance rights of the Fu Group in a book and had accomplished significant feats thereafter, showcasing his remarkable capabilities. When Fu Yu noticed her seated in the boss's chair, he did not object but simply smiled faintly. Do you like this position? Su Qinghua promptly stood up, exclaiming, I do not like it. She merely wished to experience the sensation of sitting there and had no intention of usurping the boss's role. If you like it, I shall bestow it upon you, the man remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. The employees behind him were left speechless, developing a newfound respect for the boss's wife. Look, the boss cherishes his wife dearly. Perhaps in the future, the boss's wife will be the true boss. Su Qinghua quickly approached and began to massage Fu Yu's shoulders.
Darling, do not jest.
I know nothing and am utterly clueless. You are trying to embarrass me. Everyone, please leave, Fu Yu instructed his subordinates. The employees understood immediately, exiting the office in unison, with the last one closing the door thoughtfully behind them. Fu Yu then pulled Su Qinghua onto his lap. Isn't it perfectly normal for a useless husband to rely on his wife to oversee the company? Su Qinghua responded. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, can it? I did not label you useless, she stammered, desperately seeking a way to clarify her words.
What do you mean by that?
In Chapter 69, the male protagonist unexpectedly donned a wedding ring. Su Qinghua's eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, This is a term of endearment for my husband, a nickname. Do you understand? Fu Yu raised an eyebrow, neither refuting nor affirming her statement. Much like in romantic novels, where the male protagonist affectionately calls the female lead little useless one, the female lead can similarly refer to him as old useless one. Correct?
Fu Yu suddenly fell silent.
Unwilling to delve into the semantics of such terms, he gently grasped her chin, aligning her disheveled face. I prefer when you call me husband. Su Qinghua obediently complied. Husband. Husband, you are the best, aren't you? At that moment, she finally comprehended why Shen Xing Tong feigned a delicate and gentle demeanor in front of Fu Heng. Fu Yu seemed to be thoroughly pleased by her flattery, planting several light kisses on her rosy lips. You are so good. Today is the opening. I shall gift you something. What would you like? Su Qinghua's eyes lit up with excitement. She could hardly believe that after potentially provoking him, he would instead offer her a gift. As long as the antagonist did not succumb to darkness, he remained quite agreeable. Su Qinghua squinted, lowering her gaze to her empty hands. Husband, I wish to purchase some jewelry. The kind that can be exchanged for money. Very well. At the end of the workday, Shen Xing Tong arrived punctually at the parking lot of Fu Group. She sent a message to Fu Heng on WeChat. Mr. Fu, I have arrived. This marked the first occasion they had spoken since becoming friends. Such is the nature of a plastic marriage. Shortly thereafter, Fu Heng descended the stairs and opened the door to the passenger seat. Behind him, Shen Xing, upon realizing it was Madame Fu, quickly uttered, Madam, it's you. No wonder Mr. Fu didn't bother to wait. He simply said the meeting was adjourned and came down. It was no surprise he could leave work punctually today. All thanks to Madame Fu. Shen Xing Tong offered a slight smile. You've worked hard. Her gentle tone was like a refreshing breeze. While Shen Xing was still admiring Madame Fu's beauty and kindness, the car door was unceremoniously shut by his employer. As the vehicle drove away, Shen Xing found himself pondering the intriguing nature of Madame Fu's personality. Young master, young mistress, what would you like for dinner today? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it. Recently, old Master Fu had been spending considerable time with old Master Chen Su. The two elderly gentlemen either practiced Tai Chi together in the morning, strolled in the park playing chess, or even went fishing, sharing dinners as well. This she referred, of course, to Shen Xing Tong. The maid, wearing a slightly stunned expression, busied herself in the kitchen. Shen Xing Tong glanced at Fu Heng, speculating whether he would stay the night, which would necessitate a significant endeavor, crucial for her. A business deal worth 150 million was imperative to negotiate. She hastily declared she was going to take a shower and rushed upstairs, commencing a thorough search of the bedroom like a radar, ensuring no contraceptive items remained. None could be allowed. After scouring the room and confirming that no potential threats to her business discussion lingered, she sighed in relief. Fu Heng would not escape her grasp tonight. After showering, Shen Xing Tong changed into a form-fitting, long-knit dress, suitable for lounging yet exceptionally flattering. Her figure was exquisite. Every curve was perfectly defined, devoid of any excess. The white nightgown further accentuated her physique. Young mistress, you've come down just in time. Dinner is ready. Hearing the commotion, Fu Heng glanced up to see Shen Xing Tong gracefully descending the stairs. The style of her nightgown was markedly different from what he had seen during their last visit to Chifu Mountain. He was aware that the previous selections were not of her choosing. As Shen Xing Tong approached the dining table, she observed the dinner laid out before her. A delightful array of her favorite dishes. The maid had an impeccable understanding of her preferences, perhaps even more so than Fu Heng himself. Conversely, Shen Xing Tong had no inkling of Fu Heng's tastes. The maid had even taken the liberty of lighting candles, exclaiming, Young master, young mistress, enjoy your meal, before scampering off to dim the lights. It was undoubtedly a candlelit dinner, and Shen Xing Tong found the scene somewhat awkward. Due to the fact that she and Fu Heng were akin to a plastic couple, devoid of genuine affection and lacking a profound physical connection. She found herself unable to immerse in or grasp the essence of such a romantic scenario. Why not let them turn on the lights? Shen Xing Tong inquired. No need. Let's eat. Didn't you mention you were hungry in the car? Fu Heng replied. Shen Xing Tong clicked her tongue as she drove past a stall selling stinky tofu. She had been drooling and casually remarked that she was hungry. He had indeed heard her. It was not the first time she craved those street snacks. Yet she had never had the opportunity to indulge. As Shen Xing Tong ate, she stole glances at Fu Heng, who exuded an air of elegance even while dining. Typically, she focused intently on her meals, but today, her attention diverted to the man, rendering her eating somewhat perfunctory, her gaze drifting from his handsome visage to his fingers. Lo and behold, when had he put on the wedding ring? The ring was conspicuously present on his ring finger. On the very first day they registered their marriage. A servant had handed them their wedding rings, yet Fu Heng had not accepted it and had left immediately after completing the formalities, while she had leisurely adorned her own. This was partly to affirm her identity to the Shen family and partly to alleviate any concerns from grandfather Fu. When had Fu Heng begun wearing it? He had been ringless at least the last time they were intimate. Shen Xing Tong bit her chopsticks, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Fu Heng. Did their shared intimacy signify that he had acknowledged her as his wife? What are you staring at? You're not even focused on your meal, his cool voice interjected, laced with amusement. Mr. Fu, what prompted you to wear the wedding ring? If Ji Ying sees this, she will undoubtedly go mad.
Fu Heng casually explained.
I wore it for grandfather. Oh, I see, Shen Xing Tong replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It appeared their marital relationship had not progressed significantly. The significant business deal that evening would not be easily negotiated. Fu Heng placed a chicken wing into her bowl, urging her to concentrate on her meal. Reluctantly, Shen Xing Tong resumed her dining. After the meal, Shen Xing Tong remained vigilant regarding Fu Heng's movements. Upon noticing him ascend the stairs to shower, she swiftly sprang up. Summoning all the servants and instructing Aunt Li, you all have the night off. No one is to make any noise. The servants nodded in agreement. Aunt Li, puzzled, asked, Young madam, you. By the way, Aunt Li, I need to confirm something. There shouldn't be a baby-proof umbrella in the house, right? Aunt Li was taken aback, staring blankly, unable to comprehend the term. A modern lexicon? The sight of Aunt Li's bewilderment made Shen Xing Tong realize that she was not understanding. It was the very same term she had used twice when expressing her fatigue. Aunt Li suddenly turned serious, glancing upstairs. Young master. The mention of young master caused Shen Xing Tong to stiffen momentarily. Why did he always appear at the most critical moments? It was as if Fu Heng were destined to thwart her in this lifetime. Everyone, please leave, Fu Heng's voice echoed coldly. Shen Xing Tong grew increasingly uncertain, wondering if he had overheard her words. Aunt Li hurriedly urged the other servants to leave, saying, Quickly, quickly, do not disturb the young mistress and master. Had she known they had significant matters to attend to that night, she would have arranged the master bedroom to resemble a bridal chamber more closely. With everyone gone, Shen Xing Tong turned to meet Fu Heng, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Under the warm glow of the lights, her smile appeared particularly sweet and captivating. Standing beneath the light, her delicate features unadorned by makeup, her strikingly beautiful countenance was still mesmerizing. Her eyelashes gently lowered, partially veiling her sparkling eyes, which shone like spring blossoms. She lightly caressed her left arm, exuding a shyness that, in her every gesture, hinted at a flirtatious allure. Fu Heng sometimes found Shen Xing Tong to be quite enigmatic. Mr. Fu, she smiled, her bright eyes glimmering. As she approached in her slippers, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting half her face against his chest, subtly nuzzling him. The scent of the man, freshly bathed, was delightful. She found commendable qualities in Fu Heng, such as his abstinence from smoking and indulgence, showcasing an extraordinary self-discipline that was unimaginable to others. Since childhood, she had never been fond of the smell of smoke. Fu Heng's presence was marked by a refreshing pine scent. He did not push her away, but lowered his gaze to her, a hint of amusement in his expression. When did you become so clingy? Shen Xing Tong thought to herself. If I cling to you now, I won tea later. She lifted her head from his embrace, standing on her toes. Mr. Fu, do you like it when I cling to you? If you don't, I won tea. Her voice, already gentle, carried a sweetness when she spoke coyly. Fu Heng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied in a leisurely tone, You can cling to me whenever you wish. Wow, Shen Xing Tong thought, her heart fluttering. His demeanor had softened. Even though his voice bore no more emotion than usual, it stirred a sense of excitement within her, making her feel that the night was promising. She stood on her toes, tilting her head, and pressed her red lips against his alluring Adam's apple.
Mr. Fu.
The night is still long. What shall we do? She sensed the moment her lips touched his throat, his body momentarily paused, his neck flushing a delightful shade of red. The sight of him blushing was particularly amusing. As Shen Xing Tong contemplated pressing her advantage, she felt his fingers leisurely tracing her back, eventually resting on her waist. "What do you wish to do?" His large hand firmly grasped her waist, his tone no longer icy, now laced with a magnetic allure. Shen Xing Tong's eyes sparkled, her arms draping over his neck. "Of course, we should contribute to our society's population, right?" Fu Heng's dark eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned down, gradually closing the distance to her lips. "How shall we contribute?" His question made her wonder if he genuinely did not understand or was playfully inviting her to articulate her desires. Shen Xing Tong pouted forward, narrowing the final inches between them. Thinking, does Mr. Fu really not understand? She deliberately teased him, her voice soft and sweet, recalling how Mr. Fu had shown no tenderness or consideration last time, leaving her unsatisfied. It seemed his skills were somewhat lacking. It is said that men should never be questioned, especially in matters of intimacy. Shen Xing Tong's provocation had evidently taken effect. He firmly grasped her waist and nibbled her lip, asking if he should be more mindful this time. Shen Xing Tong noticed the huskiness in his voice, sending a jolt of electricity through her, leaving her heart fluttering with a delightful thrill. The following morning, when Shen Xing Tong awoke, she groggily reached for her phone, only to discover it was already 11 o'clock. The alarm clock indicated someone had turned it off. Panic surged through her. She was late for work. She hurriedly scrambled up, only to find her legs numb, tumbling to the floor as if the previous night's fervor had left her limbs exhausted. What a mess! The door swung open, revealing Fu Heng still at home. Upon hearing the commotion, he entered the room to find her disheveled hair and loose pajamas, looking like a pitiful little creature. He approached her and slowly crouched down. "I'm going to be late," Shen Xing Tong pouted, shooting him a reproachful glance. Fu Heng's lips curled into a slight smile, finding her resentment amusing. He preferred her vibrant self over the demure persona she often donned. At that moment, with her mask forgotten, her eyes sparkled with mischief, making her look all the more charming. "I've already called in for you," he said, lifting her effortlessly. "You have the day off." Shen Xing Tong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "But what reason did you give for my absence?" she queried. Qin Jinchuan, that crafty businessman, required a doctor's note for sick leave and proof for bereavement. He rarely approved anything else unless it was truly exceptional.
Fu Heng replied.
"A leave of absence to contribute to society by increasing the population." Shen Xing Tong stared at him incredulously. Just because he was handsome didn't mean she wouldn't want to slap him. Did Mr. Fu really use that as my excuse? She thought, her mind swirling with disbelief. Though she restrained her irritation, her smile turning a tad peculiar. Fu Heng smirked slightly. "Yes, I did." Shen Xing Tong felt an overwhelming urge to kick his handsome face, all the while maintaining her facade. Tomorrow morning at the studio, Qin Jinchuan would undoubtedly look at her with suspicion. This dogged male lead was intent on ruining her reputation. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I'll head to the office first." "What would you like Aunt Lee to prepare for you?" he asked, his fingers caressing her cheek, his tone softening. Shen Xing Tong detected the warmth in his voice, and recalling the success of their previous night, her mood brightened a bit. She immediately adopted a charming and obedient demeanor, sitting on the bed and waving her hand lightly. "Then, Mr. Fu, do work hard. I'll be cheering for you at home." She said this while playfully gesturing. As Fu Heng was about to leave, he caught sight of her sitting on the bed, her cheerful smile and lively spirit making her resemble a cunning little fox. A cunning fox, regarding him as prey, intended to discard the little creature once its purpose was fulfilled. Chapter 71. The revolution is successful. Victory is within reach. Shen Xing Tong remained in a gesture of farewell, oblivious to the glint of danger in Fu Heng's eyes. She did not linger, preparing to recline on the bed once more. "Mr. Fu, do you require anything else?" Shen Xing Tong inquired, her tone laced with confusion. "Mrs. Fu could also come to the company to cheer for me," the man replied, his voice laced with a melancholic allure. Shen Xing Tong had intended to bask in comfort, but upon hearing his words, an internal tumult ensued. Who would wish to visit his company? What purpose would that serve? After all, she had managed to secure a day off. She had no desire to imbue herself with the scent of work. Moreover, Fu Heng had kept her occupied until the late hours the previous night, from downstairs to upstairs. Eventually, he had cradled her into the bathroom for a cleansing wash. She could not fathom what had possessed her to cling to him once more, leading to inevitable consequences, even within the confines of the bathroom. Eventually, exhaustion had overtaken her, plunging her into a deep slumber. She felt a profound remorse for her reckless behavior of enticing Fu Heng once again in the bathroom, cursing herself for losing her senses the night before. Mr. Fu, please, I am utterly fatigued, she implored. That is not an option, he replied, showing no regard as he sat on the edge of the bed, unfastening her sleepwear. Without Mrs. Fu, I lack motivation for my work. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback, incredulity washing over her. Only when a chill enveloped her did she notice he had selected a dress to adorn her. It was a delicate light blue gown. However, before dressing her, the man discreetly glanced at her waist. Following his gaze, Shen Xing Tong noticed the lingering imprints on her skin. A stark reminder of the previous night's passionate embrace, far deeper than the simple grasp in the car. She inwardly berated herself, realizing resistance was futile, and thus, she extended her arms, adopting a demeanor of submission. Mr. Fu, are you going to dress me? She asked, feigning compliance. Fu Heng lifted her onto his lap, delicately slipping the dress over her, exhibiting no hint of impatience. Several times, the beads on his wrist brushed against her skin, reminiscent of the previous night, their gentle caress lingering like a whisper.
He must have intended it that way.
After adorning her with the gown, he fetched a white trench coat to complete her attire. Throughout the process, Shen Xing Tong resembled a boneless doll, yielding to his every gesture. Once properly dressed, he uttered nothing further, cradling her as he descended the stairs. Shen Xing Tong felt a genuine admiration. He was truly remarkable. The unfortunate Egg Yolk Club members inquired, Xing Tong, hurry, tell me what transpired last night. Their curiosity was palpable. After an hour, then 2, Shen Xing Tong found herself at the Fu group, utterly bored. She retreated to Fu Heng's lounge, and upon pulling out her phone, she discovered a barrage of messages from her friend Yaya. Quickly, confess, what was the outcome of last night? Though Shen Xing Tong was not an experienced hand in such matters, the repeated inquiries caused a blush to rise in her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she declared, the revolution was successful. Fu Heng may have forgotten himself, as he didn't remind me to take my medication today. I feel victory is within reach. Su Qingyue hurriedly asked, have you been keeping track of the days? Shen Xing Tong's smile instantly froze. The unfortunate egg yolk pie exclaimed, oh no, I forgot. My ovulation period is past. The despairing Shen Xing Tong's face turned ashen. She slumped on the sofa in the lounge, as if her dreams had been shattered. Tears threatened to spill. Just then, Chen Xing knocked on the door. Madam. Shen Xing Tong weakly replied, come in. Chen Xing entered with an intern wearing black-framed glasses. Madam, Mr. Fu is concerned you might be bored and has sent Xiao Jin to accompany you to the mall. You may take whatever you like. The despondent Shen Xing Tong suddenly sat upright. The prospect of shopping and the freedom to choose invigorated her spirit. Greetings, madam. Xiao Jin blushed as she gazed at Shen Xing Tong. As a new intern primarily tasked with menial duties, she felt a surge of nerves being assigned such an important role of accompanying Mrs. Fu. Her anxiety surpassed that of any previous exam. Having heard tales of Mrs. Fu's ethereal beauty, seeing her in person left Xiao Jin awestruck. It was no wonder their aloof boss was utterly captivated. If she were the boss with a wife like that, she too would be ensnared. Willingly embracing the role of an oblivious ruler, Shen Xing Tong urged, let us go, you're Xiao Jin, right? The two exited the lounge, passing by Fu Heng's presidential office. Shen Xing Tong observed him sifting through documents, flanked by a row of high-ranking executives. However, the atmosphere in the company felt unusually pleasant today, as if everyone were basking in the warmth of spring. Unable to resist, Shen Xing Tong remarked to Xiao Jin, it seems the atmosphere at Fu Corporation is generally quite good. Xiao Jin hesitated, her lips twitching. Madam, you might be mistaken. Our usual work environment is far from this.
Oh?
Is the pressure typically so intense? Shen Xing Tong inquired. Mr. Fu is quite formidable, and the entire corporation operates under immense pressure, hardly daring to breathe. Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. Then why is today so harmonious? Madam, it would be wonderful if you could visit the company more often. The more you come, the more opportunities they will have for such a pleasant working atmosphere. Shen Xing Tong ceased her inquiries, recognizing the admiration in Xiao Jin's gaze and sensing the girl might have misconstrued the situation. Fu Heng's good mood had little to do with her. Rather, it stemmed from his having had a satisfying meal. The mall they visited was the luxurious Fu Hua Mall, owned by Fu Corporation. The vast expanse of the mall, filled with an overwhelming array of luxury goods, left one dazzled. Shen Xing Tong had visited this place during her school days, dragged along by her uncle. At that time, her youthful aspiration was to one day have the financial means to whimsically purchase whatever her heart desired, confidently instructing the proprietor to pack everything for delivery. Her uncle had teased her, at such a young age, your ambitions are quite grand. Aside from her grandfather, no one in the Shen family had treated her kindly. However, the uncle has always been exceedingly kind to her. Although her biological mother has shown her little affection, her uncle has showered her with love since childhood. indulging her with various peculiar gifts. Even during the time when she attempted to elope, though the endeavor ultimately failed, her uncle had gallantly inquired, "Do you truly have feelings for that boy? If you do, I shall bring him to you. He shall be yours henceforth." Despite her extensive efforts to clarify that she did not harbor any affection for Liu Pei, her uncle seemed to vanish without a trace later on. And no one from the Shen family ever mentioned him again. It was a jest, after all. This was the first time Fu Heng had spent money on her. Returning empty-handed would be a disservice to her arduous efforts the previous night. Xiao Jin followed closely behind, and upon her arrival, she immediately dashed into Hermes. Xiao Jin couldn't help but muse, how fortunate it is to be wealthy. Shen Xing Tong perused several bags in the store, and she did not forget to select one for Su Qinghua as well. As she was admiring a particular brown handbag, just as she reached for it, someone else snatched it away first. "Darling, do you fancy this one?" Chapter 72. It turns out Henge is willing to spend money on you. Shen Xing Tong heard the voice and slightly turned her head. Zhou Qi's voice was so unpleasant that it irked her immensely. Beside Zhou Qi stood a girl clad in revealing attire with large eyes, who was languidly leaning against him, her voice overly sweet. "Honey, I want this bag. I adore it so much." The girl, with keen eyes, spotted Shen Xing Tong and, noticing her extraordinary appearance, remarked that although Shen Xing Tong was dressed modestly, her outfit consisted of top-tier luxury brands. Furthermore, the store manager had personally come to attend to Shen Xing Tong, indicating that she must belong to a prominent family. But what of a wealthy matron? She was now merely the mistress of the second young master of the Zhou family, one of the most prestigious families around. The girl then proceeded to cling to Zhou Qi, completely oblivious to the change in his demeanor upon seeing Shen Xing Tong. Zhou Qi ignored the pouting girl and smiled mischievously. "Sister-in-law, what a coincidence to encounter you here." "Sister-in-law?" The girl widened her eyes in surprise. Shen Xing Tong remained utterly indifferent, her voice devoid of any inflection. "If she likes the bag, let her have it. Sharing the same taste with someone lacking in discernment would only diminish my own." With that, Shen Xing Tong turned and walked away. The store manager followed closely behind, eagerly saying, "Madam Fu, we have many beautiful bags in our store, including the latest styles. If you wish, you may reserve one, and I shall personally deliver it to your residence." The notion of personal delivery by the store manager left the girl increasingly alarmed. She had just been internally cursing this affluent matron for her presumed mediocrity, but now she suddenly felt a sense of awakening. She tugged at Zhou Qi's sleeve. "Darling?" Zhou Qi released her hand and strode purposefully toward Shen Xing Tong. To him, this woman was merely a plaything. Perhaps it was the unattainable desire for Shen Xing Tong that intensified within him, becoming an obsession that lingered in his mind day and night. In recent days, Zhou Qi had sought companionship with women who bore a resemblance to Shen Xing Tong. Yet, after much searching, he finally encountered one whose eyes were somewhat reminiscent of hers. However, upon meeting the actual person, he found her to be utterly lacking, no grace, no beauty, no figure. She was hardly a suitable substitute. The young woman, feeling frustrated, stamped her foot and chased after him, exclaiming, "Darling, why are you ignoring me?" Zhou Qi coldly replied, "Just leave. I have no time to entertain you today. Go away." The girl's face paled instantly. She understood that his words were tantamount to a breakup. Zhou Qi was notorious for his playboy ways, treating women as casually as changing clothes. His command for her to depart clearly indicated that he wanted her to cease her entanglement in his life. Ignoring her, Zhou Qi approached Shen Xing Tong, asking, "Sister-in-law, do you like that bag? I can buy it for you." Shen Xing Tong, not particularly enthusiastic, replied coolly, "No, thank you." Behind her, Xiao Jin observed Zhou Qi with a peculiar gaze. Though she did not know him personally, she had frequently encountered his name on trending topics on Weibo. This second son of the Zhou family, a prominent figure in the capital S elite circles, often made headlines for his romantic escapades. Today it was some minor celebrity. Tomorrow a social media influencer, his companions never consistent. He dared to flirt with the boss lady. It was truly reckless. Xiao Jin promptly reported the situation to Qian Xin and positioned herself in front of Shen Xing Tong. "Sir," she interjected, "Mr. Fu has said that Madam can choose whatever she likes. He has plenty of money." She aimed to convey to Zhou Qi that Mrs. Fu was cherished by her husband and did not require any gifts from an outsider. Zhou Qi, with a strange, elongated tone, remarked, "Oh, so Brother Heng is willing to spend on you? That's truly commendable." Shen Xing Tong found him unworthy of her attention. In her eyes, he resembled nothing more than a jester. Although the incident at the Hot Spring Hotel had not been pursued further, she harbored a lingering suspicion that he was involved. After all, he was the only one who had looked at her with such lascivious intent. "Zhou Ershao, kindly step aside. I need to go to the next door now," Shen Xing Tong said, her annoyance palpable. If it were not for the necessity of maintaining her public persona in this Fu group mall, she would have gladly thrown him over her shoulder and kicked him out. Zhou Qi, likely oblivious to the words spoken by his companions at the hot spring resort, failed to recognize her fierce side and continued to follow her. Sister-in-law, don't be so distant. Brother Heng and I grew up together. We share a deep bond. May I accompany you? Xiao Jin watched in exasperation as this playboy persisted in his advances toward Mrs. Fu. Stay away from her, you scoundrel, she thought. Several times, she tried to position herself between Zhou Qi and Shen Xing Tong, but he found the intern bothersome and summoned bodyguards, who promptly moved Xiao Jin aside. Suddenly, Shen Xing Tong halted, commanding, "Let Xiao Jin go." Her gaze was icy as it finally settled on Zhou Qi's face. This man, driven by lust, seemed utterly indifferent to the consequences, especially in the business realm of the Fu family. Did he not fear Fu Heng seeking retribution against him? Yet, Zhou Qi appeared to see through her thoughts, leaning in slightly and said, "Sister-in-law, are you contemplating whether, as Heng Ji's wife, I would dare to treat you with such disrespect?" Shen Xing Tong raised an eyebrow slightly. Her expression remained devoid of any ripple, growing even more indifferent. With a hint of disdain, she retorted, "And so what? Even if he does not regard me as his wife, I am still the eldest daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Are you attempting to challenge the Fu family on their own turf and create trouble for me?" Zhou Qi's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. "Not at all. I merely wish to remind you, sister-in-law, to temper your expectations of your husband. After all, his nature is rather frigid. What are you even worth? You claim to be a brother, yet I see you as nothing but trash, speaking ill of your brother behind his back. What kind of brother does that?" Shen Xing Tong wrapped her coat tighter around herself. With only Xiao Jin and Zhou Qi's men present, she had no intention of pretending to be virtuous and dignified. Zhou Qi's expression shifted slightly upon being called trash. He then chuckled darkly, "Sister-in-law, it seems you're not as gentle and amiable as you appear on the surface.
Now,
I am even more intrigued by your true character." He took a step closer to Shen Xing Tong. Initially, she contemplated kicking him away, but her sharp eyes spotted a dark crowd approaching. Chapter 73. The woman who could bring Fu Heng down from his pedestal. Shen Xing Tong immediately raised her voice, sounding pitiful and soft. "Husband, second young master Zhou, is bullying me." Zhou Qi paused, instinctively taking 2 steps back, creating distance from Shen Xing Tong. He could be carefree in private, but he still had to maintain a facade of respect in front of Fu Heng. He turned and, as expected, saw Fu Heng approaching, flanked by a group of imposing bodyguards. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the entrance of a gang leader in a television drama. Fu Heng stood out among the dark-suited bodyguards, tall and commanding, exuding an intimidating aura. As he approached, he cast a cold glance at Zhou Qi, the pressure around him dropping to a chilling point, making the heart tremble. Shen Xing Tong sidestepped Zhou Qi and rushed into Fu Heng's embrace, having endured much injustice. She said, "Husband, he spoke ill of you and claimed that marrying me was merely a way to appease grandfather Fu, that I am just a tool." She divulged everything, causing Zhou Qi's complexion to darken significantly. Zhou Qi pressed his lips together, and when he felt Fu Heng's icy gaze sweeping over him, he awkwardly chuckled. "I was just joking with sister-in-law." Hiding in Fu Heng's embrace, Shen Xing Tong immediately began to whimper, her voice resembling that of a pitiful little creature. If it were any other woman making such sounds, Fu Heng would surely be annoyed. Yet, even knowing Shen Xing Tong was feigning distress, he exhibited no sign of impatience. He turned to Zhou Qi, who, sensing a chill creeping up from his feet, felt a surge of fear. "Heng Ge, apologize to my wife." Fu Heng interrupted him sharply. Zhou Qi questioned whether he had misheard. However, he soon found the matter unremarkable. After all, Fu Heng was merely a man. With such a captivating wife, even a man renowned as the Buddha of the capital would inevitably be enchanted. A woman capable of bringing Fu Heng down from his pedestal must undoubtedly possess an irresistible allure. Zhou Qi felt an increasing itch within, a desire to savor the essence of Fu Heng's wife. He tugged at his lips and directed an apology towards Shen Xing Tong, saying, "Sister-in-law, I apologize. My tongue is rather unrestrained. Please do not take offense." This self-deprecating apology did little to placate Shen Xing Tong. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had been forced from her eyes. "You must also apologize to Xiao Jin." The bodyguard holding Xiao Jin dared not act recklessly and hurriedly released her. Xiao Jin, feeling quite indignant, approached Fu Heng to file a complaint. "Mr. Fu, this Zhou Xiao is absolutely not joking. He truly wishes to take advantage of Madame, attempting to touch her several times. I would not allow it. Yet he insisted on having the bodyguard pull me away. Having vented her grievances with a puffed-up demeanor, Xiao Jin shot a proud glare at Zhou Qi. The once ingratiating smile in Zhou Qi's eyes began to fade, replaced by a chilling gaze directed at Xiao Jin. Concerned that he might harbor resentment towards her, Shen Xing Tong interjected, Xiao Jin is correct. She will accompany me to the mall from now on. Zhou Xiao's behavior is utterly excessive. Her implication was clear. Xiao Jin would be her companion for shopping, and should any trouble befall her, Zhou Qi would bear the blame. Zhou Qi's expression darkened slightly, but he was ultimately deterred by Fu Heng's imposing presence and stature, turning to leave. Fu Heng lowered his gaze upon the woman nestled in his embrace. His palm rested gently on her slender waist, merely an airy hold. Shen Xing Tong, resembling a contented cat, clung to him, stirring ripples in the tranquil lake of his heart. Although she had done nothing, the mere presence of her stirred chaos within him. Xiao Jin instinctively straightened her back, nodding, as if entrusted with an important mission. Once liberated from her constraints, she tossed the blanket over her head and fell into a deep slumber. In a haze of drowsiness, she felt someone caressing her face. Upon opening her eyes, she found the room enveloped in darkness. The hand that had been audaciously exploring her face did not withdraw upon her awakening. Instead, it moved to her earlobe, gently pinching her dainty ear. Shen Xing Tong recognized the familiar aura of this person. In a daze, she inquired, Mr. Fu? The hand grasping her earlobe paused. The man's voice was husky. Awake? Shen Xing Tong momentarily forgot her state of undress, rising to locate the light switch, which she flicked on, illuminating the bedroom instantly. Following the line of his enticing Adam's apple with her gaze, she met the intense stare of his dark eyes fixed upon her. Only then did she belatedly lower her head in response to his gaze. Oh no, Shen Xing Tong internally chastised herself. She hastily yanked the blanket to cover herself, offering an awkward smile. Mr. Fu, what time is it now? She wrapped herself snugly, revealing only her pristine little face. Fu Heng's dark eyes, as deep as impenetrable ink, lingered on her for an extended moment before he slowly remarked, It's 10 o'clock. Is it really that late? Shen Xing Tong ran her fingers through her hair. Have you eaten? I asked Aunt Li to prepare a meal. Oh, then I'll have Aunt Li cook. Just as Shen Xing Tong was about to throw off the covers and rise, she paused, casting a peculiar gaze at Fu Heng. Why was he staring at her so intently? His gaze seemed a touch too fervent, as if she had done something to entice him. Yet, she felt utterly innocent. Besides, having just given herself to him, she couldn't fathom Fu Heng, this aloof man, possessing such insatiable desires. Mr. Fu, you really shouldn't gaze at me like that, it makes me shy, she feigned indignation, burying her face into the blankets. Why was Fu Heng acting so strangely? Could it be that since she had taken his virginity, he now harbored a sense of naive attachment towards her? Chapter 74. Who is the true tool? Fu Heng chuckled lightly. There is still an hour left. Shen Xing Tong stared at him in confusion. What? What do you mean there's still an hour? Business trip. He extended his long finger to trace her brow gently, advising her to take good care of herself at home. Fu Heng was indeed busy. After all, the Fu Group's operations were extensive, with branches scattered across the nation and abroad. It was not uncommon for Fu Heng to be away on business. Shen Xing Tong allowed his fingers to caress her brows, feeling an electric tingle as they grazed her skin. Deep down, she secretly hoped Fu Heng would hurry off on his trip. This way, she could indulge herself freely without restraint. To Shen Xing Tong, the true tool was Fu Heng. This tool of a male lead, once he had fulfilled his purpose, could easily be cast aside. When the time came, she would return him to the female lead, and she and Su Qingyue would leave gracefully, departing without a trace. Shen Xing Tong's thoughts raced, her mind calculating. Yet upon gazing at Fu Heng's stunning visage, a twinge of sentimentality washed over her. Oh, female lead, you do have it good. However, having tasted it herself, she felt no loss. Be cautious on your journey. I promise I won't cause any trouble for Mr. Fu, she declared, extending 3 fingers from under the covers as if swearing an oath. I will be very obedient. Fu Heng's finger lingered as he inquired, how obedient? He was well aware she was merely acting, yet he found pleasure in her performance. He delighted in her pretense of innocence and her vivacity, wishing for her act to continue indefinitely, never to conclude. Shen Xing Tong flashed a radiant smile, draping her arm around his neck, bestowing upon him a soft, fragrant kiss. Is this sufficient? He smirked slightly, not quite. Mrs. Fu's kiss lacks sincerity. TSK, was he being cheeky after taking advantage of her? How dare he find fault with her sincerity? Fu Heng, this male lead, did not think she was oblivious. Aside from desiring to roll in the sheets with her, he seldom initiated any kiss. Give him an inch, and he would take a mile, wouldn't he? Shen Xing Tong, though internally grumbling, understood that she must continue to play her role. She could not afford to shatter her persona before her utility was exhausted. She leaned closer, brushing her lips against his, playfully inquiring, "How about this?" Her face was mere inches away, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, revealing a delicate blush on her fair cheeks, charming and inviting. Appearing utterly kissable, Shen Xing Tong possessed an exquisite talent for both enchanting and tormenting. As she attempted to withdraw, she found his large hand weaving through her hair, firmly gripping the back of her head. Her retreat was thwarted. He pressed down heavily, deepening the kiss. Their breaths intertwined. When Shen Xing Tong descended for dinner, it was already 11 o'clock. Fu Heng had departed, yet as she dined, she glanced at her reflection on her phone. That scoundrel had intentionally left marks on her neck and collarbone before leaving. She sensed the sidelong glances from the servant beside her, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she refrained from concealing anything, intending for Aunt Lee to notice and dutifully report to her grandfather. Meanwhile, upon hearing the butler's report, Grandfather Fu excitedly sat up in bed. Though advanced in years and prone to early slumber, his sleep was light. The butler's phone call downstairs had roused him. Donning a coat, Grandfather Fu called for the butler to enter. "Is it true?" he inquired. The butler nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the young master and young mistress have consummated their marriage, without a doubt." Grandfather Fu was elated, leaning back against the headboard with a contented smile that quickly faded. That rascal, Xiao Heng, had lost his mother at an early age. Now, she could rest easy in the afterlife. The butler nodded but hesitated. "Sir, while the young mistress is indeed a fine girl, the Shen family is somewhat problematic. Mr. Shen has recently sought you out again, and I sent him away." Mr. Shen had persistently approached Grandfather Fu. His gaze darkened at the thought, yet he sighed. What can be done? Old Shen was kind to Xiao Heng's mother. Though he is gone, his son must still be aided. However, the current state of the Shen family is akin to a hopeless cause. No amount of assistance will suffice. The butler was incensed by this, remarking that they were insatiable. Having already secured 1 billion in financing from the Fu Group during their alliance, their current demands were excessive. As a longtime servant of Grandfather Fu, the butler could no longer tolerate the Shen family's demeanor. Their so-called alliance was merely an exploitation of the old man's loyalty. Grandfather Shen and Grandfather Fu shared a deep bond as old comrades in arms, with Grandfather Shen having once saved Fu Heng's mother. Had it not been for him, Fu Heng might never have been born. This connection fostered a sense of compassion in Grandfather Fu towards the Shen family. However, one cannot be so heartless and greedy. Even the butler found this unacceptable. Grandfather Fu waved his hand dismissively. This is supposed to be a joyous occasion. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. I wish to rest. Ultimately, the thought of cradling his great-grandchild brought him peace, allowing him to drift into slumber. The following day, Shen Xing Tong arrived at the studio, having just parked her Porsche, when she spotted her boss's BMW. As Qin Jinchuan exited his vehicle, he cast a glance in her direction, then at her Porsche. One might easily mistake Shen Xing Tong for the employer. Clearing her throat discreetly, she feigned composure and greeted Qin Jinchuan. "Good morning, Mr. Qin." His gaze towards her held a hint of admiration, and his voice was exceedingly courteous. Shen Xing Tong attempted a smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Qin Jinchuan turned and strode towards the elevator. Shen Xing Tong hurried to follow him. She was eager to inquire about the reason Fu Heng had given for her absence yesterday. She truly wished to know if it was as Fu Heng had suggested. Once inside the elevator, Qin Jinchuan could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked, "Miss Shen, are you and President Fu engaged in some clandestine dealings?" Shen Xing Tong paused her nail-picking gesture. Wasn't it precisely a clandestine affair? 150 million. Without thinking, she nodded, conceding to his insinuation. Qin Jinchuan wore a knowing expression, as if to say he had suspected the nature of her relationship with Fu Heng all along. Who was Fu Heng after all? Renowned in the capital circle for his cold demeanor and ascetic lifestyle, it seemed implausible that he would entertain friendships with women, let alone have an intimate connection. Miss Shen, I must say, I am genuinely impressed. I never imagined you could outmaneuver Mrs. Fu and capture President Fu's attention. Qin Jinchuan remarked. Shen Xing Tong raised an eyebrow, perplexed. No, you have it wrong. Mr. Fu is notoriously frugal, a true miser. This car was not a gift from him. Qin Jinchuan looked at her in disbelief. You are his woman, and yet he remains stingy? Chapter 75, Making a Name in High Society. Shen Xing Tong chose not to correct his misconceptions about her status, wagging her finger playfully. Indeed, he is quite stingy, even with his wife, let alone with me. His little mistress, wouldn't you agree? Just as she finished speaking, the elevator chimed open. Shen Xing Tong stepped out first, leaving Qin Jinchuan to ponder within the confines of the elevator. Indeed, being a woman associated with a powerful family was no easy feat. She still had to go out and work, all while potentially fending off any confrontations from Fu Heng's legitimate wife. Shen Xing Tong preferred to keep her true identity under wraps to avoid unnecessary complications. If her status as Mrs. Fu were to become public knowledge, given Qin Jinchuan's frequent dealings with the elite, it would only be a matter of time before her secret was revealed. Currently, Qin Jinchuan enjoyed a stellar reputation within high society, and affluent individuals were eager to enlist his studio as expertise for their architectural designs. She had even heard whispers that Qin Jinchuan intended to expand his studio and recruit additional designers. Of course, the studio's burgeoning reputation within elite circles was partly due to Chen Su's efforts. That sycophant had been vocally promoting the studio, causing a surge in bookings. And thus, word spread that Qin Jinchuan's studio was exceptional. Shen Xing Tong harbored some apprehension about Chen Su's overt displays, prompting her to advise him to adopt a more discreet approach. Consequently, Chen Su refrained from seeking more clients for Shen Xing Tong. Nonetheless, the reputation of Qin Jinchuan's studio had already begun to flourish. Shen Xing Tong sat in her office chair, opened her computer, and, rather than panicking, chose to indulge in a moment of leisure. To her surprise, as soon as she logged onto the chat application, a flurry of messages arrived from several individuals. Upon checking, she noticed messages from Liu Pei, Su Qingyue, Fu Heng, and even a long unheard from young male companion, touching the kiss mark on her neck. Shen Xing Tong clicked on Su Qingyue's message. Misfortunate egg yolk pie, I'm utterly doomed, help me, today has been even worse. Mountain monkeys, my bottom is the reedest, what happened? Did Fuyu torment you again? Misfortunate egg yolk pie, woman, this isn't a lawless land, put your pants on before talking to me. Mountain monkeys. My bottom is the reedest. I'm wearing a dress today, so what? My mother-in-law's family has come over. Damn it, a whole crowd in the living room. And I'm just sitting there, feeling so awkward, and Fuyu isn't even here. Shen Xing Tong understood. This poor child was truly in a predicament. Indeed, in-laws can be quite bothersome. Even if the Su family is esteemed, a large gathering can lead to overwhelming discomfort. Poor thing. Remain silent, stay composed. Whoever troubles you, just go mad. Out of boredom, Shen Xing Tong selected another individual from the remaining 3 contacts. She first glanced at Liu Pei's message, which merely inquired if she had completed the design drafts. She rolled her eyes and closed it. Next, she opened Fu Heng's chat box, where he had sent a succinct 2-word message, arrived. Shen Xing Tong sighed. It was clear she should not harbor excessive fantasies about this dogged male lead. She then opened the young male companion's chat. What are you doing? Indeed, the young male companion was far more entertaining. Mountain monkeys. My bottom is the reedest. It's been so long. Where have you been? I've been dreaming. Young male companion. Working and slacking off. What were you dreaming about? Mountain monkeys. My bottom is the reedest. Dreaming of my stingy husband chasing me with an iron rooster. Young male companion. Is your husband really that inept? Mountain monkeys. My bottom is the reedest. Well, his skills are mediocre at best. How about yours? Shen Xing Tong dared only to flirt lightly, wary of the consequences should Fu Heng discover her. If he did, she might find herself in dire straits, potentially missing out on opportunities next month. Therefore, she decided to restrain herself. Let's just forget it. I want to pursue this. We're still good friends who can talk about anything, right? The other party did not respond. Shen Xing Tong inwardly scoffed. Truly a pragmatic individual. Once she declared her disinterest, he ceased all communication. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Fu household was notably solemn. Grandfather Fu occupied the head of the table, his authorities still commanding. Su Qingyue sat nearby, striving to remain inconspicuous. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law, Su Lanxin, engaged in conversation with her parents. Su Lanxin's parents were both retired university professors, and while their elder daughter, Su Lanxin, had married into the Fu family, the younger had settled abroad long ago. Su Lanxin's mother, remarkably well-preserved, despite her hair being gray, bore no visible wrinkles upon her face. Su Lanxin's father, however, was not as affable. He had aged and sported a gleaming bald head, sitting in the living room with an air of someone eager to impart wisdom. He was admonishing Su Lanxin, saying, Ayu's leg has not yet healed. How could you let him run about recklessly? You truly lack responsibility. Ayu is my dear grandson, and he should be resting at home until he recovers. How can you act like this as a mother? In truth, Su's grandfather was simply missing his beloved grandson, Fu Yu, which prompted him to bring his wife along. Besides the couple, Fu Yu's second aunt, third aunt, and cousin were also present, all gathered in the room. Su Qingyue was now wishing they would finish their conversation quickly and take their leave. Fu Yu's cousin, feeling bored, approached Su Qingyue and said, "Sister-in-law." The young woman, in her early 20s, with an innocent face untouched by the world's complexities, gazed at Su Qingyue with curiosity. It was her first time meeting Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue had married Fu Yu quietly, only obtaining a marriage certificate without hosting a grand banquet. After all, Fu Yu had been rather gloomy at that time. And who would dare to throw a lavish celebration? She had previously heard from Su Lanxin that the daughter-in-law was quite beautiful and agreeable, albeit with a poor temper. Yuan Qiqi was even more intrigued. She leaned in closer to Su Qingyue and whispered, "Sister-in-law, did you know that my cousin was quite popular with girls back in high school?" Su Qingyue replied. And then? Su Qingyue thought. What does that have to do with me? She had no interest in Fu Yu's romantic history. The original narrative had not elaborated on Fu Yu's past relationships. After he got together with Xie Jiao, only she, Su Qingyue, the malicious supporting character, had been causing trouble. After all, he was the antagonist, the one who impeded the protagonists, and thus his love story was not extensively detailed. Those girls could not win over my cousin, let alone my cousin with a broken leg. How did you manage it? Yuan Qiqi was astounded. Impressive, she exclaimed, her voice rising a notch. Can I emulate you next time, sister-in-law? Her sudden outburst attracted the attention of the elders present. Emulate what? Yuan Qiqi's mother inquired, a second aunt of Fu Yu, who appeared amiable but furrowed her brow at her daughter's loudness. Su Qingyue's lips twitched in confusion, not understanding why the girl was so animated. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed at her, Yuan Qiqi quickly retracted her neck and sat down. Indeed, learning the courage of my sister-in-law is commendable. The second aunt shot her daughter a disapproving look. Su's grandfather then turned his attention to Su Qingyue. Having been preoccupied with scolding Su Lanxin, he had not paid much attention to Fu Yu's wife, and hearing that she had recently had a heated argument with Fu's father, his perception of Su Qingyue was tinged with bias. This girl seemed rather honest in appearance. Qingyue, you and Ayu have been married for some time now, haven't you? Su's grandfather asked. Unlike Fu's grandfather, who spoke with a smile, Su's grandfather's expression was stern, giving the impression that he was about to lecture. Su Qingyue silently cried for help in her heart and nodded, wishing to avoid leaving an impression of being disrespectful to her elders. She endeavored to remain silent and refrain from speaking. Grandfather Su's gaze fell upon her abdomen, and he let out a long sigh. You and Ayu, your relationship should be quite stable, shouldn't it? He inquired, his tone tinged with expectation. It would be best if it were. However, Grandfather Su had his own logic. As if he had not heard his daughter's words, he fixated his serious gaze on Su Qingyue. Our relationship is quite good, she replied. Is it? When do you plan to have children? Grandfather Su pressed on, demonstrating a persistence that surpassed even that of Grandfather Fu. Unable to sway her father, Su Lanxin could only cast a sympathetic glance at Su Qingyue. Before long, Su Qingyue found herself at the center of attention, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yaya is already carrying my child, a melodious male voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. This statement was akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, stunning everyone in the living room, including Su Qingyue herself. Su Qingyue thought to herself, if she were truly that remarkable, why would she be troubled? After countless nights spent with Fu Yu, each time filled with anticipation as she tested for early pregnancy, she had been met with disappointment. Yet she could not harbor too many illusions about Fu Yu. After all, the man might not be as capable as one would hope. Her eyes questioned, what are you up to? Fu Yu's wheelchair had been pushed into the living room by the butler. Upon hearing those words, the butler's astonishment was unmistakable. What is going on? Has the young master really? Or is it that the young mistress is expecting? The butler glanced at Grandfather Fu, who did not exhibit the excitement one might expect. His demeanor was as calm as ever, his expression inscrutable, even harboring a hint of skepticism towards Fu Yu. Is it true? Su Lanxin, still in shock, immediately turned to Fu Yu. He greeted the relatives present and called Su Qingyue over. Yaya, come here. Su Qingyue rose mechanically and approached him. Fu Yu took her hand, seemingly gauging the warmth of her palm. Satisfied to find it warm, the man's brows relaxed. Seeing Fu Yu's resolute demeanor, everyone began to believe him. Only Grandfather Fu let out a soft snort, unconvinced. If this news were true, why hadn't the servants informed him? This rascal, Fu Yu, had always been unpredictable, and now he dared to use Su Qingyue's supposed pregnancy as a topic of conversation. Grandfather Fu snorted several times. Yet the others remained enraptured by the shocking revelation, oblivious to Grandfather Fu's expression. After her moment of astonishment, Su Lanxin suddenly broke into a proud smile. See? I told you my son and daughter-in-law are impressive. They had outshone Fu Heng and Shen Xing Tong effortlessly. The next time she crossed paths with Shen Xing Tong, She would surely have the upper hand and mock her with pride. Feeling a bit perplexed, she asked, "Why lie about this?" The man remained silent, lifting his gaze to fixate on her, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes, as if he had found a target. Su Qingyue, puzzled, inquired, "What target?" Fu Yu's voice was gentle, yet carried a profound depth, the target of having a baby. Su Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. For a fleeting moment, Su Qingyue almost believed that Fu Yu was privy to her innermost thoughts. Her aim was to exchange pregnancy for a substantial sum of 150 million.
Yet,
A sense of unease washed over her. How could Fu Yu possibly know? This was a significant secret shared only between her and Shen Xing Tong. Fu Yu gently grasped her small hand within his palm, caressing it tenderly, his voice soft. "This way, you won't escape, right?" Su Qingyue's pupils dilated sharply, her heart constricting. The anxiety of feeling as though her intentions had been laid bare gripped her heart tightly. She forced a smile. "What are you talking about? Why would I run away? You are my dearest husband. After all the effort I've put in to finally see the light, why would I leave?" That dastardly villain was being overly sensitive, wasn't he? Surely, she had never mentioned anything about fleeing to Fu Yu. What on earth? Fu Yu lowered his gaze, meticulously toying with her fingers, caressing each one as if he were handling a delicate doll. "Who knows?" he replied cryptically. Su Qingyue felt her mind racing. She was anxious. If not for the need to feign calmness before Fu Yu, she would have dashed to call Shen Xing Tong immediately. With a smile, she suggested, "Let us work on having a baby then." As if thinking a child could bind her to him was a fanciful notion. The villain was rather naive. Internally, Su Qingyue was in turmoil, yet her expression remained remarkably composed. How adorable a baby would be. If only it inherited his looks and her temperament, that would be splendid. Only then did Fu Yu cease his playful antics with her hand, lifting his gaze to hers, his peach blossom eyes fixated on her, sparkling with a glimmer reminiscent of stars, a light that embodied joy. He seemed easily pleased, as he was now evidently elated. "So, let us begin our efforts tonight," Fu Yu proclaimed. Chapter 77. In case of a failed escape. Tonight? Efforts? Su Qingyue's mind was a tangled mess, her lips twitching involuntarily. What efforts? Ultimately, it was she who would be striving, while he merely lounged in comfort. How could he dare to speak those words? The corners of Fu Yu's lips curled into a deeper smile. "What's wrong, dear? Are you unwilling?" Su Qingyue realized that whenever Fu Yu intended to drive onto the highway, she found herself utterly defenseless.
oh,
By the way, she focused on his legs, her eyes brightening. "Tomorrow is the day for Grandpa Zhao's follow-up appointment. I'll accompany you to the hospital." She, too, wished to enjoy herself. She had no desire to engage in futile endeavors. Fu Yu appeared to understand her intent, placing her small hand to his lips.
all right.
"You will accompany me to the hospital tomorrow." Dr. Zhao would be at the hospital for consultations, and thus unable to visit the Fu residence. Su Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, may this fellow's legs recover swiftly. She was quite exhausted from tending to him. "Sister, come over and have fun. My husband is not home. Tonight I belong to you." Shen Xing Tong sighed, likely caught up in some intimate rendezvous with that villain Fu Yu. Forgetting her loyalty, she changed into different attire to join Grandpa Fu, as the Su family had already departed. Grandpa Fu beamed with delight upon seeing Shen Xing Tong. "Xing Tong has arrived." Shen Xing Tong glanced around the living room, where the servants were diligently engaged in cleaning and disinfecting. This was the custom of the Fu family, whenever guests arrived or departed. The premises required thorough sanitation. Grandfather Fu was seated in the tea room, gazing at the chessboard before him, a smile of contentment gracing his features. "What have you been busy with today?" he inquired. Shen Xing Tong took a seat and replied, "Not much, just a stroll through the mall. It was rather dull."
Ah, Xing Tong.
"Do you find yourself feeling quite bored at home?" Grandfather Fu's sudden question set off alarm bells in Shen Xing Tong's mind. Could he have discerned something? Although Grandfather Fu's spies were ever watchful, she had been diligently leaving early and returning late, and after initial inquiries from Aunt Lee, she had taken to citing card games as her excuse, prompting Aunt Lee to cease her questions. Grandfather Fu was astute. It would not be easy to deceive him. "Fortunately, I have made quite a few card-playing friends recently," Shen Xing Tong said, forcing a smile. "If you truly find it tedious, I could arrange for you to join the Fu group and work alongside Fu Heng." Shen Xing Tong was taken aback, uncertain if she had misheard, and scrutinized Grandfather Fu's expression more closely. "But isn't it the case that the Fu family does not permit women to work?" she ventured cautiously. Grandfather Fu chuckled. "It's not that we forbid it. Rather, it is frowned upon. After all, if the men of the Fu family cannot even provide for their own wives, they are unworthy of being called Fu men." "So that was the reasoning?" Shen Xing Tong opened her mouth in surprise. I see you are indeed bored. It would be no trouble for you to take on an executive position at the Fu Group. Your grandfather will support you. A vision of herself as a high-ranking executive at the Fu Group flashed through Shen Xing Tong's mind, standing in the president's office reporting to Fu Heng. The image was breathtaking, almost too wonderful to contemplate. Perhaps not, grandfather. I believe I am quite content as I am. Being a designer suits me well, and I have no plans to change jobs. The thought of jumping to the Fu Group felt akin to leaping into a den of wolves. Should a divorce occur, she would find herself entangled with Fu Heng yet again, and that was unacceptable. Grandfather Fu, sensing her disinterest, shifted the topic. Very well then. By the way, there is an auction this Friday. I am too old to attend, and Fu Heng will not be home. As the wife of the heir to the Fu Group, you should go. He emphasized, bid on anything you desire. Your grandfather will cover it. Do not be afraid. Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grandfather was exceedingly generous. If only Fu Heng could learn from his grandfather's liberality. She truly adored this facet of his character. When might Fu Heng shower her with such affluence? Grandfather, am I to attend alone? You may invite Qinghua if you wish. Bid as you please. As the young mistress of the Fu family, you should indulge in luxurious spending. A surge of emotion welled up within Shen Xing Tong, nearly bringing her to tears. Being the granddaughter-in-law of Grandfather Fu was the most blissful existence imaginable. If only he could swap his two grandsons for ordinary individuals, rather than the protagonists and antagonists of novels, it would be perfect. At this moment, Shen Xing Tong was still engrossed in her design sketches when her phone emitted two notifications. Upon checking, she discovered that her best friend had once again changed her name. Was this girl truly working so diligently at such a late hour? Indeed. Her efforts were a remarkable contribution to the future of humanity. Thea, your husband truly spares no effort against you. You never studied this hard for the college entrance examination. Did you? How amusing. During the exam period, Su Qinghua was always tucked in bed by midnight. There was no way she would be working until 2 in the morning. Impressive. Dan Huangpai had passed away, leaving only the ashes behind. Don't even mention it. I've been so unlucky lately. Today, Fu Yu is particularly outrageous, damn it. How can I ever meet his expectations? It drives me mad. The Miss Dan Huangpai continued. Let me tell you, Fu Yu did something quite remarkable today. She relayed to Shen Xing Tong the incident where Fu Yu had lied about being pregnant, adding that he intended to bind the baby to her to prevent her from fleeing. Do you think Fu Yu, being such a sensitive man, has sensed our desire to escape? Shen Xing Tong pondered. Perhaps he suspects you, not me. After all, she harbored no intentions of fleeing. With a pact in hand with Fu Heng, she felt secure. However, Su Qingyue's situation with the antagonist was quite different. It was indeed challenging to convince Fu Yu to let go. Fu Yu, the villain, is utterly unlikable, she remarked, before swiftly concluding their conversation. Shen Xing Tong gazed at her phone screen, lost in thought. Would their escape truly be successful? Su Qingyue's words served as a reminder. It seemed prudent to prepare meticulously. It was better to be safe than sorry. Should they fail, it would be a disgraceful calamity, making a second attempt exceedingly difficult. Fu Heng would likely not pursue her. But Fu Yu would not be so lenient with Su Qingyue. The following day, Su Qingyue accompanied Fu Yu to the hospital. After Grandfather Zhao examined Fu Yu's leg and inquired about specific sensations, Su Qingyue stood quietly behind the wheelchair, casting a discreet glance at Fu Yu's leg. He no longer appeared as emaciated as before. The dark aura that once surrounded him had diminished significantly, rendering him quite handsome. Fu Yu's legs were long, straight, and fair, albeit lacking in muscle tone due to insufficient exercise. Yes, he replied. In truth, the previous night, while Su Qingyue was asleep, he had attempted to stand up. He discovered that he could walk. However, after such a prolonged absence from the ground, the sensation of his feet touching the floor felt astonishingly foreign, making walking somewhat challenging. Yet, he was aware that he was improving, that he was on the road to recovery. Grandfather Zhao observed Fu Yu's expression, a knowing look crossing his face as he swiftly jotted notes in the medical record. Curiosity piqued, Su Qinghue leaned closer to see what conclusion Grandfather Zhao had reached. The result read, recovery is progressing well. Rehabilitation is required. Su Qinghue gasped, yes, recovering? Recovering indeed. If he were truly on the mend, why had she felt so utterly exhausted last night? Grandfather Zhao smiled gently, turning to Su Qingyue and said, you may cease the medication. You shall provide him with massages. Acupuncture must not be interrupted. Additionally, assist him with rehabilitation. He needs to stand from the wheelchair and train to walk. Su Qingyue's heart swelled with joy. This was splendid news. She would no longer be the unfortunate little girl. If Fu Yu, the antagonist, could recover, then her happiness would be restored. It became evident that physical labor was indeed ill-suited for her. She ought to encourage Fu Yu to engage in more strenuous activities to enhance his physical fitness. Fu Yu cast his gaze down at his legs and then back up at Su Qingyue, noticing the genuine twinkle of joy in her eyes. Was she truly happy for his recovery? At that moment, warmth flooded his heart. Su Qingyue was like a beam of sunlight piercing through the darkness of his days. The garden had been meticulously tended by the servants, and as it stood empty, Su Qingyue rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Seeing her excitement, Fu Yu found it somewhat amusing. Yeah, what do you wish to do in broad daylight? Su Qingyue clenched her teeth. Of course, I am here to help you. Help me? His gaze deepened, implying a more mischievous intent. Su Qingyue nearly stumbled, her eyes flashing with both anger and embarrassment as she glared at him. What on earth was this man thinking? Even in daylight, he was preoccupied with such thoughts. Truly hopeless. Fu Yu raised his head, so it is not? His tone carried a hint of regret. Su Qingyue gritted her teeth. Not at all. We are here for rehabilitation. I will assist you in walking. Fu Yu looked at her in surprise. Now? What was he pretending for? Grandfather Zhao had been quite clear. Did he not wish to recover swiftly? Indeed.
Fu Yu.
Do you not desire to stand up sooner? Standing tall with a commanding presence in the business world is essential. Furthermore, once you move freely, you can confront those who have belittled you, infuriating them. Would that not be splendid? Su Qingyue's excitement grew as she fervently motivated Fu Yu. He was more aware than she of what standing from the wheelchair represented and the immense benefits it would bestow upon him. Yet, a thought lingered. If he were to recover, would Su Qingyue still look at him with such unwavering devotion? The man suddenly realized he could feel jealousy towards anyone, even towards his own legs. Yeah, you are right. He paused for 2 seconds before extending his hand towards Su Qingyue. Help me up. Su Qingyue's heart raced with exhilaration as she stepped forward, grasping his hand. Take it slowly. We are not in a hurry. I will accompany you in practicing walking every day. The prospect of recovery thrilled her. Soon, she would be the one enjoying a leisurely evening. Su Qingyue refrained from voicing her inner thoughts, believing that expressing the concern due to an antagonist was warranted. Upon hearing her promise of daily companionship, Fu Yu's lips curled into a smile. Su Qingyue held his hand tightly, watching as he slowly rose from the wheelchair, excitement illuminating her small eyes. Fu Yu, you are incredible. Yes, take your time. Let us not rush. Su Qingyue embodied an encouraging educational approach. She contemplated that if she were to have a child in the future and had to educate them alone, she would always adopt an encouraging approach. She detested oppressive methods of education. In the past, while at the Su household, she had often been subjected to such suppression. And after discovering her true identity as a faux heiress, the resultant feelings of inferiority had intensified, a clear instance of emotional manipulation. The man before her stood at an imposing height of 187 centimeters, a weight she could scarcely bear.
And then,
Both of them tumbled onto the grass. With Fu Yu landing atop her, Su Qingyue became a human cushion, her teeth clenched in frustration. Why didn't you warn me before you fell?
I'm sorry.
It's my fault. My legs gave out. I couldn't control it. Of course, this was a feigned excuse. Su Qingyue, unaware, noticed his gaze darkening, the corners of his mouth that had previously been uplifted now drooping, indicating genuine sorrow. What she had intended to blame him for morphed into, I don't blame you. It's the uneven grass that caused your fall. Fu Yu chuckled at her words. How adorable she was. He leaned closer to Su Qingyue, his laughter radiating joy, to the extent that she could feel a gentle tremor against her chest. She couldn't help but fixate on Fu Yu's smiling face. I must say, the villain indeed has a charming smile, dispelling any gloom and exuding a hint of a sunny boyish charm. This man embodies a plethora of contradictions. After indulging in laughter, Fu Yu lowered his gaze and noticed her staring at him. His eyes softened. As the woman beneath him slightly parted her lips, her round, sparkling eyes gazed at him without blinking, reflecting a hint of infatuation. Her lips were full, which he found particularly appealing to kiss. The sunlight caressed her face, amplifying her adorableness.
Wife.
Why on earth was he calling her that so sweetly? I want to kiss you, the man declared. Su Qingyue was momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend. Before she could gather her thoughts, Fu Yu had already leaned down to kiss her. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted.
Oh, dear.
Following that, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Old Fu, you rascal, well done. Broad daylight, in your own garden.
Ha ha ha, typical of the youth.
Upon hearing the banter of several older gentlemen, Su Qingyue froze momentarily. Fu Yu had merely brushed his lips against hers, but upon hearing his grandfather and the other elders, he promptly lifted himself off Su Qingyue. She scrambled to her feet as well, only to find Grandpa Fu and several elderly men staring intently at them, some of whom seemed eager to munch on sunflower seeds as spectators. Grandpa Fu's face flushed with embarrassment. In his many years of life, he had never encountered such a situation. His grandson, who had always been somewhat unruly, had now crossed the line.
Grandpa.
Don't you know that the more thrilling it is outside, the more fun it becomes? Chapter 79. At his core, he is a rogue. The collective age of the elderly gentlemen present could easily surpass 500 years, yet they were left flustered by Fu Yu's words. Even Su Qingyue, who prided herself on her thick skin, could not maintain her composure, her cheeks flushed a deep scarlet. Could Fu Yu not refrain from speaking so recklessly? In the beginning, Fu Yu did not speak in such a manner. Back then, he would often remark that others were courting death. Has he truly reverted to his former self, the state before he was confined to a wheelchair? Indeed, the ever-misguided second young Master Fu. Su Qingyue circled to the back of Fu Yu's wheelchair, pinching the nape of his neck. Could he refrain from speaking so recklessly? When Fu Yu felt the small hand gripping him, his expression faltered slightly, and he fell silent. Grandpa Fu cleared his throat discreetly and turned to his group of friends, suggesting they adjourn to the carp pond for tea. With that, he led the entourage away. As they departed, Grandpa Fu cast a disapproving glance at his grandson in the wheelchair. Truly, what a mischievous lad. Seeing her grandfather leave with his friends, Su Qingyue sighed in relief and finally released her grip on Fu Yu. Darling, aren't you going to practice walking? How had she never noticed how mischievous Fu Yu could be? Oh no, Fu Yu was inherently the antagonist, a rogue at heart. When Shen Xing Tong handed the design blueprint to Lu Pei, her demeanor had grown somewhat aloof. Recently, Lu Pei had been incessantly messaging her about the progress of the design, but she had chosen to ignore him entirely. Had this been any other client, they would undoubtedly have lodged a complaint against her as a designer. However, Shen Xing Tong understood Lu Pei well. He would never complain. If he truly did, it would transcend the mere issue of the design's timely completion. Lately, despite her silence, he had sought her out. At that moment in the reception room, Lu Pei set down his coffee cup. Taking the blueprint from her, he noted her icy expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Xing Tong, have I offended you? Shen Xing Tong replied with a businesslike tone, no. I am merely speaking to you with a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. Is there something wrong? Do you have any objections? Lu Pei appeared somewhat exasperated, shaking his head as he glanced down at the design. I don't know what you intend to achieve, but this delay is also affecting your renovation schedule. She kindly reminded him. Given her current workload, she did not particularly need Lu Pei's project. Realizing he had irritated her, Lu Pei, having known her since childhood, was well aware of how to tread carefully, particularly after witnessing her fury in the past, where she could go an entire week or even half a year refusing to acknowledge him. No matter how much he tried to appease or apologize, he understood her limits. Lu Pei set the blueprint down. It's fine, let us proceed as is. Shen Xing Tong raised her gaze. The beauty of her eyes did not waver at his acquiescence. She scrutinized Lu Pei closely to ensure he was not jesting. This design blueprint was entirely based on the architecture of the Lu family's former residence. After the house was sold, the new owners had long since renovated it. Shen Xing Tong nodded, stating, very well. Xing Tong, I've heard that President Fu is on another business trip. You seem well informed, Shen Xing Tong replied with a light scoff. Narrowing her eyes, she added, you're quite concerned about my husband. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you? Lu Pei's lips twitched in silent disbelief. Could she possibly concoct more absurdities? It was evident that he had not come merely to discuss the design, but rather to delve into personal matters with her. Recently, a new dessert shop has opened. Would you care to try it? I can take you there. Just as Shen Xing Tong was about to decline, the door to the reception room was suddenly pushed open. Sister-in-law, Chun Su appeared out of nowhere. He hurriedly opened the door, his anxious demeanor reminiscent of an ant on a hot pan, having eavesdropped for quite some time outside. The other employees of the Jinchuan studio had informed him that there were other guests in the reception room, advising him to come back later. Upon hearing this, Chun Su immediately deduced that it must be that vixen. His brother Heng had previously cautioned him to behave well and not allow a man surnamed Lu to disturb a sister-in-law at the studio. Indeed, Heng had gained experience in fending off rivals in love. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? Shen Xing Tong was taken aback by Chun Su's sudden appearance. Chun Su had no time to explain. He turned and glared fiercely at Lu Pei. Have you finished that order? My sister-in-law is about to assist me in designing a house. Upon saying this, his expression abruptly froze.
Odd.
This man seemed somewhat familiar. Chun Su glanced again at Lu Pei's face, which was elegant and refined, exuding a sense of righteousness. Suddenly, he recalled who this vixen was, his sister Chen Xuanyan's recent infatuation. The bedside table, the walls, the wallpaper on his phone and computer, all were adorned with this man. No wonder Liu Pei looked so familiar. He was indeed a vixen, captivating both his sister and his sister-in-law. Anger surged within him, and he felt an urge to confront him. You need not be in such a hurry, young Master Chen. My order is not yet completely finalized, Liu Pei remarked, seemingly oblivious to Chen Su's hostility as he turned to Shen Xing Tong. Xing Tong, the pastry chef, there is Lisa. With that, Liu Pei stood to take his leave. Chen Su scoffed from the side. What Lisa? I could just as well say it was the Buddha who opened it. This fellow is quite peculiar. He then ingratiatingly addressed Shen Xing Tong, sister-in-law. Pay him no mind. He is merely looking for trouble. You mustn't he fall for his tricks. At this moment, however, Shen Xing Tong was scarcely listening to Chen Su. The name Lisa was all too familiar to her. She remembered a girl who had abruptly transferred to her high school, a mixed-race beauty. Coincidentally, this girl named Lisa had later gone abroad, reportedly becoming quite close to Liu Pei, both residing in the United States. During their school years, Shen Xing Tong had shared a good relationship with Liu Pei, but since Lisa's arrival, she had always inserted herself between Shen Xing Tong and Liu Pei, appearing to befriend her while harboring ulterior motives. Shen Xing Tong was no fool. She merely found it unnecessary to shatter this thin veneer of pretense. If someone wanted to engage in a secret crush, that was their business, not hers. Sister-in-law, who is this Lisa? Are her desserts truly delectable? If so, I shall place an order for you. Chen Su mused that, after all, the expense for the desserts would be covered by his brother Heng, which was quite reasonable. No need. I do not have a penchant for sweets. By the way, young Master Chen, your design plans have yet to be completed, so. Chen Su hastily waved his hand. No rush. Take your time with the design. Do not feel pressured. He smiled broadly, emphasizing, I specifically extended the submission deadline to 3 months from now. In this way, he could seek credit from Heng. Liu Pei. That vixen has no chance of having his sister-in-law design the house for the next 3 months. He truly is a little genius. Chapter 80 concludes, and it seems that Brother Liu is out of luck. Shen Xing Tong finally managed to send Chen Su away and picked up her phone to discuss Lisa with Su Qingyue. She couldn't be bothered to dwell on Chen Su's inexplicable appearance, knowing that such obsequiousness must have originated from Fu Heng's orders. The message from Dan Huangbai reads, Goodness. That man Cha has unexpectedly appeared and even opened a dessert shop. Given Liu Pei's current demeanor, it appears he still has ties to that man. Manshan Hosey remarked, It doesn't matter, I have no interest in their connections. Shen Xing Tong was not only disinterested, but soon cast the matter aside, forgetting it entirely. By Friday, Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue arrived at the auction venue. The exquisite gowns they wore had been prepared by the butler at the behest of Grandpa Fu. Su Qingyue's was lively and playful, while Shen Xing Tong's was elegant and dignified. When the sisters made their entrance, the venue was already abuzz with excitement. As the 2 young madams of the Fu family, they were naturally granted the finest seats. Moreover, 2 rows of impeccably handsome and statuesque attendants flanked them.
Su Qingyue,
Unable to contain her excitement, tugged at Shen Xing Tong's arm. Oh my, we actually have this kind of treatment? Shen Xing Tong, witnessing her enthusiasm, felt compelled to clarify. You don't think this is arranged by the auction organizers, do you? Su Qingyue replied. Then what else could it be? Of course, I paid for it. Her mouth agape in shock. She suddenly burst into laughter after several seconds. Why are you laughing so smugly? Shen Xing Tong noticed the curious gazes from those around them and quickly pinched Su Qingyue. This sister of hers, once let loose, was utterly oblivious to her surroundings, basking in her own delight. Though Su Qingyue winced from the pinch, she still wore a lovesick smile. Tong Tong, you are so wonderful. You're actually willing to order handsome men for me, sob sob. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears of gratitude. Shen Xing Tong gently pressed down on her little head, whispering, In any case, Grandpa Fu said he would cover all expenses tonight. Su Qingyue emitted a few whimpers, and upon hearing that Grandpa Fu was footing the bill, her sobs were abruptly stifled. Sister, you are quite bold. If Grandpa finds out you're ordering handsome men, won't he be furious? Shen Xing Tong smirked. What are you thinking? I'm just ordering the attendants to serve us tea, nothing more. The emphasis on the phrase nothing more was unmistakable. There was no fault in her words. Su Qingyue murmured in agreement. Right, we can at least look and enjoy the view. The 2 sisters, seated in the best positions, were further elevated by the presence of the attendants, piquing the curiosity of the prominent figures surrounding them. It's you too. A woman's voice called from behind the sisters. As they were engaged in conversation, they turned to face her. As they settled into their seats, initially unaware of the presence behind them, they soon noticed a striking blonde woman adorned with heavy makeup, her mixed heritage features rendering her conspicuous amidst the crowd. Su Qingyue paused momentarily, while Shen Xing Tong maintained an expression of utter indifference. What a coincidence. You are here for the auction as well? The woman inquired with a smile. Internally, Shen Xing Tong scoffed several times. This was Lisa. After many years apart, her demeanor had transformed significantly. Had it not been for that distinctly mixed-race visage, Shen Xing Tong might have completely forgotten this individual. When Lisa spoke, her tone was brimming with arrogance, inciting Su Qingyue's ire. Which affluent individual did you latch onto to gain entry here? How laughable, truly unaware of the audacity to criticize others. Su Qingyue's temperament had evidently remained unchanged over the years. Lisa, with a teasing smile, eventually directed her gaze towards Shen Xing Tong. She showed little interest in Su Qingyue, her fixation on Shen Xing Tong unwavering. After years of separation, Lisa had to concede that Shen Xing Tong was still the most radiant presence in the room. Shen Xing Tong's beauty was such that she effortlessly commanded attention wherever she went. If it were Shen Xing Tong, she would never stoop to such depths. This self-serving woman would never make such sacrifices. Shen Xing Tong lightly clicked her tongue, noting that Lisa's face could not conceal her tribulations over the years. The mention of Lu Pei elicited an unmistakable blush on her countenance. Su Qingyue, observing this, leaned closer to Shen Xing Tong and whispered, "All right. You can pass on your brother Lu. He's no longer clean." Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched slightly. Her connection with Lu Pei had always been tenuous at best. With a dismissive huff, she replied, "Yeah, ignore her." Su Qingyue nodded in agreement, relieved to have moved past the green tea drama, only to encounter another man St. Which was truly unfortunate. At that moment, Lu Pei happened to arrive at their row. He initially intended to ask Lisa if there was anything she wished to bid on, but his gaze froze upon spotting Shen Xing Tong in the front row. Xing Tong? It made sense. In such a setting, how could the Fu family not be invited? With Fu Heng away on business, it was only natural that Lady Shen would attend. Su Qingyue leaned closer to Shen Xing Tong and remarked, "Well, he's out of luck." Shen Xing Tong pinched her leg, questioning, "What are you saying?" Even if all the men in the world perished, leaving only Lu Pei, she could never feel a spark with him. If there had been any feelings, they would have surfaced long ago, rather than waiting until now. Su Qingyue winced from the pinch and silently cursed, "Woman, you are playing with fire. Be careful not to be too smug. I might pinch you again," she retorted. "All right. I concede. Let us not stoop to the level of the foolish, shall we?" Su Qingyue, understanding the situation, gently shook Shen Xing Tong's arm. At that moment, the auction commenced, and the host summoned the first item to be presented. As the crimson cloth was unveiled, the lights illuminated the gem, dazzling and captivating, drawing gasps from those attending an auction for the first time. The host, witnessing the astonishment, smiled and began the introduction. This sapphire, emblematic of eternal love, has been crafted into a necklace inspired by the theme of affection by the renowned designer X. Gentlemen present may wish to capture this moment to present it to the women who hold their hearts. Behind them, Lisa grasped Lu Pei's arm and exclaimed, "Ah Pei, I desire this. Please purchase it for me." Chapter 81. The Mysterious Individual, a Great Misunderstanding. Su Qingyue was prickled by the woman's coy voice, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. She leaned toward Shen Xing Tong and whispered, "When did she transform from a robust tea to a delicate one?" Shen Xing Tong shrugged. Perhaps the delicate persona proves more advantageous. However, Lu Pei could only see Shen Xing Tong's silhouette and the elegant curve of her neck, unable to discern her expression. Lu Pei pressed his lips together and stated, "If you desire it, I can purchase it for you." His voice rose slightly as he spoke. Given the proximity of their seats, Shen Xing Tong naturally heard him. Su Qingyue grimaced, "Why do I feel he is deliberately addressing you?" Shen Xing Tong nonchalantly shrugged, "Let him be. If you wish to buy something, let us bid for it. With Grandpa Fu backing us, why should we concern ourselves with others' intentions? The priority now is to buy. Shen Xing Tong's words sparked a realization in Su Qingyue, who immediately straightened her posture. "You are right. Purchasing is of utmost importance. Moreover, it wasn't their own money being spent. The sapphire had already reached a bid of 30 million. 50 million, Lu Pei interjected suddenly, raising the stakes and attracting curious glances from the crowd. Shen Xing Tong initially had little interest in the sapphire, but upon searching on her phone, she discovered that this sapphire necklace had once adorned a European princess, symbolizing unwavering love. Presently, a collector in Western Europe was willing to pay handsomely for it. Suddenly, Shen Xing Tong raised her bidding paddle. 60 million. Lisa, in the back, exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Xing Tong, are you intentionally pitting us against each other?" She was incensed, tugging at Lu Pei's hand. "Ah Pei," outbid her. Lu Pei frowned, disliking her affected demeanor. At least Lisa had seemed quite normal before the auction. Now she appeared as if possessed by a dramatic spirit. It was not for Lisa's sake that he raised the bid. Yet Lisa had evidently become overly excited. "I'll pay. You truly are the best to me." Her self-satisfied expression earned her a look of disdain from Liu Pei. He had only agreed to accompany Lisa to the auction as a favor, and seeing Shen Xing Tong's indifferent demeanor inspired him to attract her attention. Shen Xing Tong narrowed her eyes, contemplating whether the sapphire warranted further price elevation. Even though it had been worn by the royal family, it should not be excessively overpriced. Otherwise, selling it to the collector would not be advantageous. The collector had not specified how much he would pay. Thus, she raised her hands in resignation. "Never mind. You may have it." Just as Liu Pei's eyes flickered and he was about to speak, the host announced, "Ah, a mysterious buyer has placed a bid of 100 million for this sapphire." Lisa attempted once more to tug at Liu Pei's sleeve, yet this time, he deftly evaded her grasp. "Let it go, Lisa," he said, his words falling like a bucket of cold water over her. In that fleeting moment, Lisa pondered whether Liu Pei's outrageous bidding was merely an act of defiance against Shen Xing Tong, rather than a gesture directed towards her. The host exuberantly announced that the sapphire had been purchased, congratulating the buyer. Whispers arose from the crowd behind her. Who would spend 100 million on a mere necklace? It hardly seems worth that much. One remarked. Perhaps it's a wealthy patron trying to impress a woman. After all, it once adorned the Western European royalty, so its value is undeniable. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of regret. What a pity it would be if it were sold to a collector. She and Su Qingyue could have reaped a substantial sum, an ideal fund for their future escape. Su Qingyue remained silent, disinterested in such jewelry. Hence her mild astonishment when Shen Xing Tong placed her bid. Soon after, the next item was presented on stage. The second treasure was an unnamed debut piece titled Home by a mysterious painter. As the host's words concluded, the red cloth was lifted, plunging the audience into silence. From the host's introduction, it was clear that no one was intrigued by this obscure artist's initial offering. However, the moment the cloth was removed, waves of emotion surged in Shen Xing Tong's eyes. Su Qingyue gasped inwardly. "Oh my goodness, that's Shen Xing Tong's debut work." Strikingly, the painting titled Home depicted not parents or siblings, nor grandparents, but the silhouettes of two girls. It was a representation of Shen Xing Tong and herself. This piece had vanished during the tumultuous fallout with the Shen family. They had confiscated all her paintings, claiming they had been destroyed, urging her to relinquish her unrealistic dreams and to obediently fulfill her role as the Shen family's young lady, assuring her that her passion for painting would not be suppressed. This was the only interest she had not been stripped of, earned through her art in the study. Shen Xing Tong had never contemplated the fate of those paintings. Given her father's formidable nature, she assumed they had been destroyed. Never could she have anticipated that one would resurface at an auction, especially at such a prestigious event. Embarrassed, she found herself awkwardly grounding her toes. She was relieved that the painting depicted two girls from behind, their faces unseen. The artwork, albeit abstract, included a multitude of bodyguards standing in the background, forming a protective wall around the girls. At that moment, 2 rows of attendants stood beside the young ladies of the Fu family, rendering the painting somewhat more literal. Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Tong Tong, that's your painting. Your debut." Su Qingyue exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I must buy this. I must." Shen Xing Tong covered her face with her hands, feeling a sense of humiliation. Yet, Su Qingyue seemed unfazed by any embarrassment. She and Shen Xing Tong both believed that their home should be like this. 2 individuals relying on each other, liberated from the Shen and Su families, living life on their own terms. There were no constraints, no entanglements, only their own carefree existence. Su Qingyue understood that the significance of this painting was particularly profound. Shen Xing Tong did not dissuade Su Qingyue. She thought that the artwork would hardly fetch a high price, especially since the prominent figures present seemed uninterested, their expressions indifferent. Su Qingyue was the first to raise her paddle, declaring, "I bid 1 million. She then quietly asked Shen Xing Tong, "Tong Tong, are you satisfied with this price?" Shen Xing Tong felt a slight touch of emotion. Yeah. Does this painting truly hold such value in your eyes? She had anticipated it might sell for a few thousand at most. It was an abstract piece, and aside from her and Su Qingyue, who could grasp its meaning? However, at that moment, the host announced, "Oh, a mysterious bidder has entered the fray," with a bid of 10 million. Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue exchanged bewildered glances. Which fool is this? Is it truly necessary? Chapter 82. A gift from Mr.
Fu tu merece. Fu.
Su Qingyue muttered softly, "That mysterious bidder certainly has a unique taste." To think this painting could reach 10 million is something neither of us had ever contemplated. Lisa, having overheard Su Qingyue's excited remarks about Shen Xing Tong, could no longer contain her disdain and mockingly said, "What kind of painting is this? It lacks any level of sophistication. I truly cannot comprehend why someone would wish to purchase it." She turned to Lu Pei, asking, "Isn't that right?" To her surprise, Lu Pei raised his paddle as well, offering a staggering 50 million. The host, microphone in hand, excitedly proclaimed this, drawing everyone's attention to Shen Xing Tong's position. Meanwhile, in a more concealed area, Chen Su, upon hearing someone bid 50 million against his brother, immediately stood to see who dared to challenge him. As he glanced over, it was easy to notice Shen Xing Tong, especially as the bidding fervor escalated, capturing everyone's gaze. Behind Shen Xing Tong sat Lu Pei. Chen Su, infuriated, plopped back down, cursing, "Brother Heng, it's that vixen Lu Pei. How dare he? Let's throw money at him. How can he have the audacity to sit behind our sister-in-law?" The man beside him, shrouded in shadows, had half of his face obscured, accentuating the sharpness of his features. Fu Heng remained silent, fingers lightly pinching the prayer beads on his wrist, his deep-set eyes narrowing, emanating an icy glare. Chen Su, reveling in the drama, was taken aback when he saw his brother lift the paddle again, this time bidding 100 million. Chen Su stared in astonishment at Fu Heng. "Brother Heng, does this painting hold such significance for you?" Fu Heng replied languidly, "Not particularly."
Chen Su, Papa.
"Who is she, if not obvious?" "It's sister-in-law. If it weren't for that vixen Lu Pei, sister-in-law wouldn't have been unable to secure that sapphire." At this moment, Fu Heng remarked that the painting held no significance, yet one must ponder why he would invest a considerable sum in a piece that seemingly possesses no depth, technique, or collectible value. The artist's handiwork was evidently that of an amateur, with an exceedingly juvenile style, leaving one to wonder what his brother was truly after. Naturally, Fu Heng would not disclose to Chen Su that he recognized at first glance that this was a work by Shen Xing Tong. Shen Xing Tong, upon hearing the host on stage inquire, 100 million, "Does anyone wish to raise the bid, ladies and gentlemen?" found herself utterly stunned. Su Qingyue covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Goodness, does this person have so much money to spare?" Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched in disbelief, contemplating if they were simply being overwhelmed by an extravagant display of wealth. Su Qingyue nodded in agreement. "One must say, dear sister, you have suffered a tremendous loss. As the original creator of this painting, it is disheartening to see it sold for 100 million without you receiving a single penny. After all, no one can substantiate that the painting is indeed Shen Xing Tong's. It bore no signature, and the prevailing opinion deemed it devoid of any artistic merit." Shen Xing Tong felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have inscribed her name upon the canvas. 100 million. A sum that could be equivalent to the joy of bringing a child into the world. And now it slipped through her fingers. Tears welled in her heart, yet she forced a smile, attempting to console herself as well as Su Qingyue. "It's all right. Our painting has fulfilled its destined value." Su Qingyue clutched her chest, "But my heart is bleeding." Shen Xing Tong replied, "Who isn't?" She was both bleeding and weeping inwardly. Lu Pei ultimately refrained from pressing his advantage. Su Qingyue scoffed several times. "It appears he is not truly as affectionate as he pretends. It is all a facade. This makes me perceive him as quite hypocritical." Had Lu Pei not brought Liso along today, Su Qingyue would not have shown him any disdain. However, Lu Pei intentionally invited Lisa to draw attention to Shen Xing Tong, a rather absurd maneuver. In her heart, she completely blacklisted Lu Pei from her list of good people. My dear Tong Tong deserves far better. Nay, many more deserving suitors. As for Lu Pei, he can amuse himself elsewhere. Previously, she wondered why Shen Xing Tong had not taken Lu Pei under her wing. Now it all made sense. Lu Pei's thin lips curled slightly, intending to offer an explanation. Yet words failed him as they lingered on the tip of his tongue. In the face of self-interest, no one can truly embody the role of a saint. Lisa, dissatisfied, interjected, "Qingyue, your words are a bit excessive." Su Qingyue placed her hands on her hips. "What's wrong? I can be even more excessive if you wish to hear." "Enough, Lisa. Cease your bickering. She has a point." Lu Pei admonished Lisa, urging her to refrain from further provoking the situation. Lisa bit her lip, feeling a swirl of emotions. She had come to overshadow them both, yet now she found herself overshadowed instead. Shen Xing Tong gently patted Su Qingyue's leg, signaling her to quiet down, for this was not a matter of great import. Curiosity about the painting's creator surged around them. Who could the artist be? Could it possibly be that illustrious painter? Wouldn't that mean I have suffered a loss by not placing a bid? What illustrious painter? Shen Xing Tong thought, feeling a wave of frustration. A commotion arose from the front. The originally positioned attendants inexplicably retreated, only to be replaced by two bodyguards clad in black. Their arrival commanded immediate attention, for they occupied the most coveted positions in the venue. At a glance, Shen Xing Tong recognized these bodyguards. They were unmistakably Fu Heng's protectors. One of them presented a sapphire, while the other offered a painting, both with utmost reverence, declaring, "Madame Fu, these are gifts from President Fu." Shen Xing Tong was taken aback, while Su Qingyue, astonished, inquired, "So President Fu is the mysterious figure?" The revelation left both women with mixed feelings. After all, the 2 billion could have liberated them from their current plight. A thought that evoked a pang of joy that was now overshadowed by the reality that the auction house would reap the benefits instead. Shen Xing Tong found herself consumed by dark thoughts, unable to muster any joy. Upon hearing the bodyguard refer to Shen Xing Tong as Madame Fu, Lisa, surprised, exclaimed, "What do you mean, Madame Fu? Sister Xing Tong, so you've already married?" Suddenly, the previously dispirited Lisa was invigorated. She had thought her own prospects were dim, but realizing Shen Xing Tong was married made her dismiss any hope of Lu Pei's pursuit. It seemed utterly absurd for him to chase after someone who is already wed. As Chapter 83 unfolds, Madame Fu's unintentional affection, Lu Pei's expression dimmed slightly. Shen Xing Tong's mood worsened as she recalled the grievances she had directed towards Fu Heng, feeling regret for labeling him a fool when she was, in fact, the one ensnared in her own misfortune. Wasn't this money meant for her? It seemed Fu Heng was destined to thwart her fortune. Turning her head away, she had no intention of addressing Lisa, who had unwittingly walked into her line of fire. "What if I am married? If you find me displeasing, perhaps you ought to blind yourself to spare us all from your incessant chatter." Lisa was taken aback by the sudden shift in Shen Xing Tong's demeanor, which revealed a more ferocious side, leaving Lisa speechless. Moreover, her less than fluent command of Chinese rendered her vulnerable. Instinctively grasping Lu Pei's sleeve for support. Unfazed by her display of weakness, Lu Pei interjected, "Lisa, I've already advised you to avoid provoking Xing Tong." Lisa pouted in response. Shen Xing Tong cast a cool glance at the duo, giving a soft scoff. However, she hardly had time to revel in her triumph over Lisa. As her gaze shifted past Su Qingyue to the man seated in the shadows, their eyes met. Fu Heng occupied a space where light and darkness intertwined, and despite the distance between them, Shen Xing Tong felt the weight of his penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a beast lurking in the shadows. For a fleeting moment, she sensed herself as prey. Nonetheless, the question of who truly hunted whom remained unanswered. A jolt of realization coursed through Shen Xing Tong as she quickly donned her gentle and composed smile, addressing Su Qingyue, "Qingyue, my earlier reaction was a poor example. We must confront others with a touch of grace." Su Qingyue, perplexed by her sister's sudden theatricality, recalled that Fu Heng was indeed present. She hoped that Shen Xing Tong's earlier outburst had not caught his attention. In a bid to shield her sister, Su Qingyue readily agreed, "What my sister says is wise. Allow me to demonstrate the correct approach." Behind her, Lisa was taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor of the two individuals. To her surprise, Su Qingyue turned around and softly uttered, "Get lost." Lisa was left bewildered. Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched slightly, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. After the auction concluded, as Shen Xing Tong exited the venue alongside Su Qingyue, she was halted by Lu Pei, with Lisa's presence no longer in sight. "Is there something you need?" Shen Xing Tong inquired, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Fu Heng's Bentley parked nearby. She addressed Lu Pei in a tone that was both gentle and distant. "Mr. Lu?" Each word pierced Lu Pei's heart like a dagger. He managed a self-deprecating smile. "I truly apologize. I intended to bid on that painting to gift it to you." "No need," she replied. "It's all in the past. You need not explain." With that, Shen Xing Tong opened the car door and was about to enter when Chen Xing approached. "Madam," he greeted, his smile radiating joy, and he also acknowledged Su Qingyue, second madam. Su Qingyue responded hesitantly. Although she was indeed the second daughter-in-law, she wondered why Chen Xing addressed her in such a manner. The trio conversed, completely disregarding Lu Pei. She did not forget to caution Chen Xing. "Take good care of my little Jia. She must not suffer any harm or else." She deliberately paused. Who would have known that a lady would name her car? What an odd quirk. Chen Xing was somewhat intrigued. He pondered what nickname his boss might have for her. Shen Xing Tong waved goodbye to Su Qingyue and headed towards the Bentley. Su Qingyue also opened the door to her Porsche. As both vehicles departed, only Lu Pei remained, appearing somewhat solitary and desolate. He had been acting unusually of late. Indeed, people change. Upon growing up, they may become the very embodiment of what they once detested. "Are you reluctant to part with him?" a deep voice inquired, devoid of discernible emotion. Fu Heng scrutinized her from head to toe. The mention of the matter left Shen Xing Tong feeling somewhat glum. Like, what nonsense, if only that money were given to her. She cursed internally. Yet her words were sweet as honey. I adore you so much, Mr. Fu. You have been incredibly kind to me. Wailing internally over the loss of 200 million. Although it wasn't her first declaration of affection, Fu Heng discerned that her words lacked sincerity. He merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Shen Xing Tong headed to the bathroom, preparing to bathe. As she attempted to pull the zipper of her gown from behind, she struggled for quite some time before the mirror, without success. Who was the genius designer that placed the zipper on the back? Hearing movement outside the bathroom, she assumed it was Fu Heng.
Mr. Fu?
She called out. The man appeared behind her. What is it? Shen Xing Tong gazed at Fu Heng's reflection in the mirror. Tall and dignified, exuding an air of nobility. She thought that it should be fine, so she gestured towards the zipper behind her. Could you help me with this? I can't reach it. Fu Heng swallowed hard, lightly responded with an and stepped behind her. As Shen Xing Tong gazed into the mirror, she felt the man lean closer, her gaze slightly lowered. The sensation of his long fingers tugging down the zipper at her back brushed against her skin, their heat contrasting sharply with the icy demeanor she had observed in the mirror. Once the zipper was fully undone, she pulled down her gown, preparing to step away, only to be caught in his embrace, drawn back into his arms. Through the thin black shirt that Mr. Fu wore, she could distinctly feel the contours of his muscles beneath the fabric. Mr. Fu, I need to take a shower, Shen Xing Tong said, her voice tinged with nervousness as her heart raced vigorously within her chest. Steadying her breath, she lifted her gaze to meet the man's eyes in the mirror. Fu Heng leaned down, burying his face in the crook of her neck, an action that sent a wave of uncertainty through her heart. The invasive gaze he had cast upon her at the auction had already hinted that this night might be another sleepless one. I'll help you wash, he murmured, gently nuzzling her neck. Shen Xing Tong offered an awkward smile. No, that won't be necessary. Fu Heng chuckled softly against her skin. I wouldn't want Mrs. Fu to question my skills. Shen Xing Tong was momentarily taken aback, truly stunned. Had she ever uttered such a provocative remark to him? Those words had only been shared in jest with Su Qingyue and her charming male companion over messages. Could it be that Fu Heng had peered at her phone? How infuriating, this rogue male lead, indulging in the habit of invading others' privacy. Light as a feather, she found herself swept into his arms, carried toward the bath. Clutching his neck, she discreetly studied his expression, reassured to find that he bore no anger over the incident. If she remained unperturbed by his intrusion, surely he would not be upset either. The sleepless night they had just shared was testament enough to that. Grateful that the following day was a weekend, Shen Xing Tong lamented that otherwise she would be utterly distressed. She lay on the bed, pounding it in frustration, teeth clenched in vexation. Fu Heng had an uncanny knack for choosing the precise moments of her cycle. Could he possibly be calculating her menstrual schedule in secret? When Su Qinghua knocked on her door, Shen Xing Tong was still lost in her vexation. Tong Tong, Su Qinghua called as she entered, only to find her dear friend sprawled on the bed in an odd position, her nightgown wrinkled and disheveled. Don't you have plans to accompany Fu today? She asked, her voice hoarse. You told me to contact that collector from Western Europe, and I did. Shen Xing Tong exclaimed, sitting up. Really? Yes. I asked him how much he would be willing to offer, and he said he'd need to see the item in person to confirm its authenticity before bidding, indicating that they could meet tonight. Shen Xing Tong narrowed her eyes. Are you certain this is the actual collector and not a fraud? He*s genuine. He mentioned that he attended the auction yesterday, but arrived late, only to find that the gem had already fallen into Fu Heng's possession by the time he took his seat. Crossing her arms, Shen Xing Tong listened intently, the story sounding increasingly like the fabrications of a con artist. The more she heard, the more dubious it seemed. Su Qinghua inquired, should I refuse him then? Shen Xing Tong shook her head, urging her not to rush. Let us see how it goes tomorrow. Agree to meet him. If he harbors any ill intentions, I shall deal with him decisively. Su Qinghua lowered her gaze and nodded in agreement. Lunch was shared with Grandpa Fu, a rare occasion that also included Fu Heng. Grandpa Fu glanced between Fu Heng and Shen Xing Tong, smiling as he asked, Xing Tong, was yesterday's auction enjoyable? However, as he spoke, his voice emerged in a raspy manner, drawing the attention of others at the table. Grandpa Fu paused, noticing, are you unwell? Su Qinghua coughed violently, nearly choking on her food. Shen Xing Tong felt a rush of embarrassment, her ears flushing red, and was about to deny it when Fu Heng interjected, she has caught a cold, just last night. Shen Xing Tong decided against further clarification, opting to accept the cold as an explanation to avoid further scrutiny. She shot Fu Heng an exasperated glare. The man merely raised an eyebrow at her, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. With a slight pout, Shen Xing Tong lowered her head, resuming her meal in silence. Su Qingyue seized the moment to shift the conversation. Grandpa, the auction yesterday was absolutely thrilling. Moreover, my brother spent 200 million for my sister-in-law. That was quite impressive. Her mention of brother and sister-in-law elicited a smile from Grandpa Fu, embodying the familial joy he cherished. Xiao Heng, you've finally grown up and learned to cherish your wife. Grandpa Fu praised Fu Heng. Shen Xing Tong couldn't suppress a chuckle, her composure breaking. Fu Heng cast a sidelong glance at the amused woman, remarking softly, Grandpa, I am no longer a child. Since you have some free time, take Xing Tong out for a stroll this afternoon instead of staying cooped up in that wretched company, Grandpa Fu commanded. Fu Heng's tone slightly diminished in intensity. Grandpa, that wretched company belongs to you. Impudent lad. You really are impossible to please, Grandpa Fu retorted. Su Qingyue departed in the afternoon to visit Fu Yu's new company, leaving Shen Xing Tong to languidly swing her legs on a garden swing. Before long, a tall figure appeared, casting a shadow over her. Shen Xing Tong looked up in confusion to find Fu Heng gazing down at her. What do you usually enjoy doing? He inquired. At that moment, he realized how little he truly knew about Shen Xing Tong, a realization that struck him with dismay. Shen Xing Tong blinked her beautiful eyes. Me? Unless there is someone else here? Fu Heng chuckled at her innocent demeanor. Oh, I don't do much. Just practice calligraphy, arrange flowers, brew tea, read, and occasionally play cards with the socialites. Of course, that was a mere facade. These were the pastimes one would expect from a daughter-in-law of a prominent family, but she did not truly possess them. If circumstances allowed, she would long to ride her beloved motorcycle and feel the wind against her face. Fu Heng scrutinized her expression carefully. What was he probing for? Shen Xing Tong found herself at a loss to comprehend his intentions. Do you engage in these activities with Liu Pei as well? He continued. His tone was so indifferent. It seemed merely a casual inquiry. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Shen Xing Tong hesitated before responding. Mr. Fu, back when I was a companion to Mr. Liu, I was quite young. We played childish games. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to partake in such trivial pursuits, would you? She regarded him with a knowing smile, as if teasing him. Mr. Fu, your jealousy is quite pronounced. Men seldom admit to such feelings, yet he gently pinched her petite earlobe and said, I'll take you out, go change your clothes. Shen Xing Tong, feeling rather bored, could hardly refuse his invitation. The female lead has made her entrance, even rescuing Grandfather Fu, which has expedited certain plot developments. Might this mean that subsequent events will also unfold sooner? She must act swiftly. It is imperative that she fulfills her role as a wife who temporarily satisfies Fu Heng, striving to keep him content until next month's ovulation period. As a tool, she must perform her function effectively. Shen Xing Tong's eyes sparkled as she feigned delight, descending from the swing, exclaiming, Mr. Fu, wait for me. She then dashed into the room, oblivious to the slight furrow in Fu Heng's brow at her calling him Mr. Fu. Last night, during her moments of pleading, Fu Heng had only intensified his demands. What should you call me? Ultimately, she had to relent and call him husband, though her voice trembled with uncertainty. Fu Heng is truly remarkable. After just a week apart, one wonders where he has acquired such refinement. He had been rather naive, yet he had made remarkable strides overnight. Chapter 85. A World for Two. Shen Xing Tong changed into a white dress, layered with a denim jacket, her softly curled hair cascading over her shoulders, presenting a charming and gentle appearance. However, her complexion was unusually rosy, exuding a youthful allure that seemed inviting. She joined Fu Heng in the car, which soon arrived at the riverside, leading them to a luxurious yacht. It was a private vessel, and upon boarding, she spotted Chen Su and his companions. Shen Xing Tong muttered, You truly are inseparable good brothers. One might mistakenly think that Fu Heng and Chen Su were a couple, rather clingy. Yet, the lively atmosphere of the yacht party drowned out her small voice, leaving Fu Heng unaware. Sensing her discomfort, he turned to grasp her small hand, inquiring if she disliked the setting. How could she possibly express such feelings? For the sake of next month, she must be adaptable. Shen Xing Tong responded in a sweet, affected tone, Not at all. I absolutely adore this yacht that Mr. Fu arranged. I love you dearly. However, the hoarseness of her voice diminished the charm of her declaration. Fu Heng did not perceive this as a genuine confession of love. Yet, Chen Su approached with a smile, teasingly saying, Sister-in-law, Brother Heng, you two are flaunting your affection upon arrival. It's illegal to torment the single, you know. Shen Xing Tong thought to herself that tormenting Chen Su, the single dog, was certainly not against the law. She usually found much to pique her interest, yet in unfamiliar settings, her enthusiasm waned. As she pondered, two figures approached from the front. Sister-in-law, Brother Heng, it was Zhou Qi. Fu Heng's expression darkened instantly, turning to Chen Su. Did you invite him? Unaware that Zhou Qi had provoked Fu Heng, or that Zhou Qi harbored feelings for Shen Xing Tong, Chen Su was startled by Fu Heng's icy tone, nodding cautiously. His expression one of bewilderment. He tentatively asked, Brother Heng, what is wrong? Fu Heng scoffed, stating it's nothing. Please do not invite me to such parties again. They are utterly tedious. Chen Su, completely bewildered, failed to comprehend the situation. I can enjoy a world of two with Xing Tong, the man remarked. Chen Su thought to himself, he should not refer to himself as a single dog. He ought to adopt the moniker Lone Wolf, ready to pounce upon every couple flaunting their affection. Yet, this was Fu Heng. He dared not confront him. Before Chen Su could ponder an explanation, a woman emerged from behind Zhou Qi. Ji-ing greeted softly, Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu. It has been a while. She was aware that Shen Xing Tong always addressed Fu Heng as Mr. Fu, never as husband, and she followed suit, thus aligning herself closely with Shen Xing Tong. She greeted them sweetly, discreetly raising her gaze to scrutinize Fu Heng's expression. However, all she encountered was the icy, detached visage of Fu Heng. The man's countenance was noticeably cold. His fleeting good mood had been abruptly disrupted by these two unwelcome individuals, which was truly displeasing. Shen Xing Tong's demeanor also turned indifferent, as she ignored Ji-ing. How disheartening, Fu Heng murmured, pulling Shen Xing Tong towards the second floor of the yacht, disregarding the two entirely. Observing this, Chen Su felt a surge of dread and shot Zhou Qi a glare. Did you provoke Brother Heng? Though Fu Heng typically exuded a chilly demeanor, today he exhibited an unmistakable aversion and disdain. It had escalated to a level of outright dislike, which was alarming. Zhou Qi, appearing innocent, shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely a small misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Chen Su sensed something amiss and shot Zhou Qi a fierce look. Seriously, why would you provoke him of all people? You are not welcome at my gatherings anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. Given Fu Heng's evident disregard for Zhou Qi, Chen Su, being Fu Heng's most loyal subordinate, would not bestow any additional warmth. As the man stormed off in a fit of anger, Ji-Ying's face turned pale. Clutching her garment, she inquired of Zhou Qi, do they all despise me? This shouldn't be the case. My presence should have garnered goodwill from Fu Heng and his friends. Where did the narrative go awry? Zhou Qi, hands tucked into his pockets, smirked playfully. You can't approach it like this, without a bit of audacity. How can you pursue Fu Heng? How can I assist you? Ji-Ying bit her lip, harboring significant doubts about Zhou Qi's ability to aid her. Observing Fu Heng's attitude towards Zhou Qi, it was clear they were not friends. Her attempt to leverage Zhou Qi to get closer to Fu Heng was a grievous error. It would be wiser to cultivate a relationship with Chen Su instead. On the second floor, Shen Xing Tong glanced at the watercraft parked at the rear of the yacht, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, as soon as she noticed Fu Heng's attention upon her, she reluctantly averted her gaze. What was Mr. Fu planning to do? Stand on the second floor and enjoy the breeze? Oh, her jet ski. She cast a glance at the man's physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. How delightful it would be if Fu Heng were to ride the jet ski with her. It would allow her to indulge without compromising her image. Yet, this serene figure of Fu Heng likely would not ride a jet ski. Do you wish to ride the jet ski?
Fu Heng inquired.
It is uncertain whether this man is deliberately testing her or genuinely wishes to take her out for some amusement, leaving Shen Xing Tong at a loss regarding his intentions. If he seeks to play, may she implore him with her most pitifully blinking eyes to indulge her? At this moment, her delicate hand tugged at Fu Heng's sleeve. Owing to a rare day off, Fu Heng was not donned in his usual suit but rather in casual attire, which diminished his formidable presence. Yet, his cold and noble aura rendered him even more aloof. Fu Heng enveloped her small hand in his larger one, readily assenting, Of course, I shall take you. Shen Xing Tong, taken aback, mused, Is it not often said that couples quarrel at the head of the bed but reconcile by its foot? After a few exchanges with this man, his demeanor towards her had evidently softened, no longer as indifferent as before. Though she and Fu Heng had never truly argued, plastic couples do not require such disputes. Only genuine couples engage in quarrels. Her eyes narrowed in delight. That would be splendid. At that moment, Chen Su on the first floor of the yacht leaned towards the window and chanced upon Fu Heng escorting Shen Xing Tong onto a jet ski. Soon, other jovial companions gathered by the window to observe. Brother Heng's wife is quite formidable, someone remarked, noting how swiftly Brother Heng had transformed into a devoted husband. Chen Su nodded in agreement, adding that Brother Heng seemed to have acquired an abundance of awareness lately, all directed towards his wife. A devoted husband with 800 concerns. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder against marriage, for it often leads to such a state of affairs. After reaching this conclusion, The murmuring brother turned and took his partner to join in the fun. Chun Su lightly pinched his chin, pondering how this narrative suggested that even a marriage followed by love might not be so bad after all. Chapter 86, The plot unravels, and one's composure wanes. For reasons unknown, Chun Su found himself unable to like Ji Ying upon first sight. Presently, Ji Ying had also been brought to his party by Zhou Qi, frequently casting her frail and pitiful gaze upon others, which made him feel somewhat nauseated. What is the matter? Chun Su abruptly realized he was suffering from a case of green tea syndrome. Henceforth, he resolved never to engage in activities with Zhou Qi again. Ji Ying sensed the palpable disdain emanating from Chun Su, causing her heart to tremble. She could not comprehend where she had gone awry. Surely, she should be garnering the affection of the male protagonist's friends. Now, with a narrative entirely unraveling, she felt on the brink of collapse. Seated behind Fu Heng, Shen Xing Tong clung tightly to his waist. One must admit, the male protagonist's physique was quite exceptional. No wonder he excelled in his endeavors. There was not an ounce of excess flesh, complemented by well-defined abs. Amidst her busy schedule, she found an opportunity to slip her hand beneath his shirt to feel his abdominal muscles. The jet ski skimmed over the water, creating ripples, and splashes soaked the hem of her skirt, yet she felt nothing, wholly absorbed in caressing the man's abs. Why not seize the moment? Such an opportunity may never arise again, and each indulgence was a gain. The outcome was that Fu Heng's body stiffened. Shen Xing Tong's hand swiftly withdrew, her voice soft. I apologize, Mr. Fu. It was unintentional. I became nervous, and my hand slipped in. The combination of her innocent tone and soft demeanor left no room for doubt. The man chose not to scrutinize the veracity of her words. Shen Xing Tong curled her lips in a faint smile, noticing his silence in response, and then wrapped her arms around his waist. Little did she know that Fu Heng had intentionally released the handlebars, causing both of them to tumble into the water. As she plunged into the depths, her mind raced with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Emerging from the water, she shot an irritated glare at Fu Heng. Can you even ride? If you can't, then I should be the one driving. Shen Xing Tong silently cursed him. But under the scrutiny of his intrigued gaze, she quickly shifted to a tone of feigned fragility, laced with a hint of resignation. Mr. Fu, it's quite all right. Your skills may be lacking, but with practice, you'll improve. The words seemed to carry a double entendre. Accepting the towel handed to her by the bodyguard, she wrapped it around herself and hurried to keep pace with him. Mr. Fu, you go ahead and wash up. I'll find something clean to wear. With that, she dashed off as if pursued by some great beast. Fu Heng halted, amused and speechless, watching her retreating figure, which moved faster than a rabbit. That evening, Zhou Qi was absent from the yacht. Ji Ying, however, shamelessly lingered on board, deliberately seated in a corner to avoid drawing attention. When Chun Su noticed Fu Heng and Shen Xing Tong approaching, he greeted them with a broad smile, claiming, Brother Heng, sister-in-law, I've sent Zhou Qi packing. He reiterated to Fu Heng, from now on, I won't associate with Zhou Qi anymore, I swear. Shen Xing Tong glanced toward Ji Ying in the corner. Oh. So Zhou Qi has been sent away, but why do you still have his friends here? Ji Ying's expression darkened, biting her lip lightly.
MRS. Fu.
You shouldn't be too harsh. Chun Xianyan emerged from nowhere, hands on her hips, her tone unfriendly. Oh, you're here too? Shen Xing Tong acknowledged her with an unruffled demeanor. Typically, Chun Xianyan would not attend gatherings where Fu Heng was present, but after the events at the race, she had decided to disregard any concerns. With a rift already formed, she had no fear of losing face again. She was far above such trivialities. Raising her chin like a proud rooster, she declared, I'm not afraid of you at all. Miss Ji Ying is my friend. As long as I am here, she remains here as well. Anyone who dares to chase her away will be opposing me. Chun Xianyan. Ji Ying looked up, her gaze timid as she regarded Chun Xianyan. Her expression, one of gratitude.
Miss Chen Yu.
Chun Xianyan, hands on her hips, provocatively eyed Shen Xing Tong. She had witnessed Shen Xing Tong's outburst at the racetrack and had thought her to be the epitome of a refined and virtuous lady of high society. It turned out to be a facade. Such pretense would eventually be stripped away in front of Fu Heng. Shen Xing Tong was not one to be easily led. With a voice as gentle as a flowing stream, she replied, Miss Chen, you truly are remarkable. You are the center of the universe, the pinnacle of humanity. With such prowess, you might as well fly a plane over the ocean. Chun Xianyan frowned, sensing the sarcasm. Just as she was about to retort, Chun Su delivered a playful slap to her forehead. Chun Xianyan clutched her head, her frustration evident as she stammered, Brother, are you my brother or Fu Heng's? You always defend him, even standing up for his wife. Truly, you love all that is connected to him. The crowd observed in silence. At this moment, An air of silence enveloped the entire cabin, an eerie stillness. Chen Xuanyan's words were akin to dancing on a minefield in Fu Heng's territory. To assert that Chen Su was Fu Heng's brother? How audacious. Everyone turned their gaze towards Fu Heng. Little did they know. He was preoccupied with gently toying with Shen Xing Tong's delicate hand, cradling it within his palm, leisurely caressing it, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him. The crowd was left bewildered. Chen Su, casting a furtive glance at Fu Heng and seeing that he remained unperturbed, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. You reckless girl. Your mouth is quite unguarded. Shen Xing Tong scoffed inwardly, pondering whether Chen Xianyan, so fiercely protective of Jiying, would come to regret her fervor in the future.
Yink.
The quintessential protagonist was notorious for her treacherous antics. Shen Xing Tong understood that Fu Heng's displays of affection in front of friends were mere facades. Even the endearing titles were superficial. Chen Su immediately interjected, No, we can't let that happen. If we didn't play during the day, we must indulge tonight. What should we play? Someone suggested playing mahjong, with the loser obliged to undertake a daring challenge. Mahjong? Shen Xing Tong's expression darkened. Though she often claimed to enjoy playing mahjong with grandfather Fu and Fu Heng, the truth was that her skills were rather lacking. She was familiar with the rules but seldom engaged in the game. Su Qingyue was even less acquainted with card games, and their luck at the table was notoriously poor. Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched in dismay. If they were to play, then so be it. She had previously expressed a fondness for card games. Fu Heng shifted his gaze, his expression partially obscured in the play of light and shadow, leaving an inscrutable meaning in his eyes. Shen Xing Tong felt an urge to slap herself. What kind of hobby is playing cards? Such declarations were best left unspoken. Alas, there would be no next time. Mr. Fu, while I do enjoy playing, I often lose. Is that acceptable? Oh, that's fine, sister-in-law. Losing just means you have to undertake a daring challenge.
Chen Su interjet Chevelin.
A glint of sharpness crossed Chen Xuanyan's eyes.
Indeed.
One must accept the consequences of their wagers. At that moment, she would ensure that Shen Xing Tong chose a particularly humiliating challenge. Chapter 87. Mr. Fu. May I kiss you? Chen Xianyan grasped Ji Ying's hand. Miss Ji, do you know how to play cards? Ji Ying hesitated, shaking her head in confusion. Never mind then. Just sit beside me and watch how it's done. Chen Xuanyan's lips curved into a triumphant smirk, as if she had finally discovered a means to overshadow Shen Xing Tong. Ji Ying timidly nodded, obediently taking a seat beside Chen Xianyan. Shen Xing Tong surmised that escaping this round was futile. Losing was inconsequential. Even if Chen Xianyan aimed to play a high-stakes game, the others would likely hesitate to let her run amok in deference to Fu Heng. Standing behind her, Fu Heng crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The intensity of his eyes was palpable, sending shivers down her spine. Shen Xing Tong instinctively straightened her back, focusing intently on the cards before her. In the first round, Shen Xing Tong lost. Chen Xianyan was elated, bouncing her feet beneath the table, her triumph almost palpable. Chen Su, watching anxiously from the sidelines, slapped his forehead in regret for agreeing to accompany his sister on this yacht outing. You lost. You must undertake a daring challenge. As Chen Xianyan intended to point at Shen Xing Tong, she was met with the piercing, frigid gaze of Fu Heng, causing her to tremble and hastily lower her hand. What sort of adventure is this? Shen Xing Tong was not one to shy away from challenges. She would bet and accept the consequences. The others dared not voice their opinions, silently hoping that Chen Xianyan would recognize her limits and not become overly arrogant, for should she provoke Shen Xing Tong, they would all suffer the repercussions. Unfortunately, Chen Xianyan was not one to heed the times nor understood the concept of moderation. She declared with pride, You must jump into the water and swim to the shore to confess to a man for 2 minutes. Only then would this grand adventure be deemed complete. She relished in Shen Xing Tong's discomfort, believing that by leveraging her status as Mrs. Fu, she could overshadow her. Chen Xianyan had never known the meaning of fear throughout her life. Ji Ying, listening from behind, internally sighed, realizing that this young lady was far too kind-hearted. What did a 2-minute confession even signify? She had expected Chen Xianyan, the spoiled heiress, to come up with something truly challenging. It was a waste of her expression. Was Chen Xuanyan's intelligence merely a facade to make her appear taller? Shen Xing Tong raised an eyebrow, swiftly rising. Oh, very well, then I shall go confess. The man's actions spoke volumes. Yet, Chen Xianyan seemed oblivious to the expressions of those around her. Fu Heng, you wouldn't want to protect your wife, would you? That simply won't do. We must abide by the rules of betting. Abide by the rules of betting is someone else's game. Here, there are no such rules.
Fu Heng drawled lazily.
Miss Chen is rather bothersome. It would be better to toss her into the sea to feed the fish. What do you think, Xing Tong? Chen Xianyan stammered. Shen Xing Tong quietly mused, aware that he was merely acting, yet being so fiercely defended was indeed exhilarating. Mr. Fu, I believe you are correct. The fish in the river must be hungry. Shall we feed them? Those present gasped in disbelief. Fu Heng was notoriously difficult to engage with, and his wife was even more formidable. She spoke the harshest words in the softest tone, creating a dissonance that was unsettling. So, it appeared that the prince of the capital favored such dynamics? Chen Xianyan retorted, You cannot show fear now. Bodyguards indeed approached, one on either side of her. Chen Xianyan was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, I was wrong. I think the first round should be considered just a game. It doesn't count. It doesn't count, haha. Chen Su was beside herself, unable to bear watching her sister. Chen Xianyan pulled Jiying closer. Did you catch the game? Are you starting to understand? Jiying replied with a slight hesitation. A bit. You sit down and play. You move aside, let me play. Chen Xianyan recognized Jiying's feelings for Fu Heng. She was not oblivious to such matters. Chen Xianyan believed that having feelings for Fu Heng was not a challenging endeavor. She had once harbored feelings for him herself until she faced a humiliating awakening. Typically, she would not assist anyone else, but now she wished to diminish Shen Xing Tong's arrogance.
So she decided to help Jiying.
Compared to the pretentious Shen Xing Tong, she preferred Jiying to become Mrs. Fu. After all, Fu Heng was a man she had secretly admired. Shen Xing Tong cast a glance at Jiying. Jiying sat across from her, her gaze lowered, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability that effortlessly stirred the protective instincts of the men around her. While Shen Xing Tong could act, she could never quite replicate Jiying's innate ability to radiate a sense of helplessness in any situation. As she absent-mindedly touched the mahjong tiles, Shen couldn't help but admire this woman's impeccable acting skills. In the second round, predictably, Jiying lost. Frustrated, she remarked, I told you I can't play, yet you all still indulged me. Thank you so much. Despite her losses, she expressed gratitude, an admirable quality indeed. Chen Xianyan, the top winner once again, swiftly declared, I dare you to find a man here and tackle him for a passionate kiss. Fearful that Jiying might not grasp the humor, she emphasized, anyone is fair game. And no one can refuse, it's just a game. Chen Xianyan thought to herself that her friend was truly generous, having gone this far to save face for Jiying. Upon hearing this, Jiying's expression darkened. Why was this dare not directed at Shen Xing Tong? It felt unjust to turn it against her. Had it been aimed at Shen, specifying any man except Fu Heng, Shen would have been left utterly embarrassed. But then, a spark of realization illuminated Jiying's eyes as she understood Chen Xianyan's intention. Bashfully, she let her gaze wander across the faces of the men, quickly settling on Fu Heng's handsome visage. Shen Xing Tong noticed Jiying's unwavering gaze on Fu Heng, her expression seemingly yearning to entice him. The female lead, though quite beautiful, had a more delicate appearance. However, she possessed enchanting eyes, beautifully clear and pure, that shone especially bright when fixed upon a man. Amidst the commotion, some attendees, having brought their girlfriends, hesitated to act, while others, single and emboldened, cheered from the sidelines. This lovely lady is quite charming. Why not come over and kiss me? I promise I won't resist. Step aside. With that face of yours, who would be interested? Miss Ji, why not consider me instead? Oblivious to the surrounding clamor, Jiying remained focused on Fu Heng, her eyes shimmering like those of a fawn, as if she had made a significant decision. She took a few steps forward, approaching Fu Heng. Mr. Fu, may I tackle you? Upon uttering those words, she nervously bit her lip. Shen Xing Tong instantly transformed into an amused spectator, her gaze flitting between the two protagonists. Chapter 88. I have no interest in other women. Fu Heng furrowed his brow, his deep, cool eyes emanating a piercing chill. I refuse, he stated flatly. Except for the married ones. Chun Su, attempting to ease the tension, interjected. He thought to himself that his sister was somewhat dim-witted, and as her brother, it was his duty to guide her. With that one remark, he effectively excluded Fu Heng from the equation. At this point, Jiying was thoroughly flustered. Shen Xing Tong observed them with a gleeful demeanor, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Heng's demeanor was excessively frigid. According to the usual narrative of male and female protagonists, shouldn't Fu Heng feign an icy demeanor, oscillating between rejection and allure, while secretly reveling in his emotions? Yet now, with a definitive refusal, he has entirely extinguished any chance between them. Is there a flaw in this scenario? Shen Xing Tong cast a doubtful glance at Fu Heng, only to find him gazing back at her. The man offered not even a fleeting glance to Jiying. There was no spark whatsoever between the lead characters. Jiying stood aside, feeling unjustly aggrieved, thinking, I don't want to partake in this game of dares. Hearing the quiver of tears in her voice, Chen Xianyan reluctantly conceded, deciding that if no one wished to play the game, then they should simply forego it. She glanced at Fu Heng, noting his apparent disinterest in Jiying. What type of woman could possibly captivate Fu Heng? Her curiosity piqued. What kind of woman could bring him down from his pedestal? Chen Xianyan failed to perceive any special regard Fu Heng held for Shen Xing Tong. To her, this couple seemed to be merely playing a role, maintaining the facade of a loving partnership in public. Shen Xing Tong elegantly rose from her seat, casting a glance at Jiying before following in Fu Heng's footsteps. Once the couple departed, the murmurs among the men regarding Jiying grew increasingly loud. They questioned whether she could ever win Fu Heng's affection, and if she were in her shoes, she would undoubtedly seek refuge in a crevice, feeling utterly humiliated. It was beyond her comprehension why she had the audacity to stand next to Mrs. Fu, without even a mirror to reflect on her own appearance. As the chatter enveloped her, Jiying felt increasingly like a jester. Biting her lip, she watched the couple's retreating figures, her heart ablaze with anger and jealousy. What was she to do? Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have preferred not to appear at all. Seated in the car, Shen Xing Tong leaned closer to Fu Heng's face, her curious gaze sweeping over his strikingly handsome visage, determined to uncover some hidden truth. Until Fu Heng's frosty voice interrupted, "Is there something on my face?" He turned slightly, their gazes entangled. Shen Xing Tong inquisitively asked, "Did you not feel your heart race when that Miss Ji suggested she wanted to win you over?" Perhaps her question was too absurd, as it caused Fu Heng to momentarily falter in his expression. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Shen Xing Tong found herself seated upon his lap. In the cramped confines of the vehicle, she squirmed uncomfortably, attempting to break free, yet his strong arm held her firmly in place. "What are you doing?" She shot him an annoyed glare.
Mr. Fu.
"Can't you hear the sound of my racing heart, Mrs. Fu?"
He teased.
Goodness, is he flirting with her? Shen Xing Tong pressed against his chest, listening intently. Aside from sensing the vigor of his heartbeat, she could discern no sign of quickening. A soft laugh escaped her lips as her fingers slipped into the opening of his collar, brushing against his heart. She mused, "It seems, Mr. Fu, that you are not experiencing any racing heart for me." Fu Heng was indeed a man of desire. When he truly harbored such thoughts, Shen Xing Tong found herself utterly defenseless. She swore, at that very moment, her intentions were entirely innocent, devoid of any ulterior motives or inappropriate thoughts. However, Fu Heng's gaze towards her was far from innocent. Within his deep, dark eyes lingered a hint of desire, scorching and intense. Shen Xing Tong wished to roll off his lap, yet he lifted her denim jacket, his long fingers delicately caressing her exquisite collarbone. "This scoundrel, has he become addicted?" Shen Xing Tong hurriedly tugged her jacket up, stating, "Mr. Fu, I am quite fatigued today." He did not permit her to adjust her attire, gripping her collar as he leaned down to nibble at her collarbone. Shen Xing Tong thought, "This dogged male lead is indeed a dog. Remember, I have no interest in other women," he murmured against her collarbone. Shen Xing Tong gasped, quickly maintaining her persona, "Mr. Fu, it's unpleasant. I harbor no suspicions about you." "What nonsense is this? This other woman surely does not exclude her." Shen Xing Tong. From consideration. Perhaps Fu Heng noticed her fatigue and refrained from further teasing, simply kissing her crimson lips before embracing her to sleep. By the next morning, the absence of his presence was palpable. She rose, barefoot, searching for her phone, hastily messaging Su Qingyu. "Urgent situation. Are you free today? Let us meet at the secret base to discuss our escape plan. Egg yolk pie deceased. Oh my, I wanted to tell you too. Coincidentally, Fu Yu is heading out of town today. See you at the secret base." The secret base, of course, was not the Fu residence, but rather a discreet garden bookstore in the capital. Shen Xing Tong had often met Su Qingyu there during their school days. As Su Qingyu awaited their appointed time, she turned to find Fu Yu approaching and discreetly switched off her phone. "Who are you chatting with so merrily?"
Fu Yu inquired.
"It was my sister-in-law. She mentioned having a delightful time playing cards yesterday and invited me along today." Fu Yu scrutinized her intently. "Oh, your sister-in-law? Is she leading you astray?" Su Qingyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Why would you say that? She is so kind. How could she lead me astray? What are you thinking?" The man's lips pursed slightly, a hint of jealousy lacing his voice. "You seem particularly joyful when conversing with your sister-in-law. You have never appeared this happy with me." Su Qingyu was taken aback. If she and Shen Xing Tong truly replaced the second female lead and the protagonist, the antagonist might grow envious of the protagonist monopolizing his wife's time, leading to dark jealousy and hostility. This thought struck a warning bell in Su Qingyu's mind. She must not allow him to harbor animosity towards Shen Xing Tong, otherwise. Chapter 89. Feeling as though her wife no longer desired him. Sisterhood is truly tragic. Su Qingyu increasingly feared becoming the second female lead, destined to be trapped in the Fu household for eternity. She absolutely refused. Her mind raced, unaware that her expressions were fully captured by Fu Yu's observant gaze. Fu Yu chuckled softly. Yu, what are you pondering? Perhaps consider how to indulge in me? With a single remark, Fu Yu effectively silenced Su Qingyu's feigned casualness. Su Qingyu's lips twitched several times. Does the antagonist only refrain from speaking when he isn't driving? Fu Yu, as you are about to embark on a business trip, we ought to engage in a conversation of substance. Don't you agree? How does one define a conversation of substance?
Fu Yu retorted.
Does discussing the harmony of a couple's nighttime activities not qualify as serious? Su Qingyue found herself thoroughly exasperated with this old rogue. Is there no one to silence Fu Yu's incessant chatter, perhaps with a seal to close his mouth? The once brooding antagonist had now transformed into a frivolous young libertine, which was quite unacceptable. As the narrative progressed, Fu Yu indeed adopted this demeanor. However, he was ultimately redeemed by Xie Jiao, which tempered his words, though he always maintained a certain decorum. Fu Yu gently grasped her small hand, noticing her darkened expression, and suddenly felt a surge of interest, placing her hand to his lips, his soft mouth caressing it lightly. Yeah, what shall I do during my long absence from you? What else can I do? Just make do. Su Qingyue thought to herself, rolling her eyes internally, careful not to let a hint of her thoughts betray her face. For this man was exceedingly jealous. Should he become suspicious, he might whisk her away to his destination, and that would be quite the predicament. I too must undergo rehabilitation while I am away. Will you not accompany me? Fu Yu remarked, lifting his gaze, his enchanting peach blossom eyes ablaze with intensity. Fixed upon her, those eyes exuded a profound affection, capable of casting a tender light even upon a mere pig. Su Qingyue, however, remained lucid and undistracted by his gaze. You can perform your rehabilitation exercises alone. I must stay at the Fu residence to dine and converse with Grandpa. He is a pitiable old man. Fu Yu pursed his lips. Who is truly the pitiable one, Grandpa or me? Why must this person take offense at every little thing? He was jealous of Shen Xing Tong and now of Grandpa Fu as well. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyue, this man was even envious of his own legs. A madman possesses his own peculiar logic, incomprehensible to mere mortals like her. Su Qingyue quickly added, you are all pitiable, but you are building a career. You are young. While I can wait for you at home, will you truly wait for me?
Fu Yu inquired softly.
Of course, she replied, wondering why he was so anxious. Fu Yu was indeed sensitive, perpetually convinced that Su Qingyue was contemplating her escape from him. This sentiment grew increasingly intense with the passage of time. Until his leg fully recovered, their intimacy had diminished significantly. Yet, even in their union, he felt she was not entirely his. Did he sense that his wife no longer desired him? This notion grew more pronounced. Su Qingyue nodded obediently. All right then. After all, this man had made it clear that should she dare to run away, he might truly act upon such threats. Without absolute certainty, she dared not act recklessly. At the garden bookstore, Su Qingyue found Shen Xing Tong in their usual corner. Why did you take so long? Shen Xing Tong exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. I have been waiting for you, for quite some time. Su Qingyue removed her cap and took a hearty sip of the coffee she had ordered for Shen Xing Tong. Do not mention it. I finally managed to placate Fu Yu, and he has finally left. The antagonist is quite difficult to manage, Shen Xing Tong muttered softly. After quietly expressing her thoughts, she raised her gaze towards Su Qingyue and said, let us not dwell on that. Have you noticed how the plot is unraveling more and more? Su Qingyue replied, is that even a question? From the moment they awakened, the storyline began to falter. We should plan our escape in advance. I've been contemplating a place where they would never find us. Why are you suddenly so eager to flee?
Su Qingyue inquired.
Taken aback. You and Fu Heng have a divorce agreement. What is your rush? Indeed. Why the urgency? Perhaps it was merely a woman's sixth sense being overly perceptive. Shen Xing Tong's expression turned solemn. I wasn't anxious until Fu Heng's attitude towards the heroine yesterday made me feel uneasy. Su Qingyue couldn't help but lean closer. What has you so flustered? Shen Xing Tong then recounted the events of yesterday. Su Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. Fu Heng's demeanor towards the heroine was indeed alarming, and he had even flirted with Shen Xing Tong. What do we do now? Su Qingyue scratched her head, lost in thought. We will flee as soon as we secure the funds. Shen Xing Tong glanced at Su Qingyue's abdomen, plotting their escape route. Failure was not an option. Oh my, what difference does it make if there are two wealthy women in this world? Su Qingyue lamented, cradling her head in frustration. Shen Xing Tong, resting her chin on her hand, shared her discontent. Indeed, what does it matter? Fu Heng is exceedingly busy, disappearing without a trace. Conversely, Shen Xing Tong welcomed Fu Heng's preoccupations, for it allowed her to conserve her energy until next month. Fu Heng, that dogged male protagonist, may lack various skills, but his prowess had undeniably advanced overnight. His evolution was remarkably rapid, akin to Pokemon. On Thursday, the studio buzzed with rumors of hiring new designers. This newcomer was said to have connections to the Fu family. The younger designers around her ignited in gossip. Upon hearing the mention of the Fu family, Shen Xing Tong leaned in, her ears perked. Which Fu family? A younger girl eagerly asked. Which else but the illustrious Fu family of the capital? The one that holds immense power. Wow! Are you serious? The Fu family is so influential. Would they really need to place someone in our humble studio? One designer questioned. You don't understand. Our studio has been quite the sensation lately in the capital S circle. Have you not noticed the influx of clients, all affluent? The more Shen Xing Tong listened, the more skeptical she became. The Fu family? Who were they? If they discovered her presence in the studio, wouldn't that spell disaster for her? While grandfather Fu had a relatively open-minded view towards women working, her father did not share such a perspective and lacked grandfather Fu's broad-mindedness. Intrigued, Shen Xing Tong decided to seek out Qin Jinchuan, President Qin. However, as she pushed open the office door, she was greeted by a woman in a pristine white dress, speaking with Qin Jinchuan. He smiled warmly. Miss Ji. We welcome you to our team. Chapter 90. It seems a case of the cuckoo occupying the nest. Ji Ying's presence was indeed persistent. How had she managed to switch jobs? Shen Xing Tong scoffed from the doorway of the office. The initially harmonious atmosphere dissipated with Shen Xing Tong's light scoff. Ji Ying and Qin Jinchuan turned to her upon hearing the sound. Qin Jinchuan smiled and said, Miss Shen, this is Ji Ying. You should recognize her. She will be joining our studio, starting today. Shen Xing Tong responded with a nonchalant "Oh," remarking, Mr. Qin, you truly are quite bold. Accepting someone who has just switched from another company without a second thought. Aren't you concerned she might be a corporate spy? It's truly fortunate for you that the studio has reached this point. Qin Jinchuan seemed oblivious to Shen Xing Tong's veiled sarcasm, smiling as he replied, What does that matter? Miss Ji is an exceptional designer. Moreover, she comes highly recommended by the Fu family. The mention of the Fu family caused Shen Xing Tong's expression to subtly shift, as she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief.
So, Ji Ying was the one sent by the Fu family.
How amusing. When did Ji Ying become associated with them? Her influence must be quite substantial. Ji Ying's eyes flickered as she met Shen Xing Tong's unfriendly gaze, extending her hand as if to shake. Miss Shen, from now on, we are colleagues. I look forward to your guidance. Oh, no need for guidance. Let's rely on our own abilities, Shen Xing Tong retorted, opening the office door and striding out. Qin Jinchuan sensed the undercurrents between the two women and grew somewhat concerned, as they appeared to be on the brink of conflict. Ji Ying followed her outside, calling out to Shen Xing Tong. I must thank Mr. Fu for his assistance in bridging my introduction here. Without him, I wouldn't have known how to enter. Ji Ying's words were deliberately crafted. She watched Shen Xing Tong, eager to witness a crack in her composure. Yet none came. Shen Xing Tong merely replied with a light congratulations. Before walking towards her workstation, Ji Ying was not introduced by Fu Heng. Shen Xing Tong was acutely aware of Fu Heng's attitude towards her. Likely it was Fu father who had recommended her. Fu father held a favorable view of Ji Ying and her sister Xie Jiao, perhaps due to some bias. Ji Ying hadn't anticipated Shen Xing Tong's calm demeanor, her brow furrowing slightly. What had transformed Shen Xing Tong into someone seemingly more astute? Seated at her desk, Ji Ying quickly engaged with the surrounding young designers, especially since rumors of her association with the Fu family had just circulated. Some were curious, others gossipy, and some eager to ingratiate themselves. Are you a member of the Fu family? No, my surname is Ji. How could I be a member of the Fu family? But I indeed came at the recommendation of Mr. Fu. Ji Ying was introduced by Fu father. Initially, she had struggled to terminate her contract with her previous company. But thanks to Fu father's assistance, she successfully made the transition. Fu father had also advised her not to disclose his involvement publicly, merely stating it was Mr. Fu, leaving everyone to wonder which Mr. Fu it could be. Ji Ying's words were highly misleading. Upon hearing Mr. Fu, the crowd exchanged knowing glances. Could it be that esteemed heir from the capital? Oh my, I heard that heir is not fond of women. Could the woman he introduced be? The conversation trailed off as they quickly covered their mouths. Was she not simply the little mistress of that esteemed heir? Shen Xing Tong stood nearby, arms crossed, observing Ji Ying's every utterance. Ji Ying did not deny it. Instead, a hint of bashfulness graced her features. Do not speak nonsense. I share no such relationship with President Fu, she stated. However, Her timid demeanor only solidified everyone's suspicions. Shen Xing Tong chuckled inwardly, then remarked aloud, "Oh, so you are President Fu's little lover? Have you shared his bed?" Ji Ying's complexion shifted abruptly from crimson to pallor. In her moment of triumph, she momentarily forgot that Shen Xing Tong was present. Yet, deep down, she reassured herself that she was the leading lady, and Fu Heng would never lay a finger on Shen Xing Tong. They were merely a pair of plastic spouses devoid of genuine connection. In a hushed tone, Ji Ying retorted, "Miss Shen, your words are rather blunt, aren't they? I merely asked. After all, anyone can claim to have been with President Fu. I could say the same, couldn't I?" Unbeknownst to the others, Shen Xing Tong indeed had shared a night with him. At that moment, Qin Jinchuan emerged, fortuitously overhearing Shen Xing Tong's words and letting out a loud cough. He was the sole individual aware that Ji Ying had been introduced by Fu's father, not President Fu himself. Thus, Ji Ying was a mere faux lover, while Shen Xing Tong was the genuine article, destined for a clash. He needed to devise a plan. He admired Ji Ying's design skills, but wished to avoid turmoil within his studio. Addressing her, he said, "Miss Ji, might I suggest you take the desk over there? It suits you better." He pointed to a corner desk. His tone was gentle, yet unmistakably authoritative. "In our office, we do not rely on connections or relationships. We let our abilities speak for themselves. If you can earn a reputation like Miss Shen and produce designs that satisfy our clients, you too can occupy the finest position." Ji Ying's expression stiffened. She sensed her boss's favoritism. Gritting her teeth, she began to gather her belongings. "And you all, it seems you have too much idle time at work to be gossiping about others." Qin Jinchuan chided, prompting the gossiping group to disperse like startled birds. He treated Shen Xing Tong with particular courtesy. "Miss Shen, keep up the good work." Compared to those introduced by Fu's father, Shen Xing Tong had tangible evidence of her relationship with Fu Heng. He dared not offend her. As for Ji Ying, unless she were also a mistress of Fu's father, he had no intention of showing her any leniency. Upon receiving a call from Fu Heng, he was startled, feeling as though the phone was a hot potato. Nearly losing his grip. "Speak of the devil. President Fu, where is Xing Tong?" She is working on a design." "Is that so? What's the matter?" "Nothing," Fu Heng replied, preparing to end the call. Qin Jinchuan quickly interjected, "President Fu, rest assured, your little lover will not face any hardships in my studio." "Little lover?" A hint of confusion laced Fu Heng's voice. Yet soon after, a trace of delight emerged in his tone. "Well, as long as you know." He did not deny it, and promptly hung up. Qin Jinchuan gazed at his phone, contemplating, as he had suspected all along. Indeed, she was the little lover. Last time she took leave, it was Fu Heng who personally requested it. Shen Xing Tong, too, picked up her phone, discovering a message from Fu Heng sent 15 minutes prior. "Fu Heng, I will pick you up after work." Having just begun his workday, he audaciously proclaimed it time to leave. "Is Mr. Fu slacking off?" Fu Heng remarked. "My little lover," Shen Xing Tong responded. What an endearing title.
Who divulged that to him?
In Chapter 91, Fu Heng exhibited a clear aversion to domineering women. Shen Xing Tong asked, "Mr. Fu, whom are you calling?" He replied, "You know in your heart." This insufferable male protagonist, devoid of any charm, had the audacity to claim she understood. Was it not permissible to tease him a little? What an insufferable man. Ji Ying cast a yearning glance at Shen Xing Tong. Though she felt a swell of grievances, she could only lower her head in silence. Shortly thereafter, Chen Su arrived, immediately seeking Shen Xing Tong. "Sister-in-law, how is my design draft coming along?" Upon hearing his voice, Ji Ying's expression shifted dramatically, the color draining from her face. How could Chen Su possibly come to seek Shen Xing Tong's design for the house? This pivotal plotline was undeniably hers. In a state of shock and panic, she frantically rummaged through her phone, eventually trembling as she opened a novel on her screen. However, access to this book required a password. Shen Xing Tong inquired of Chen Su. "Didn't you say you weren't in a rush for the design draft? Why the sudden urgency now?" Chen Su chuckled sheepishly. "Well, initially I wasn't in a hurry, but it seems I am now." He weakly explained, "Brother Heng urged me to hurry. He mentioned he has a manor abroad that he wishes to refurbish and asked me to inform you." Upon realizing it was a directive from Fu Heng, Shen Xing Tong felt a wave of understanding wash over her. Of course, it was Fu Heng's command. No wonder Chen Su had shifted his demeanor so abruptly. When it comes to sycophants, Chen Su undeniably takes the crown as the world's foremost flatterer. Although her voice remained gentle, Chen Su could detect a hint of authority within it. He shook his head in disbelief. How could his sister-in-law possibly be dominant? Fu Heng had an aversion to assertive women. "Sister-in-law, well, rest assured, if you're in a hurry, I'll ensure the design draft is ready for you by tomorrow." Shen Xing Tong had been diligently working on the design for Chen Su's house. In truth, she had completed the drawings, but upon hearing Chen Su express no urgency, she decided to refine them further. Now that the client was eager, she resolved to prioritize presenting the work to him. All right then, Chen Su acquiesced. If his brothers were to abandon their designs, it would undoubtedly impact Shen Xing Tong's performance at the studio. Shen Xing Tong lifted her gaze and kindly asked Mr. Chen, "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Chen Su glanced at the coffee on the table, untouched. The coffee at Jinchuan's studio was reserved for guests, crafted from the finest beans. Though Qin Jinchuan could be frugal with employees, he was generous with clients. Moreover, this particular cup had been personally brewed by Shen Xing Tong, leaving Chen Su somewhat reluctant. Before Shen Xing Tong could usher him out, he swiftly took a sip of the coffee. As Shen Xing Tong rose to leave, a sudden wail from Chen Su caught her attention, prompting her to turn in surprise. There stood Chen Su, covering his mouth and mumbling incoherently, "Hot, hot, hot. I burn myself." Shen Xing Tong gazed at him in astonishment. Noticing her gaze, Chen Su chuckled sheepishly. "Sister-in-law, the coffee is delightful." After departing from the office building, Chen Su strolled over to the Fu group. The receptionist, accustomed to his presence, did not even attempt to stop him but promptly informed the president's office. Chen Su burst into the president's office like a gust of wind. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Brother Heng, this is a disaster." Sister-in-law said, "You must wait in line if you want her to design for you again." Fu Heng slightly lifted his gaze. The concept of waiting in line was utterly alien to him. Chen Su, aware of this fact, mused that this man had likely never waited in line throughout his life. How absurd. He raised a finger, recounting his conversation with Shen Xing Tong, and added worriedly, "If those friends cancel their orders, it might affect sister-in-law's performance, right? So, Brother Heng, you should patiently wait in line. After all, you're not in a hurry. Are you?" Noticing Chen Su's obsequious demeanor, Fu Heng's voice turned frosty. "Your consideration is quite thorough. I thank you on behalf of Xing Tong." Initially intending to respond with a casual "you're welcome," Chen Su suddenly sensed a dark cloud over the man's expression, causing him to take a step back in alarm. This man, with his ominous tone, might just be feeling jealous because Chen Su had considered Xing Tong's performance. How frightening. In the tea room not far from the reception area, Xiao Rui occasionally glanced towards the waiting room. He continued to do so even after Chen Su left, his fingers unconsciously stirring a spoon in his cup of what was merely an ordinary black coffee. Soon, Ji Ying approached him, stealing glances in his direction. Since entering the studio, she had noticed this man frequently observing Shen Xing Tong. The gaze of a man towards a woman is often telling of intent, whether it carries purpose or infatuation. Suddenly, Ji Ying broke the silence. "Teacher Xiao, you've been in the studio for quite a while, haven't you?" His demeanor, generally aloof towards others, softened slightly in her presence. Ji Ying smiled. "With your talents, Teacher Xiao, you could easily establish your own practice." "Indeed, I have considered that before," Xiao Rui replied, momentarily pausing, confusion evident in his gaze as he regarded this new colleague. He wondered why she seemed to be subtly encouraging him to leave. "Why don't you think about it now?" Ji Ying inquired with a smile. Her expression appeared innocent, resembling that of a naive girl. Caught off guard, Xiao Rui lowered his voice. "Now, I have some reasons that make me hesitant to leave." Ji Ying glanced around and whispered back, "You like mission, don't you?" Xiao Rui's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing with heightened vigilance. Ji Ying laughed lightly, shaking her hand. "I was merely asking out of curiosity. After all, I enjoy a bit of gossip. If it makes you uncomfortable, just disregard my question." With that, she walked away, leaving Xiao Rui to ponder her words. His brow furrowed in thought. The woman, perplexingly innocent in appearance, always seemed to harbor an unsettling aura. Ji Ying retreated to a corner, retrieving her phone once more to peruse the novel. In this moment, a prologue had emerged, narrating the tale of Shen Xing Tong and Fu Heng. Chapter 92 presented a peculiar sentiment akin to that of a widow. Ji Ying fervently flipped through the pages, her eyes igniting with fiery intensity. How could the plot possibly alter? Did this not imply that she, the protagonist, had been woven into the fabric of the story's prelude? She felt compelled to intervene, to thwart any further affection between Fu Heng and Shen Xing Tong, even if it were merely an act. As the workday concluded, Shen Xing Tong entered Fu Heng's car, where a palpable low pressure seemed to pervade the atmosphere. Instinctively, she brushed her arm, feeling inexplicably chilled by a wave of cold air. Out of the corner of his eye, Fu Heng noticed her subtle gesture. "Is it cold?" he inquired. However, she sensed that the chill emanated from him. "Mr. Fu, this doesn't appear to be the route to your home," she remarked, recognizing they were headed towards Yunhai Mountain Villa. "The villa has been renovated," he replied, confirming the adage that with sufficient funds, everything progresses swiftly. Yet, a fleeting look of disdain crossed Shen Xing Tong's delicate features, arriving so early to oversee formaldehyde purification. Even with the finest materials, she believed caution was prudent, remaining vigilant. She had no intention of spending the night in that newly renovated abode. Nor could she permit Fu Heng to reside there, lest it affect their future child. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Her phone vibrated vigorously within her bag. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a message from Su Qingyu. The Western European collector we stood up last time has contacted me again. Shen Xing Tong recalled this matter, nearly allowing it to slip her mind. Then arrange a meeting with him. Let us discuss it in person. She was curious to ascertain the true nature of this deceiver. I have scheduled a meeting for this Saturday evening. We cannot back out. Su Qingyu added with a boastful emoji. Shen Xing Tong scoffed quietly. Putting her phone away, she discreetly glanced at Fu Heng, who was engrossed in reviewing contracts, evidently preoccupied with work-related matters. Mr. Fu, his enchanting voice broke the silence. Without lifting his gaze, he queried, "What is it?" Today, Fu Heng appeared particularly aloof, his tone somewhat detached. "You have a property abroad?" He finally raised his eyes. "Yes. There is a vacation villa. I could take you there next time." Shen Xing Tong promptly responded, "Why wait for next time? Why not take me this week?" "This week?" The man's brow furrowed. His expression suggested reluctance. Did this male protagonist harbor some unspeakable secrets within his foreign villa? What was preventing her from visiting? "Let us speak amicably." Fu Heng grasped her chin, teasingly warning, "Continue speaking thus, and I shall kiss you senseless." Who could fathom the strange dichotomy of this man? With a demeanor so cold and ascetic, he uttered such passionate threats, creating a stark contrast that was utterly jarring. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of apprehension, not wishing to find herself in a compromising position once again that evening. Pouting, she exclaimed, "I'm merely speaking normally. This week won't do. I must make a trip to Haicheng. Perhaps next week." Upon hearing this, Shen Xing Tong realized that Fu Heng would be traveling for work again. How delightful. She was nearly elated to the point of laughter. Moreover, considering the timing, her monthly cycle was also approaching, and she awaited the next month with bated breath. Fu Heng cast a lingering gaze upon her, perceiving not a sense of regret in her demeanor, but rather an eagerness. That very night, Shen Xing Tong dragged Su Qingyu out to a nightclub. The following evening, they rode motorcycles along the riverbank. On the third day, they returned to the upscale massage parlor from last time, opting for foot spa treatments with handsome attendants. Having learned from their previous experience, Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyu exercised restraint, wary of the sudden reappearance of the two men. On the fourth night, the duo spent an entire day at an amusement park. Throughout that week, they savored the exhilarating thrill of living as though they were widows. On Friday night, Su Qingyu mischievously led Shen Xing Tong to a clandestine cafe. Shen Xing Tong surveyed the overly obscure establishment and inquired, "How did you discover such an exclusive place?" Su Qingyu, adorned with a pink wavy wig, swayed her hips and replied, "Oh, let me tell you, a super handsome young star frequents here for coffee. I happened to encounter him once, and I have reliable intel that he'll be here again today." Shen Xing Tong scrutinized her from head to toe. "So, you dressed up so meticulously just to see this young star? He can't possibly be that famous, can he? There's nothing around this concealed cafe." Su Qingyu let out a playful hum. "You'll see soon enough. I must keep it a secret. I spent a pretty penny to gain access to this cafe, which operates on a membership basis and has stringent requirements for approval. I paid 8,000 yuan just to join." While speaking, she lamented her now empty wallet. Shen Xing Tong glanced at the cafe, clicking her tongue. "Given your 8,000 yuan investment, let us indulge our eyes. Let us hope he is not less appealing than Fu Heng or Fu Yu, or else it will be a waste of money." The sisters entered the cafe. Inside, the lighting was dim, revealing a modest stage ahead. Suddenly, the spotlight illuminated the stage, centering on an individual cradling a guitar. "Ah, it's him!" Su Qingyu exclaimed excitedly. Shen Xing Tong looked up at the man, curious about the identity of the individual who could elicit such fervent screams from Su Qingyu. The young man occupied the focal point, with a strikingly fair complexion that immediately suggested a delicate charm. His slender fingers skillfully strummed the guitar, producing a melodious tune that flowed effortlessly. Unlike the aggressively handsome Fu Heng and Fu Yu, his features were soft and exquisitely refined. Shen Xing Tong, though not particularly attuned to the entertainment industry, was familiar with a few top male stars, some of whom Su Qingyu had previously idolized. Yet this individual before her did not seem to belong to that elite list. "Who is he?" Shen Xing Tong inquired. "He is undoubtedly destined for fame. He recently appeared on a music variety show, and his talents captivated me instantly." Su Qingyue clasped her hands together, her face alight with admiration. Shen Xing Tong understood. The girl's infatuation with celebrities had resurfaced. Chapter 93. He is indeed the collector. There is nothing wrong with appreciating handsome men, especially male stars, as there are always many striking figures. Yet, the youthful boy before them evoked such admiration from Su Qingyue. Shen Xing Tong raised an eyebrow. When did your taste change? Su Qingyue shot her a glance. What do you mean by that? I'm an omnivorous admirer. Can't I explore other styles of handsome men? Staring at Fu Yu's enchanting face all day, isn't it refreshing to look at someone with a fresh vibe? Shen Xing Tong found her reasoning unexpectedly compelling and momentarily fell silent. This song was penned by him, showcasing his remarkable talent. From the very first moment she sat down, Su Qingyue began to extol the man's prowess, praising the music with fervor. Shen Xing Tong, who was typically indifferent to music, found herself listening intently due to Su Qingyue's enthusiasm. I wish I could support him.
Su Qingyue mu mút sốc đi.
Shen Xing Tong couldn't help but choke on her coffee, bursting into laughter. Su Qingyue glared at her. Why are you so shocked? I meant to support him, so he could sing for us and compose songs for us. How wonderful would that be? Shen Xing Tong grabbed a tissue to wipe the coffee off her face. I understand your sentiment, but he does seem a bit too delicate and slender, especially compared to the current Fu Yu. No longer the frail Fu Yu. He stood tall and robust, having regained much of his physique through a proper diet and rehabilitation training. Su Qingyue huffed. That's fine. I think being a bit frail makes him more manageable. Shen Xing Tong realized there was truth in that statement. Indeed. Do you want to ask for his WeChat? Shen Xing Tong inquired. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed. Would that be too forward? You mentioned wanting him to help you write songs. He would surely oblige, and you don't even know his name. The girl had praised him for 20 minutes yet had not caught his name. Su Qingyue's expression turned awkward. I truly forgot to remember his name. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Did you get his name? Shen Xing Tong asked.
I did.
It's Lin Jing'an. Shen Xing Tong furrowed her brow, finding the name somewhat familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? Observing her friend's joyful demeanor, she pondered but could not recall, ultimately deciding to let it go. She advised Su Qingyue, you should keep this a secret from Fu Yu, otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. Su Qingyue huffed twice. Don't worry. On Saturday evening, the two arranged to meet with the Western European collector at his villa. Shen Xing Tong changed into male attire, even donning a short hairstyle, and drove Su Qingyue to the collector's residence. Are you sure he lives here? This villa suggests he is quite affluent. Su Qingyue patted her chest. This is the place. He is incredibly wealthy. Tong Tong, I shall enter first. If anything seems amiss, I will send you a message. Should I fail to communicate with you within half an hour, you must come in to rescue me. Shen Xing Tong gestured an okay. This girl has recently grown remarkably bold. Once Fu Yu departed, Su Qingyue seemed to have been unshackled. With great cheer, Su Qingyue entered, leaving Shen Xing Tong to await her return in the car. As moments ticked by, a sense of unease began to settle in Shen Xing Tong's heart when Su Qingyue did not message her. Half an hour passed, each second stretching painfully, prompting Shen Xing Tong to finally relent, exiting the vehicle and striding into the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, a large, dark dog barked ferociously at her. With a swift throw of a stone, she struck its forehead, causing the dog to whimper and lie down submissively. If even the dog was so fierce, one could only wonder if its owner was equally intimidating. Shen Xing Tong felt a twinge of apprehension as she boldly entered the villa. Yu. As she stepped inside, she spotted a man leaning over Su Qingyue, who sat there motionless. Though only a silhouette was visible from Shen Xing Tong's perspective, it appeared as though this older man intended to take advantage of Su Qingyue. Without hesitation, she seized a nearby vase, preparing to intervene, when the man suddenly turned his head slightly in her direction. Shen Xing Tong halted her advance, the vase frozen in her grasp. Su Qingyue awkwardly smiled and said, Tong Tong, he is the collector. Shen Xing Tong incredulously exclaimed, Uncle? In High City, Fu Heng regarded Fu Yu, who sat opposite him, with a detached tone. Your company has only just begun, yet you seem quite occupied. Fu Yu twirled a pen on the table. No matter how busy I am, it pales in comparison to elder brother. His dedication to the Fu group is commendable. The two brothers had never seen eye to eye within the Fu household, and encountering each other outside, they needed no pretense. Fu Heng scoffed, if you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My greatest difficulty at present is indeed encountering you, Fu Yu retorted with a disdainful tone. Their gazes clashed, thickening the tension in the conference room. Surrounding them were various executives from the Fu Group subsidiaries, while Fu Yu had also brought along his team. Fu Yu had come to High City to secure a new energy manufacturing plant, while Fu Heng had recently delved into similar investments. To their surprise, the brothers found themselves face to face. The atmosphere in the conference room was peculiar, with an eerie silence prevailing. Even the host, Director Lin, dared not speak. Glancing left and right, feeling quite unfortunate this year. He had heard of the discord between the Fu brothers, but now found himself caught in their mutual scrutiny. Was this fortune or misfortune? Gentleman Fu, you need not worry. Our factory is fully capable of handling your orders. Moreover, Director Lin, one cannot say such things lightly. Fu Yu interjected, pausing his pen's twirl. After all, one man could not serve two masters, nor could Director Lin divide his attention. Director Lin responded with confusion. What is this metaphor? The young scion of a wealthy family uttered words that shattered expectations, as it is not uncommon for such privileged individuals to indulge in extramarital affairs, even after marriage. Fu Heng remained silent, intrigued to see what his brother would articulate next. Director Lin, hesitant to contradict, could only respond with a nervous chuckle, affirming, Indeed, you are correct. Thus, you must choose between the two, Fu Yu interjected. Before Director Lin could respond, both Fu Heng's and Fu Yu's phones vibrated simultaneously on the table. The two men glanced down, discovering they had received photographs from an unknown number. As the devices chimed, everyone in the vicinity turned their attention towards the brothers. Fu Heng opened the images to reveal playful snapshots of Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue. The first depicted a lively nightclub scene, where Shen was seen dancing closely with a handsome stranger. The second showcased a foot massage at a familiar establishment, with a charming attendant tending to Shen's feet. The third photo appeared to be from that evening, capturing Shen Xing Tong's Porsche parked outside a villa. The fourth featured Su Qingyue exiting the vehicle and entering the villa.
Bang!
Fu Yu immediately tossed his phone onto the table in disbelief. Fu Heng raised his gaze to him. Director Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, what you mean is that I need not choose after all.
How splendid!
He felt a surge of joy within. Fu Yu, with a sardonic smile, retorted, Choose? My wife has ascended to the heavens. With that, he strode out, leaving his bewildered executives scrambling to gather their belongings and follow him. Director Lin pondered. What is this obscure terminology? He glanced out the window, wondering how Fu Yu's wife could possibly be in the sky. Was she on an airplane?
Fu Heng scoffed.
The rest is for you to discuss. He coldly instructed Shen Xing and the executives of the branch office before rising to leave. Shen Xing dared not inquire further, responding with a simple yes. As Fu Heng's assistant for many years, he recognized the unmistakable signs of impending anger on his superior's face. However, he could only speculate that it might pertain to the lady of the house. He stood upright, hands tucked into his pockets, a playful glint in his eyes. He was the younger brother of Shen Xing Tong's mother, a child born late to their grandparents. Thus, at the age of 32, he was still relatively young. After nearly a decade of absence, his sudden reappearance took Shen Xing Tong by surprise. It seems you have not succumbed to dementia, as you still recognize me, he remarked with a teasing smile, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyue. The man, having changed little in appearance over the years, now bore a matured charm that complemented his striking features. Clad in a silk black robe, his recent proximity to Su Qingyue could easily lead to misunderstandings. Shen Xing Tong curled her lips disdainfully, clapping her hands. If I were to suffer from dementia, you would find yourself lying in a coffin. After such a long separation, his tongue had become quite sharp, but what was this peculiar attire he wore? He cast a glance at her, revealing a hint of disdain. Short hair, oversized men's clothing, paired with a pair of ill-fitting shoes. How had this girl's sense of aesthetics declined to such a degree in such a short time? Shen Xing Tong could hardly be bothered to engage with his criticism. She would dress as she pleased. What right did he, a long-missing person, have to comment on her? He smiled helplessly, gesturing for her to sit down. Since everyone was present, it was best to take a seat. What would you like to drink? Wine? Juice? Milk? Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she responded, Milk, please. Shen Xing Tong crossed her arms, declaring, I'll have plain water. The man nodded slightly and turned to prepare their drinks. What are you doing? You don't intend to leapfrog and become my aunt-in-law, do you? Shen Xing Tong joked. She knew her uncle was handsome. But it shouldn't be enough to make Su Qingyue so suddenly excited, right? Su Qingyue had previously stated that her uncle was not her type. What nonsense are you spouting? I meant if he has money, we could sell him that necklace and we'd be rich. Shen Xing Tong's lips twitched. Are you suggesting we run off with my uncle's money? Is this moral degradation or a distortion of humanity? Su Qingyue stuck out her tongue. It's not entirely out of the question.
What do you mean by that?
Just then, He emerged with 2 cups and conveniently overheard their conversation. What perfect timing. Uncle, have you been living in Western Europe for the past decade? Shen Xing Tong swept her gaze across the villa. It was evident from the first glance that it was designed in a European style. She noticed Hinanchi displaying both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the chance to see the only relative who had ever treated her well, and the sorrow arose from the possibility that she might never see him again after fleeing with Su Qingyue. The chances of their paths crossing again seemed negligible. Hinanchi settled into a single armchair with an air of elegance, her slender fingers resting lightly on the armrest, where a wedding ring gleamed on her ring finger. Shen Xing Tong suspected she had deliberately revealed that finger to her. "You're married?" "Yes, she is still in Europe." The only solace for her was that the narrative of the book did not include a character like Hinanchi, allowing her to live freely without being bound by the storyline. Hinanchi gently caressed the wedding ring on her finger, a faint smile gracing her lips.
Let us not dwell on that.
"What about the sapphire necklace you mentioned?" Su Qingyue, who had remained silent until now, suddenly clapped her hands in excitement upon hearing his words.
Yes.
"Uncle, you bought this necklace for your wife, didn't you? Since we're all old friends, let us do it at a friendly price. 1.5 billion will suffice." Su Qingyue was aware that Shen Xing Tong would never voice such a suggestion, so she spoke candidly. She blinked at Hinanchi, adopting a serious demeanor as if to say, "I consider you a friend." Shen Xing Tong cleared her throat several times. 1.5 billion. That seems a bit excessive. If it were the Fu family's money, it would be fair game, but this is too harsh on my uncle. Hinanchi chuckled softly, raising her gaze to Su Qingyue with a teasing tone. "Aren't you all becoming wealthy wives? Are you so desperate for money that it has come to this?"
1.5
billion is not something I can come up with right now. Indeed, the truth was laid bare with remarkable honesty. Su Qingyue's eyes darkened. If the money could not be produced now, it was no matter. We could opt for an installment plan. Shen Xing Tong, feigning a headache, touched her forehead. She discreetly pinched Su Qingyue's waist from behind and leaned in closer, whispering through clenched teeth, "Lower the price. Do not cling so tightly." Su Qingyue understood. "What amount do you deem appropriate? While an installment plan is not feasible, I can assure you that the funds will be available in 3 months. Hinanchi twirled the wedding ring on his finger, remarking that once the money arrived, he would have no objection to receiving the necklace then. Shen Xing Tong squinted and inquired, "Uncle, what about my aunt? Do you have a photo? Do you have children now?" "You certainly have a plethora of questions," came the response. "Of course. Gossip is a fundamental trait of human nature, do tell me." With that, he stood and seized Shen Xing Tong by the collar, lifting her as he did in their childhood, akin to capturing a chick. Su Qingyue watched, torn between laughter and restraint, feeling quite uncomfortable. A spark of irritation flickered in Shen Xing Tong's eyes.
Hey.
"I'm an adult now. Could you refrain from manhandling me so? Is that so? You still appear as diminutive as in our youth," Hinanchi replied, seemingly deaf to her protests. The trio continued their conversation as they made their way outside, only to encounter 2 familiar vehicles at the entrance. Chapter 95. "Yeah, you are truly misbehaving." In front stood Fu Heng's Bentley, while behind it was Fu Yu's Qian. How had those two appeared so swiftly? Had they flown back? Moreover, their simultaneous arrival was perplexing. Fu Heng gazed coldly at Shen Xing Tong through the car window. From his perspective, the intimacy between Shen Xing Tong and Hinanchi appeared far too close for mere acquaintances. At that moment, Fu Yu exited his vehicle and opened the door. Su Qingyue muttered under her breath, "What dreadful luck." Hinanchi cast a glance at the luxury cars and asked Shen Xing Tong, "Are they your husbands?" Shen Xing Tong replied with a gentle affirmative.
Fu Yu strode purposefully toward Su Qingyue.
She attempted to evade him, but found no escape, momentarily forgetting how agile Fu Yu had become. Shen Xing Tong observed the man's swift approach and cast a sympathetic glance at Su Qingyue. This evening, her dear friend was destined for misfortune. Noticing Fu Yu's somewhat gloomy expression, Su Qingyue hastily began to explain. "I came to." Shen Xing Tong waved her hand in a gesture of farewell. "Brave one, travel well." The car door closed, and the Qian drove away first. Shen Xing Tong looked toward the Bentley, about to speak, but the window rolled up, denying her the chance to voice her thoughts before it drove off. Shen Xing Tong exclaimed, "What a heartless, ungrateful male lead. A callous man indeed." She pouted, who knows.
It's all so baffling.
As she approached her own Porsche, she noticed the man still gripping the back of her collar, feeling irked. "Uncle, if you tug on my collar again, do you believe I won't give you a shoulder throw?" Shen Xing Tong huffed lightly and made a face at him. "You needn't remind me, old man." With that, she opened the car door and drove away. Hinanchi shook his head, amused yet resigned. Once the Porsche had distanced itself, he turned slightly to gaze at the Bentley, which remained parked by the roadside. Due to a certain distance, the man inside the vehicle likely did not hear their conversation at all. He wore an amused expression, the corners of his lips curving slightly upwards. The members of the Fu family were quite intriguing. He had initially intended to inquire whether Shen Xing Tong required assistance, perhaps with her divorce. However, it appeared that such help was unnecessary for the time being. Fu Heng, seated in the car, squinted his eyes. The driver was utterly astonished. Observing the intimacy between the young mistress and that man, with playful forehead taps and silly faces, he wondered if his young master had been betrayed. As she lay on the bed, she pondered why the two brothers had discovered her movements so swiftly. It felt as though they had implanted a GPS tracker on her. Could it possibly be true? What troubled her further was how she would conduct a business transaction of 150 million with Fu Heng next month under these circumstances. It was indeed a perplexing predicament, this enigmatic male protagonist. Su Qingyue sat on the sofa in her bedroom, her gaze fixed longingly on Fu Yu, who stood before her, hands on his hips, silent and imposing. The atmosphere was palpably charged, with Fu Yu's presence effortlessly overpowering Su Qingyue's. Without a second thought, she found herself explaining, "That man has no relation to me. He is my sister-in-law's relative." From his earlier actions, Fu Yu showed no sign of doubt. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained unyielding. Su Qingyue, unable to decipher his expression, nervously tugged at the corner of the sofa cushion, crumpling it in her grip. Fu Yu finally displayed a flicker of emotion as he sat beside her. Her heart raced, and she felt a bit lost. To her surprise, the man lifted her and placed her on his lap. She quickly squirmed a bit. He lowered his voice in warning, "Yeah, do not fidget. If you continue, this will no longer be a simple embrace." Su Qingyue stiffened, obediently settling herself. His recovery was indeed swift, far exceeding her expectations. However, she sensed no softening in his demeanor, which only heightened her anxiety. Eventually, Fu Yu took out his phone, presenting it to her. "What is this?" she asked, glancing at the screen, which displayed photos of her and Shen Xing Tong enjoying a night out, as well as images from their visit to a massage parlor, and even one of them meeting He at a villa. "Have you sent someone to follow us?" she exclaimed, a chill creeping up her spine and engulfing her entire being. Fu Yu, the cunning antagonist, had indeed dispatched someone to track her movements, complicating her and Shen Xing Tong's escape plans. Fu Yu scoffed, "I do not regard you as a criminal to keep under surveillance, but given your disobedience, perhaps I should keep you close." "What have I done wrong?" Su Qingyue protested, playfully tapping his chest. "Darling, you're overthinking this. While you are away, my sister-in-law and I merely sought to express our feelings of longing." Fu Yu smirked, "Longing expressed at a nightclub?" Su Qingyue inwardly wished to bite her tongue. Her words were indeed reckless. "What else should I do? Should I weep over your photograph all day? Thank you, but I am not dead yet. I do not require your mourning." Fu Yulong let out a cold snort, adjusting her position to face him. "Yeah, you've been quite disobedient. Tell me, how should I penalize you?" Su Qingyue felt that the posture was rather inappropriate, her cheeks turning a deep crimson. Weakly, she replied, "Don't be so petty. Otherwise, next time we go dancing, I might just bring you along. And to the massage parlor too. I can have a few charming waitresses tend to your feet." Fu Yulong was almost amused by Su Qingyue's audacity. When Shen Xing Tong encountered Su Qingyue early that morning, she noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Yet her complexion was unusually vibrant, as if she had been rejuvenated. "What happened?" Shen Xing Tong asked, immediately regretting the question, realizing it was rather unnecessary. Su Qingyue pointed to her swollen lips, indicating her plight. "What else could it be? Fu Yulong has been tormenting me. By the way, I need to tell you." She hurriedly grasped Shen Xing Tong's arm to share her news. "Big sister, are you and Yaya whispering so early?" Chapter 96. Big sister has corrupted my Yaya. Shen Xing Tong and Su Qingyue turned to see Fu Yulong standing a short distance away, arms crossed, his gaze upon them bearing a judgmental air. Upon seeing him, Su Qingyue felt her legs weaken. "Fu Yulong, aren't you going to the office? What purpose does the office serve?" Fu Yulong approached Su Qingyue. "My wife is almost ready to abandon me. What good is the office?" The veins on Su Qingyue's forehead throbbed with indignation. How was she being wronged? When had she ever expressed a desire to be rid of Fu Yulong? Such words were far too bold for her to utter. "What are you talking about?" "Darling, our relationship is so strong. How could I ever forsake you?" Su Qingyue had indeed learned from Shen Xing Tong, mastering the art of conversation with impeccable tone. Shen Xing Tong typically spoke to Fu Heng in just such a manner. However, Fu Yulong seemed unimpressed. He strode towards Su Qingyue, taking her hand and leading her outside. "Since my wife has spoken, let's go to the office together. Don't learn any bad habits from big sister." Shen Xing Tong was taken aback. Her initial role as a mere spectator disrupted, and anger surged within her at the implication of being labeled bad. Su Qingyue interjected, "Then, who is good?" "Of course, it is I," Fu Yulong declared, guiding her to the parking lot. Shen Xing Tong remained rooted in place, rolling her eyes in exasperation. This insufferable villain. I have wronged no one. Thank you very much. Once seated in the car, Fu Yulong's tone turned slightly displeased. It seems I did not exert enough effort last night to warrant your early rising. Su Qingyue, feeling rather lifeless, lazily shot him a glance upon hearing his words. I appreciate your diligent efforts last night. I have certainly felt them. Yeah, he said, pinching her chin. You are forbidden from going out with big sister. She will lead you astray. His initial instinct had proven correct. Shen Xing Tong was indeed a bad influence on Su Qingyue. Had he known this would happen, he would have never left her side. From now on, he would have to keep Su Qingyue close, ensuring she was always at his side. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue was resolute in her refusal. What are you saying? My sister-in-law is quite kind. You cannot prevent us from enjoying our time together simply because she took me out. Am I right? Fu Yuxie smirked. So, are you planning to spend your life with her? Su Qingyue silently pondered. Of course. She and Shen Xing Tong intended to be together for a lifetime. Good sisters are meant to stay together forever. Yet, she could not voice such sentiments aloud, for we are family, destined to be together for eternity. Just as you and I are meant to be. This sentiment seemed to strike a chord with Fu Yu. A subtle smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with delight. What you say about a lifetime, do not deceive me. Of course, I will deceive you. Shen Xing Tong, feeling bored, busied herself at home with design sketches. After a moment's thought, she sent a message to Fu Heng. One must bow their head under the eaves. She decided to dismiss her frustrations, reminding herself not to stoop to the level of the male lead, resolutely refusing to let him affect her mood. Soon, Su Qingyue sent her a message. I inquired with Fu Yu. He did not send anyone to monitor us. Shen Xing Tong rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Monitoring us? It seems more like stalking. After a brief pause, she reassured her, it's all right. I will have my uncle adjust the surveillance. Given that footage had been captured last night, it was clear the individual was nearby, and there must be cameras at Hinanqi's location. In no time, Hinanqi sent her the surveillance video. Shen Xing Tong quickly identified the figure in the shadows. It was Jiying. Standing in a dimly lit corner, the woman wielded a camera. Her smile cold and sinister, a stark contrast to the Jiying she was accustomed to. Shen Xing Tong let out a chilling laugh. I know who it is. Who would have thought this female lead would turn into a troublemaker? Had she arrived later, there would have been far less commotion. Shen Xing Tong replied, indeed. As night fell, Fu Heng messaged her. Earlier, Shen Xing Tong had reached out. Mr. Fu, do you have a moment? I can explain. A mere 5 words, as chilling as ice. Fu Heng was undeniably a difficult man to handle. Shen Xing Tong scoffed in frustration. How tiresome. Were it not for the substantial sum of 150 million, she would hardly bother with him. Shen Xing Tong's lips moved, muttering a string of curses, yet the words she typed were exceptionally gentle.
Mr. Fu.
If you refuse to listen to my explanation, then I shan't elaborate further. I truly had no intention of causing you any distress.
Fu Heng remained unresponsive.
To all appearances, her words only deepened the misunderstanding. Shen Xing Tong slapped her palm against her right hand in exasperation. How inept am I at explanations? Mr. Fu, I did not mean it that way. I am merely a pitiful stay-at-home daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Fu Heng let out a low hum. Stay-at-home daughter-in-law? Quite an intriguing phrase. While he was somewhat entertained by her attempts at justification, the way Shen Xing Tong interacted with Hinanqi the previous night lingered heavily on his mind. At the very least, her playful demeanor had never been displayed in his presence. A week later, she gently tugged at the corners of her lips. As Jiying lifted her gaze from her computer, she met the penetrating eyes of Shen Xing Tong. With a hint of trepidation, Jiying softly inquired, Miss Shen, is something the matter? Your expression is rather intimidating. Shen Xing Tong offered a faint smile and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I simply feel that our new colleague has been with us for a while now. Why don't I treat everyone to dinner today? Yes, yes. A young girl nearby exclaimed with delight, the first to raise her hand in agreement. Teacher Shen has been receiving so many orders lately. She must have made quite a bonus, so it's only fitting for her to treat us. This young girl referred to Shen Xing Tong as Teacher Shen, a testament to her admiration for her. Most others typically addressed Shen Xing Tong as Miss Shen. Ji Ying's eyes sparkled as she responded, Of course. I would like to thank Miss Shen for this. No need for thanks, Shen Xing Tong replied, but you, dear designer, who has yet to deliver results after all this time, should truly strive harder. Be careful not to find yourself in a precarious position. Chapter 97. Who dares to harm Mr. Fu's woman? Ji Ying's eyes blinked innocently, filled with a blend of purity and vulnerability as she gazed at Shen Xing Tong. Miss Shen, Yet, there were those who were swayed by Ji Ying's pitiable demeanor, unwilling to see Shen Xing Tong treated in such a manner. A bespectacled woman in her 40s approached, standing defiantly before Jing, hands on her hips and a fierce tone in her voice. Shen Xing Tong, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Is this behavior not a bit excessive? Jing gently tugged at the woman's sleeve from behind, saying, Sister Zhang, please don't say any more. It would be impolite. Shen Xing Tong chuckled derisively. Are you so eager to defend her? Sister Zhang raised her chin slightly, her tone laced with arrogance. Isn't that obvious? We're all in the same studio, and your bullying of a colleague is excessive. You only rely on your looks to secure your position with wealthy individuals, hoping they would provide you with resources. You have not truly earned your achievements through merit. Is that all? How dare you mock your colleagues? You're really pushing it. Jing is new here and not as shameless as you. She waits patiently for clients, based on her skills. What's wrong with that? Perhaps Sister Zhang was simply venting her own frustrations, seeking a sense of validation by belittling Shen Xing Tong. Unfortunately, few around her echoed her sentiments. No one responded, as they did not perceive Shen Xing Tong as the person Sister Zhang described, especially given that Shen Xing Tong wore a wedding ring and exuded an air of sophistication. Noticing the lack of support from those around her, Sister Zhang's expression soured. Shen Xing Tong smiled, not exhibiting the expected anger. Rather, her smile widened. Ms. Zhang, are you aware that every word you utter constitutes defamation? I could take legal action against you. First, do you possess any evidence of my alleged relationships with wealthy individuals? If not, I have recorded everything you've just said, and I could report you at any moment. Second, my accomplishments are the result of my own hard work. If you lack the capability, simply admit your jealousy instead of pretending I am unaware of your envy towards my success. Thirdly, regarding the individual you referred to as Xiao Ji, I merely remarked on her dismal performance. According to President Qin's regulations, those who fail to deliver results within a month are subject to termination. Is there an issue with that? She even attempted to counter with a first, second, and third argument, yet Sister Zhang remained unconvinced. It is quite amusing. That fellow Chen, can you honestly claim there is no connection between you two? Why is it that he only introduces clients to you? Our studio boasts numerous designers. Why is it solely you who receives client introductions? Jing tugged at Sister Zhang's sleeve from behind. Sister Zhang, enough. Do not speak further. Miss Shen and Chen are truly not what you think. They are merely good friends. This statement seemed to inexplicably lend credence to Zhang's suspicions. See, I told you. You are nothing but a harlot. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed across Sister Zhang's face, interrupting her vitriolic tirade. In shock, Sister Zhang covered her face and exclaimed, You dare strike me? Shen Xing Tong flicked her wrist dismissively. This slap is a courtesy to you, you gossiping harpy. I have recorded your slanderous words on my phone, so prepare for the consequences. She brandished her phone triumphantly. Sister Zhang's eyes blazed with fury. Her life was already fraught with difficulties, her work performance unsatisfactory. Watching Shen Xing Tong flourish daily, adorned in designer clothes and driving luxury cars, had twisted her spirit long ago. Supporting Ji Ying was, in essence, a means of vindicating herself. Enraged, she spat, wretched creature. I will end you. With that, she lunged, feigning an attempt to strangle Shen Xing Tong. Shen Xing Tong deftly evaded Sister Zhang's attack, but Zhang lost her balance and crashed headfirst to the ground. Sister Zhang. Other colleagues rushed to her aid. Xiao Rui, noticing the gathering crowd, pushed his way through. Spotting Zhang with blood streaming from her nose, he turned his gaze to Shen Xing Tong. Xing Tong, are you unharmed? He inquired with concern. Shen Xing Tong replied languidly. What harm could possibly befall me? Zhang wiped her nose and, upon seeing blood, her eyes narrowed in fury. Wretched girl. You have made me bleed. Abruptly, she broke free from the colleagues trying to restrain her and brandished a fruit knife, charging forward. Shen Xing Tong, caught off guard, found the knife aimed directly at her right arm. The entire incident transpired with such swiftness that no one had the chance to react. Xiao Rui, even as he attempted to intervene, realized it was too late. Shen Xing Tong, with remarkable agility, dodged the attack, but the blade still grazed her sleeve, leaving a long gash on her arm from which blood began to seep. Seeing her injury, Sister Zhang's expression twisted into a malicious grin. This is what you owe me. Xiao Rui's face darkened as he stepped forward, seizing the fruit knife from Zhang's grasp. Someone restrain her. What is all this commotion? President Qin Jin Chuan emerged from the office, initially intrigued by the prospect of a celebratory meal hosted by Shen Xing Tong. However, upon witnessing her injury, his eyes widened in alarm. Miss Shen, who has harmed you? Damn it, who dares to lay a hand on someone from Fu Heng? Xiao Rui quickly responded. Sister Zhang is the culprit. President Qin, it's time to involve the authorities. Qin Jinchuan felt an overwhelming urge to weep as he turned to Sister Zhang, glaring at her. What on earth are you doing? If you want him dead, just say it outright. Sister Zhang, oblivious to the calamity she had caused, retorted with her usual arrogance. She bullied a colleague and slapped me. I merely returned the favor. Call the police. Hurry, and call the police. Qin Jinchuan's expression darkened significantly. Shen Xing Tong's gaze grew colder as she glanced at Sister Zhang and then subtly shifted her attention to the corner where Ji Ying sat with her head bowed. She noticed Ji Ying was seemingly unfazed by the turmoil, her head bent low as she appeared engrossed in her mobile device, likely reading a novel. Ji Ying seemed thoroughly absorbed in her reading. Shen Xing Tong narrowed her eyes. What sort of novel could it be? Qin Jinchuan did indeed summon the police, detailing the events that transpired, which led to Sister Zhang being taken away. He instructed Xiao Rui, take Miss Shen to the hospital. I will handle matters at the police station. If he left it unresolved, he would have no way to give Fu Heng an account of the situation. Xiao Rui nodded in agreement. Once they departed, Xiao Rui approached her. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Shen Xing Tong replied, no need. I can manage on my own. Xiao Rui's expression turned somber. Xing Tong, even colleagues should support one another, shouldn't they? You can't drive with your hand like that. Shen Xing Tong glanced down at her arm. In truth, her injury was not severe, and she was capable of driving, yet she acknowledged Xiao Rui's point. There was no need to be stubborn about it. All right, Teacher Xiao, I appreciate your assistance. Suddenly, Ji Ying stood up as well. I'll accompany you. After all, this incident stemmed from me. Chapter 98. Be attentive to your wife. Xiao Rui shot her a cold glare. This situation arose not only because of her, but also because she was the root cause of it all. Xiao Rui unconditionally sided with Shen Xing Tong, regardless of the circumstances. Ji Ying was in the wrong for causing Shen Xing Tong's injury. You should indeed go with us. You owe Xing Tong for her medical expenses. Xiao Rui's tone was frigid. Ji Ying, who had intended to play the role of the good person, felt perplexed. Isn't this a bit excessive, Xiao Rui? She thought, cursing him inwardly. Why should I pay for her medical expenses? It's not my fault I hurt her. Ji Ying's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of grievance. Shen Xing Tong had already walked outside. Ignoring the two of them, she did not perceive her arm injury as particularly severe. Disinterested in further discussion, she continued to stride out. Ji Ying stood still, snorting in disdain before feigning nonchalance as she hurried after them. Don't walk so fast, or you'll bleed out. Upon exiting the police station, Qin Jinchuan called Fu Heng, humbly explaining the day's events. To avoid inciting Fu Heng's ire, he thought it prudent to inform him in advance. Most importantly, he could not afford to have Fu Heng blame him. His studio had only just begun to gain a foothold, establishing a reputation among the aristocracy of Beijing, and he could not allow it to be jeopardized. At the hospital, as the nurse tended to Shen Xing Tong's wound, she remarked, you should definitely get a tetanus shot. It's quite a deep cut. Shen Xing Tong replied, then let's proceed with it. She was someone who valued her life. I'll stay with you, Xiao Rui said. Ji Ying stood nearby, her voice barely audible. Will it hurt a lot? The nurse, hearing Ji Ying's words, was momentarily speechless and even shot her a disdainful glance. It's not you who's fighting. Who are you putting on this act for? Shen Xing Tong also shot Ji Ying a glare and said to Xiao Rui, Mr. Xiao, could you kindly fetch me a bottle of water? Thank you. Xiao Rui nodded and went to get the water. Ji Ying, do you have any business here? If not,
Be on your way.
Ji Ying huffed a couple of times and ceased her pitiful facade, revealing a slightly venomous side in front of Shen Xing Tong. Shen Xing Tong, this is merely the beginning. I will ensure that your entire life is riddled with misfortune. She said this with a sinister undertone, inching closer. Just as she was about to utter more harsh words, a chilling voice interrupted.
Oh.
Miss Ji intends to ruin someone else's life? The man's voice was ice cold. Ji Ying's expression stiffened, and a hint of panic flickered across her face. This is bad. Shen Xing Tong was equally surprised to see Fu Heng standing a couple of steps away, his face devoid of warmth, as if he had been immersed in ice. Ji Ying turned her head, displaying an innocent smile. Mr. Fu, I was just joking. Mr. Fu. Qin Jinchuan huffed as he hurried to catch up, breathless. Is this person from your studio? Fu Heng inquired of Qin Jinchuan. Yes, she stammered. She's bullying my Xing Tong, Fu Heng added. Qin Jinchuan.
Yink.
Shen Xing Tong raised her eyes slightly, her interest piqued as she looked at Fu Heng. Qin Jinchuan felt as if his CPU was about to overheat and stuttered then, should we just dismiss her?
Yes, Fu Heng replied coldly.
Do not allow her to appear before my Xing Tong again. Qin Jinchuan nodded vigorously in acquiescence. He dared not oppose. After all, Fu Heng's little darling had been harmed in his office and was now injured by one of his employees. He feared that if Fu Heng was displeased, he might blacklist him. Dismissing Ji Ying to safeguard the studio was a reasonable course of action, wasn't it? Shen Xing Tong, it's your turn. You may come over for your injection now, called out the nurse from a distance. Shen Xing Tong responded and followed the nurse. Fu Heng cast a glance at her and remarked to Qin Jinchuan, you handle the rest. He then followed in Shen Xing Tong's footsteps. As soon as Fu Heng departed, the surrounding chill dissipated. Having delivered his message, Qin Jinchuan also left. Jiying, feeling a wave of cold wash over her, gazed towards the direction in which Qin Jinchuan had departed. This is infuriating. How did the plot veer off course? Originally, the story dictated that Shen Xing Tong would be injured, provoking her into retaliating against Shen Xing Tong, prompting Fu Heng to arrive just in time to witness Shen Xing Tong's vicious demeanor. How could Fu Heng have shown up early, causing her character to crumble? She pulled out her phone, nearly hurling it to the ground in frustration, but fortunately, Xie Jiao rushed over. Don't do anything rash, Xie Jiao exclaimed, grabbing the phone. If you smash it, there'll be no follow-up plot and our strategy will fail. Shen Xing Tong was indeed quite sensitive to pain. However, the knife wound on her arm was not unbearable. It was merely a prickling sensation. Yet, when the needle was about to pierce her skin, that would truly hurt. Nurse, be gentle. However, before Shen Xing Tong could close her eyes and endure the pain, Fu Heng's deep voice resonated in the air. His typically cold tone was tinged with a hint of emotional fluctuation. Shen Xing Tong had no desire to delve into the nature of this emotional shift. The nurse, with a somewhat irritable demeanor, remarked, if you're so capable, why don't you administer the injection yourself? If you truly care for your wife, you should be holding her hand to comfort her, rather than asking me to be gentle. Fu Heng remained silent. After all, this was a public hospital, not the Fu family as private clinic, and the nurse had no obligation to cater to his status. Even if the two individuals before her appeared affluent and distinguished, it mattered not to her. She maintained her unwavering professionalism. Fu Heng lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Shen Xing Tong. She quickly offered a gentle smile. Mr. Fu, I'm fine. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Although her usual demeanor of grace had little effect on him, today, she appeared fragile in his eyes. Almost pitiable. Why put on such a facade? Without uttering a word, he squatted beside her and took her left hand, advising, if it hurts, just squeeze my hand. Shen Xing Tong's eyes flickered momentarily. Lowering her gaze, she feigned a tone of grievance. Mr. Fu, how could I bear to squeeze you? The nurse administering the injection discreetly rolled her eyes at their display of affection. Really? What are they showing off for? Just a door away. Xiao Rui intended to bring water, but was intercepted by two bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Through the glass of the door, he observed Fu Heng squatting next to Shen Xing Tong in the emergency room. The scene surprisingly exuded warmth. After a few moments of silence, he handed the water to the bodyguard and departed. The bodyguard was left perplexed. Shen Xing Tong settled into Fu Heng's car, her arm wrapped in bandages. Intentionally leaning against his arm, she inquired, Mr. Fu, are you still angry? Chapter 99. The plot has strayed from its course. It had been several days. Yet Fu Heng's temper remained formidable. Fu Heng slightly turned his head to regard Shen Xing Tong, stating, in the future, if you get hurt, inform me immediately. He chose not to respond to her previous comment. Shen Xing Tong tilted her head gently. If I tell you, will you really come right away? I will certainly arrive as soon as I can, he assured. The one who harmed you, Qin Jinchuan, will be dealt with appropriately. I've arranged a week's leave for you. Just focus on recuperating. She longed to caution Fu Heng against making promises he might not keep in the future, as uncertainty lingered within her. Nevertheless, with their contractual marriage in place, they were bound to part ways after a year, regardless of their circumstances. Fu Heng's unpredictable demeanor, oscillating between warmth and coldness, was indeed perplexing. Perhaps this was the nature of a young master in the capital, embodying the capriciousness of the weather. She began to understand the plight of ancient queens and concubines who likened their lives to living with tigers. Su Qingyue, upon learning of Shen Xing Tong's injury, hurried to her bedroom, only to find servants packing up her belongings. You're injured, and now you're planning to leave home? Su Qingyue exclaimed in confusion, turning around, only to spot Fu Heng, who had silently appeared behind her. Brother, she exclaimed, attempting to curry favor. Fu Heng displayed a certain indifference towards her, as he prepared to take Xing Tong abroad for a brief respite.
Su Qingui Edgar Lim,
Return her best friend to her. This male protagonist was truly excessive, whisking her companion away to another country. Shen Xing Tong found herself at a loss for words. She felt unable to refuse him. Noticing Su Qingyue lingering, Fu Heng furrowed his brow and inquired, do you have any other business here? Su Qingyue realized her purpose. I came to check on my sister-in-law's injuries. She was promptly ushered out of the bedroom in a daze. Touching her forehead, she confirmed this was no figment of her imagination. This infuriating male lead oscillated between icy detachment and inexplicable concern. What could have prompted such behavior? Shen Xing Tong turned to Fu Heng and asked, "What is our purpose for going abroad? Did you not express a desire to travel?" He replied. However, she pondered, "What about your responsibilities at the company, Mr. Fu?" Internally, she rejected the idea. The thought of spending an entire week in close quarters with a frigid Fu Heng was enough to drive her to madness. Regardless of his striking appearance or superb physique, his demeanor was unbearably cold. Shen Xing Tong was unwilling to endure the daily presence of this insufferable male lead. Calculating the time, she realized her menstrual cycle was due next week. She did not wish to squander her time. Yet the show must go on, and she could only force herself to smile with warmth and grace. Working remotely while abroad was still an option. Fu Heng tousled her long hair, reassuring her. "Do not worry, your only task is to recuperate." Shen Xing Tong glanced at her bandaged arm, pondering whether the injury was truly as severe as he suggested. On the second day of Shen Xing Tong's trip abroad, Su Qingyue visibly sank into a melancholic state. Sitting in the garden, she cradled her face in her hands, her expression vacant and sorrowful. Without her best friend, she felt like a pitiful little flower devoid of love. Moreover, her anxiety began to mount. She observed that Fu Heng's attitude towards Shen Xing Tong was gradually becoming more ambiguous, revealing a growing concern that was apparent even to an outsider. It was rather unfortunate that the female protagonist had made her appearance so early, disrupting the narrative entirely. "Qingyue, what are you thinking about?" Elder Fu approached, eyeing her with curiosity. Su Qingyue looked up blankly. "Grandfather, my sister-in-law and brother have gone abroad." Elder Fu was only just learning of this, and upon seeing Su Qingyue's expression, he chuckled knowingly. "Do you wish to travel abroad as well? I can have Fu Yu take you along." Su Qingyue's eyes brightened at his kindness. Just then, Fu Yu happened to arrive and overheard his grandfather's words, expressing dissatisfaction. "Grandfather, there are so many delightful places to explore domestically. Why must we imitate Fu Heng and go abroad?" He approached with a nonchalant demeanor, casually draping an arm over Elder Fu's shoulder. "You really ought to refrain from meddling in the affairs of youth," he added.
Elder Fu irked,
Puffed out his cheeks, and struck Fu Yu's leg with his cane. "Can you not speak properly?" Fu Yu winced at the sting. "Grandfather, be gentle. My leg has only just healed. You shall render me incapacitated once more. I reckon it would do you good to remain a bit impaired." "Given your perpetual lack of seriousness," Elder Fu retorted. Fu Yu helplessly tugged at the corner of his lips, asking, "What kind of me do you like?" "Who likes you?" Grandpa Fu rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "I like this child Qingyue, not you two wretched grandsons, each more annoying than the last." After speaking, he poked Fu Yu's waist with his cane. "I hear you haven't been to the company these days. You, young man, always have a fleeting enthusiasm for things, devoid of any patience." Fu Yu grasped the cane, saying, "Grandpa, if you poke my waist too hard, I want to be able to give you great-grandchildren. I've been accompanying my wife lately. Grandpa, you don't know how unruly my yaya can be. I think you are the unruly one, trying to be lazy and using Qingyue as a shield." After Grandpa Fu finished scolding, he suddenly paused. It was worth mentioning that Fu Yu initially wanted to start a business, claiming it was to support his wife. Grandpa Fu, not wishing to discourage his grandson, willingly supported his entrepreneurial endeavors. Now, however, the lad was idling at home, looking like a slacker, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. Su Qingyue had been standing by, blankly watching the quarrel between the grandfather and grandson, when she suddenly heard that her adoptive parents were ill, momentarily stunned. Both sick? How intriguing! Moreover, she believed her parents wouldn't require her concern, as the real daughter as presents should suffice, right? Su Qingyue silently scoffed in her heart. Fu Yu glanced at Su Qingyue, his keen perception quickly catching the subtle shift in her emotions. However, he muttered to himself. Grandpa Fu shot him a glare, saying, "Even a biological child must inquire about their adoptive parents, who knows?" Fu Yu instantly understood, realizing that Grandpa was indeed clever, a true old fox. "Don't call me an old fox, you little rascal. So what should I call you? An old monster?" Chapter 100. My Precious Wife. Grandpa Fu, fuming, struck the cane again and stormed off, muttering, "Rascal." Once Grandpa Fu had left in a huff, Su Qingyue felt a hand clasping hers. Fu Yu's palm was slightly cool, which startled her. When she looked up, she met the mirthful glint in Fu Yu's eyes. She detected a hint of tender affection in his voice, which rippled through the calm waters of her heart. Instantly alert, she retorted, "You're the fool. Your whole family are fools." She was genuinely annoyed. Attempting to shake off Fu Yu's hand, she found her efforts futile, as his grip tightened. "You are also part of my family, yeah? So you are merely a little fool." Su Qingyue was quite vexed, her lips twitching in irritation. Pouting, she fell silent. Fu Yu recognized the need to temper his teasing. His wife had quite the temper, and there was a limit to how much he could provoke her before she would comply. On their way to the Su residence, Su Qinghua stole glances at Fu Yu multiple times. He was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly giving orders about something. Recently, he had indeed become unexpectedly idle, and she wondered why. Surely, couldn't he have sensed her thoughts of escape, and was now staying home to monitor her? At the Su family home, the two sick parents stood at the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. After all, they were the Fu family, and the couple dared not show even the slightest negligence. Even in sickness, Su Jessen stood beside them, pouting, and expressed her dissatisfaction. Dad, Mom, is he not just the disabled young master of the Fu family? Is it really necessary for you to be so alarmed? Don't speak nonsense. Su father shot her a glare. Even if he is disabled, he is still the second young master of the Fu family, someone we cannot afford to offend. The Su family, after all, was rather slow to catch up with the news and remained oblivious to the fact that Fu Yu had already made a full recovery. Su Jessen scoffed, discontented and sarcastic. What's so impressive about that? He is merely Fu family's discarded son, devoid of their affection, incapable of inheriting the Fu group. Just a frivolous young man. She murmured softly, fortunately, you were clever enough to have Su Qinghua marry into the family. Both Su father and Su mother, despite their fevers, displayed satisfied smiles upon hearing their dutiful daughter's words. They truly believed they had made the right choice in pushing Su Qinghua forward. Soon, a luxury car came to a halt at their doorstep. As the driver opened the door, the Su family eagerly anticipated the driver retrieving the folding wheelchair to assist their so-called wasteful young master. However, the driver opened the door to reveal a pair of long legs encased in tailored black trousers. The man stepped out first, tall and imposing, even in a suit. He exuded an air of rebellious charm, reminiscent of a carefree scion. Gazing up from his exquisite high-fashion suit, one would encounter Fu Yu's strikingly handsome visage. Su Jessen was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be disabled? Who is this? Though the Fu family was esteemed as one of the top aristocratic families in the capital, they maintained an enigmatic aura, particularly this second young master, who never attended grand events nor graced the covers of major magazines. It was no surprise that Su Jessen failed to recognize Fu Yu. Su father and Su mother also did not identify him. When they had initially sent Su Qinghua to the Fu family, they did not accompany her, merrily handing over Su Qinghua and her household registration to the servant who came to propose with the money. After Su Qinghua left, they had even celebrated with champagne. Relieved to have sent off the fake daughter and resolved the engagement with the Fu family's useless young master, all in one stroke. Now, the couple's expression stiffened. The driver promptly moved to the other side and opened the door for Su Qinghua. Unlike her previously modest attire, today, Su Qinghua was dressed elegantly, exuding the grace of a wealthy matron, no longer resembling the Su Qinghua they once knew. Ignoring their astonished expressions, she approached Fu Yu and affectionately linked her arm with his. Darling, you haven't met my parents, have you? Let me introduce you. She brought Fu Yu to face her parents. This is my father, and this is my mother. Then, deliberately locking eyes with Su Jessen, she added with a hint of playful amusement, this is my husband, Fu Yu. At that moment, the three members of the Su family could no longer maintain their composure. Su Jessen was the first to voice her disbelief. How can he be the second young master of the Fu family? Isn't he supposed to be a waste? MMPH. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered, silenced by Su mother. Mother Su was apprehensive that this girl might speak recklessly, potentially inciting the ire of the second young master of the Fu family. Father Su nodded in agreement. Su Qinghua attempted to draw Fu Yu into the house, but found herself unable to budge him as he stood there resolutely. Confused, Su Qinghua looked up at him, wondering what was amiss. Fu Yu raised his gaze, fixing his eyes on Su's parents, and, wrapping an arm around Su Qinghua's shoulders, inquired, Yeah? Are these your adoptive parents? Yes, indeed. They are not my biological parents. What are we doing here? Fu Yu pressed further. Su Qinghua, perplexed, looked up again. Had Fu Yu, at such a young age, succumbed to some form of forgetfulness? Confronted with Fu Yu's question, Father Su felt a pang of anxiety and softly replied, Second young Master Fu. Although we are not Qinghua's biological parents, we have always treated her as our own daughter. Mother Su hastily nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is our most cherished daughter. As she spoke, she firmly covered Su Jessen's mouth.
Suzy xin potet, ma.
The beloved daughter that Mother Su referred to was surely her. Fu Yu let out a cold hum, his unfriendly gaze darting between the couple, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, I see. My wife is also my most treasured wife. Su Qinghua felt an inexplicable shiver upon hearing his words, a sudden chill coursing through her. as if the authenticity of the performance had become irrelevant. She merely wished to expedite the farewell with her adoptive parents, not wanting to dwell on the matter. Her attachment to the Su family had dissipated entirely. Chapter 101, A Waste of Fu Yu's Handsome Face. Mother Su smiled, saying, "Seeing your marital affection brings us great comfort." Father Su, with a forced smile, added, "Let us not linger outside. Come in for some tea." Second young Master Fu. "You must be weary from your journey." Throughout their conversation, Fu Yu never cast a glance in Su Qingyue's direction. She had seemingly grown accustomed to this treatment.
Fu Yu,
However, was not one to be easily placated, scoffing derisively. "What have I to be weary of? It is my dear wife who has borne the burden."
Huh?
Father Su was baffled. "Ye has certainly had it tough, having adoptive parents like you." The Su couple was taken aback. Was second young Master Fu being excessively rude? Su Qingyue smirked. Though she did not voice her thoughts, she mentally applauded Fu Yu for his audacity. He typically spoke without restraint, but when it mattered, his words were sharp and incisive, much to her delight. Feigning innocence, Su Qingyue leaned into Fu Yu's embrace. "Dear, please don't say that. Let us go inside and sit. Standing is exhausting. My legs have only just healed. If I'm not fatigued, how could you be?" Fu Yu offered no concession, retorting, "Shall I carry you?" Su Qingyue hesitated. Well, that isn't necessary. She was merely acting. Why did he need to resort to physical gestures? To her surprise, Fu Yu swept her off her feet before she could protest. What on earth? Su Qingyue was startled by his sudden action and instinctively clung to his neck, fearful that this villain might have a sudden lapse of reason and drop her. How absurd. The scene before Su's family undoubtedly appears abstract to them. What is this bizarre artistic style? Su's father bears the expression of an elderly subway rider engrossed in his phone, initially lamenting that if Su Jiesen were to marry into the Fu family as the second young mistress, their family could have spared a decade of effort. However, upon witnessing the frivolous demeanor of the second young Master Fu, he suddenly feels relieved that he did not marry off his precious daughter to him. It would have been a waste of Fu Yu's handsome appearance, for his actions are truly perplexing. Fu Yu carried Su Qingyue into the house and gently placed her on the sofa, surveying the entire Su family. "What illness do you all have?" he inquired. Prior to this moment, he had never contemplated what Su Qingyue's family was like or the environment in which she had been raised. His sole desire was to possess Su Qingyue. Her past was inconsequential as long as she became his wife, forever bound to him, rendering her family's circumstances irrelevant. However, today, when his grandfather mentioned that Su's parents were ill, he perceptibly noted the change in Su Qingyue's expression. She still yearned for her family's love, yet her expectations of her foster parents had evidently diminished. Suddenly, the second young master found a sense of conviction. Infectious disease? Fu Yu expressed his distaste and, taking Su Qingyue's hand, declared, "Let us not linger here. We shall depart." Su's father. Su's mother. Su Qingyue, suffering from a headache. Fu Yu has an uncanny ability to break down defenses. Let us go. We must sanitize ourselves before getting into the car to avoid contracting any viruses, which would be detrimental to our efforts tonight in making a baby. Fu Yu draped his arm around Su Qingyue's shoulders as they prepared to leave, leaving the Su family slightly shaken. Su Jiesen pulled her mother's hand away, her irritation bubbling over. "Second young Master Fu, my parents' health has improved significantly. There's no issue. Please do not misunderstand." She truly wished to explode. What were this couple doing here? Initially, she had been mesmerized by Fu Yu's handsome face, but upon witnessing his bizarre demeanor, her fleeting infatuation had entirely dissipated. There are countless handsome men in the world. If one were to indulge in a crush, it ought to be on a reasonably normal handsome man. Su Jiesen rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Forget it. I'm going upstairs to study." At her age, she was still striving to pursue a graduate degree. In truth, she was not particularly suited for academia, failing year after year. However, the Su family was not lacking in funds, allowing her to indulge in her pursuits. Storming upstairs in frustration, Su's mother added, "We truly are fine. We've long since passed the infectious period. Second young Master Fu, please do not worry. Qingyue, are you adjusting well at the Fu household? Why don't you both stay for dinner tonight? I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes." Su's mother smiled warmly. "Of course, lion's head meatballs, your favorite, with water chestnuts and mushrooms inside, and garlic-flavored ribs." Fu Yu clicked his tongue. "But my yaya despises mushrooms and garlic. Do you truly know her?" Su Qingyue, who had initially been indifferent, looked up in surprise. His observation is so astute. How does he know that she dislikes mushrooms and garlic-flavored dishes? The misunderstanding harbored by Su Jia's parents stemmed from Su Jiesen's fondness for two particular dishes which she, in truth, did not enjoy. Yet, Each time she observed her adoptive parents gazing at her with affection as she consumed her meal, she yearned to elicit their admiration. Particularly, since these dishes were lovingly crafted by Mother Su herself, she would occasionally partake by taking a bite. However, Mother Su was not particularly inclined to allow her to indulge. After all, what right did a false daughter have to savor the culinary creations of Mother Su? With a stiff smile, Mother Su turned to Su Qingyue and inquired, "Qingyue, do you truly dislike these dishes? I recall you once vying with Jessen for a taste. I assumed you enjoyed them." Su Qingyue, unable to muster a response, merely tugged at her lips, affirming, "I genuinely do not like them."
See.
"You all fail to understand my yaya," came Fu Yu's languid voice, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Stop pretending. Isn't it exhausting?" With that, Fu Yu stood and departed. Su Qingyue remained silent. The couple scarcely warmed their seats before they left. Su father gazed at their retreating figures and murmured, "What on earth were they here for?" Su mother replied, "It seems like a mere formality." That night, as Su Qingyue lay in bed, she noticed Fu stepping out to take a phone call. "Where are you going?" In the past, she would not have bothered to inquire. Perhaps it was due to Fu Yu's exceptional demeanor during the day that had sparked a desire within her to reward him that evening. Yet, to her surprise, Fu Yu was heading out. Surely, it couldn't be for business, could it? What kind of benevolent company would require its owner to leave at such an hour?